An unexpected incident revealed to Jiang Cheng that he possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive the true value of objects with his eyes. During his inaugural venture into the world of gambling stones, he unearthed an exquisite ice-type blood-red jade. On his first overseas auction of a warehouse, he uncovered artifacts lost to foreign lands. Jiang Cheng expressed a desire for a tranquil life as a wealthy individual, simply wishing to promote traditional culture. Chapter 1. The sky has fallen. In the sweltering heat of May, under the blazing sun, at the Wanfu Stone Processing Yard in Qingzhou City, a voice thundered, Jiang Cheng, if you don't move all these 100+ rough stones to the warehouse today, they'll blind your other eye. Furthermore, anyone who dares assist Jiang Cheng can forget about their wages for the month. Zheng Wanfu spat contemptuously, glaring fiercely at the gathered workers, his face contorted with rage as he stormed into the rough stone warehouse. Jiang Cheng touched the medical gauze on his right eye, already soaked with sweat, and glanced at his furious boss, Zheng Wanfu, clenching his teeth in determination. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he bowed his head and silently lifted a rough stone weighing over 30 kilograms, limping towards the warehouse. Those over 100 rough stones, some weighing a mere 10 kilograms, others 50 or 60, under this scorching midday sun, if it weren't for Jiang Cheng, would be the ones. Toiling like dogs, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the boss is really ruthless. Why don't we bring him a little card? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the boss is deliberately making things hard for him? I advise you not to meddle. Alas, but Jiang Cheng is truly unfortunate. He had a car accident, wrecked his newly purchased pickup, and now a shard of glass has blinded one eye. He has a sister still in school, rumored to be nearing her college entrance exams. If he loses this job, how will they survive? Humph. Losing an eye is his own doing. He crashed into the guardrail, flipped the car, and the boss' precious stone shattered, and Crackety's lucky to just be fired instead of having to pay for it. I've never seen someone with such thick skin. Yet those stones were merely worth 1,000 each. Jiang Cheng lost an eye. Can't he be forgiven? What of it being cheap? Isn't it still money that's being spent? Over 10,000 isn't insignificant. After Zheng Wanfu left, several workers at the stone yard squatted in the shade, enjoying ice cream, fanning themselves, leisurely observing Jiang Cheng drenched in sweat. They pointed and laughed, as if watching a clown perform. As he listened to the workers' mockery, a wave of despair surged within Jiang Cheng. They were all individuals struggling at the bottom of society, enduring hardships for a meager livelihood. Why must they adopt an air of superiority, feigning compassion and reveling in others' misfortunes? Is it only through such behavior that they can showcase their minuscule sense of superiority? 3 nights prior, he had been driving his pickup, loaded with rough jade stones, from Relics to Qingzhou City. Suddenly, a figure emerged from nowhere, startling him. Everything unfolded too abruptly. The speed was too great, and he could not brake in time. Instinctively, he swerved, and the vehicle skidded directly into the guardrail. With a deafening crash, the car flipped, and shards of glass injured his right eye. In his dazed state, he faintly saw a young woman in a red dress pulling him from the wreckage. Subsequently, something was shoved into his mouth, and then darkness enveloped him. He lost consciousness. When he awakened, he found himself in a hospital bed, with Zheng Wanfu glaring at him with a menacing glare, as if he were prey. It was then he learned that the entire load of rough stones had been destroyed in the accident. Although his body bore no severe injuries, his right eye had been blinded by the glass shards. The pickup he had saved diligently to purchase was now ruined. Jiang Cheng could not fathom why all misfortunes seemed to converge upon him. The relentless blows weighed upon him like a mountain, and in an instant, he felt as though the very sky had collapsed. An orphan raised by the Jiang family, he had a sister with no blood relation. In his senior year of high school, his adoptive father had perished in a car accident, never to be saved. His adoptive mother, consumed by sorrow, soon followed him into the grave. At that time, Jiang Cheng was preparing for the college entrance exams. With the upheaval in his family, he resolutely dropped out of school to work at the Wanfu Stone Processing Yard in Qingzhou City to provide for his sister. After saving some money, he obtained a driver's license and purchased a second-hand pickup dedicated to transporting rough stones for the processing yard. This had been his life for over 4 years. Just as he thought life was improving, a car accident destroyed his pickup, wrecked the load of rough stones, and blinded him in one eye, rendering him useless, only to be dismissed by his boss. He could endure any suffering, but he could not allow his sister to repeat his tragic fate. He could not let her sacrifice her education due to financial constraints. He wanted to plead with Zheng Wanfu not to fire him. He could not afford to lose this job. More importantly, he wished to prove that despite losing an eye, he was not worthless. He could still earn a living with his hands. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng agreed. Thus began the earlier scene. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, sweat cascading down his cheeks, his clothes completely drenched, his limbs aching with fatigue, yet he remained unfazed. He could not afford to lose this job. He must stay. He was not worthless. Hours later, after the final rough stone was safely placed on the warehouse shelf, Jiang Cheng could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. It was then that his good friend, Qin Xiaoshu, appeared. Just as he was about to speak, the hospital door was forcefully pushed open. Zheng Wanfu entered, clutching a black leather bag, adorned with a gold chain, and dressed impeccably. "Hey, look at that. You're still alive." Zheng Wanfu sneered, a glint of mockery in his eyes. He then pulled out 2 red bills from his bag and tossed them at Jiang Cheng's face as if discarding trash. Jiang Cheng was incensed. Zheng Wanfu dug at his ears, smirking. "Did I say that? You're toying with me." Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with rage. "Orange, how can you be so foolish? This bastard is just playing you." Qin Xiaoshu glared fiercely at Zheng Wanfu. "You moved over 100 stones, nearly collapsing from exhaustion when I arrived. He just tossed you aside without a care. If I hadn't called an ambulance, who knows what would have happened to you?" Upon hearing this, a torrent of fury surged within Jiang Cheng. He had single-handedly moved over 100 stones, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, enduring pain, solely to keep his job. Just for Zheng Wanfu's promise. Just to prove that even with one eye lost, he was not useless. Yet this simple hope had been ruthlessly trampled and mocked by his boss, Zheng Wanfu. That he felt an overwhelming urge to grab the fruit knife from the table and plunge it into that bastard Zheng Wanfu. But then he thought of his sister, Jiang Ling, and he held back. He could seek vengeance, but what would become of his sister? After losing their parents, she was his only remaining family. How could he bear to leave her all alone in this world? Qin Xiaoshu, silent until now, finally spoke. "100,000? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoshu was filled with fury. "Zheng Wanfu, do not assume. I am unaware those scraps you possess were purchased for merely 1,000 dragon coins each, and they are all broken and useless. It is common knowledge that they are nothing but waste. Jiang Cheng was involved in an accident while delivering those materials for you, which constitutes a work-related injury. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of worthless scraps can compensate for Jiang Cheng losing an eye? Have you no conscience? And have I even signed a labor contract with him? What does his blindness have to do with me? He has become a burden, and must I take him in? Do you consider my Wanfu stone yard a refuge for discarded remnants?" Zheng Wanfu smirked coldly. "Your opinion of my humanity is irrelevant. Jiang Cheng, from this moment forth, you shall have no connection to my Wanfu stone yard. Should you dare to return to my premises to instigate trouble, I will ensure you lose your other eye. Damn it, I will kill him." Qin Xiaoshu seized a fruit knife from the table and rolled up his sleeves, ready to pursue. Jiang Cheng quickly grasped Qin Xiaoshu tightly. "Enough, Xiaoshu. That kind of person is not worth you getting involved." Contemplating how those worthless scraps could equate to the loss of his eye, Jiang Cheng felt as though his heart were bleeding profusely. If given the choice, he would prefer to compensate 100,000 rather than succumb to blindness. With a deep sigh, Qin Xiaoshu fell into silence for a long while before finally managing a smile. "Chengzi, do not worry. Focus on your recovery. Perhaps your eyesight will return. If it does not, and you struggle to find work, I will support you." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Cheng could no longer contain himself. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Qin Xiaoshu tightly. Once Qin Xiaoshu had departed, Jiang Cheng lay in his hospital bed, unable to sleep. Zheng Wanfu's cruel words pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving it raw and bleeding. Would his right eye be forever blind from this day forth? A bitter anguish filled his soul. He could not comprehend why fate seemed to delight in tormenting the unfortunate. In the early hours of the morning, as he drifted in and out of slumber, an intense itch suddenly erupted in his right eye, jolting him awake. Doctor, my eye itches terribly." A nurse promptly summoned the attending physician. Upon arrival, the doctor inquired about the situation and carefully unwrapped the bandage from Jiang Cheng's right eye, conducting a thorough examination. Yet, as the final layer of gauze was removed, Jiang Cheng was astonished to discover that the maddening itch had vanished. Instinctively, he opened his right eye, and a middle-aged man in a white coat came into focus. To his astonishment, Jiang Cheng realized that his right eye had miraculously healed. He could see. Overwhelmed with joy, he grasped the doctor's hand tightly, nearly moved to tears. His sight had returned. He was no longer blind, no longer a burden. However, just as Jiang Cheng began to revel in his newfound vision, he noticed something amiss. Strange numbers began to materialize on the objects surrounding him. Chapter 2. Understanding the Value of All Things. Earning a modest profit of 32,000. "Dr. Lee, is there truly nothing wrong with my eyes?" 3 days later. Within an office in the ophthalmology department of the First People's Hospital of Qingzhou, Jiang Cheng gazed apprehensively at the middle-aged physician before him. This was the first follow-up examination since the restoration of his vision. Everything appears to be in order. Your recovery is quite satisfactory. Just remember to maintain proper eye hygiene and return for regular checkups. But I keep seeing a multitude of numbers, doctor. Have I developed floaters? With a light chuckle, the physician responded, Young man, I must say, you seem to be insulting my profession. Does your floater manifest as numbers? Not to worry, it should be temporary. Your eyes have only just healed. Experiencing minor aftereffects is entirely normal. As he walked to the hospital's entrance, Jiang Cheng remained preoccupied with thoughts. Could it truly be temporary? Although his right eye had recovered, for the past 3 days, an inexplicable array of numbers had persistently appeared before him. Whenever he fixated on an object for more than 3 seconds, an enigmatic sequence of numbers would materialize. However, if he refrained from staring at a particular object, those numbers would swiftly vanish, rendering the situation seemingly ordinary. Initially, Jiang Cheng surmised that he was merely experiencing hallucinations. Yet, he soon realized otherwise. His vision had not only returned, but seemed to have enhanced to the point of being able to see far more clearly. For instance, he could distinctly make out a strikingly beautiful woman standing by the window of an 18th-floor office 2 kilometers away. He could even read the words inscribed on her nameplate, Tiansheng Group, Morong Shui. It was akin to viewing through a military-grade 32-power telescope. No, it was likely even more remarkable than that. How could his eyesight have transformed in such a manner? Was that dark mist? Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, astonished to observe a swirling mass of black energy hovering at the center of Morong Shui's forehead as he scrutinized her. The sight filled him with unease. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he could discern no explanation and remained baffled by the peculiar changes in his vision. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind, the woman in red who had pulled him from the wreckage of the car after the accident. He recalled that she had seemingly stuffed something into his mouth at that time. Could it be that the restoration of his eyesight, the mysterious numbers, and his newfound ability to see at a distance were all connected to that enigmatic woman in red? Jiang Cheng's thoughts were a chaotic tangle, leaving him little inclination to ponder such matters. He stumbled into a nearby convenience store, seeking a bottle of cola. However, when he grasped the cola bottle, the number 3 unexpectedly appeared on its label. Instinctively, he picked up a bottle of Waham mineral water, only to have the number 2 materialize on it as well. Taken aback, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Could it be that these numbers represented the value of the items? He could not resist experimenting with other products. And without exception, the numbers displayed aligned perfectly with the prices on the tags. Indeed, it was true. Jiang Cheng was elated to discover that the enigmatic numbers his eyes beheld were, in fact, the intrinsic values of the objects around him. Emerging from the convenience store, Jiang Cheng gazed at the bottle of cola in his hand, valued at 3 dragon coins, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Previously, he had served as a driver, transporting raw materials for the owner of a stone processing yard, primarily dealing with jadeite raw stones. His keen perception allowed him to discern value instantly, and his first thought gravitated towards the world of stone gambling. There exists a saying within this circle. One cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and yet another can unravel everything. He had witnessed countless individuals amass fortunes overnight through stone gambling, as well as others who, in their despair after losing everything, tragically leapt to their demise. The depths of the stone gambling realm are treacherous. The initial cut may reveal jade, while the subsequent one could obliterate your fortune entirely. In essence, those who navigate this domain are acutely aware that gambling on stones is purely a game of chance. Even the most seasoned masters dare not assert 100% certainty of profit. A promising glance through the window may yield a favorable outlook. Yet a single cut can unveil a plethora of worthless material. It was apparent that Jiang Cheng had never dabbled in stone gambling. However, if his newfound vision could indeed perceive the value of raw stones, wouldn't stone gambling be akin to gathering money for him? The mere thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through him. If he could genuinely amass wealth with this remarkable ability, he could provide a better life for his sister, Jiang Ling, and thus honor the memory of his adoptive parents who had passed away. Yet the cost of raw stones is exorbitant, ranging from a few thousand to several million or even billions. He was left with but a few hundred, a sum temporarily lent by Qin Shaoshu, 200 of which were bestowed upon him by the scoundrel Zheng Wanfu. To engage in stone gambling, this scant amount was utterly insufficient. Pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng made his way to a nearby lottery shop adjacent to the hospital. The shop was bustling with activity, each patron engrossed in their own pursuits. Jiang Cheng spoke little. The double color ball lottery was beyond the scope of his abilities, while the only option available to him was the scratch-off tickets. He proceeded to the scratch-off section, scrutinizing each ticket meticulously from top to bottom. As he anticipated, numbers began to emerge on the scratch-off tickets. A cursory glance revealed that most displayed zeros, with a few showing 5, 10, or 20. A smile crept upon Jiang Cheng's lips. Indeed, his eyes not only perceived price, but also unveiled hidden value. Scratch-off tickets, being mere paper devoid of intrinsic worth, meant that the numbers displayed represented their latent value, signifying potential winnings. This revelation bolstered Jiang Cheng's confidence. Without hesitation, he began to select his tickets with great care, spending no more than 3 seconds on each. He swiftly identified the 4 tickets with the highest values, one displaying 200, another 500, and 2 showcasing 1,000 each. The remainder exhibited paltry amounts of 5, 10, or 0. Jiang Cheng decisively chose the 4 promising tickets, along with a few less valuable ones for good measure. Before long, he had scratched off several tickets. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "I've won. I won again." The shop owner was taken aback, questioning whether this young man was indeed favored by fortune. It wasn't he until he observed Jiang Cheng scratching off a multitude of tickets, yielding no prizes, that his suspicions began to wane. In a moment of exhilaration, Jiang Cheng exchanged 2 700 dragon coins for a prize, his entire being trembling with excitement. His eyes were extraordinary, emulating his peers. He ventured to nearly every lottery shop in the vicinity. By noon, he had accumulated a staggering 32,000. Jiang Cheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Just then, his phone chimed. To his surprise, it was a call from his girlfriend, Song Yi. Currently in her 5th year, she was preparing for her 2nd attempt at the graduate entrance examination. Having successfully passed the initial test, she was now attending the graduate re-examination at Peking University. Due to extraordinary circumstances this year, the nationwide graduate re-examinations had been postponed. The archaeology department at Peking University, which she had applied to, would not resume its re-examination process until May. Jiang Cheng felt immense pride for Song Yi, his girlfriend since their senior year of high school. However, just before the college entrance examination, his family faced a significant upheaval, forcing him to leave school and enter the workforce prematurely. Meanwhile, Song Yi enrolled at Qingzhou University in the archaeology department. Jiang Cheng had anticipated that she might end their relationship upon receiving her acceptance letter, but she did not. She never belittled him for his lack of educational credentials, and they maintained a romantic bond for 5 years. Jiang Cheng believed he had found true love, always considering Song Yi as the most significant person in his life. With his newfound ability to see, coupled with his recent financial success, he felt generous. Coming from a modest background, he had consistently sent Song Yi a monthly allowance to support her, regardless of the amount, for 5 years. He had always harbored insecurities about his education, feeling unworthy of her, which fueled his unwavering kindness towards her. Yet, before he could bask in his joy, Song Yi abruptly doused him with cold water. Her voice was frigid as she declared, "Enough, Jiang Cheng, stop pretending to be wealthy. Let us break up." Break up? Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Why would his seemingly stable girlfriend suddenly suggest such a thing? "I've heard you've gone blind and lost your job. You've become useless and have no value anymore. I must confess, I've been accepted into the graduate program at Peking University's archaeology department. We no longer belong to the same social strata. Useless? No value? What do you mean, Song Yi?" Jiang Cheng's mind whirled. Was this really the gentle and kind Song Yi he had known? Was this the woman he had loved for over 5 years? Everything felt alien to him. Was this what they called a decisive cut once one had reached the shore? To be frank, I've longed to end things with you since you dropped out before the college entrance examination. I've never respected you. Do you really think someone who hasn't even graduated from high school is worthy of my attention? My family is impoverished, and I have a fool who sends me money every month. Why would I refuse that?" Jiang Cheng's vision blurred with rage, his entire body trembling with fury. Song Yi's words struck him like a dagger to the heart, leaving him in profound anguish, insulted by the woman he loved for 5 long years. He had always believed that he and Song Yi shared a genuine love. Who would have imagined that Song Yi harbored such sinister intentions? Playing with his heart for 5 years and treating him merely as a mobile wallet? Must honest individuals always be subjected to such manipulation? Does true sincerity only yield deception and humiliation? Song Yi, you will undoubtedly come to regret your actions. Chapter 3. The Charming Girl, Shun Sinning. At 1:10 p.m. In a private room at Fuyuan Restaurant. What? That wretched song? He has exploited you for 5 years? That scheming woman, an ungrateful wretch. Ugh. Qin Xiaoshu slammed his hand, clutching a wine glass, heavily onto the table, his face contorted with anger. Beer splashed everywhere from glass. Never mind, Xiaoshu. Let us not speak of her. It's bad luck. Come on, Xiaoshu, let us drink. Jiang Cheng chuckled, raising his glass towards a delightful girl in the corner who was engrossed in devouring a chicken leg. This girl, named Shun Sinning, was a colleague of Qin Xiaoshu, an intern in real estate sales at Shanghai Realty, working in the same team as him. Originally, Jiang Cheng intended to drink away his sorrows with his buddies, but upon hearing Shun Sinning's cheerful offer to join for a meal, he found it difficult to refuse. Little did he know, as soon as Shun Sinning arrived, she wasted no time and ordered a plethora of hearty dishes, diving straight into her meal. Truly a voracious eater. To his surprise, she waved her hand dismissively and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, saying, "No drinking for me. If I drink, I want to have room for food." Jiang Cheng's lips twitched in disbelief. Qin Xiaoshu silently facepalmed. Noticing that Jiang Cheng and Qin Xiaoshu had fallen silent, Shun Sinning blinked her large, expressive eyes and said, "You two keep cursing. Don't mind me. That song is truly despicable." Following that, she playfully added, "If I curse her, will you treat me to steam base?" Hee hee. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl truly didn't regard herself as an outsider. While a normal person might feel annoyed by Shun Sinning's behavior, Jiang Cheng, having seen Song Yi's true colors, felt no animosity toward Shun Sinning. Instead, he found her forthright and straightforward nature to be refreshingly charming. Shun Sinning wore her hair in a high ponytail, her skin as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg. With her alluring curves and long legs, she exuded a blend of sensuality and playfulness, especially with her prominent bosom. Jiang Cheng found himself concerned whether the second button of her white shirt could withstand a strain. With such beauty and figure, even a casual passerby would be inclined to invite her to dinner from any street corner. Qin Xiaoshu looked at Shun Sinning's naive demeanor and burst into laughter. His desire to scold Song Yi dissipating. "I say, Sinning, have you not eaten in days? How could you be this hungry?" Shun Sinning chuckled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Isn't it rare to snag a free meal? I'd be a fool not to take advantage of it." Jiang Cheng and Qin Xiaoshu couldn't help but find her amusing. "Brother Orange, may I take the uneaten dishes home?" After finishing a rib, Shun Sinning looked at Jiang Cheng with a pitiful gaze. Of course. With the young lady making a request, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to comply. Having won 32,000 from scratch-off lottery, his spirits were quite high. After all, a meal wasn't too costly, and, as a colleague of Xiaoshu, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. "Brother Orange, you're truly wonderful. Once I receive my salary, I will definitely treat you." Hearing she could take leftovers, Shun Sinning's face broke into a joyous grin, and she planted a quick kiss on Jiang Cheng's cheek. "Hey!" Jiang Cheng touched his face where her greasy lips had left a mark, feeling both amused and exasperated. Qin Xiaoshu, witnessing Jiang Cheng's flustered state, erupted into laughter. Suddenly, Shun Sinning shouted toward the door, "Waiter, please pack another steam base." Jiang Cheng nearly collapsed in shock. Qin Xiaoshu, chuckling, nudged Jiang Cheng with his elbow and whispered, "Hey, Orange, I think Sinning is quite a catch. She's beautiful and genuine. If you marry her, you could benefit from her cooking too. How practical. A rich second generation?" Qin Xiaoshu looked skeptically at Shun Sinning, who was engrossed in her meal, pursing his lips in disbelief. "Can a rich kid really enjoy leftovers?" With a playful tone, he added, "Sinning, aren't you single? What do you think of my brother? Perhaps consider being Orange's girlfriend?" Shun Sinning glanced at Jiang Cheng's reasonably handsome face and beamed. "Sure. Cough, I need to use the restroom." Jiang Cheng, startled, accidentally sprayed Qin Xiaoshu with beer and hurriedly fled the room. Shun Sinning blinked, pouting slightly. "Brother Xiaoshu, what happened to Brother Orange?" Qin Xiaoshu wiped the beer off his face, looking exasperated. He might have realized he is not interested in women. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as he approached the door of another private room, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering from within. Following that, a sharp slap echoed, accompanied by a young woman's piercing voice. "Do you have no eyes? My newly purchased limited edition handbag was ruined by your bowl of boiled beef. You can't even carry a plate properly. You're just a damn waitress. Pay me back. Compensate me." The door was unlocked, and curiosity piqued, Jiang Cheng peered inside. The room contained 5 women. Among them a stylishly dressed young woman berating an extraordinarily beautiful waitress with crude and filthy language. The waitress sat on the floor, her hair disheveled. Her right hand pressed tightly against her face, tears brimming in her eyes, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. 5 bright, red fingerprints marred her right cheek, a sight that was hard to bear. Not far from her lay a handbag adorned with lychee skin, covered in red oil, dried chili peppers, and bean sprouts. Scattered across the floor was a mess of boiled beef, mixed with soup, oil stains, and broken porcelain, a chaotic scene. Nonsense. You clearly pushed me on purpose. The waitress's eyes were red, fixed intently on the woman before her, a visage of anger etched across her face. How dare you argue? Where's your boss? Bring your boss here. Jiang Cheng gazed at the waitress, astonished. Gu Jixia? He recognized her as a high school classmate, a campus beauty whose family was affluent, engaged in the furniture business. Yet, he could not fathom why Gu Jixia would be working as a waitress in a modest restaurant. Chapter 4. The Fallen Campus Beauty. Gu Jixia. The commotion in the private room soon drew a crowd. Moments later, a rotund, middle-aged man pushed through the throng. Boss, you must arbitrate this matter. What kind of service have you employed? Your waitress is so clumsy that she can't even carry a dish properly. This handbag I just purchased barely a week ago has been ruined by her negligence, spilling a bowl of boiled beef all over it. If you don't compensate me for the bag today, I shall call the police. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Jixia, then at the women in the room, and finally at the shattered remnants of the boiled beef on the floor alongside the soiled handbag. His expression darkened immediately. Boss, she is lying. She deliberately pushed me. Gu Jixia's eyes welled with tears, her face a picture of grievance. The young woman retorted with a cold smile. I pushed you on purpose? Out of all the waitstaff in this restaurant, I specifically chose to push you, didn't I? Do you think I harbor a grudge against my newly purchased limited edition handbag? Fine. You refuse to acknowledge it? Call the police. Let them assess the quality of service your establishment employs. Upon hearing the mention of police intervention, Huang Fuyuan's face turned ashen. As a restaurant owner, he knew that police involvement would tarnish his establishment's reputation. How could he continue to do business thereafter? Therefore, he resolved to resolve this matter quietly, avoiding any escalation. With a forced smile, Huang Fuyuan approached the young woman, attempting to placate her. Dear, this is merely a civil dispute. There is no need to trouble the police. They are quite busy, and we wouldn't want to burden them with such trivial matters, would we? The woman crossed her arms, her tone indifferent. Very well. Since you, the boss, have suggested it, let us settle this privately. My handbag is a seasonal limited edition, costing a total of 268,000. You shall compensate me. What? The gas from the onlookers was palpable. Huang Fuyuan's expression darkened, fury bubbling within him. Gu Jixia, look at the mess you've caused. I truly wish to strangle you. Pay up. I have no money to cover your compensation. Boss, she pushed me on purpose. Gu Jixia's face turned pale, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. 268,000. Even if she were sold, she could not afford such a sum. She yearned to explain, yet found her words utterly inadequate. She was certain that it was indeed this woman who had intentionally shoved her, causing her to lose her balance and spill the bowl of boiled beef onto the handbag. Her family had fallen into ruin. Her father, deceived by a friend, had gone to Macau to gamble, losing a fortune and accruing a mountain of debt. Their furniture factory had collapsed. Creditors knocked on their door daily, and under the weight of despair, her father had taken his own life by jumping from a building. At this unfortunate juncture, her mother was diagnosed with gastric cancer, urgently requiring $300,000 for surgery. The family's house, car shop, and factory had all been seized by the court. What was even more unbearable was the incessant harassment from debt collectors, which eventually escalated to her bank's leadership, leading to her dismissal. The debt collectors seemed determined to ruin her, and despite her efforts to secure a dozen job opportunities, all were sabotaged by these relentless pursuers. As a graduate of Kyoto University of Finance, she found herself unable to secure even a decent job. Gu Jixia was on the brink of despair. She contemplated ending her life, but upon gazing at her frail mother on the hospital bed, she realized she did not even possess the right to die. In a state of utter helplessness, she reluctantly accepted a position as a waitress at a local restaurant. Little did she anticipate the calamity that awaited her. She was bewildered by the cruelty of fate, questioning what wrong she had committed to deserve such torment. She longed to smash her head against the table corner, but with her mother still lying in bed, she knew she could not abandon her. I have no money. Gu Jixia lowered her head, utterly despondent. her eyes brimming with tears. A woman shouted angrily, "No money? Huh, why not just call the police then?" Huang Fuyuan swiftly intervened, blocking the woman who was about to pull out her phone. "Wait, you don't understand. This child's family has gone bankrupt. Her father jumped to his death, and her mother is battling cancer. It's truly pitiful. 26,800 is far too much." Upon hearing this, the bystanders regarded Gu Zhixia with sympathetic eyes. Jiang Cheng studied her, caught in a complex swirl of emotions as he recalled his own similar plight. At that moment, another woman beside the young lady tugged at her arm and advised, "Sister Sue, I find her quite pitiable, and she doesn't seem to have much money. Perhaps you could ask for less?" Sister Sue pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Fine, since you seem so unfortunate. I won't press you too hard. Just pay me 30,000 and we'll call it even." The woman beside her quickly praised Sister Sue. Sister Sue is so generous. Her heart is truly kind. Indeed, one must consider Sister Sue's status. A single purse could amount to just a meal. "Girl, you're fortunate that Sister Sue is being so accommodating, only asking for 30,000. Huang Fuan immediately donned a smile. Sister Sue is magnanimous and compassionate. "Let me cover today's expenses for everyone here." Gu Zhixia stared blankly at Sister Sue, her face a mask of distress. "Boss, I truly have no money." "What? Our Sister Sue has already been exceedingly lenient, only asking for 30,000. Don't take it for granted. I suspect she is merely feigning pity to elicit sympathy. Is there really anyone in this society without even 30,000 in savings?" "Exactly. It seems she is just trying to take advantage of Sister Sue's kindness. Perhaps we should call the police." "A jade pendant? How much could a worthless trinket be worth?" "Huang boss, don't try to deceive me." Huang Fuyuan hastily replied. "How could that be? Before her father's bankruptcy, he was quite affluent. I had some acquaintance with him and knew that this pendant was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, made of Hatian jade, valued at several tens of thousands." A subtle smile played on Sister Sue's lips, yet Jiang Cheng perceived it clearly. "Very well. Let be this piece of jade. As the proprietor of this establishment, you cannot simply abandon your business. You must not deceive me. Since the owner has spoken thus, let it be so." Gu Zhixia clutched the jade pendant around her neck, her eyes reddened with tears. "No, this is the only thing my grandmother left for me. I cannot part with it." Huang Fuyuan exclaimed in anger. "Fine, Gu Zhixia. I have pleaded on your behalf, and you are treating me, Huang Fuyuan, with disdain? Very well. I cannot afford someone like you. You need not continue working here. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Do as you please. Please, Boss Huang, do not dismiss me. My mother is ill and requires money. What will happen to her without this job?" Upon hearing that Huang Fuyuan intended to terminate her employment, Gu Zhixia was on the verge of collapse, her hand trembling slightly as it gripped the jade pendant. This was the only item her grandmother had bequeathed to her. Despite the hardships, she had never contemplated selling it. Moreover, her grandmother had mentioned that it was an ancestral gift, not of great value. Yet now, in this predicament, it seemed she could not retain the pendant. Just as Gu Zhixia, filled with despair, slowly began to remove the pendant to hand it to Sister Sue, a young man's voice suddenly resonated within the private room. "Wait, that jade must not be given to her." The speaker was none other than Jiang Cheng. Everyone turned to the suddenly appearing Jiang Cheng, their expressions a mixture of confusion and bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. "Jiang Cheng, you." Gu Zhixia lifted her gaze and was instantly met with a handsome visage. How could he be here? Chapter 5. Seeing through the deception. Trick the swindlers out of 100,000 in medical expenses. Observing the exchanges between several individuals, Jiang Cheng's expression grew increasingly grave. This was unequivocally a group of con artists. How did Jiang Cheng discern this? It was through the appraisal of the purported designer bag's value. Upon entering, he had assessed the so-called limited edition handbag with his keen eye, discovering it to be worth a mere 500. A limited edition bag valued at 500 yuan? It could barely qualify as a counterfeit. Even if it were drenched in soup, a 260,000 yuan handbag would not depreciate to such an extent. It was evident that this was an outright forgery. He further appraised the other women's bags who accompanied Sister Sue, revealing values of either 300 or 250, with the highest being Sister Sue's, worth a mere 500. While most people's attention was captivated by Sister Sue and her handbag, no one seemed to notice the women accompanying her. Jiang Cheng, however, was different. He immediately recognized the most illogical aspect of the situation. How could a woman capable of affording a 260,000 yuan handbag dine at a modest establishment like Fuyuan Restaurant? Thus, He endeavored to assess the value of the bags carried by Sister Sue and her companions, confirming his suspicions of a collection of fakes. Watching the group harmonize in their deceitful charade, Jiang Cheng had firmly concluded that they were nothing but swindlers. Sister Sue's handbag has been utterly ruined by the scalding broth of boiled beef, rendering it unrecognizable. It is unlikely that even a professional appraiser could discern its original value. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng's discerning eyes, which could assess the true worth of the bag, Gu Jixia would have either been swindled out of her money or lost her jade pendant today. He had also examined the jade pendant around Gu Jixia's neck, which was valued at 130,000, more than sufficient to purchase all 260 bags belonging to Sister Sue. As for whether the proprietor, Huang Fu Yuan, colluded with this group, Jiang Cheng could not yet ascertain. Their intentions, whether to defraud or if the entire scheme was orchestrated from the outset to target the jade pendant around Gu Jixia's neck, remained a mystery to him. Initially, Jiang Cheng should not have intervened in such matters. However, following the tragic death of his adoptive father in a car accident during his senior year of high school, coupled with his adoptive mother's severe illness that left their household financially devastated, he found himself as the sole remaining labor force. He had to juggle his studies with arduous work at construction sites to earn money for his mother's treatment. In this era, when someone collapses on the street, no one dares to intervene for fear of being falsely accused of extortion. In a moment of utter despair, a kind-hearted girl passing by offered him water and bread, ultimately saving his life. Once she saw that he had recovered, she did not linger. Jiang Cheng, regaining consciousness, could only glimpse the slender silhouette of someone clad in their school uniform. Subsequently, he dedicated half a month to searching for this girl, standing at the school gate every day after classes, fixated on the sight of her departing figure. For this, he was reprimanded by the disciplinary director, accused of being a delinquent for ogling girls. During that time, Jiang Cheng became notorious as the most infamous little rogue in the school. Yet, he remained unfazed, his gaze still following the girl. Eventually, Jiang Cheng learned that the girl was none other than Gu Jixia. However, when he expressed his gratitude, she insisted he had mistaken her for someone else and hurried away. Although he could not fathom why Gu Jixia would deny it, he was unwaveringly convinced that the girl who had saved him was indeed her. Thus, he vowed never to allow Gu Jixia to fall victim to deceit. Jiang Cheng, you. Gu Jixia stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, never anticipating that he would reappear in her life in such a manner. A complex array of emotions swelling within her. Jiang Cheng smiled gently at her. Sister Sue furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the suddenly emerged Jiang Cheng. Sister Sue, I cannot allow you to have this jade pendant, Jiang Cheng stated with a calm smile. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Sister Sue retorted coldly, glaring at Jiang Cheng. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Sister Sue is already being lenient by allowing her to use the jade pendant to offset her debt. Are you going to cover the 30,000 for her instead? Sneered a woman nearby. Huang Fu Yuan's expression darkened significantly. Jixia, who is this kid? Just as Gu Jixia was about to respond, Jiang Cheng interjected, Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have already called the police. None shall leave until the police arrive, Jiang Cheng declared coldly. Huang Fu Yuan's expression darkened instantly. What? You dare to call the police? How am I supposed to run my restaurant now? Jixia, I humiliated myself to plead on your behalf with Sister Sue, and you let him report me? Do you understand the detrimental impact the police will have on my establishment? Fine, I can no longer afford a waitress like you. You may as well return the jade pendant to Sister Sue and leave my restaurant at once. A flicker of panic crossed Huang's eyes, but he maintained a facade of composure. Boss Huang, why the haste? I find this situation rather peculiar. It would be prudent to wait for the police's arrival to address this matter. After all, it concerns a handbag worth 260,000 yuan. It cannot be resolved so easily. Jiang Cheng responded with calmness. Upon hearing this, Sister Sue and several women accompanying her grew anxious. Huang Fu Yuan's face twisted with anger. Kid, this was merely a minor civil dispute, and we had already decided to settle it privately. You meddling in this is a blatant affront to me, Huang Fu Yuan. Jiang Cheng regarded Huang with a meaningful gaze. Civil dispute? Huh. It seems to me this is a criminal matter. Criminal matter? Do you even understand the law, boy? Are you out of your mind? Huang retorted. I am perfectly lucid. I believe this is a case of fraud, not a mere civil dispute. If any of you have objections, you may articulate them in detail when the police arrive, regardless of their protests. Jiang Cheng persisted with a single statement. We shall discuss this when the police come. The mention of fraud caused the women's faces to pale instantly. They exchanged wary glances, preparing to flee, but Jiang Cheng was not about to let them escape. He blocked the exit, standing at an imposing height of 185 meters, his physique honed from manual labor, exuding a fierce demeanor akin to that of a street youth. As he obstructed the doorway, a mere glare sent the women retreating several steps, no longer daring to leave. Gu Zhixia was utterly bewildered. What fraud? What on earth is happening? Kid, what do you think you're doing? This is my restaurant. What do you mean by blocking the door? Huang Fuyuan snarled with malice. Boss Huang, I am indeed blocking the door. So what? If you find this objectionable, you may report me when the police arrive. Jiang Cheng replied with a sly smile. The women exchanged complex looks, their expressions laden with uncertainty. Well, Sister Sue, it's merely a bag. It's just a meal's worth. The young lady is indeed pitiful. Let us just drop the 30,000 yuan. Exactly, it's just 30,000 yuan. Sister Sue is worth so much more. She wouldn't mind that trifling sum. Forget it. Such a trivial matter does not warrant police involvement. I cannot afford to lose face over this. Boss Huang, let us consider this settled. We have lost our appetite for the meal and shall take our leave. Sister Sue declared earnestly. Huang Fuyuan hurriedly feigned agreement, nodding and smiling. Yes, yes. Sister Sue is truly benevolent. Please take care. Wait, did I permit you to leave? Just as the women prepared to make their escape, Jiang Cheng blocked their path once more. What do you want now? Sister Sue furrowed her brow in anger. What do I want? Sister Sue, I believe it would be prudent to await the arrival of the police and engage a professional appraiser to ascertain the value of the handbag. This would facilitate a fair resolution, wouldn't it? It is unacceptable for Sister Sue to suffer a silent loss of 260,000, is it not? Jiang Cheng displayed an innocuous smile, yet to Sister Sue, it appeared grotesquely sinister, as Jiang Cheng incessantly mentioned the police and the need for an appraisal. It became painfully evident to Sister Sue that Jiang Cheng had discerned the authenticity of her handbag. Earlier, Jiang Cheng had provocatively labeled the situation as fraudulent. How could Sister Sue be oblivious to the fact that Jiang Cheng had already recognized this as a scheme, given her own dubious background? She realized that remaining any longer could lead to her downfall once the police arrived. A lengthy prison sentence awaited her if she did not extricate herself from this predicament. They were merely pawns in Huang Fuyuan's charade, orchestrated solely for that jade pendant. She had no intention of jeopardizing herself further. What is it that you truly desire? Sister Sue glared furiously. My friend was shoved by you and subsequently slapped, suffering significant injuries. This constitutes intentional harm, and I believe legal action is warranted. Of course, I do not wish to complicate matters for you, Sister Sue. Whether this is resolved publicly or privately is entirely your discretion, Jiang Cheng remarked with a calm smile. What? Sister Sue's face turned ashen with rage. Was this not her own underlying threat moments ago? She had just used the prospect of police involvement to intimidate Gu Zhixia into a private settlement, only for it to rebound upon her within mere minutes. Yet, how could she afford to go public? If the police uncovered her other fraudulent activities, she would certainly face incarceration. They were engaged in fraud. Yet Jiang Cheng was blatantly committing robbery. However, she had no choice but to comply. If she did not settle this matter financially, she would find herself unable to leave. Ah, young man, let's not allow tempers to flare. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in resorting to violence, and I am willing to settle this privately. Sister Sue forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the plot had twisted so rapidly. Witnessing Sister Sue's panicked demeanor, could it be that she was indeed a con artist? The crowd was utterly confounded. Very well then, considering lost wages, medical expenses, compensation for emotional distress, and the loss of youth, Sister Sue, I propose a sum of 100,000. Jiang Cheng nonchalantly counted on her fingers. 100,000? Are you out of your mind? A woman beside Sister Sue erupted in anger. Are you trying to extort money? Furthermore, while they understood the medical and lost wage claims, what on earth was this compensation for loss of youth? What does Sister Sue object? Then let's go public. I am quite eager to share the truth with the police. It seems that 30,000 has long surpassed the threshold for fraud, has it not? Sister Sue, I may be somewhat uneducated and not well-versed in legal matters, but I am not mistaken, am I? Jiang Cheng flashed a devilish smile. No, no. Let us settle this privately. I admit my fault in using force, and your proposed compensation is indeed reasonable. I shall transfer the amount to you immediately. Sister Sue shook her head vigorously, as if in a state of disbelief. She had never anticipated that someone would so easily discern her handbag as a counterfeit, especially after it had been rendered unrecognizable by scalding liquid. Not only had she been exposed, but this individual had also meddled and involved the police. She could only conclude that today had been an ill-fated day, a stroke of bad luck. 10 or 80,000 was inconsequential to her. Yet if she were to be apprehended over this sum, it would be an immense loss. Only a financial loss to avert disaster. At that moment, Jiang Cheng effortlessly retrieved his phone and activated the recording function. With a smile directed at Sister Sue, he said, "Come now, Sister Sue. State clearly that you injure my friend, and we require 100,000 yuan for medical expenses." "I'm not coercing you, am I? I'll record this. Please continue speaking, as I fear you might have second thoughts upon leaving. This way, I can provide evidence to the police, can't I?" Sister Sue's face twisted in anger. How could this be happening? Was this even human behavior? She began to doubt who was deceiving whom. Despite the fury burning within her, she dared not speak further. If she lingered, it would be too late. Gritting her teeth, she addressed the camera. "I struck someone. It was my fault, and I willingly offer 100,000 yuan for a private settlement." Only when the SMS notification of the 100,000 yuan transfer arrived did Jiang Cheng break into a grin. "Be Gota? What nonsense is that?" Jiang Cheng dismissed her threats with a wave of his hand, clearing a path while reminding her, "Sister Sue, if my friend suffers any further harm, I will present this video to the police. 100,000 is something anyone would lament. Wouldn't you agree?" This statement was an unmistakable threat. "If you dare retaliate against Gu Jixia, I shall see you imprisoned. You are quite ruthless." Sister Sue and her companions exchanged significant glances before hastily fleeing, not daring to linger. Huang Fun's face darkened to the color of coal. Another moment of sun, and he might spontaneously combust. Jiang Cheng paid him no mind, instead turning to Gu Jixia with a gentle smile. "Jixia, please give me your WeChat ID, and I will transfer Sister Sue's medical fee to you." "Huh?" Even now, Gu Jixia remained in a daze. Confused, she added Jiang Cheng on WeChat and bewilderedly received the notification of the 100,000 yuan transfer. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 6. First Love Jiang Cheng. This place is not suitable for lingering. Jiang Cheng disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, firmly grasping Gu Jixia's hand as they strode out of Fuyuan restaurant. As for the bill, he could only promise to settle it next time. Once outside the restaurant, Gu Jixia remained in a state of bewilderment. Quietly, she followed Jiang Cheng, feeling the warmth and strength of his hand, her heart racing. The sensation was extraordinary, almost intoxicating. She and Jiang Cheng were high school classmates. During their senior year, he had entered her life as a transfer student. From the very first glance, she had been taken by this sunny, handsome boy. Yet, being a reserved and shy girl, she adored Jiang Cheng but lacked the courage to voice her feelings. Under the pressure of college entrance examinations, she could only conceal her affection for him in silence. That day, while out for a weekend stroll, she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Cheng entering a construction site. Out of curiosity, she stealthily followed him. To her astonishment, she discovered that Jiang Cheng, merely a high school student, was laboring at the site, hauling bricks. Watching him sweat profusely filled Gu Jixia with a profound sense of compassion. She wished to lend money to assist Jiang Cheng through his hardships, yet she was acutely aware of his fiercely independent nature and strong sense of pride. Fearing that her financial aid might wound his self-esteem, she could only stand quietly by, offering silent support. Ultimately, while nothing untoward occurred at the construction site, Jiang Cheng faced an incident outside of it. Fortunately, it was merely fatigue-induced hypoglycemia that caused him to faint. Gu Jixia had anticipated someone would come to his aid. Yet to her dismay, no one did. In desperation, she hurried to a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of water and some bread, which she promptly fed to Jiang Cheng. After a short while, he finally regained consciousness, but Gu Jixia understood the weight of his pride. Encountering classmates while laboring at the construction site, only to faint and be rescued, was undoubtedly an embarrassing predicament. No one wished for others to perceive their struggles. Thus, as Jiang Cheng began to awaken, she took her leave discreetly. She vowed to keep the incident a secret, never intending to disclose it to him. To her astonishment, Jiang Cheng recognized her solely from her silhouette. In her moment of anxiety, she did not confess but instead fled the scene. Nevertheless, her heart ached for this young man. At times, she even contemplated pursuing him, offering her assistance under the guise of a girlfriend. Then one day, she discovered that Jiang Cheng was in a relationship with Song Yi. A wave of despair washed over her, casting her world into shadows. She yearned to confess her feelings and provide help to Jiang Cheng, but witnessing his sweetness with song, he made her retreat. She redirected all her energies towards her studies. However, on the eve of the college entrance examination, Jiang Cheng inexplicably dropped out, and thereafter, she heard nothing more of him. Eventually, she gained admission to Kyoto University of Finance, and upon graduation, secured a position at a bank. Throughout this time, she had never engaged in a romantic relationship. As the silhouette of that young man, Jiang Cheng, lingered in her heart. Later, her family's factory went bankrupt, her father took his own life, and her mother was diagnosed with cancer. She endured waves of despair, even contemplating suicide. Yet, with her mother lying in a hospital, awaiting 300,000 yuan for treatment, she could not afford to succumb to such thoughts. Today, faced with a demand for 30,000 yuan in compensation, she felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. She even feared losing the only jade pendant her grandmother had left her. As she removed the pendant from her neck to hand it to Sister Sue, her world lost all color, engulfed in shades of gray. Just when her despair reached its zenith, Jiang Cheng appeared, reminiscent of the first moment he had entered her life. He was like a beam of light piercing through her dark existence, pulling her from the depths of hopelessness. It was a sensation of safety she had never known. As long as this man stood before her, she felt invincible. Tears welled in her eyes at the thought. She hailed a taxi, and without uttering a word, Jiang Cheng opened the door and ushered Gu Zhixia inside. 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a stop beside a flower bed at the entrance of an old residential complex. It was only then that Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Zhixia gazed at Jiang Cheng with a complex expression, timidly expressing her gratitude. Jiang Cheng, thank you for what happened earlier. Deceived? Gu Zhixia felt bewildered, still unaware of the events that had transpired. It had been inexplicably chaotic when Sister Sue demanded her jade pendant and then, equally inexplicably, suggested a private settlement, presenting her with a sum of 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. Jiang Cheng broke into a broad smile, meticulously recounting the entire sequence of events to Gu Zhixia. The more she listened, the more astonished she became, rendered speechless. Having little interest in cosmetics, she was not well versed in luxury handbags. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng discerning that the limited edition bag was counterfeit, her grandmother's jade pendant would have fallen prey to the swindler. The thought sent a chill down her spine, but the realization that Jiang Cheng had managed to extort 100,000 yuan from the con artist made her burst into laughter. Ah, Jiang Cheng, you actually demanded 10,000 yuan in medical fees from swindler. How audacious you are. How could I not have noticed your cleverness before? Jiang Cheng chuckled. Previously, you were the belle of our school, admired by countless suitors, while I was merely a lackluster student. How could you have taken notice of me? At this, Gu Zhixia bit her crimson lip, her eyes flickering. Actually what? Oh, it's nothing, Jiang Cheng, thank you. Gu Zhixia yearned to confess that she once harbored a secret crush on Jiang Cheng, but, upon reflection of her current situation, chose silence. Jiang Cheng wore a bittersweet smile. What could I do? As classmates, I couldn't just stand by and watch you be deceived, losing that jade pendant to a swindler. Gu Zhixia's gaze dimmed slightly. Were they merely classmates? She pondered further, but that money. Zhixia, rest assured, those crooks wouldn't dare utter a word. They handed over the 10,000 without batting an eye. Just look at them. They've likely deceived many and committed numerous crimes. Consider this an act of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Use it freely. She needn't fear them seeking trouble. However, Zhixia, your mother has been ill, hasn't she? Think of this 100,000 as a donation from that group of swindlers for your mother's treatment. Jiang Cheng, aware of Gu Zhixia's concern regarding the money, offered comfort. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Gu Zhixia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, wanting to articulate something. Yet her voice faltered, caught her throat. Ultimately, she silently nodded, her gaze towards Jiang Cheng filled with deep gratitude. By the way, Zhixia, what has happened in your family? Jiang Cheng inquired softly. In his memory, Gu Zhixia's family owned a furniture factory, her father's wealth estimated in the hundreds of millions. How had they fallen to such depths? Gu Zhixia bit her lip and lowered her head despondently, before gradually sharing her story with Jiang Cheng. He listened quietly, unable to fathom that Gu Zhixia had endured so much in just a few months. Observing her, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but draw parallels to his own life. Their circumstances were strikingly similar, both having faced countless despair. The difference lay in the fact that he had persevered, gaining extraordinary abilities, while Gu Jixia remained engulfed in hopelessness. In the end, Gu Jixia managed a smile that was more painful than tears. By the way, Jiang Cheng, let's not dwell on my troubles. How have you and Songy been? You were so close in high school. Have you two tied knot by now? Gu Jixia inquired, her gaze flickering slightly. We have parted ways, Jiang Cheng replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips, reluctant to delve further into the topic of Songy. The emotional scars she had inflicted upon him were far too profound to overlook. They were pains that could never truly be erased. Gu Jixia nodded, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, though barely perceptible. Silently, she followed Jiang Cheng into the corridor and ascended the stairs. Morning Light Community, Building 7, Unit 3, Apartment 402. This was the residence left behind by Jiang Cheng's foster parents. Spanning 73 square meters, it comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room. Jiang Cheng occupied one room, while his younger sister, Jiang Ling, claimed another. The remaining room was rented out to an obscure actress named Wen Yao. However, Wen Yao was often away, occupied with filming. 5 days prior, she had departed for Hengdian, and Jiang Ling was staying at her school. Thus, the apartment was left to Jiang Cheng alone. As he approached the door, Jiang Cheng noticed a package lying at his feet. Upon inspection, he discovered it bore his name. However, he had not made any purchases. Jiang Ling would never shop online. It was evident that the package belonged to Wen Yao. She, in her extreme narcissism, insisted that as a prominent actress, she could not use her own name for online shopping. Hence, she frequently utilized Jiang Cheng's name instead. The package arrived ahead of her return, and Jiang Cheng found himself bemused by Wen Yao's antics. He dismissed the thought and opened the door, placing the package at Wen Yao's doorstep before heading to the kitchen to prepare some noodles. Gu Jixia offered to assist him, but Jiang Cheng merely smiled and encouraged her to sit and wait. Complying, Gu Jixia quietly perched herself on a chair. Observing Jiang Cheng as he busied himself in the kitchen, her thoughts a mystery. 10 minutes later, 2 generous bowls of snow vegetable and shredded pork noodles were set upon the dining table. Jiang Cheng had even taken the liberty of adding some greens and a poached egg to Gu Jixia's bowl. With a smile, he remarked, "We only have 1 egg at home, so you'll have to make do." Without waiting for her response, he began to devour his meal with gusto. To be honest, Jiang Cheng, accustomed to a hearty appetite due to his physically demanding work, had barely eaten anything at the restaurant earlier, having only indulged in alcohol. After a brief respite, he found himself ravenous once more. In no time, he had polished off an entire bowl of steaming noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After finishing, he let out a long belch, patting his full belly with a look of pure satisfaction. Only those who have truly experienced hunger can appreciate the value of a warm bowl of noodle soup. Gu Jixia, in stark contrast to Jiang Cheng's rugged demeanor, approached her meal with slow, meticulous care, embodying a quiet grace. Jiang Cheng observed her as she savored her noodles. Despite her deliberate pace, she managed to consume a substantial portion of the bowl. "I'm full," Gu Jixia exclaimed, licking her lips playfully. Jiang Cheng rose, preparing to wash the bowls. Gu Jixia insisted on washing the dishes, and Jiang Cheng merely smiled, refraining from intervening. Observing Gu Jixia's clumsy attempts at this unfamiliar task, she felt a pang of discomfort. Here was a pampered heiress, accustomed to a life devoid of such mundane chores, now compelled to tackle responsibilities that were never meant for her. Ironically, Jiang Cheng had once harbored a secret affection for Gu Jixia during their high school days, thanks to her earlier assistance. Yet, when she mustered the courage to express her gratitude, Gu Jixia categorically dismissed her feelings. Jiang Cheng chuckled bitterly to herself. After all, Gu Jixia was the school belle, wealthy and privileged, whereas she was merely a struggling student, orphaned and alone. It was inconceivable that anything could blossom between them, and eventually, Jiang Cheng found herself with Song Yi instead. Little did she anticipate that their paths would cross again under such peculiar circumstances. The twists and turns of life. Chapter 7. The Gamble. As Jiang Cheng quietly contemplated, a call from Qin Xiaoshu interrupted her musings. He inquired about her whereabouts, expressing his annoyance at being left out of their plans. He lamented about the hefty bill from Shun Sailing, who had indulged in both food and takeout, costing him a staggering 430 yuan, which he insisted Jiang Cheng should reimburse. Jiang Cheng chuckled and promptly agreed. She recounted the earlier incident, leaving Qin Xiaoshu equally astonished. He insisted on visiting Gu Jixia's mother in the hospital, and Jiang Cheng concurred. They hailed a cab and headed straight for the hospital. 15 minutes later, they met outside. "Jixia, it's been ages." Qin Xiaoshu greeted Gu Jixia with a cheerful smile. "Xiaoshu, long time no see." The group was not particularly close, and their conversation felt rather awkward. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng's serendipitous encounter with Gu Zhixia today, they might have remained strangers indefinitely. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, Shun Xiling had followed them. Spotting the steamed base in Shun Xiling's takeout box, Jiang Cheng felt an absurd mix of amusement and exasperation. She was relieved she had left earlier. Unbeknownst to Jiang Cheng, Shun Xiling had witnessed him confronting a scammer over a hefty medical bill at the Fuyuan restaurant. Now, she regarded Jiang Cheng with stars in her eyes, marveling at his audacity. He was truly impressive. She felt an overwhelming urge to seek him as a mentor, especially since he was rather handsome. Shun Xiling remained silent, contemplatively observing Gu Zhixia, then glancing down at her own ample figure, satisfied with her appearance. Gu Zhixia, noticing this enchanting girl seemingly stepped out of a comic book, caught sight of the admiration in Shun Xiling's gaze towards Jiang Cheng, and a wave of desolation washed over her. The group exchanged few words as they entered the inpatient department. Upon entering the ward, they found Gu Zhixia's mother, Du Mei, lying on the bed, her complexion pale as paper, devoid of any color. As Jiang Cheng and the others arrived, Du Mei attempted to sit up but was too weak to manage, ultimately offering a feeble smile. Jiang Cheng was reminded of her late, adoptive mother, who had succumbed to a long illness, and her heart ached with sorrow. At this moment, a nurse in her 30s entered the ward. Upon seeing Gu Zhixia, her expression instantly turned icy. Coldly, she remarked, "I must remind you, Du Mei's family, that you are overdue on the hospital treatment fees. Although Director Bai has instructed us not to make things difficult for you, our hospital is not a charity. Chemotherapy, various medical tests, medications, none of these come without a cost. If the outstanding payments are not settled soon, we will have no choice but to ask security to escort you out." Gu Zhixia hurriedly grasped the nurse's hand, pleading, "Please, please, I will pay the debts right away." The nurse scoffed, swayed her hips, and exited the room, leaving Gu Zhixia engulfed in sorrow. Truly, it is said that there is but one ailment in this world: poverty. The hospital may save a villain, but it will not extend mercy to the impoverished. Tears welled in Du Mei's eyes as she held Gu Zhixia's hand, her voice trembling. "Zhixia, mother cannot undergo treatment any longer. Please arrange for my discharge. Your father has harmed you. I cannot be a burden any longer. I cannot cause trouble for Director Bai." Gu Zhixia's eyes moistened instantly, her heart aching. After a long pause, she managed to force a smile. "Mother, do not worry. The doctor said your condition is in the early stages. As long as you undergo surgery, everything will be fine. I will gather the funds for your operation. I will surely heal you." Yet, Gu Zhixia remained unaware of how long she could continue offering such comforting words. She was at her limit. She felt utterly exhausted. Upon leaving the ward, Jiang Cheng spoke up. "Zhixia, how much more do you need for your mother's surgery? Perhaps we can gather some funds for you." Jiang Cheng was no saint. He simply empathized with Gu Zhixia's plight. His adoptive mother had succumbed to a terminal illness after a car accident involving his adoptive father. Despite seeking help from every relative, none were willing to lend him money. The inability to afford medical treatment had cost his mother her life, leaving him with a lifelong regret. He understood all too well how a mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Now, witnessing Gu Zhixia treading the same path, he felt a profound discomfort, especially since he believed he might have the means to assist her. He recalled the stone gambling venture. Gu Zhixia, despondent, replied, after repaying the hospital's debt of 50,000, "I need another 300,000 for the surgery. I have borrowed from every relative and friend, yet not a single one is willing to lend a hand. They have all benefited from our family's kindness in the past, but now that we are in dire straits, they treat me as if I were a plague." As she spoke, her voice faltered with emotion. Director Bai was a high school classmate of her mother. Had it not been for his instructions, even if they owed just a dime, her mother would have been discharged long ago. But what could she do? That was the mother who had given her life and nurtured her. Even if it meant enduring humiliation by accumulating debts to the hospital, she could not allow her mother to wait for death outside. Qin Shaoshu consoled her. In a bustling city, the poor are ignored, while the rich find distant relatives in the mountains. Zhixia, do not let it bother you too much. This is the nature of humanity. Gu Zhixia felt a deep melancholy. She had come to understand this truth all too well over the past few months. "Zhixia, do not worry. We will find a way regarding the finances." Jiang Cheng reassured her. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed Shun Xining, who had been quietly observing, had already been reduced to tears. Her mother succumbed to the clutches of illness and departed from this world during her childhood, although she often appeared carefree and seemingly at peace. The loss of her mother had embedded itself in her heart like a persistent thorn. "Oh, Jixia, I have money. I can lend you some." Qin Xiaoshu blinked in confusion. "Xining, you're so broke that you're mooching off others for meals. Where did you get money from? Is it all saved from your meals?" Shun Xining retorted, "Humph. It's my own savings from my New Year's money, all right? I've saved for 22 years since birth, totaling 300,000. Is that not enough?" She shot Qin Xiaoshu a disdainful glance. "Wow, Xining, is your family really that wealthy? Then why are you selling real estate?" "It's not that wealthy. Just a little bit. My family has quite a few elders, over 30 uncles and more than 10 grandfathers. I managed to save over 10,000 a year, which is about it." Shun Xining recounted, her tone earnest. Jiang Cheng exchanged a stunned glance with Qin Xiaoshu and Gu Zhixia, both equally astonished. Contemplating the current situation with Dun Mei, Jiang Cheng realized that arranging for surgery as soon as possible would ensure greater safety. With his newfound ability, financial matters were no longer an obstacle. He could earn money and lend it to Gu Zhixia, but making money required time. Although he was uncertain why Shan Xining wanted to lend money to Gu Zhixia, he felt that covering the surgical expenses should take precedence. He glanced at Gu Zhixia, realizing that the decision ultimately rested with her. Gu Zhixia bit her lip, gazing at Shun Xining, a pang of sorrow welling within her. Outside, she owed 2 million in high-interest loans, accumulating daily. The harassment from the loan sharks had cost her job at the bank. She had lost several job opportunities, all ruined by these relentless debt collectors. She was on the brink of collapse. With her mother gravely ill, none of her relatives were willing to lend her money. Yet, she had not anticipated that a stranger she had only met once would be willing to extend a helping hand. Blood ties and familial bonds seemed almost laughable in this moment. But then, a bitter smile crossed her face as she realized something. "Xining, I appreciate your kindness. But given my current situation, I cannot even find a decent job, let alone repay you." Even if she borrowed the money, she had no means to repay it. "Starting a company? Are you out of your mind, Qingzi?" Qin Xiaoshu exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. "What is the situation, Jiang Cheng? I doubt your savings even exceed mine." He scoffed at the notion of starting a trivial company. "Whereas the startup capital? This is just boasting. Xiaoshu, why don't you believe me? I'll earn that 300,000 tonight," Jiang Cheng declared. "Is that true?" Gu Zhixia looked earnestly at Jiang Cheng, sensing he was deliberately saying this to reassure her. "How about this, Zhixia? Wait for me tonight. If I present the startup capital to you tomorrow, you must come work for me at my company. Deal?" Jiang Cheng smiled warmly. Gu Zhixia stared at the sunny, handsome young man before her, pondering for a long moment before nodding heavily, her eyes misty with tears. How could she be unaware that Jiang Cheng was deliberately saying this? Yet, how could she repay such a significant favor? Would it be by offering herself? That didn't seem entirely impossible. Gu Zhixia let out a long breath, her gaze intense, as though she had made an important decision. It was settled. Jiang Cheng ceased his banter with the others, descended the stairs, and deposited the 300,000 that Shun Xining had just transferred to him into Gu Zhixia's mother. Du Mei's account. The attending physician immediately transferred Du Mei to a private room and promptly organized a team of experts to discuss the surgical plan overnight. The efficiency left Jiang Cheng astounded. Was this truly the power of wealth? After a makeshift dinner in the hospital cafeteria, Jiang Cheng pulled Qin Xiaoshu and exited the hospital. Little did they know, as soon as they reached the hospital's entrance, Shun Xining followed, insisting on accompanying them. "Didn't you just say you'd earn 30,000 tonight? I want to see it for myself. It would be even better if I could witness the money being handed over." Shun Xining blinked earnestly. Qin Xiaoshu chuckled. "I say, Xining, are you worried we might run off? You're quite vigilant. As long as you know that that's my future dowry you're talking about. How can I not be concerned?" Shun Xining pouted, weakly retorting. Then, she lightly added, "If you all engage in any illegal activities, I'll be the first to call the authorities." Qin Xiaoshu silently facepalmed, while Jiang Cheng could only smile wryly. They were utterly defeated by Shun Xining's earnest demeanor. Jiang Cheng chose not to speak further. He figured Shun Xining had merely been swept away by her sympathy earlier, impulsively offering to lend money. However, considering it was her own money, it was only natural for her to feel uneasy after the initial excitement wore off. The group hailed a cab and headed straight for the Wan Fujieshi quarry. By the time they arrived, it was already 7:35 in the evening. During summer, the sky was dimming, but it remained not entirely dark. Upon reaching the quarry entrance, Qin Xiaoshu furrowed her brow and asked, "Chengzi, didn't you say you were going to earn money? Why are you here? Are you planning to confront that scoundrel Zheng Wanfage?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. I'm here to gamble on stones. What? Both Qin Xiaoshu and Shun Xining exclaimed in unison. If there was a way to earn 30,000 overnight. Aside from playing the lottery, gambling on stones was indeed one of them. Ignoring their complex expressions, Jiang Cheng made his way toward the raw stone warehouse. Typically, at this hour, the quarry owner, Zheng Wanfij, will be tallying the raw materials in the warehouse. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng approach, Zheng Wanfij's expression darkened. Jiang Cheng, how dare you show your face here? Do you believe I won tea? Wait, your eyes have healed? Well, are you pretending to be blind for sympathy to deceive me? You owe me for a whole truckload of raw stones. Qin Xiaoshu forcefully shoved aside the aggressively advancing Zheng Wanfij, coldly stating, Zheng Wanfij, don't create trouble. Shengzi was just lucky, his eyes recovered. What benefit would he gain from deceiving you? Facing Qin Xiaoshu's fierce and intimidating gaze, Zheng Wanfij felt a surge of frustration, but dared not retaliate. It was as though he had swallowed something repugnant, and he could not express his disgust. After all this, Jiang Cheng was not blind, yet he had suffered a loss of an entire truckload of raw stones. Jiang Cheng gazed at the boss he once held in high esteem and let out a sigh. Boss Zheng, I have not come here to create trouble today. I am here to purchase rough stones. What? You wish to gamble on stones? Chapter 8. Even when borrowing money, you choose to gamble on stones. What a daring fellow you are. The matter concerning Gu Zhixia was merely a prelude. Jiang Cheng aspired to earn money, to rise above, and he no longer wished to be looked down upon. Previously, he believed that having money to spend, a job, and a modest life was quite satisfactory. He was not one to be ungrateful. However, after the accident that cost him his job and left him blind in one eye, coupled with the deceit of Zheng Wanfu and the betrayal of his girlfriend, Song Yi, he felt an overwhelming frustration within. He yearned for wealth to escape ridicule, to alleviate the suffering of friends plagued by illness due to financial constraints, and to avoid the despair of being utterly lost when in dire need of money. He also wished for his sister, Jiang Ling, to live a good life, free from the struggles he faced. Upon observing Jiang Cheng's resolute demeanor, Zheng Wanfu revealed a slight smirk. Very well, Jiang Cheng. Since you are here to gamble on stones, you are indeed a customer. Choose your rough stones, but rest assured, I shall sell them to you at the same price I would charge anyone else. Zheng Wanfu was a businessman solely motivated by profit, capable of changing his demeanor in an instant. Yet, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed and began to select rough stones in the warehouse. Qin Xiaoshu initially believed Jiang Cheng had a secure method to make money. Little did he know, it involved gambling on stones, a perilous endeavor. The value of a jade rough stone could vary greatly. Inferior specimens might cost a mere 1,000, while those of superior quality could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions at auction. Moreover, to gamble successfully, one must thoroughly understand the market. The likelihood of obtaining high-quality stones increases in renowned locations such as Peigang, Moenj, Mogan, Hojiang, Moxisha, and Muna, where good materials are more frequently unearthed. However, the exceptional stones from these old mines typically flow into auctions, with few making their way into private markets. In contrast, smaller private mining sites like Wanfu's often yield subpar materials. The chances of wasting money on stones from such places could soar to 90. Otherwise, this mining operation would not be limited in scale. Wealthy individuals accumulate riches precisely because they possess capital, enabling them to take risks without fear. Should they misstep, they can always return for another attempt. But for someone like Jiang Cheng, what difference would it make? While Qin Xiaoshu contemplated offering Jiang Cheng some words of caution, he noticed Jiang Cheng had already begun selecting stones and chose to remain silent, moving directly towards him. Inside the warehouse, Jiang Cheng walked and observed, occasionally stopping to shine a flashlight on a piece of rough stone or to pick one up and feel its texture. It appeared quite promising, unbeknownst to them. Throughout this process, Jiang Cheng had already employed his keen eyesight to meticulously assess the value of all the rough stones. After about half an hour, he had formed a clear understanding in his mind. The quality of this batch of raw materials is quite subpar. Among the hundreds of raw stones, only 5 can be deemed valuable. The yield rate is astonishingly low. Jiang Cheng quietly noted the positions and shapes of these 5 stones. Among them, one piece of yellow sand skin, the size of a basketball, is worth 3 million. Another piece, with a black tungsten skin and the size of a cabbage, hold a value of 5 million. The remaining 3 pieces are valued at 320,000, 690,000, and 1.25 million respectively. One piece is relatively large and aesthetically pleasing, while the other 2 are rather ordinary with mediocre appearances. Shun Xining observed the warehouse of raw stones with a puzzled expression, tilting her head slightly. She had heard of stone gambling and knew that some individuals struck it rich overnight by fortuitously selecting top-grade raw stones. However, such occurrences are rare, and most gamblers end up with nothing but their undergarments. She simply could not comprehend why Jiang Cheng would choose to engage in such a high-risk venture. What gave him such confidence? How could he be so certain that his choice would not lead to financial ruin? Noticing that Jiang Cheng seemed to have selected a stone, she quickly followed him. It was a piece of black tungsten with a glossy skin and a thin layer of waxy shell. Such material presented greater risks compared to the more stable sandy skin, although its value was apparent at first glance. Jiang Cheng still took his time to inspect it under the light. He did not want others to see that his seemingly careless selection could yield significant returns. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's choice, Zheng Wanfu stated gravely, "Jiang Cheng, this piece is from the ZB source, and you know the prices at the major markets." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, replying, "Boss Zheng, do you think I'm unaware of the origin of this stone? It was simply picked from the 1,000 pieces wholesale from Rueli. It is far from being a ZB stone." Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng chose not to expose the truth. With a smile, he inquired, "How much are you selling this for, Boss Zheng?" 58,000. Zheng Wanfu immediately made an exorbitant demand. Jiang Cheng's brow knitted. "Boss Zheng, that's rather unreasonable. Don't you think?" Zheng Wanfu remained unfazed, merely snorting in response. "Take it or leave it. No negotiations. If it were anyone else, he might have sold it for 38,000, but for Jiang Cheng, the price was fixed at 58,000 without any room for reduction." Jiang Cheng frowned, fully aware that Zheng Wanfu would not relent without making a profit from him today. Yet the true value of this stone was evident, and the prospect of letting go of a piece worth over 3 million was disheartening. "I'll take it." He gritted his teeth and declared. Zheng Wanfu was momentarily taken aback. Then a crooked smile spread across his face. Qin Xiaoshu hurriedly pulled Jiang Cheng aside, whispering in concern, "Orange, you know that scoundrel is trying to rip you off. Why are you still buying? Have you lost your mind? That's 58,000, not 580. It could take you 2 years to save that amount. Are you really willing to gamble away 2 years of income in one go?" Qin Xiaoshu felt a pang of heartache. What frustrated him even more was that Jiang Cheng was fully aware of Zheng Wanfu's price gouging, yet still chose to proceed with the purchase. Was he not being foolish? Who wouldn't he wish for a stroke of luck with a flawless imperial green stone? But was that even realistic? He certainly did not believe Jiang Cheng possessed such extraordinary fortune. Jiang Cheng patted Qin Xiaoshu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Xiaoshu, trust me. Lend me your 30,000. What? You're out of money? And yet you want to gamble on stones?" Qin Xiaoshu stared in disbelief. Borrowing money to gamble? His brother truly was a relentless one. "Just lend it to me. I promise to pay you back. Don't you believe me? Here's the deal. If I lose, it's on me, and I'll still return your money. If I win, we split 50-50. What do you say?" Jiang Cheng proposed. "Oh dear. This is all I have. Over 30,000 to you leaves me with only 300. I haven't even received my salary for this month." Qin Xiaoshu lamented, his face a mask of reluctance. It was ironic. While it was Jiang Cheng's gamble, half of it was funded by him. In essence, it was Qin Xiaoshu who was gambling. He really didn't wish to partake in it. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to spend 30,000 on ribs? Despite his verbal protests, he obediently transferred the 30,000 to Jiang Cheng. After all, when he had trouble with a local thug, it was Jiang Cheng who had shielded him, leaving a scar on his back that he bore to this day. This kindness was something Qin Xiaoshu would remember for a lifetime. Even though it pained him, he had a part with the money. "Thanks, brother." Jiang Cheng chuckled, transferring 58,000 to Zheng Wanfu. "Jiang Cheng, will you do the yourself, or shall we call him master?" Zheng Wanfu relished the situation, having managed to con an additional 20,000 from the one he despised most. His heart swelled with delight. He yearned to witness Jiang Cheng gamble, hoping to see him cut through waste and lose the entire 58,000. Only then could he quell his resentment. Little did he know, while he sought to irritate Jiang Cheng, it was Jiang Cheng who wished to provoke him even more. Jiang Cheng deliberately chose to gamble at Zheng Wanfu's venue, intending for him to witness firsthand this so-called waste turn a profit of millions, or even tens of millions, despite Zheng Wanfu's audacious demand of 58,000, which momentarily disgusted Jiang Cheng. It paled in comparison to the true value of the stone. Moreover, he understood that even if he haggled, Zheng Wanfu would never acquiesce. He could not afford to miss out on a stone worth over 3 million due to a moment of anger over a mere 20 or 30,000. After all, stones valued at 3 million were rare in Qingzhou. Jiang Cheng smiled nonchalantly. Let us have a master assist with the then. Wait. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to speak, Shun Xining, who had remained silent until now, abruptly interrupted him. Chapter 9. Xining, does your family still need a son-in-law? Hold on. Brother Cheng, I also want to gamble on stones. Could you help me select two as well? Shun Xining emerged slowly from the corner. Jiang Cheng stared at her in astonishment, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. This was Shun Xining, the very person who, after borrowing money, was so anxious she needed to oversee it personally, now wished to gamble on stones? Surely this was no jest. The surrounding crowd finally turned their attention to Shun Xining, who had been quietly standing behind them, blending into the background. Wow, this girl is stunning. Goodness, look at that complexion. Such a lovely fair skin, haha. Qin Xiaoshu watched Shun Xining step forward from the crowd, utterly bewildered. Hurriedly, I spoke up, I say, Xining. Orange is only here to gamble on stones because of financial constraints. Why are you adding to the commotion? Don't I wish to strike it rich as well? Shen Xining replied earnestly. Qin Xiaoshu was left speechless. Who doesn't he desire wealth? However, one must possess the fortune to attain it. The realm of stone gambling is perilously deep and unfathomable. It is purely a game of chance. All talk of skill and experience is utter nonsense. Unless one possesses the ability to see through the stones, who can guarantee that a single cut will yield a bountiful return? Gambling on stones is not a mere child's play. The stakes are far too high. Should you dive in head first, you risk losing everything. Oof. Am I not allowed to pursue my own desires? Shen Xining shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaoshu. Qin Xiaoshu was at a loss. Truly, a dog-biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize the kindness of others. Good intentions are mistaken for insensitivity. By the way, Xining, do you even have any money left? Of course. Shen Xining blinked. Forget I said anything. Jiang Cheng had been quietly observing Shun Xining, lost in thought. Shen Xining suddenly seized Jiang Cheng's arm. He halted, looking at her, bewildered by the intensity of her gaze. What is it, Xining? Brother Orange, I want to gamble on stones too. Please help me pick out a couple. Shen Xining stated with utmost seriousness. Xining, are you truly serious? Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. Of course. I desire wealth as well. Shen Xining nodded emphatically. She harbored a lingering feeling that Jiang Cheng was excessively confident, to a degree that seemed almost irrational. Who would be foolish enough to gamble on stones, even to the point of borrowing money? Unless Jiang Cheng was absolutely certain that the stones he chose would yield exceptional results. She had read numerous novels where protagonists possessed abilities such as X-ray vision, spatial manipulation, or other extraordinary powers. Perhaps Jiang Cheng had some hidden talents. Wouldn't it be more delightful to rely on someone else's fortune to achieve wealth? If one were to lose, it would only be a trivial amount. Nothing too painful, so why not indulge? Jiang Cheng's brow relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with amusement. Resembling a crescent moon, he found this earnest, money-driven girl quite endearing. Observing Shun Xining's genuine desire to purchase raw stones, he didn't mind helping her select a few to potentially strike it rich. Though Shun Xining could be somewhat pedantic and frugal, she was inherently pure-hearted and kind. Upon learning of Gu Zhixia's mother's illness, she readily offered to lend him money without hesitation. If she treats a stranger this way, how could her character be questionable? Although her thought process was somewhat unconventional and childlike, Jiang Cheng found her straightforward and charming, and he certainly wouldn't deceive Shen Xining. Xining, why don't you wait for me to open my stone first? Then you can decide based on the outcome. How does that sound? Jiang Cheng suggested. Given Shun Xining's personality, Jiang Cheng genuinely feared she might regret her decision later. To his surprise, Shun Xining waved her hand dismissively. No need, Brother Orange. You choose directly. Let us cut them together. That will be much more thrilling. Jiang Cheng scratched his head in response. This girl truly had a heart full of courage. She was even more confident than he, who possessed extraordinary abilities. Xining, do you really trust me this much? Jiang Cheng inquired curiously. Suddenly, Shun Xining blinked her large eyes and posed a rather peculiar question. Brother Chengzi, may I ask you something? Who lives in your household? Jiang Cheng was taken aback for a moment, unable to comprehend why Shun Xining would inquire about such a matter. It's just me and my sister now. Both of my parents have passed away. Shun Xining's eyes sparkled with realization. Orphaned parents, a quintessential trait for a protagonist. Indeed, it seemed she had stumbled upon the script of a hero. Ahem, Brother Chengzi, Then there's no problem. Choose away. Jiang Cheng remained stunned for a good 3 to 4 seconds before managing a sheepish smile. Little did he know the little schemes swirling in Shun Xining's mind. Xining, how much do you intend to purchase? What is your budget? The quality of the materials in this venue may not be exceptionally high, but the prices are certainly steep. Let's start with 1 million. Shun Xining blinked in surprise. 1 million? Goodness, Xining, are you really that wealthy? Jiang Cheng gaped, unable to fathom how the frugal Shun Xining could be associated with a millionaire. He regarded her with incredulity. When I got into college, my relatives gave me red envelopes. As you know, I have hundreds of relatives. Shun Xining's gaze faltered. While she spoke the truth, she withheld part of it. Each relative contributed at least 50,000, with some even offering 1 million. She deliberately understated the amount, fearing it would overwhelm Jiang Cheng. Unbeknownst to her, the figure she had chosen to downplay was a distant dream for Jiang Cheng. After a considerable pause, Jiang Cheng playfully asked, "So, Xining, is your family in need of a son-in-law?" Huh? Shun Xining was evidently startled by Jiang Cheng's words. Her previously rosy cheeks flushed a deep crimson, nearly igniting with embarrassment. Brother Qingzi is the protagonist. He is surely destined for greatness, and becoming his wife doesn't seem like a loss at all. Ahem, I was just joking, Xining. Please don't take it seriously. I'll select a few stones for you right away. Jiang Cheng hastily diverted his gaze, unable to meet Shun Xining's eyes. Since money was no object, Jiang Cheng felt free to choose from the valuable raw stones available at Zheng Wanfa's venue. He then smiled at Zheng Wanfa's and said, "Boss Zheng, my friend would also like to gamble on stones. I'll help her pick a few." Zheng Wanfa looked at Shun Xining, his grin stretching from ear to ear. What splendid luck he had tonight. He had just taken advantage of Jiang Cheng, and now a beautiful girl was bringing him money. Was fortune turning in his favor? The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. All right, I am merely a seller of raw stones. If a customer wishes to buy, how could I refuse? Jiang Cheng fell silent, engrossed in his selection. Although it appeared he was choosing, in reality, he was already well aware of which stones held value. Shun Xining kept her head down, occasionally glancing up at Jiang Cheng, who was intently selecting raw materials. Her eyes sparkled, and her thoughts drifted far away. Brother Qingzi, could he really have feelings for me? What should I do? I've never been in a relationship before. This is my first time. Should I agree to him? I'm so nervous. No. Brother Qingzi hasn't confessed to me yet. What if he doesn't like me? It would be so embarrassing to take the initiative and be rejected. But he is the protagonist. Shouldn't girls take the initiative to embrace affection? My heart is so tumultuous. Qin Xiaoshu gazed from a distance at Jiang Cheng and Shun Xining, a perfect match in both talent and beauty, and could not help but display a smile of paternal pride. Jiang Cheng wandered about the raw stone market, while Shun Xining quietly followed behind him, her head lowered. Saying nothing, her small hands clasped tightly, unsure of where to place them. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at Jiang Cheng, a scene reminiscent of a bashful newlywed trailing her husband. Qin Xiaoshu's smile grew even more benevolent. Chapter 10, A Fortuitous Start, a knife worth 350,000. Observing the harmonious duo, Qin Xiaoshu approached them with a gentle jest. What are you two up to? A clandestine rendezvous? Upon hearing this, Shun Xining blushed furiously, her face nearly aflame. A clandestine rendezvous? Qin Xiaoshu, you are insufferable. Shun Xining retorted playfully. Witnessing Shun Xining's shyness, Qin Xiaoshu reveled in the moment, laughing heartily. Xining, just look at my brother, a true paragon of charm. You two are such a fitting pair. Why not consider becoming his bride? Qin Xiaoshu chuckled. The mere mention of being Jiang Cheng's bride sent Shun Xining's face into a deeper crimson. Xiaoshu, what nonsense are you spouting? Would someone like Xining ever look my way? Jiang Cheng shot a disapproving glance at Qin Xiaoshu. Shun Xining, her voice barely above a whisper, contemplated suggesting a romantic beginning, yet her heart raced, and the words eluded her. Before long, Jiang Cheng had selected 4 pieces for Shun Xining, the very ones he had earlier deemed perfect. With finances no concern, Jiang Cheng was quite unreserved. If Zheng Wanfeng wished to witness him squander his wealth, then Jiang Cheng would delight him with an unexpected surprise. Having completed his selections, Jiang Cheng, intentionally loud, addressed Shun Xining in front of everyone. Xining, these 4 pieces it shall be, but do keep in mind, if nothing valuable emerges from them, do not blame me. Shun Xining blinked in surprise, increasingly convinced that Jiang Cheng's behavior was peculiar. She felt a sense of intrigue about him. Nodding, she replied, rest assured. Oren go. Even if nothing materializes, I shan't hold you accountable. I simply wish to experiment for myself. Boss Zheng, how much do I owe you? I shall transfer the amount immediately. Seeing Shun Xining's eagerness, Zheng Wanfeng felt a swell of pride. He responded, let's do it this way. Young lady, the two smaller pieces are priced at 50,000 each, and the larger two at 100,000 each. The materials he had were far from exceptional, mostly sold by weight or in bundles of several thousand. The total cost of these four pieces would not exceed 50,000. However, he could not sell them at that price. Despite the low cost, selling them for 300,000 was certainly within reach. Thus, he deliberately quoted a high price, anticipating Shun Xining's negotiation. To his surprise, Shun Xining did not seem to mind. She had initially expected a base price of around 100,000. The amount he proposed was paltry, and she hardly blinked at the sum. Without hesitation, she transferred 300,000 yuan to Zheng Wanfu. This was indeed a substantial amount of money. Could she just let go so easily? Qin Xiaoshu watched in astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at Shun Xining's audacity. Was she truly so reckless? Was there no negotiation whatsoever? Once the stone was uncovered, she would surely have cause to lament. Even he, an outsider, could discern that Zheng Wanfu was undoubtedly trying to exploit her. The sight of Zheng Wanfu's smug expression made Qin Xiaoshu grit his teeth in frustration. Yet, considering that the money was not coming from his own pocket, he felt a sense of balance. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed the workers carrying the stones outside. Jiang Cheng, speechless, asked, Xining, aren't you going to negotiate? Shen Xining blinked, somewhat bewildered. Huh? Can you negotiate? I had no idea. Didn't the boss just say he wouldn't entertain bargaining? I thought. Jiang Cheng, however, paid little mind to it. After all, 30,000 was his own money, and the value of those stones far exceeded that amount. Shen Xining was not at a loss either. The people of Longhua are notorious for their love of spectacle. The thrilling event of stone unveiling quickly drew a crowd. Before long, the Wanfu Stone Yard was teeming with spectators, including backpackers, local residents, and jade merchants who had come to assess the market. As the stone-cutting machine roared to life, everyone held their breath, anxious not to miss a crucial moment. Jiang Cheng, calm and collected, observed from the sidelines. The first two smaller stones were valued at 320,000 and 690,000, respectively. The larger two were appraised at 1,230,000 and 430,000. As for his own stone, it was worth 3,500,000. He had long known the values of these stones, so he remained completely unfazed. The blades of the stone-cutting machine whirred rapidly. Qin Xiaoshu, however, began to feel a wave of anxiety. He had heard of betting on stones and had watched it live, but he had never personally participated. Today, he had spent 30,000. If the stone turned out to be worthless, he wasn't sure how he would cope with such a blow. Shun Xining, initially calm, began to feel the weight of her 30,000. It wasn't an insignificant sum, and as the machine's blade slowly sliced into the raw stone, her heart raced. She pondered what would happen if the stone turned out to be a dud. But then she thought, what if it yielded something remarkable? With a decisive click, the master craftsman switched off the machine, and all eyes in attendance were wide with anticipation, eager to learn the outcome of the cut. The master retrieved the stone, now sliced in half, and rinsed it in a murky bucket of water before wiping it down with cloth. Holding it up to the light, he revealed a glimmer of green. It was a type of jade known as glutinous ice in a pea-green hue. The crowd erupted in excitement. The colors of pea green and bean green typically appear in lower-grade jade, yet a vibrant pea green can still hold considerable value. If one were to encounter a stone of this color, it could indeed be quite precious. If a jadeite of a pea green hue appears among high-quality specimens, its value escalates significantly. The material in question, belonging to Shun Xining, is of the glutinous ice variety, adorned with a hint of pea green. Though modest in size, its worth has undoubtedly surged. The water content is ample, and the cotton-like inclusions are evenly distributed. This piece is indeed a remarkable find. Despite her lack of expertise in jadeite, Shun Xining could not contain her joy upon hearing the phrase surge in value. Qin Xiaoshu also felt a wave of excitement, quietly marveling at Shun Xining's extraordinary luck. Young lady, I offer 100,000. I bid 150,000. I propose 2 cents, 000. Little miss, I shall bid 350,000. When the bid reached 350,000, no one else dared to call out. The attendees were seasoned experts in the jade industry, some of whom could discern a piece's value with just a glance. Shen Xining glanced at Jiang Cheng, seeking his counsel. Xining, This piece is valued at approximately 320,000. Selling it for 350,000 is certainly not a loss. Jiang Cheng advised with a smile. Shen Xining nodded in agreement and promptly sold the piece to the buyer. In no time, the 350,000 dragon coins were credited to her account. Overjoyed, Shen Xining clung tightly to Jiang Cheng's arm, leaping with excitement. This was indeed a fortuitous start. With sparkling eyes, Shen Xining gazed at Jiang Cheng, perceiving him as the very embodiment of a protagonist, parentless, strikingly handsome, and possessing a formidable younger sister. A quintessential hero's narrative. She eagerly anticipated what the next 3 uncut stones would reveal. Though Zheng Wanfeng had made a profit, his expression bore no trace of joy. Truth be told, the purchase price for this piece was merely a little over 2,000, and selling it for 50,000 had yielded a substantial gain, yet he felt a sense of discontent. If he had been the one to cut that piece, he would have pocketed 350,000. Such is human nature. Witnessing another's fortune often leads one to envision oneself in their place. Even when profits are made, it can feel insufficient. Envy inevitably rears its head. However, he did not harbor excessive anger. As he doubted that the upcoming stones would yield similar profits, he was aware of their poor quality. After years of operating a stone-cutting facility, he could count on one hand those who had genuinely profited from his establishment. Most left with little more than their undergarments. Naturally, he assumed Shen Xining and Jiang Cheng would meet the same fate. But is it truly that simple? Chapter 11. A Farewell to Murong Shui. The second piece, comparable in size to the first, was approached by the master craftsman who drew a few lines before commencing the operation of the stone-cutting machine. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Such is the nature of stone gambling. One can never predict what the next cut will reveal. Jiang Cheng remained as composed as ever. Unfazed, despite it being her second experience, Shen Xining found herself unable to quell her anxiety. Zheng Wanfeng was equally on edge. Although he knew that 90% of the stones in his establishment were of poor quality, what if Shen Xining's piece was among the fortunate 10%? Each person held their own thoughts. 5 minutes later, the master craftsman turned off the machine and rinsed the cut stone in a dark bucket of water. After drying it with a cloth and examining it under the light, his brow furrowed in astonishment. By heavens! Glutinous ice variety. Verdant green. Another surge in value. In an instant, the entire gemstone market erupted in a frenzy. Every gaze directed at Shen Xining was imbued with envy. This young lady had selected 4 stones, 2 of which exhibited a captivating green hue. What extraordinary fortune she possessed. Miss, I'll offer 200,000 for that one. How about it? I'll go to 300,000. Please don't cut it yet. I'll give you 300,000. A portly middle-aged businessman beamed at Shen Xining. Naturally, she turned to Jiang Cheng for guidance. Jiang Cheng shook his head. 300,000? This piece is worth 690,000. Would he be foolish enough to sell it for such a low price? It would be wise to retain a bracelet position before making another cut. The middle-aged businessman appeared frustrated but remained undeterred, understanding that his bid of 300,000 came with its own risks. Since the intention was to make another cut, he had no objections. 10 minutes later, the master craftsman wiped the cutting surface clean, and the businessman bit his lip in regret, wishing he had raised his offer. The value had increased. The quality remained exceptional, flawless, with pure color. Miss, I'll bid 500,000. I'll go to 550,000. I'll offer 600,000. Observing the escalating bids, the middle-aged businessman gritted his teeth and shouted, Miss, just sell it to me. I'll give you 650,000. What do you say? Shen Xining glanced at Jiang Cheng, who nodded in affirmation. While 650,000 was still slightly below the mark, it was close enough. Subsequently, 650,000 was credited to Shen Xining's bank account. Having sold just 2 stones, she had already garnered a staggering 1,000,000, netting a profit of 700,000. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, transforming into crescent moons, enchanting all around her. In her excitement, Shen Xining tightly embraced Jiang Cheng's arm, causing a delightful stir. This little girl was indeed exuberant. At that moment, Zheng Wanfu's face turned an ashen green with rage. How could this young lady have struck such incredible luck with a mere 10 chance? He could not fathom it. Shen Xining's fortune was simply unfathomable. If he had been the one to cut it, Wouldn't that radiant red dragon coin be his? Gazing at the newly credited 300,000 in his account, Zheng Wanfu felt a profound discontent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is the quality of the materials in my factory truly this high? I refuse to believe it. No one can maintain such luck indefinitely. With 2 stones remaining, they must be duds. Otherwise, who knows how many would be billionaires by now? Why toil in business at all? Everyone might as well gamble on raw stones. But was it truly so? When the 3rd stone was cut, Zheng Wanfu felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting. What on earth? The value has increased again. Moments later, a backpacker purchased it for 300,000. Watching Jiang Cheng and Shun Xining revel in their triumph, Zheng Wanfu felt as though a sharp dagger had pierced his heart 1,000 times, leaving him with a multitude of transparent wounds. If he had made the cut, wouldn't that 300,000 have been his? Shun Xining, seeing the 300,000 credited to her account, could no longer contain her exhilaration. Throwing herself into Jiang Cheng's embrace like a koala clinging to a tree, and excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Cheng, 300,000. 300,000. I'm so thrilled. You are truly amazing." Shun Xining was elated, yet Jiang Cheng felt a profound discomfort. After 5 years of courting Song Yi, they had merely held hands. Such intimate gestures had never transpired between them. Shun Xining, like a detonator, had instantaneously ignited a reaction within him. Unconsciously, he found himself responding. He hastily cleared his throat a few times, releasing Shun Xining and avoiding her gaze. Otherwise, wouldn't his flustered state be painfully exposed to her? That would be exceedingly awkward. The keen-eyed Qin Xiaoshu observed the slight bulge on Jiang Cheng and flashed a knowing smile. The more he looked, the more he believed that this pair was remarkably well matched. Jiang Cheng, feeling embarrassed, said, "Xining, there's just one last piece. Let's cut it." Shun Xining, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. However, just as she was about to instruct her master to cut the final piece, a Bentley Mulsanne glided into the Wanfu Jade studio. Halting in the open space before the processing shed, all eyes were drawn toward it. Noticing the license plate number, Zheng Wanfu became visibly agitated. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, striding toward the Bentley. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the car, followed by an elderly gentleman clad in a black tang suit, his hair speckled with gray. The instant the young woman alighted, all gazes were fixed upon her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, standing around 173 meters tall, adorned in an elegant black business suit. The alluring black stockings accentuated her long, slender legs, complemented by a pair of striking red high heels that enhanced her legs' silhouette to perfection. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Her complexion was as smooth as cream, and her full, luscious lips exuded an air of cool elegance, breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was curvaceous, particularly accentuated by her prominent assets. Although not as exaggerated as Shun Xining's, it nonetheless left all the men present parched. As the young woman approached, Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed immediately. How could it be her? He recognized this woman. To say he knew her might be an exaggeration. They had merely crossed paths once, and he was aware of her name. This woman was Murong Shui, whom he had inadvertently seen using her far-sighted ability outside the hospital. She appeared to be affiliated with the Tian Shang group. What brought her here? Jiang Cheng attentively scrutinized Murong Shui's brow. Indeed, after 3 seconds, a dark aura began to materialize at her brow. Moreover, upon closer observation, this dark mist seemed more intense and slightly larger than what he had previously witnessed. The sensation was unsettling to Jiang Cheng, leading him to ponder whether Murong Shui harbored some affliction in her mind. While he was lost in thought, Zheng Wanfu approached with a beaming smile. Although he did not recognize the young woman, he was familiar with the elderly gentleman behind her. It was Lu Weiming, the proprietor of the Furishuan antique shop on Qingzhou's Antique Street, known as Louis Shou. Lu Weiming possessed an unparalleled ability to discern the origins, authenticity, and value of antique items merely by handling them. He was the vice president of the Qingzhou Cultural Relics Association. Yet, it was curious that Lu Weiming's Furishuan, primarily dealing in antiques, had suddenly taken an interest in jade raw stones. Lu Lao, what brings you to this humble place? Who is this? The elderly man dressed in a black tang suit replied coldly, "This is Miss Tang, here to purchase jade raw stones." Miss Tang? Zheng Wanfeng furrowed his brow, pondering the prominent figures in the antique world with the surname Tang. It was evident that someone of Lu Lao's stature would not stand behind this Miss Tang, unless her background was extraordinary. However, how could she be referred to as Tang? Had he perhaps mistaken her identity? His curiosity about Miss Tang deepened. Just as Jiang Cheng was lost in thought, Shen Xining suddenly exclaimed, Sister Mu Tang, what brings you here? To his astonishment, Shen Xining knew Murong Shui. Chapter 12, Tiger Skin Pattern Jade, worth only 600,000. Sister Mu Tang, what brings you here? Shen Xining exclaimed, joyfully approaching the young woman. The crowd was filled with astonishment, while others struggled to comprehend. Jiang Cheng, standing closest to Shen Xining, clearly heard her first word as Mu. The subsequent Tang was an addition she made later. This meant the woman was indeed the Murong Shui he had encountered. But why was she concealing her identity? Yet, Jiang Cheng thought little of it. Since she chose to hide her identity, Murong Shui must have her reasons. As Shen Xining approached, a smile unexpectedly graced Murong Shui's previously aloof face. When she smiled, it was as though a gentle spring breeze enveloped everyone, creating an illusion that even the legendary Bao Si from ancient times paled in comparison. Murong Shui remarked, Xining, what brings you here? I am here to gamble on stones. Gamble on stones? Xining, why are you abandoning your real estate business to join this chaotic scene? This is sheer foolishness. Gambling on stones is not as simple as you think. Murong Shui playfully tapped Shen Xining's forehead with her finger, chuckling helplessly. Shen Xining grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and declared proudly, Sister Tang, I find it quite simple. I cut 3 pieces, and all 3 appreciated in value, selling for a total of 3 million. Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances with Lu Ruiming. Xining, did you say you cut 3 pieces, and all appreciated? Indeed, I was quite lucky. No, it should be that Brother Qingzi was extraordinarily lucky. He picked 4 pieces for me, and 3 of them soared in value. Shen Xining proudly linked her arm with Murong Shui's. Brother Qingzi? That fellow over there. Shen Xining pointed at Jiang Cheng. Murong Shui and Lu Ruiming scrutinized him for a while, but could not discern who this young man was. Was he truly that fortunate? Nonetheless, they politely nodded at Jiang Cheng. Murong Shui smiled and said, Xining, so you still have 1 piece left uncut? Why not sell it to me? I'm in need of some jade materials. A month later, Murong Shui's self-established jewelry brand was set to open its doors. She was troubled in her quest for exquisite materials, yearning to create a flawless masterpiece that would serve as the centerpiece of her store. Dazzling on the grand opening day and catapulting her self-established jewelry brand to fame. Sister Tang, never mind, I shall cut it myself. After all, it is the last piece. Shen Xining chuckled, revealing a crescent-like smile. Noticing Shen Xining's determination, Murong Shui refrained from further comment. The 2 beauties, one radiating pure innocence and the other embodying cold elegance, walked hand in hand, instantly attracting attention. Master, please proceed with the final piece. Shen Xining inhaled deeply, speaking with serene composure. Truth be told, despite having already earned 2 million and witnessing 3 successful cuts, Shen Xining could not suppress her anxiety. This was the allure of stone gambling. As the craftsman lifted the last piece of yellow sandskin rough stone onto the cutting machine, Shen Xining's heart tightened once more. Jiang Cheng appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart raced with anticipation. What treasures might this last, rough stone conceal? A jade worth 3 million. Would it be exquisite red jade, icy jade, or glassy jade? Observing the rough stone surface, which was marred with black moss, the master craftsman opted not to slice directly, but instead made a small opening. Once the grinding machine was silenced, the craftsman wiped the window with a cloth. All eyes were fixed, not daring to shift even slightly. Shen Xining felt her tension mount. She clutched Murong Shui's arm tightly, her delicate hand trembling. Nobles, the craftsman whispered. The collective anticipation plummeted. I knew it. How could anyone be so fortunate? How could one continue to cut and profit? Indeed, this piece is merely the size of a cabbage, having opened such a large window and found nothing. It seems unlikely there is anything inside. Don't be so pessimistic. It hasn't truly been cut yet. Perhaps there are treasures within. Despite the disappointment of finding nothing, Shen Xining felt only a fleeting sense of letdown. She had already earned 2 million that night, her coffers overflowing. She was not a greedy person. Her fortune was already considerable. Zheng Wanfu, witnessing the lack of goods, couldn't help but grin, relishing the idea that as long as Shen Xining and her companions did not profit, he would be satisfied. Yet, he failed to realize that they had already amassed enough wealth. But did things truly unfold as Zheng Wanfu wished? Certainly not. Jiang Cheng gazed at the window, curiosity piqued. Could it be that his abilities had faltered? Unlikely, as the previous 3 cuts had been flawless. His eyesight was intact. This rough stone, the size of a cabbage, was valued at 3 million, indicating its rarity. The inability to discern anything from the window suggested treasures still lay within. However, if treasures remained inside, did that not imply that the portion of jade extracted would be minuscule? But if it were too small, could it still be worth 3 million? His mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Make another incision. Jiang Cheng's curiosity grew. What indeed lay within this rough stone? Gritting his teeth, the master craftsman set to work. 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone present was left in stunned silence. What is this? As the cut surface was unveiled before the crowd, expressions of bewilderment spread among the onlookers. Even the seasoned master seemed perplexed. Was this a treasure or merely waste? Why was there a palpable silence? Shen Xining felt the weight of anxiety more than anyone else. The raw stone's cut surface was substantial, although it exhibited a hint of green. It was marred by conspicuous patches of black moss. This green was not the vibrant imperial green, but rather a shade reminiscent of ink. Its dull appearance was quite unappealing. Furthermore, the flesh of the stone was riddled with dark streaks, clearly indicating the presence of moss. It resembled a green ice block tainted with ink. It was evident that this was a losing gamble. Many present were experts in jade, well-versed in the intricacies of jadeite quality. The assessment of jadeite hinges on several factors: the type, water content, color, base, cracks, and inclusions. Each distinction can drastically affect the quality and value of jadeite. Types are generally categorized from high to low as follows: glass type, ice type, glutinous type, bean type, jelly type, and rose type, along with lesser-known varieties like dry green, iron dragon. Naturally, there are also intermediate types, such as high ice and glutinous ice. The superior the type, the higher the price. Water refers to the stone's transparency. The greater the transparency, the higher the value. Typically, the quality of type and water correspond. Better types usually feature better water. Next, color is evaluated, with imperial green regarded as the pinnacle. This so-called imperial green is the most intense shade of green, akin to what is known as emerald in other gemstone sectors. Vivid green is preferred, although there are also high-quality varieties such as red and purple jadeite. The base is then examined. The cleaner the base, with fewer impurities, the more valuable the stone. Cracks are also scrutinized. Hidden fissures within the jade can significantly diminish its worth. Lastly, inclusions and moss are assessed, with less being preferable. As Jiang Cheng gazed at the cut surface, confusion washed over him. Setting aside other considerations, the exposed area seemed rather small. Was this mere fragment of jade truly worth 3 million? Doubts began to creep in. Moreover, the stone's dark hue was hardly impressive. If it were ink jade, it bore a pattern akin to a tiger's stripes rather than a pure black, which could only signify moss. Jiang Cheng was well aware that a higher presence of moss would lead to a lower valuation of jade. Was this piece genuinely worth 3 million? No one held a favorable opinion of this stone, and it seemed fortunate if it could yield a few beads. Murong Shui furrowed her brow, equally perplexed, and turned to Lu Weiming, who stood behind her. He nodded, parting the crowd, and slowly made his way toward the stone-cutting machine. The onlookers followed, yet dared not disturb the moment. Lu Weiming produced a flashlight, illuminating the raw stone's cross-section with its bright beam. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this?" The crowd exchanged glances, each equally baffled. Lu Weiming offered no explanation. The shock in his eyes was fleeting. He remained silent, taking a marker to sketch on the cut surface. "Master, please cut along the lines I've drawn. Be cautious on the outside, cutting from here to here. Remember, utmost care is essential," Lu Weiming instructed solemnly. The serious demeanor instantly intimidated the master craftsman, rendering him unable to proceed with his task. The master looked towards his employer, Zheng Wanfu, in search of guidance, uncertain of how to proceed. Zheng Wanfu nodded and instructed, "Masterly, follow Elder Lu's advice. Remember, be exceedingly cautious." The master wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded in agreement, and began to extract the stone as Lu Weiming had instructed. Meanwhile, Lu Weiming and Murong Shui engaged in hushed conversation, their words inaudible to those nearby. However, when Murong Shui spoke, Lu Weiming's expression indicated a noticeable unease. Shen Xining, bewildered, gazed at both Murong Shui and Lu Weiming, perplexed. "Sister Tang, what does Elder Lu mean? Am I profiting or incurring a loss from this stone?" Murong Shui glanced at Lu Weiming, signaling him with a subtle look. Among all present, Lu Weiming held the most authority. With a complex expression, Lu Weiming cast a glance at Murong Shui, sighed, and asked Shun Xining, Miss Xining, how much did you purchase this rough stone for? 100,000. Lu Weiming furrowed his brow and turned to observe the quietly standing Murong Shui. She gave him a meaningful glance in return. Lu Weiming replied, Miss Xining, although it holds little value, you may still make a modest profit. This rough stone has a low yield. The jade core is rather small, while the quality is decent. It is regrettable that there is moss present. This emerald should be valued at approximately 600,000. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The jade core is so small, merely a tiny piece, with moss, valued at 600,000? Is Elder Lu mistaken? This girl spent 100,000 and is set to earn 500,000. What more could she possibly want? However, gazing at the moss-laden jade, many doubted its worth. If it were me, I wouldn't offer more than 20,000. Even if the bracelet cannot be fashioned, perhaps a few beads or a small carving could be made. Can it truly fetch 600,000? Or is it merely because Elder Lu knows this young lady? Perhaps it's just a favor. Chapter 13. I offer 3 million. Should you desire, feel free to raise the price. Upon hearing that such an unappealing emerald was valued at 600,000, Shun Xining's face lit up with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Although 50,000 was not as much as she had hoped to gain, she was genuinely delighted. Zheng Wanfu, who initially regarded the emerald's quality as lacking and deemed it worthless, felt an unexpected relief. When Lu declared its worth at 600,000, he was initially exhilarated, only to be doused with cold water. However, he was not overly disheartened. With over $1 million's worth of stones preceding this, the 600,000 did not even register on his radar. He overlooked the fact that, regardless of the situation, Shun Xining was still making a substantial profit. Meanwhile, he had lost over 200,000 after selling 4 stones. Jiang Cheng looked up towards the stone extraction machine. 600,000? Could my eyesight be deceiving me? How could the disparity be so great? He quickly dismissed the notion that he could be mistaken. Could it be that Lu Weiming had misjudged? Jiang Cheng swiftly rejected that possibility. Suddenly, he contemplated the idea that Lu Weiming might intentionally be undervaluing the stone to take advantage of the Navi Shun Xining. Just moments ago, Jiang Cheng observed the exchange of glances between Lu Weiming and Murong Shui with keen clarity. He found it rather peculiar. Moreover, if this piece of jadeite were truly worth no more than 600,000, why would Lu Weiming exhibit such anxiety over it? He meticulously drew lines, illuminated it for examination, and repeatedly urged the gemologist to exercise utmost caution, all while perspiring profusely. A rational individual would not sweat so profusely merely from lighting and marking stone. The only plausible explanation is that he was indeed anxious, akin to the gemologist who also sweats under pressure. For someone of Lu Weiming's stature, 600,000 is hardly a significant sum. There is no reason for him to be so perturbed. The only possibility is that the value of this raw stone far exceeds that amount. This realization reassured Jiang Cheng of his own discerning eye. With this in mind, his disdain for Murong Shui deepened. Observing her camaraderie with Shun Xining, he thought it quite brazen to exploit even acquaintances. The face of commerce is truly unpalatable. To have slashed the price by 7 million is rather unscrupulous. Although Jiang Cheng lacks knowledge regarding the intricacies of jadeite trading, he has heard that high-quality jadeite is never short of buyers, especially the finest specimens, which are in perpetual demand. What Jiang Cheng perceived was merely the intrinsic value of the raw stone, yet once transformed into a finished piece, its worth could soar beyond 3 million, potentially multiplying several times over. Contemplating this, he discreetly turned to observe Lu Weiming and Murong Shui, who were indeed engaged in hushed conversation away from prying eyes. All attention was focused on the gemological process, leaving their dialogue unnoticed. Jiang Cheng sharpened his focus, and, to his astonishment, he found the movements of their lips crystallizing in his sight, almost in slow motion. He was taken aback by his own abilities. However, he could not decipher lip movements, and thus remained oblivious to their conversation. Yet, given their furtive behavior, it was reasonable to suspect their intentions were far from honorable. What knowledge do they possess? Although Jiang Cheng could not interpret their lip movements, he managed to surmise a few words spoken by Murong Shui, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, they were taking advantage of Shun Xining's naivety. Before long, the gemologist had completed the second cut of the stone. The process was swift and thorough, yet the result remained lackluster, characterized by a dull gray hue and black streaks. The quality was disappointing, with a minuscule jade core. Initially, some had hoped the second cut might enhance its value, but upon seeing the outcome, they hesitated, reconsidering their willingness to accept it. They even began to doubt Lu's judgment, believing this stone to be worth far less than 600,000. At this juncture, Lu Weiming turned to Shun Xining with a smile, inquiring, "Miss Xining, what do you think of selling this stone to me? I would offer 700,000. What are your thoughts?" 700,000? Shun Xining pondered the proposition. It seemed a considerable profit. She was no expert in jadeite or stone gambling, and her intention had merely been to experiment with a purchase. Her ultimate aim was to profit. The objective has been achieved, and she is delighted. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Jiang Cheng interjected. "Wait, that piece. I want it. I'll offer 3 million. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Cheng slowly approached Shun Xinian, nodding slightly as he inquired, "Xinian, how about you sell me this piece?" "Huh, Brother Cheng, you want it?" Shun Xinian glanced between Jiang Cheng and Murong Shui, feeling quite conflicted. Elder Lu had valued the piece at 600,000, and after some bidding, it had reached 700,000, which was already quite substantial. Shun Xinian was aware that the increased price was largely due to Murong Shui's influence. She believed that her piece was not particularly valuable. After deducting the cost of 100,000, a profit of 600,000 made her quite content. However, Jiang Cheng's sudden offer of 3 million left her bewildered. Could it truly be that her piece was worth so much? She naturally trusted Jiang Cheng, yet Elder Lu was an authority, and he had appraised it at only 700,000. Was it possible that Elder Lu had misjudged? If Jiang Cheng were gradually increasing his bid, it would be considered normal bidding. But to suddenly quadruple the price right after Elder Lu's valuation, wasn't that a slap in Lu Weiming's face? Though it was unspoken, everyone understood that Jiang Cheng was insinuating Lu Weiming was deliberately undervaluing the piece to take advantage of Shun Xinian, an inexperienced novice. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiming's expression darkened. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Cheng replied, "Isn't it clear? I like this jade and wish to buy it. Is that a problem?" Lu Weiming frowned and exchanged glances with Murong Shui before responding. "Young man, do you recognize this piece?" "I do not, but it looks appealing and I like it. I'm offering 3 million. If you also wish for it, feel free to raise your bid." Jiang Cheng retorted with a cold smile. After all that talk, the crux was simple. If you like it, raise your bid. If not, this jade piece is mine. Jiang Cheng's motive was not merely to acquire the piece. He was also unwilling to see Shun Xinian being exploited by Murong Shui and Lu Weiming, were taking advantage of her naivety. Others might not discern the value of this jade, but Jiang Cheng could. He could not stand idly by while Shun Xinian was deceived, especially by acquaintances. Thus, he played the role of a shill to elevate the price. He had no doubt that a connoisseur like Lu Weiming was well aware that the piece was worth over 4 million. Chapter 14, No Money? Turns out to be a shill. In truth, Jiang Cheng's offer of 3 million was a calculated move. First, he wanted to prevent Shun Xinian from being duped by Murong Shui and her associates, so he aimed to raise the price without bidding too high, allowing Murong Shui some room to counter. Second, if Murong Shui became anxious after his bid of 3 million, she might withdraw, leading others to perceive him as a mere shill, thus discouraging further bids, allowing him to secure the piece for himself. He was confident that the jade was certainly worth 430,000. He could not believe that only Lu Weiming in the jade community could recognize its true value. Acquiring it for 300,000 and making an additional profit of over 100,000 would be delightful. What? No money? Where did the 3 million come from? Jiang Cheng smiled, reminded that he still possessed a piece of raw stone. The true thoughts of Jiang Cheng were unknown to Murong Shui and Lu Weiming. At that moment, Murong Shui, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Xining, is this your friend?" She had observed the close relationship between Shun Xining and Jiang Cheng, yet she had never encountered Jiang Cheng before, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Old Lu had mentioned that such material had long ceased production, even if any remained. It was exceedingly rare. How could someone in his early 20s recognize it? Absolutely impossible. "I am Jiang Cheng," he asserted without hesitation. Jiang Cheng? Murong Shui's eyes darted thoughtfully. It seemed there was no Jiang family in Qingzhou. Could he be from another city? However, observing Jiang Cheng's attire, which bore the unmistakable marks of street fashion, left her bewildered. "This friend of yours, we initially offered 700,000, yet you have raised the bid over fourfold. Since you're Xining's friend, such a steep increase seems rather unsporting, does it not?" Murong Shui remarked icily. Unsporting? Huh. Precisely because I am a friend of Xining. I'm willing to bid higher. As a friend, I cannot shamelessly undervalue the item. Jiang Cheng retorted coldly, showing no regard for Murong Shue's feelings. You. Murong Shue's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief. How could she not grasp the underlying implication of Jiang Cheng's words? He was clearly accusing her of being shameless, intentionally lowering the price to take advantage of a friend. You know nothing. Murong Shue glared at Jiang Cheng. I, of course, cannot comprehend your actions. I'm not as morally corrupt as you. If you believe my bid is unreasonable, you're free to withdraw. Jiang Cheng shot back without hesitation, his words laced with derision. You. Murong Shue gazed at Jiang Cheng, who appeared unperturbed, her anger causing her to tremble. As the cherished jewel of the Murong family, she had never encountered anyone who dared to treat her with such insolence. Her eyes were filled with a cold glare. Were she in another setting, meeting Shun Xining alone, she undoubtedly would not have offered such a low price. Yet here, she was not the only one present. The gem and jade merchants around were as astute as hawks. With so many onlookers, bidding wars were inevitable. Accompanied by Old Lu, a well-known figure in Qingzhou's antique scene, she knew that if he supported the bid, the seasoned merchants present would pounce on the high-priced item like starving tigers. Would she, Murong Shue, have any chance of securing it then? This piece of tiger skin material, a variety of Qilua jade, belonged to the category of. The gray-black spots within were not cracks, but rather deep green ink stains. Although its appearance was lackluster, it was undeniably a valuable treasure. As Qilua jade had long ceased production, the remaining finished products were primarily relics of the past, making them exceedingly scarce. Old Lu could confidently assert that few, if any, in attendance would recognize it. Recently revealed, the tiger skin jade golden cup from the Qing dynasty's prince of Pingxi, Wu Sangui, had many speculating it was indeed Qilua jade. The cup's walls were as thin as a cicada's wing, glistening in verdant splendor, with a pair of tiger skin jade cups valued at over 100 million. Due to its long cessation of production, the exquisite Kirin jade has become nearly impossible to find, with only a scant few remaining in circulation. Its rarity, to some extent, even surpasses that of imperial green jade. Thus, Murong Shue deliberately instructed Old Lu to quote a low price, banking on the fact that no one present would possess the discernment to recognize its true worth, hoping to secure a bargain. The piece in question, owned by Shun Xining, is undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled value. Murong Shue aimed to acquire it and transform it into a flawless masterpiece, aspiring to launch her jewelry brand with this Kirin jade creation a month later, thereby establishing her brand's reputation. However, when she placed her bid and noticed that nobody else was bidding, she secretly rejoiced that no one had discerned the value of the piece. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng emerged, boldly offering 3 million, more than quadrupling the original bid. Although Jiang Cheng claimed ignorance of its value, Murong Shue was no fool. Would someone truly unaware of its worth bid 3 million? If she continued to raise her bid, it would merely affirm the true value of the piece. Wouldn't that validate the previous 700,000 as a deliberate attempt to suppress the price? Wouldn't a multitude of others then join in the bidding frenzy? Yet, if she refrained from increasing her bid, the jade would belong to Jiang Cheng. Caught in such a dilemma, Murong Shue was in a state of immense conflict. She had aimed to leverage Old Lu's reputation for a bargain, but found herself ensnared by this so-called authority. She felt as though she were losing her chicken while trying to catch a rice. Xiao Shui, look at this Lu Weiming, perceptive as ever, quietly inquired of Murong Shue. Why not increase your bid if you truly desire it, Miss Murong? I'll be candid. I believe this piece is worth 4 million, with my bottom line at 5 million. If you genuinely fancy it, raising your bid wouldn't be a loss, considering a profit of 500,000. With operations factored in, the earnings would be substantial. Jiang Cheng continued to press Murong Shue, oblivious to her inner thoughts. He was not as complicated in his reasoning. He merely wished to assist Shun Xining in elevating the price. How do you know my surname is Murong? Murong Shue felt a chill. I guessed. Jiang Cheng replied casually with a smile. Murong Shue's brow furrowed. This Jiang Cheng was indeed no ordinary opponent. His sudden bid thrust her into an exceedingly awkward situation. Just as she was engulfed in her tumultuous thoughts, Qin Xiaoshu unexpectedly stepped forward, grasping Jiang Cheng's arm. Chengzi, have you lost your mind? 3 million? Where would you procure such funds? We've already spent all our money on the raw materials, haven't we? Though his voice was not loud, Murong Shue heard every word distinctly. A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes. So they were short on funds. This was not but a ruse to artificially inflate the price. Just as I suspected, such an ordinary piece, albeit of decent quality, could never be worth 3 million. Indeed, old Lou had stated it was only worth 600,000. Bidding 700,000 was merely due to his acquaintance with this young lady. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. Jiang Cheng, is it? Since you bid 3 million, I shall relinquish this piece to you. Murong Shui replied coldly with a smile. So, he was merely a pawn in this price inflation scheme. She initially believed that Jiang Cheng genuinely recognized the value of the raw material, only to discover that he lacked the funds. His erratic bidding could only be attributed to a mere ruse. Murong Shui had already ascertained that no one present, aside from Jiang Cheng, could discern the true worth of this piece. As long as she refrained from increasing her bid, firmly standing at 700,000, Jiang Cheng would be unable to produce the necessary money. Others would merely perceive him as a shill, thus deterring any further bids. Her predicament was swiftly resolved. After all, if he couldn't afford it, would not this piece still belong to her? Murong Shui smiled, eagerly awaiting Jiang Cheng's embarrassment. Miss Murong, are you certain you do not want it? Jiang Cheng responded with a faint smile, unaware of the cunning scheme Murong Shui had devised. If Murong Shui had no intention of pursuing it, then he would seize the opportunity. Chapter 15, A Slice of Ice Variety, Premium Coxcomb Blood Red Jadeite. Everyone present gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. After all this fuss, it turned out that Jiang Cheng was merely a shill, bidding without the means to back it up. How different was that from the hired shills at an auction? A few jewelers, noticing Jiang Cheng's aggressive bidding, had genuinely believed this piece of tiger-skin jadeite was something exceptional. They were contemplating whether to also raise their bids. However, after such a commotion, their interest waned. They were far too astute to be deceived. A remark from Qin Xiaoshu abruptly shattered Murong Shui's awkward predicament. She was now solely fixated on how Jiang Cheng would embarrass himself. He could shout for 1 billion, but no one would believe him, as he couldn't produce a single coin. Murong Shui no longer needed to worry about anyone raising the bid. This jadeite was as good as hers. But was it truly that simple? Jiang Cheng remained unperturbed, knowing that his discerning eye could indeed assess the raw stones. Was 3 million really an issue? His piece of black tungsten sand remained on the cutting machine, valued at 5 million. Fine. Since Miss Murong has no interest, I shall take it. Qin Xiaoshu, in a panic, hurriedly pulled Jiang Cheng aside, urging, Orange, what on earth are you thinking? We can't even scrape together 300,000, let alone 3 million. Are you hallucinating? Xiaoshu, we still have that raw stone yet to be cut, right? Once it's sliced, won't we have the funds? Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Qin Xiaoshu was left speechless. What the heck? Orange, you have such audacious confidence in cutting something valuable. This is a gamble worth taking. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Goodness, this young man truly has a knack for pulling off the impossible. He hasn't even cut that stone yet, and he is already dreaming of wealth? Perhaps the pressures of life have driven him to delusion. How pitiful. He has gone mad with dreams of fortune. Does he think he is the god of wealth, declaring this or that stone to be worth 3 million? What a fool. What do you know? This young man has selected all 4 pieces of raw material. What? Is that true? He picked 4 pieces, and they all appreciated? Could it be that this piece is genuinely worth 3 million? Who can say for certain? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Murong Shui's expression instantly froze. She had thought Jiang Cheng was a mere shill, eager to witness his humiliation. Yet, it turned out he was genuinely intent on making a purchase. Moreover, to stake 3 million on a piece of uncut stone. This is no mere folly. It is the audacity of a mad gambler. Does he truly believe that his stone will yield a fortune? What fuels his confidence? For reasons unknown, Murong Shui felt a flicker of unease. If Jiang Cheng were to win this gamble, would his precious piece of Qilua jade truly fall into Jiang Cheng's hands? What would become of her prized possession a month from now? Zheng Wanfu was grinning uncontrollably, viewing Jiang Cheng as nothing more than a buffoon attempting to deceive. He could hardly contain his anticipation for Jiang Cheng's impending downfall, envisioning the farcical scene of him losing everything, infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Let us see how this unfolds. Just wait and witness the fortune of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled. Without uttering another word, he turned to the master craftsman and said, Master, please proceed with my piece. A hum of astonishment swept through the crowd. All eyes were fixated on the rapidly spinning blades of the stone-cutting machine. tension so thick one could scarcely breathe. This was a wager of 3 million. The thrill was palpable. Should Jiang Cheng emerge victorious? His audacious gamble would earn him universal admiration. Yet, could Jiang Cheng truly unveil something of value? No one could guarantee that. Soon, the cutting process concluded, and the master craftsman meticulously cleaned the cut surface, wiping it down with a cloth before inspecting it under the light. "By heavens, a blood-red ice jadeite!" exclaimed a sharp-eyed traveler, unable to contain his excitement. "Goodness, the quality and hue of that centerpiece are extraordinary. This young man has struck gold. The icy red with a hint of blood, so rare. Surely, it could yield at least one full red jade bracelet." A similar piece I recently saw at an auction in Hong Kong fetched 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and that was merely orange red. This one's color is far more vibrant. If only it were larger, it might command over 10 million. The previously mocking onlookers could no longer maintain their composure. This young man was incredibly fortunate. They had forgotten their earlier derision, their claims that Jiang Cheng was delusional, that he had lost his mind. The formation of red jadeite is inherently rare. The red hue is not the original color of jadeite, but rather a secondary hue caused by the infiltration of iron elements from the Earth's crust. This is an exceedingly intricate process. Since iron can permeate, other elements can as well, leading to the common occurrence of mixed colors in red jadeite, some leaning towards yellow, others towards orange. Moreover, red jadeite typically possesses inferior quality. It is often either glutinous or P-type, rendering it of little value. However, a piece like Jiang Cheng's, with its icy texture and blood-like hue, possesses a remarkably clean foundation and exceptionally uniform coloration, making it extraordinarily rare. Indeed, it may be said to be a fortuitous find. The difficulty in the formation of red jadeite renders the icy blood-red jadeite all the more precious. Many were already feeling envious. Soon, a middle-aged jade merchant spoke up. "Young man, I will purchase that piece for 1 million. 1 million? Isn't this a form of bullying towards the honest? I offer 2 million. You shameless wretch. I raise it to 3 million. The atmosphere became exceedingly heated. Those acquainted with the blood-red coxcomb jade far outnumber those familiar with the exquisite Chilua jade. There is a saying that reflects this sentiment. A person with eyes may not recognize the beauty of gold inlaid with jade. This perfectly encapsulates the situation. The Chilua jade, valued at 3 million, attracted no bids, even at 700,000. Yet the blood-red coxcomb jade, valued at 5 million, was fiercely contested by all. Jiang Cheng truly did not anticipate this. "Young man, I am Jiang Yuan, the proprietor of Qingzhou Yuan Jewelry. I bid 8 million for this piece. Beyond that, it truly loses its worth. As you can see, while this material is indeed exquisite, it is regrettably too small. After accounting for processing losses, you ought to earn something as well." At this moment, a robust middle-aged man stepped forward, revealing a smile as warm as a spring breeze. 8 million? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, recalling that his estimation placed its value at 5 million. To sell it for 8 million would still be a considerable profit. He was aware that the rarity of such red jade would likely command a price far exceeding 5 million when fashioned into a product and subjected to market dynamics. However, the raw stone itself was indeed valued at only 5 million. The rarity and market demand were precisely why Jiang Yuan was willing to bid. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to nod in agreement, a clear, icy voice interrupted. "For a million, I shall take it." The speaker was none other than Murong Shui. Chapter 16, A Windfall of 3 million. Deal. Upon hearing Murong Shui's bid of 4 million, Jiang Cheng smirked and immediately acquiesced. This unexpected twist left Murong Shui momentarily stunned. In her mind, given Jiang Cheng's earlier and scrupulous demeanor, she expected him to raise the price even higher, certainly beyond 4 million. To her astonishment, Jiang Cheng deviated from the anticipated script entirely, accepting her offer without further ado. "What is happening?" Murong Shui wondered, perplexed. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng remarked, "Miss Murong, why did you not bid earlier? My psychological threshold was merely 5 million. If you had bid sooner, I would have sold it to you, and you would have saved 500,000. Jiang Cheng squinted, a smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at Murong Shui. "What? You shameless fiend." Murong Shui's face turned green with fury. Jiang Cheng not only profited from her, but also sought to provoke her further. Infuriatingly despicable. Why had she ever endured such indignities? The very thought of Jiang Cheng's smug countenance sent her into a tremor of rage. Now, moving on, The starting bid for this tiger-striped jade is set at 3.5 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? At this juncture, Jiang Cheng resumed his pitch for Shun Xining's Chilua jade, casting glances at Murong Shui, who was noticeably unsettled. The merchants present held little optimism for this particular piece of jade. They have no idea what makes this tiger skin jade so remarkable. Furthermore, Lu Weiming has already bid 700,000, yet Jiang Cheng raised it to 3 million, and they no longer wanted it, indicating that it is truly worthless. They are not fools. They cannot be deceived. Consequently, silence enveloped the room. Murong Shui was grinding her back teeth in frustration. Zheng Wanfu was nearly in stitches, viewing Jiang Cheng as a simpleton. Lu had merely bid 700,000 for this material, while Jiang was willing to pay 3 million. Spending such a sum on something no one desires was a level of foolishness Zheng had never encountered before. The exquisite Chilua jade was originally hers. Yet Jiang Cheng had turned it into a mockery of her, now auctioning it off in her presence. Murong Shui's thoughts were filled with curses directed at Jiang Cheng's ancestors. Seeing Murong Shui hesitate to respond, Lu Weiming quietly urged her, Shui, 3.5 million is definitely not a loss. That is Chilua jade. If you have a master process it and manage it well in the market, the finished product would start at no less than 10 million. There is no need to compete with a young fool. Murong Shui took a deep breath. She understood Lu Weiming's reasoning all too well. Her anger was not simply at Jiang Cheng's 3.5 million bid, but rather at how her meticulously crafted plan had been ruthlessly disrupted by this rogue, leaving her with the notorious reputation of betraying her friend. How could she not be furious? Offering an extra 2 million to Shun Xining was merely a gesture of goodwill, but being unmasked as someone who pressured her friend after raising the bid was akin to being a thief plagued by guilt. Would Shun Xining be comfortable with that? This was what truly bothered her. With a heavy sigh, Murong Shui shook her head in resignation and declared loudly, 3 million. I'll take it. Jiang Cheng smirked coldly. Miss Murong, 3 million. Take it or leave it. I cannot afford to sell a loss, can I? Deal. Murong Shui responded icily. Miss, think carefully. Lu Weiming feigned concern. Do I lack this for 3 million? When I desire something, no one can snatch it away. She radiated an air of confidence, embodying the image of a wealthy second-generation heiress with more money than sense. Lu Weiming fell silent. The more Jiang Cheng observed these two fools, the more he wanted to laugh. They were putting on quite the performance. Their acting skills were far superior to those of any young star. However, Jiang Cheng chose not to expose their charade. With a crooked smile, he exclaimed, Hee hee, Miss Murong, you are indeed generous. A total of 3 million. Here is my bank card, and you may transfer the funds now. These two exquisite raw stones are yours from this moment forth. Murong Shui, witnessing Jiang Cheng's smug demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. 2 minutes later, Jiang Cheng received a text notification. 3 million dragon coins deposited. A grin spread across his face, and he felt a surge of excitement. Zheng Wanfu was left in a state of shock. Just a moment ago, he had been mocking Jiang Cheng's foolishness, claiming the material was unwanted. Yet in the next instant, Murong Shui decisively purchased it. Zheng Wanfu's face flushed with embarrassment, his frustration mounting as he recalled how he had sold 5 pieces of raw stone and barely profited over 20,000. It was his own exorbitant pricing that had led to this debacle, including the piece just acquired by Jiang Cheng and the one from Murong Shui. He effortlessly amassed over 5,200,000 in just one night. He earned more than he would in an entire year. Moreover, it was Jiang Cheng, whom he despised immensely, who had reaped these rewards. Why should it be so? How could someone he once commanded and manipulated so easily, someone who had groveled for his acceptance, suddenly earn such a fortune? Zheng Wanfu's frustration grew, his heart heavy with unfairness. A surge of blood erupted from his mouth, and as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed to the ground. Alarm spread. Zheng, the boss, had fainted from blood loss. The workers erupted into chaos, hastily carrying Zheng Wanfu away. Upon learning of Zheng Wanfu's condition, Qin Xiaoshu spat in disdain. Serves him right. Jiang Cheng regarded Zheng Wanfu with a cold smile, choosing to ignore him. The total came to 8,300,000, and after deducting Shun Xining's 3 million, 5,300,000 remained. Of course, half of that belonged to Qin Xiaoshu, with whom he had partnered in gambling on stones. Without hesitation, he transferred 330,000 to Shun Xining and 265,000 to Qin Xiaoshu, leaving himself with 235,000. Naturally, 30,000 of that was borrowed from Gu Zhixia and Shun Xiling. Everyone was pleased. Shun Xiling, staring at the 330,000 that had just arrived in her bank account, excitedly leaped into Jiang Cheng's arms, showering him with affection. This was the dowry Jiang Cheng had helped her earn. This left Jiang Cheng flustered, unable to embrace or evade her, his face flushing crimson. After deducting costs, Shun Xiling had made a staggering 5 million in one night, all thanks to Jiang Cheng's assistance. Brother Cheng, I earned 5 million last night. Ha ha ha. My father will never call me a glutton again. I can make money now. Ha ha. Brother Cheng, I'll share half of this with you. Shun Xiling exclaimed joyfully, her excitement palpable. Jiang Cheng waved his hand with a smile. Silin, let us forego sharing half. If you sell me that last piece, I will have earned an additional 130,000 from Miss Morong as a result. Consider it a token of gratitude for assisting you in selecting the materials. Jiang Cheng was not overly greedy. 130,000 was already a princely sum for a master craftsman to appraise materials. Moreover, the funds for purchasing the materials came from Shun Xiling herself, not from their joint gambling venture. He had no reason to demand half. Brother Cheng, you are truly wonderful. Shun Xiling exclaimed, playfully kissing Jiang Cheng's cheek, her smile radiant, leaving him parched with desire. Qin Xiaoshu, staring at the text notification of 265,000 dragon coins, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. That sum was entirely beyond what he could have earned in a lifetime. Thanks to Jiang Cheng, he had truly succeeded. In that fleeting moment, tears welled in Qin Xiaoshu's eyes. For 22 years, he had struggled in society, serving as a lackey to his superiors, enduring for a meager, monthly salary of a few thousand, just to survive and avoid hunger. Even when berated by his boss, he dared not retort, for his lack of money had doomed him to be bullied. But now, with over 200,000 in his possession, he would no longer face hunger, nor would he have to serve as leaders like a beast for a paltry sum. All of this was brought upon him by Jiang Cheng. Orange, I won't say much more. In this lifetime, I have chosen you as my brother. Jiang Cheng gazed at the tearful Qin Xiaoshu, and the softest corners of his heart were subtly stirred, causing his own eyes to redden momentarily. He patted Qin Xiaoshu's shoulder with conviction. Do not worry, Xiaoshu. I will always be your brother. Together, we shall earn more money, tens of millions, even billions, and live a good life. Yes, absolutely. This was an eternal promise between brothers, unwavering until death. Xining, will you join us for a midnight feast to celebrate? Or? Jiang Cheng glanced at Murong Shui and then sincerely looked at Shun Xining. I think I will accompany Sister Murong instead. Jiang Cheng nodded and leaned closer to Shun Xining, whispering, Xining, heed my words. Murong Shui is not a good person. That piece of tiger skin jade is worth over 3 million, and she is deliberately deceiving you. Furthermore, there's nothing of value left in this warehouse. If you trust me, do not touch it again. Also, please convey a message to Murong Shui. She should find time to visit the hospital for a checkup. I sense something amiss with her mind. With that, disregarding the envious gazes from others, Jiang Cheng led Qin Xiaoshu towards the exit of the stone processing site, until their figures vanished from sight. Shun Xining's ears burned with embarrassment, as that was her most sensitive spot. Murong Shui gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Cheng's departing silhouette before striding towards Shun Xining. Xining, did that brat speak ill of me? Murong Shui pouted, inquiring. Shun Xining, grinning, pulled Murong Shui aside and said, Hee, Sister Murong, Brother Orange said you deliberately underprice things to deceive me, claiming you're not a good person. Even if Murong Shui did intentionally underprice, she remained unfazed. They shared a deep friendship. Is that all? Just as I suspected. That scoundrel. Murong Shui ground her teeth in annoyance. What else did he say? Well, he also mentioned that there are no valuable raw stones left in this place and advised me not to touch them. He wanted me to tell you. Here. Shun Xining hesitated. What did he want you to convey? Brother Orange asked me to tell you to find time to check your mind at the hospital, saying your forehead is darkening and that your mind might be ill. As Shun Xining spoke, her voice grew softer. What? He actually insulted me? That scoundrel is infuriating. Murong Shui's brows furrowed tightly, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yet, just as this frustration surged within her, she suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Sister Murong! Sister Murong! Shun Xining, quick to react, caught Murong Shui before she hit the ground, exclaiming in alarm. Chapter 17. The formation of the original trio. In one night, they earned 3 million, deducting the cost of raw stones for the two at 58,000, leaving around 60,000. In a single night, Jiang Cheng and Qin Xiaoshu profited an astonishing 5.24 million. Such a feat in one night is unattainable even for many prominent figures in society, let alone internet celebrities. Who could have imagined that a mere high school graduate, a novice driver, could achieve such wealth through the gamble of stone betting? The phrase overnight riches truly resonates with Jiang Cheng's experience. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Murong Shui suddenly fainted. Together with Qin Xiaoshu, they hailed a taxi and headed straight to the second-hand car market, where they spent $30,000 to drive away with a pickup truck. Although they had earned a substantial sum, Jiang Cheng had no intention of indulging in frivolous spending. He aimed to use this money as initial capital to invest in jadeite rough stones. Thus, he opted for a second-hand pickup merely for transportation. The pickup was sturdy and durable. The duo picked up Gu Zhixia and made their way to a barbecue stall behind the First People's Hospital, elated by their newfound fortune. They insisted on treating themselves to a delightful barbecue feast to celebrate. At the stall, Jiang Cheng ordered a table full of skewers and beer, preparing to revel in the joyous atmosphere. Gu Zhixia stared in astonishment at the bank notifications on Jiang Cheng and Qin Xiaoshu's phones, left speechless for a moment. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Zhixia, we agreed that you would help me from now on." Gu Zhixia gulped nervously and asked timidly, "Jiang Cheng, how is it that in just a few hours, you and Xiaoshu earn over 5 million? You two haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you?" Qin Xiaoshu found Gu Zhixia's shocked expression amusing and laughed heartily. He took a bite of the kidney skewers and teased, "Zhixia, your family used to run a factory. Surely this amount shouldn't be alarming." Realizing that Gu Zhixia's demeanor had suddenly shifted to one of despondency, Qin Xiaoshu quickly apologized. I didn't mean it like that. Gu Zhixia bit her lip and managed a smile. "Xiaoshu, it's fine." Jiang Cheng patted Gu Zhixia on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Zhixia, Xiaoshu is just like that. He has no filter, so please don't take it to heart." Gu Zhixia nodded, but still looked at Jiang Cheng with concern. "Jiang Cheng, you really haven't done anything out of line, have you?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhixia, rest assured, this money was earned legitimately. I don't know if you've heard of stone betting." Upon hearing the term stone betting, Gu Zhixia's expression froze. What? Betting? She was unfamiliar with the concept, only catching the word betting. To her, any form of betting was synonymous with gambling. Her father had been lured by friends to Australia, where he lost everything in a single gamble, leading to his tragic suicide by jumping off a building. All his assets were auctioned by the court, and even then, they still owed over 2 million in high-interest loans. The loan sharks relentlessly harassed her and her mother, subjecting them to threats and intimidation, leaving them in perpetual fear. The root of all their troubles stemmed from that single word, gambling. Yet, Jiang Cheng seemed to be courting danger by engaging in it for her sake, and she genuinely feared that he would follow the same irrevocable path as her father. No matter the wager, gambling always carries the risk of loss. The thought brought tears to Gu Zhixia's eyes. Gripping Jiang Cheng's hand tightly, her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Jiang Cheng, please, I beg you, don't get involved in gambling anymore. I understand your desire to assist me, yet I cannot allow my troubles to bring you harm." Qin Xiaoshu appeared to be influenced by Gu Zhixia's emotions, momentarily awakening from the joy of substantial profits. Indeed, although stone gambling is not gambling in the traditional sense, how does it differ? Who can guarantee that the raw stone will appreciate in value? Jiang Cheng observed the concern etched on their faces and smiled gently. He was acutely aware of their worries. However, for him, stone gambling had transcended mere chance. It was akin to finding a hidden treasure. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Xiaoshu, Zhixia, stone gambling is not mere gambling. It is in essence a probabilistic investment for jade merchants." Jade investment? Gu Zhixia and Qin Xiaoshu exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Cheng continued with a serious demeanor. "Precisely, it is a probabilistic jade investment. Typically, a piece of raw stone can sell for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions. The investment in such raw materials is substantial. For those lacking financial resources, it indeed resembles gambling. Yet for individuals with considerable assets, it transforms into a probabilistic investment." Though Gu Zhixia was not versed in stone gambling, she was a graduate of the prestigious financial studies program at Kyoto University, and she grasped Jiang Cheng's explanation. Qin Xiaoshu furrowed his brow, saying, "Zhixia, I understand. Stone gambling is essentially spending money to purchase a piece of jade raw stone, slicing it open, and if it reveals high-quality jade, the value of that raw stone surges, profiting from the price difference. However, without the ability to see inside, how can one be certain that the piece they invest in will indeed appreciate? Even if it is an investment, the probability of success is merely 50. Gu Zhixia fell silent, pondering deeply. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and elaborated, for novices, stone gambling is indeed a game of chance, with a success rate of merely 50. But what if you could enhance that probability? For instance, increasing it to 70, 80, or even 90. Qin Xiaoshu shook his head vigorously in disbelief. Gu Zhixia, however, nodded thoughtfully. I see, if randomly cutting open a piece of raw stone yields a mere 50 success rate, it truly is gambling. Yet, if it is as Jiang Cheng suggests, and there exists a method to elevate that probability, it can indeed be considered an investment. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Gu Zhixia was undoubtedly a brilliant student from Kyoto University, her understanding sharp. Qin Xiaoshu queried, Zhixia, are you implying that you possess a method to enhance the success rate? Jiang Cheng replied, let us put it this way. If a piece of raw stone has a 50 chance of yielding a valuable product, what if that stone originates from a highly productive old mine? Gu Zhixia responded, that should increase the probability by 10%. She continued, and that probability could be further enhanced by another 10%. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Xiaoshu asked, but Zhixia, even if the success rate is improved, how can you be certain that the master craftsman selected the right piece from the old mine, ensuring it will appreciate significantly? Isn't that still gambling? Jiang Cheng chuckled. What if I were to enlist 100 master craftsmen to examine every good piece from that old mine? In Gu Zhixia's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly emerged. And Qin Xiaoshu gasped in astonishment. If one piece fails, countless others will follow. Gu Zhixia smiled and said, Jiang Cheng, I understand. As long as there is sufficient capital and enough professionals are engaged to mitigate all uncertainties, this truly ceases to be a gamble, and indeed becomes an investment with a success rate nearing 90. Jiang Cheng felt a sense of helplessness within. He longed to express that, for him, this success rate was, without a doubt, 100, for his eyes possessed the ability to perceive the true value of raw stones. Otherwise, would you truly think I am this fortunate? Merely selecting a piece would lead to an immediate surge in value. The first time gambling with stones, I cut through to the exquisite ice-type red jade. Nonsense. However, Jiang Cheng would not divulge this capability, for it was far too absurd to the point where even he found it somewhat unreal. Thus, he could only explain it to Gu Zhixia and Qin Xiaoshu in this manner. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to articulate his thoughts. Noticing that the two had ceased their inquiries, Jiang Cheng solemnly declared, Zhixia, Xiaoshu, our capital is limited. Hence, I have decided to begin by accumulating initial capital through stone gambling. Yet, I must caution you, the risks are considerable, and our success rate is rather low. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me. Gu Zhixia beamed a smile as warm as spring. Boss, any investment carries risks, and it is my duty to do everything possible to help you mitigate those risks. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Zhixia would directly call him boss. The implication was unmistakable. She was in agreement. Qin Xiaoshu shook his head with a wry smile. What else can I say? Cheng, you are my brother. Just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. The three of them burst into laughter. The original trio had, at last, been tentatively established. Chapter 18. The Sleeping Beauty, Murong Shui. At the First People's Hospital of Qingzhou City, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat emerged. Murong Shan, who had been waiting anxiously outside, hurried towards him. Director Bai, what has happened to my daughter? Director Bai Hongwan sighed. Mr. Murong, Miss Murong's bodily functions are entirely normal. She is quite healthy, but what? Murong Shan pressed anxiously. It is just that, for reasons unknown, while all other physiological features of Miss Murong are normal, her brainwaves are extremely weak. Weak brainwaves? What do you mean by that, Director Bai? Bai Hongwen straightened his expression and explained, typically, when brain cells are active, brainwaves are quite strong, most notably during the day when one is awake and working. However, once night falls and one enters sleep, most brain cells enter a dormant state, causing brain waves to weaken. Of course, during sleep, a portion of brain cells remains active. They are responsible for information transmission and awakening. When stimulated by external factors, these brain cells will awaken the brain, allowing for normal brain activity. Upon hearing this, Murong Shan's brows knitted tightly together. Stop, Director Bai. You've said so much. How does this relate to my daughter's fainting? Bai Hongwan organized his thoughts and explained. Mr. Murong, let me put it this way. Miss Murong's fainting is due to her brain cells momentarily entering a state of slumber. Akin to sleep. Sleep? Yes, but it is not sleep in the conventional sense. It resembles hibernation in animals. Hibernation? Director by Do Not Jest. How could a human possibly hibernate? Bai Hongwen adjusted his glasses and continued. Mr. Murong, let me clarify. We have discovered that the brain cells responsible for awakening Miss Murong's normal brain functions have also succumbed to sleep. We have attempted various external stimuli to rouse her brain, yet we have been unable to awaken her. Murong Shan's eyes reddened. Director Bai, what on earth are you trying to convey? Even the chairman of the Tian Sheng group could not suppress his expletives at this moment. To put it simply, Miss Murong will remain in this state of slumber, much like the hibernation of animals, but I cannot ascertain how long this condition will persist. What? In a perpetual state of sleep? How can this be? Director Bai, will my daughter ever awaken? Generally speaking, if external stimuli reach a sufficient threshold, they could potentially awaken those brain cells responsible for normal brain function, at which point Miss Murong would regain consciousness. One could say that Miss Murong's current state is akin to that of Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale, with the prince's kiss serving as the external stimulus capable of awakening her. Unfortunately, we have yet to identify such a stimulus. Murong Shan fell into a sudden silence. Lu Weiming and Shun Xining exchanged grave glances, their expressions somber. Murong Shan pulled Lu Weiming and Shun Xining aside. Lu Weiming glanced at Shun Xining, his gaze laden with complexity. Xiao Shan, to be honest, I'm not entirely certain. Initially, I went to the Wanfujieshi quarry in the suburbs with Xiao Xue, who purchased 2 fine pieces of raw stone. Later, after she exchanged a few words with Miss Xining, she suddenly fainted. Shun Xining was at a loss for words as well. After pondering for a moment, she recounted the entire sequence of events to Murong Shan, including what Jiang Cheng had said to her without reservation. The more Murong Shan listened, the more his expression darkened, as if he had suddenly recalled something. His eyes lighting up. Shining, are you saying that this individual named Jiang Cheng mentioned that Xiao Xue has a problem with her brain? He also advised you to urge Xiao Xue to visit the hospital, correct? Shun Xining suddenly recognized the implication. Indeed, at the time, I thought Brother Cheng was merely speaking in frustration, but now it seems far more complicated. Murong Shan appeared to have seized upon a glimmer of hope, hastily beckoning to the old butler behind him. Ping Shu, go with Xining and fetch this Jiang Cheng for me at once. Without hesitation, Shun Xining nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Murong, Xiao Xue is my dear friend. I will certainly save her. With that, Shun Xining followed Ping Shu towards the elevator. Murong Shan watched the two with a complex expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the back streets of the hospital, Xiao Shu, where's Brother Cheng? What happened to Xining? Brother Cheng is with me and Jixia enjoying some skewers. What's the matter? Where are you? Send me your location, and I will come and find you immediately. All right, come over. I'll grill a few more skewers for you. Qin Xiaoshu glanced at her phone, chuckling softly. This Ning, upon hearing there would be food, was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Her family certainly wasn't lacking in funds. It was truly perplexing. Perhaps she was influenced by that person named Huan Huan. Without further contemplation, Qin Xiaoshu promptly sent the barbecue stall's location to Shun Xining. Boss, another 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, 20 skewers of squid, and 10 skewers of grilled leeks. Coming right up, just as several of them took a sip of ice-cold beer, the barbecue stall was suddenly surrounded by a dozen vans. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz came to a slow halt beside the vans. The door swung open, and dozens of flamboyantly dressed youths wielding baseball bats poured out of the vehicle in an instant. They encircled Jiang Cheng and his companions tightly, each one robust and intimidating, casting an ominous presence that sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. The scene was enough to leave all onlookers in a state of shock. No one cared about the skewers anymore. They hastily paid and fled. The barbecue stall owner attempted to escape, but was forcibly restrained by several of these individuals. Jiang Cheng and Qin Xiaoshu exchanged bewildered glances, equally dazed. What on earth was happening? Was this some sort of film shoot? Amidst the confusion, a burly, rotund man with a shaved head, adorned with a conspicuous gold chain, emerged from the crowd. The bald man, standing at about 5'9", had a dark complexion and an intimidating countenance, his eyes sharp and piercing. He swaggered over to Jiang Cheng's table, unceremoniously took a seat, and without sparing a glance at Jiang Cheng and the others, seized a freshly grilled lamb kidney skewer and began to feast with gusto. One of his underlings busied himself by opening a bottle of ice-cold beer, pouring a glass for the bald man. As the greasy bald man savored his meal, he abruptly gulped down his drink and exhaled a long sigh of satisfaction. Sister, you seem to be living quite well. Your father owes me 4 million in high-interest loans. Yet here you are, enjoying skewers. What is this? Do you think I, Chun-Hu, don't exist? Chapter 19. The Loan Shark. Chun-Hu, the moment Gu Zhixia laid eyes on the bald man, her gaze was instantly filled with animosity and trepidation. This bald man was Chun-Hu, a loan shark operating in the gambling den of Ayaku. Her father, under the persuasion of his friends, had gone to Ayaku and lost over 100 million in a single night. A portion of this debt was incurred from high-interest loans borrowed from the Ayaku casino, resulting in the court auctioning off their family's assets, with most of the debts already repaid. However, over 2 million in high-interest loans still remained, and she felt utterly powerless against it. Those loans had been issued by Chun-Hu himself. Sister, you seem to be living quite indulgently, enjoying ice-cold beer and grilled skewers. It took considerable effort for me, Chun-Hu, to come find you from Ayaku. Sister, I'm also running a small business. Making money isn't easy. So, when will your father repay the 4 million he owes me? Chun-Hu squinted, his eyes roaming lewdly over Gu Zhixia's graceful figure, revealing a lascivious grin. 4 million? How could that be? My father only borrowed 2 million. Gu Zhixia's expression shifted to one of shock. Sister, have you not heard of usury? At this, Chun-Hu laughed with unrestrained arrogance. Are you aware that what you are doing is illegal? Gu Zhixia trembled with fury. 2 million was an astronomical sum for her at this moment. With compounded interest, she would never be able to repay it. Illegal? Huh. It is indeed unlawful on the mainland, but what do you think about it in Australia? Chun-Hu smirked, choosing to remain silent thereafter. By the way, I heard that your mother's hospital account just received 400,000. Sister, what do you think about pulling your mother's oxygen tube when she undergoes surgery? Wouldn't that be thrilling? By the way, Changzi, which room is her mother in? Quickly give a call to the knife wielder. Her mother is ill and must not be subjected to too much violence. After all, it's a hospital. Chun-Hu tilted his head back, emitting a perverse laugh. A blatant threat, stark and unadorned. You, Tiger Brother, I beg you, spare my mother. She is unwell and cannot endure any turmoil. I implore you. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixia seized the hand of the young man preparing to make a call and collapsed to her knees, weeping profusely. Sister, you received the money, and your first thought was not to repay me, but to treat your mother? Have you grown weary of living? Chun-Hu's face darkened instantaneously, his corpulent visage revealing a menacing aura. The wine glass in his hand was crushed to shards, spilling liquid everywhere. Jiang Cheng observed the unfolding scene quietly, gradually grasping the identity of the rotund man before him and the circumstances at play. Rising, he swiftly helped Gu Zhixia to her feet, shielding her behind him. So, Tiger Brother, is it not unbecoming for a grown man to threaten a young girl? Jiang Cheng remarked coldly. Only then did Chun-Hu take notice of the young man he had previously overlooked. Who are you? Debts must be repaid. I am here to collect. What does that have to do with you? Repaying debts? Tiger Brother, you acknowledge the principle. Yet has Gu Zhixia truly owed you anything? Jiang Cheng retorted icily. Chun-Hu furrowed his brow. Kid, are you trying to play games with me? She may not owe me, but her father does. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Since it is her father who owes you money, go after him. Tiger Brother, perhaps you have mistaken your target? A nearby lackey with yellow hair suddenly changed countenance. Kid, who do you think you are to speak to Tiger Brother like that? Do you believe I won't break your legs? Chun-Hu waved his hand dismissively, signaling the yellow-haired thug to back off while observing Jiang Cheng with keen interest. Kid, you are quite humorous. When others owe you $1 billion, they jump off a building to escape it. Yet you, with $1 billion at stake, would simply let it go. Chun-Hu jested. Jiang Cheng feigned seriousness. Indeed, Zhixia, perhaps we should let Tiger Brother eliminate you. After all, your mother is suffering from stomach cancer and has but a few days left. If you die, the debt will be nullified. A win-win situation. At this remark, Chun-Hu's smile vanished instantly. Gu Zhixia looked at Jiang Cheng with a complex expression. In her recollection, Jiang Cheng would never utter such words. But he indeed, for million. How could she still endure? Her mother was also unaware of what had befallen her at the hands of Chun-Hu. If anything were to happen to her mother, what meaning would life hold for her? She was now bereft of everything. What could she possibly cling to? You have a rather humorous disposition, Jiang Cheng remarked with a faint smile. If Brother, who has no intention of killing her, why persist in coercing her? Do you think merely intimidating her will yield you riches? Or is it, Brother Who, that you wish to directly eliminate her mother, leaving her unencumbered and free to follow suit? A nearby lackey, increasingly incensed, retorted, "You can prattle on all you want, but if she fails to repay, she'll be sold off to Durian country to work and repay her debts." Jiang Cheng's smile broadened. "My dear brother, have you done the math? Let's suppose, for argument's sake, she earns 10,000 dragon coins a day. What is your interest rate? How many years must she toil to even approach repaying your exorbitant interest?" In that instant, the lackey was rendered speechless. Shenhu furrowed his brow. "What do you mean, boy? Are you suggesting I forfeit my money?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, revealing a knowing smile. "Allow me to clarify, brother Hu. If you send her to work in Durian country, she may earn a maximum of 2 million a year while she is still young. In a couple of years, as her youth fades, that figure may dwindle to 500,000. Let us say she works for 5 years. That would total 10 million. According to your compound interest calculations, in a month, it doubles. 12 months would lead to a staggering 4,096 times. Thus, 2 million a year would amount to 8 billion. Do you truly believe she could repay such a sum in her lifetime?" Shenhu rubbed his head, equally perplexed by the staggering interest. In truth, the figure of 4 million had merely been a whimsical demand. He had no intention of crossing boundaries. This was the mainland, not the underworld. How could he have known the sums could escalate so dramatically? The lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. 8 billion. Indeed, even if Gujixia were sold, it would not suffice. What was the point of it all? Shenhu scratched his head, his frustration boiling over. "You've said so much. What exactly are you trying to convey?" Jiang Cheng replied with a calm smile. "What I propose is this. For the 2 million loan, if you agree, I shall return 3 million in a month, and we can consider the matter resolved. If that is unacceptable, then you may sell her." Shenhu slammed his hand on the table, displeased. 3 million? Do you take me for a fool? Absolutely not. Suit yourself, Jiang Cheng retorted, stepping aside. Shenhu ground his teeth in frustration, at a loss for words. "You." Jiang Cheng quickly signaled Gujixia, who understood immediately. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, 3 million. When could I ever repay that? Brother Hu, why not just remove my mother's oxygen tube? I no longer wish to live. As she spoke, Gujixia raised a beer bottle, poised to strike her own head. Shenhu, upon witnessing this, swiftly seized the bottle, smashing it to the ground. Damn it. Fine. I agree. Chapter 20. Jiang Cheng. Have you not noticed how much wiser you have become? Until he settled into the luxurious Mercedes, Shenhu's mind was in a state of bewilderment. How could the calculations yield such a disheartening loss? Yet, he dared not act too rashly. If he were to harm Gujixia's mother, it would lead to dire consequences for himself. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat. Gujixia's family had gone bankrupt, selling off everything until nothing remained, and her mother had been diagnosed with stomach cancer. Truly, those without shoes are fearless of those who wear them. To Gujixia, death held little terror. A person who fears not death is unlikely to be swayed by threats. For years of collecting high-interest loans, Shenhu had never encountered such a frustrating situation. In these times, it appeared that the debtor was the master. On the provincial road of Qingzhou City, a young subordinate furrowed his brow as he gazed at Shenhu. Brother Hu, have you truly agreed to that guy's terms? 3 million? This high-interest loan is turning out to be quite the loss. Shenhu delivered a sharp slap to his subordinate's head, retorting, "What do you suggest we do? If we push that girl too hard and she takes her own life, who will cover the 2 million principal?" The subordinate winced in pain, rubbing his head as he replied, "Brother Hu, didn't that guy say he could earn 10 million by selling Gujixia over 5 years? That doesn't sound like a loss. Sell? Have you lost your mind? Not only do we have no means to transport her across to the mainland, but even if we did, Gujixia is determined to die. What can we do about that? We could hold her mother as leverage, but you would have to cover her medical expenses and provide for her in her old age." Shenhu looked at him with exasperation. Instantly, the subordinate's face contorted into a grimace. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "Then, Brother Hu, what should we do? What can we do? We'll follow that guy's plan." "What do you mean, Brother Hu? You actually believe him?" "Believe? Nonsense." After a moment of contemplation, Shenhu instructed for this month, have Daozi stay near the hospital to monitor Gujixia and her mother. Under no circumstances should that woman die. We need at least a month. Brother Hu, hasn't Gujixia already paid for her operation? She shouldn't die, right? Gujixia cannot be sold, but Jiang Cheng, as a man, cannot be sold either? Indeed. Brother Hu. On the other side, after seeing off Shenhu and his entourage, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh, helping the limp Gujixia to her feet. Qin Xiaoshu watched as the numerous vans disappeared from view, only then realizing that his back was drenched in sweat. Orange, my goodness. That was terrifying. Like watching a gangster film. Jiang Cheng smiled. They may act arrogantly in the Australian port, but they would have long been incarcerated on the mainland. With tears welling in her eyes, Gu Zhixia's voice quivered as she said, Jiang Cheng, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would truly be worried about my mother. Jiang Cheng patted Gu Zhixia's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. They merely desire money. If they push too hard, they'll end up with nothing. They aren't fools. Qin Xiaoshu chimed in. Orange, that Chun who looks fierce, yet he seemed utterly taken aback by you. Jiang Cheng shot Qin Xiaoshu a glare. Taken aback? What do you mean? I merely helped him calculate the odds and laid bare his situation. Everything I said was the truth. Certainly. The most crucial point is to directly inform Chun Hu that if he harms Ji Xia's mother, Ji Xia will not survive either. If he dares to sell Ji Xia, she certainly cannot live. Qin Xiaoshu chuckled. With this in mind, Chun Hu not only cannot do anything to Aunt Du and Ji Xia, but he must also ensure their safety. Orange, you truly are remarkable. Then, Qin Xiaoshu scratched his head. Orange, we could manage to gather 4 million. Wouldn't it be better to settle with Chun Hu sooner? Are you foolish? If we expend 4 million, what will we have left? Can our company continue operating? But why promise 3 million a month from now? Since they dare not touch Ji Xia and Aunt Du, wouldn't giving him over 2 million be sufficient? Are you out of your mind? He won't harm Ji Xia or Aunt Du. He won't harm us either. If you don't offer him some benefits, can we truly have it easy? He's a loan shark. As long as the money is in place, he cannot engage in any outrageous acts. Offering him an extra million, though he may not receive the full 4 million, would at least balance his feelings. Qin Xiaoshu was left dumbfounded. As for why the payment was to be made in a month, firstly, Aunt Du's surgery should be completed and her recovery well underway by then. Secondly, presenting the sum immediately would only lead Chun Hu to believe that the 3 million was too easily acquired. Would he feel balanced? It is only when he perceives that the 3 million is hard-earned that he can feel a sense of equilibrium. Gu Zhixia blinked as she observed Jiang Cheng strategizing, feeling as if she had never truly understood him. Was he truly that foolish boy she had a crush on in high school? How could he be so capable? Gu Zhixia looked at Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression, timidly saying, Jiang Cheng, have you noticed that you seem different from before? Different? In what way? Jiang Cheng scratched his head, perplexed. Qin Xiaoshu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Orange, you do indeed seem different. It feels as if you have transformed into another person. Qin Xiaoshu agreed. Jiang Cheng, taken aback by their suspicious gazes, paused momentarily. He hadn't noticed any changes in himself. Aside from his eyes, which could discern the value of all things, it seemed he hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, Gu Zhixia's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, I know, Jiang Cheng, have you realized that you've become smarter? Jiang Cheng was somewhat amused. Really? Haven't I always been clever? Qin Xiaoshu rolled his eyes. Spare me. You were quite foolish. Back in high school, you were always at the bottom of the class. You were the most foolish among us. Jiang Cheng kicked Qin Xiaoshu in the rear. And what about you? You were second to last, and you dare to be proud? Gu Zhixia watched the two playfully bickering, covering her mouth and giggling. Everything was so pure and beautiful, carefree, devoid of troubles. Suddenly, a young woman's voice jolted them from their playful banter. Orange, hurry, come with me. Something has happened to Sister Moreau. As they were joking around, a young girl rushed over, trembling, a truly striking sight. With her incredibly innocent, cartoonish face, Jiang Cheng found himself swallowing hard. Jiang Cheng, somewhat bewildered, asked, Xining, what did you just say? Something happened to Morong Shui? Shen Xining gazed at Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression and inquired, Brother Cheng, how do you know her name is Morong Shui? Have you met her before? As if struck by a sudden realization. She disregarded her curiosity and hurriedly pulled Jiang Cheng towards a Bentley parked by the roadside. There is no time, Brother Cheng. Get in the car and come with me. Chapter 21. The Art of Gazing Qi. As the door of the Bentley swung open, Jiang Cheng spotted an elderly man in traditional attire with graying temples seated in the passenger seat. It was none other than Su Ping, the old steward of the Morong family. Shen Xining glanced at Uncle Ping in the front seat, hesitating slightly. I can't quite explain it. The doctor spoke in complicated terms, but essentially, Morong's sister is hibernating? Hibernating? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Can a human truly hibernate? Surely, I must have misheard. Shen Xining scratched her head, feeling at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate further. Jiang Cheng frowned and queried, if she is merely asleep. Why do you need me? I have no interest in watching Morong Shui slumber, and besides, she is not related to me. Whether she hibernates or not is of no concern to me. With every intention of exiting the vehicle, he was once again halted by Uncle Ping. Wait, young brother Jiang Cheng, please don't leave just yet. Here's the situation. After you departed from the Wanfuji quarry, our young lady spoke with Miss Shun and then suddenly fainted. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctor informed us that her brain waves are weak, indicating a potential issue with her brain, though I cannot provide further details. From the snippets of their conversation, Jiang Cheng seemed to grasp the general situation. He fell silent, lost in contemplation. Previously, he had noticed a dark aura on Murong Shue's brow, which had made him uncomfortable, yet he could not discern the specifics. He also recalled the gray mist representing illness. His curiosity about the capabilities of his own eyes intensified. Not only could they perceive the value of objects and see at a distance, but could they also unveil phenomena beyond scientific explanation? Suddenly, Jiang Cheng found himself intrigued by Murong Shue's condition, eager to uncover the true nature of that dark aura. The group fell into silence. Within 5 minutes, the Bentley arrived at the First People's Hospital of Qingzhou City. After ascending in the elevator to the 13th floor, Jiang Cheng exited to find a distinguished middle-aged man, elegantly attired and exuding an air of urgency, pacing anxiously in the corridor. Behind him stood a dozen suited men, along with a balding middle-aged doctor and Lu Ruiming, the elder. Upon spotting Jiang Cheng, the middle-aged man rushed over without hesitation, grasping Jiang Cheng's hand fervently. You must be Brother Jiang Cheng. At last, you have arrived. Lu Ruiming promptly introduced, Brother Jiang Cheng. This is Mr. Murong Shan, the chairman of Tian Sheng Group and the father of Murong Shui. Jiang Cheng stood momentarily astonished. In Qingzhou City, the name Murong Shan was well known to all. The illustrious Tian Sheng Group was established single-handedly by him. The operators under this banner engage in various businesses, including jewelry, gold, jade, and antiques, with assets estimated to exceed 100 billion. To everyone's astonishment, Murong Shui is the daughter of Murong Shan. Jiang Cheng smiled at Murong Shan and inquired, Mr. Murong, what is the purpose of my invitation? Murong Shan, with a serious expression, rubbed his nose and replied, Young brother Jiang Cheng, I wonder if you conveyed a message through Si Ning to my daughter, stating that she bears dark energy in her brow and has some mental affliction? Jiang Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Shun Si Ning, noticing a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, and nodded in affirmation. He readily admitted, Indeed, it is not a matter to be concealed. I did say that. Upon hearing this, Murong Shan's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He grasped Jiang Cheng's hand fervently, his body trembling with excitement. Young brother, since you can discern my daughter's issues, you must possess the ability to save her, correct? Young brother, if you can awaken her, I, Murong Shan, will be immensely grateful. Watching the middle-aged man, over 40, weep profusely, Jiang Cheng felt somewhat uncomfortable and quickly withdrew his hand. He protested, No, Mr. Murong. Recognizing the issue is one thing, but I truly lack the capability to save your daughter. Healing is the realm of physicians. How could an ordinary person like myself possibly intervene? He merely perceived the dark energy at the center of Murong Shue's brow and was uncertain of its nature, let alone how to remedy it. Murong Shan appeared momentarily bewildered. At that moment, the hospital director, Bai Hongwen, approached Jiang Cheng and explained, Young friend Jiang, I am Bai Hongwen, the director of the First People's Hospital of Qingzhou. The situation is as follows. Bai Hongwen then meticulously elucidated Murong Shue's brain condition to Jiang Cheng. With each detail, Jiang Cheng's astonishment deepened. Murong Shan sighed and earnestly gazed at Jiang Cheng. This is the situation, young friend Jiang. Director Bai is at a loss as well. After hearing about you from Si Ning, I was inspired to invite you, believing that since you could identify my daughter's problem, you would surely have a solution. Young friend Jiang, should you find a way to alleviate her illness, I am willing to offer 10 million. 10 million? Jiang Cheng inwardly chuckled, thinking that if he truly possessed such abilities, he would have already agreed. 10 million could purchase 2 spacious apartments in the heart of Qingzhou, yet he genuinely had no means to cure her. Jiang Cheng shook his head in resignation. Mr. Murong, I have stated that I am not a doctor. I truly cannot resolve Miss Murong's condition. Murong Shan clearly did not believe Jiang Cheng's words, suspecting him of deception. Jiang Cheng found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed perceived it with his own eyes. However, looking at Murong Shan's cunning gaze, he guessed that his words would not be taken seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng clarified, Mr. Murong, let me be frank with you. In my youth, I encountered an itinerant Taoist priest who, fortunate enough to become my mentor, imparted to me the art of qi observation. It was through this skill that I discerned the dark energy at the center of Miss Murong's brow prompting my well-intentioned warning. The mention of the art of qi observation left the others exchanging incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Shen Xining blinked her large eyes, gazing intently at Jiang Cheng. Her eyes sparkling with wonder, utterly convinced by his words. So Brother Cheng is truly remarkable. Lu Weiming stroked his slightly graying beard and spoke softly. The civilization of Longwa spans 5,000 years, vast and profound, teeming with extraordinary individuals and hidden talents beyond enumeration. The ancient practice of seeking dragons and examining geomancy, what Yang Jiang has mentioned, certainly holds some merit. Dean by Hongwan concurred, though I am a materialist. The world is far too expansive, encompassing numerous phenomena that defy scientific explanation. For instance, Western medicine struggles to address the body's damp and cold energies, while traditional Chinese medicine can alleviate such ailments with a few herbal remedies and cupping therapy. Lu Weiming and Bai Hongwan appeared to harbor a degree of belief in Jiang Cheng's seemingly nonsensical assertions. Murongshan pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, young Jiang implies that you can discern the issues but lack the means to rectify them?" Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmation. "To be honest, I merely observed that Miss Murong's forehead appears darkened. I cannot ascertain the exact nature of her affliction, which is why I suggested she undergo a medical examination. Young friend, do you happen to know where your Taoist master is now?" Murongshan persisted, unwilling to relent. If the old Taoist had imparted the art of observation to Jiang Cheng, surely he could also awaken his daughter. Jiang Cheng shook his head, dismissing the notion. "That old Taoist is merely a figment of my imagination. I haven't seen him in over a decade. Finding him now would be impossible." Murongshan's expression deflated instantly, revealing his disappointment. Dean Bai gently touched his lips. "Young Jiang, perhaps you should first examine Miss Murong. It is possible that your observational skills may yield some insight." "Indeed, yes. Brother Jiang, please assess my daughter first. We can discuss the rest later." Murongshan eagerly echoed. For now, they could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Jiang Cheng nodded, secretly curious about the meaning behind the dark energy he had perceived. However, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as he stepped into the VIP ward, the previously comatose Murong Shui abruptly awoke. Sitting up, she rubbed her head and looked at the gathered crowd in bewilderment. "Dad, Dean Bai, old Lu Xining. Why are you all here? Where am I?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. What was happening? Just moments ago, Dean Bai had been at a loss with the sleeping beauty, and now she had awakened on her own? It was all rather uncanny. "Huh, Jiang Cheng, you scoundrel. How dare you show your face here? You'd better explain who has lost their mind." Suddenly, Murong Shui spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Her blood surged, and she leapt from the bed, intent on chasing Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, perplexed by her unexpected vigor. Hadn't she been unconscious? How could she awaken so suddenly? Surely, this couldn't be an act? However, that was beside the point. The urgent matter was that Murong Shui seized a nearby fruit knife and charged towards him, her intentions clear, as if she intended to pierce him with a dozen transparent holes. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng took flight, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you, you crazy woman?" Before long, he dashed out of the ward and into the elevator. What left everyone even more bewildered was that just as Jiang Cheng sprinted out of the room, Murong Shui, having taken only 2 steps, suddenly closed her eyes as if succumbing to sleep and fell straight to the ground. A vigilant bodyguard swiftly caught her, preventing any harm. Bai Hongwen lifted Murong Shui's eyelids and shone a flashlight on her. After a sigh, he remarked, "Mr. Murong, it appears that the young lady has fallen asleep again." "What?" The crowd looked utterly perplexed. Chapter 22. I implore the young brother to cohabit with the young lady. Fallen asleep? Director Bai, how could this be? Murong Shan was on the verge of despair. Just moments ago, he had rejoiced at his daughter waking up, and now, inexplicably, she had drifted off again. In his 40 years of life, he had never encountered such a bizarre ailment. Shen Xining gazed at the unconscious Murong Shui, her face etched with concern. Bai Hongwen pondered for a moment before explaining, "I mentioned earlier that as long as Miss Murong is subjected to certain external stimuli, the brain cells responsible for awakening will activate, and she will rouse from her slumber. I suspect that Jiang Cheng possesses that very external stimulus." Murong Shan furrowed his brows in contemplation. "Director Bai, are you suggesting that it was Jiang Cheng's arrival that caused my daughter to awaken?" Bai Hongwen nodded. "That is my hypothesis, but we shall need to verify it." Lu Weiming chimed in. "Could it be the influence of Jiang's qi observation technique?" Bai Hongwen rubbed his nose. "Considering for half a minute, it is plausible. I believe Jiang Cheng has cultivated the qi observation technique, generating a unique magnetic field that stimulates Miss Murong's brain cells, allowing for normal cognitive function. Murong Shan nodded and instructed a bodyguard behind him. At this point, he ceased to concern himself with whether Jiang Cheng possessed any magnetic field. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He could not allow his daughter to remain in this inexplicable slumber indefinitely. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng entered the elevator and hastily shut the doors, muttering curses under his breath. Murong Shui is truly insane. Was it necessary to chase me with a fruit knife just for raising the price? What grievance could she possibly have? Women were indeed terrifying, especially the more beautiful they were, the greater the danger. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Cheng had barely taken a few steps when he collided with a middle-aged male doctor clad in a white coat. Jiang Cheng. In an instant, Jiang Cheng recognized the doctor as the ophthalmologist who had examined his eyes earlier. What was wrong with him? Why did he speak as if he were a woman? Seeing Jiang Cheng frozen in place, the middle-aged doctor's expression shifted to one of fury. He seized Jiang Cheng by the ear and, without a word, dragged him toward the exit. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Cheng winced in pain, hastily breaking free and staring at the doctor in bewilderment. At that moment, a young nurse rushed over, leading several medical staff in a hurry. Jiang Cheng was left utterly flabbergasted. The young nurse, indifferent to the middle-aged doctor's frantic protests, summoned several medical staff who forcibly ushered him into the elevator. Jiang Cheng observed the group vanish from sight, his brow furrowing in confusion. What on earth was happening? Just this morning, he had consulted the very same doctor regarding his eyesight, and now he seemed to have lost his mind. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Jiang Cheng. If that doctor were indeed mentally unstable, could the results of the morning's examination also be questionable? Alarmed by this realization, he hastened to follow them. However, as the elevator doors opened, a bodyguard clad in black suits halted him. Mr. Jiang, you haven't left yet? Just in time, Mr. Murong asked me to find you. Please come with me. Jiang Cheng, vexed, replied coldly, what for? Isn't Miss Murong awake? Why are you still calling for me? I suspect you are toying with me. The bodyguard hurriedly clarified, no, Mr. Jiang, we are not deceiving you. After you departed, the young lady fainted again. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young bodyguard, attempting to discern any deception in his words. The bodyguard, appearing rather peculiar, shook his head vigorously. Yes, you, monsieur. Jiang, everything I say is true. The moment you left the room, she truly fainted again. I understand this sounds bizarre, but it is indeed the case. You must come with me. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng's consent, the bodyguard firmly guided him into the elevator and pressed the button for the 13th floor. Jiang Cheng attempted to resist, but the bodyguard's grip was like a vice, rendering him powerless to escape. Exasperated, Jiang Cheng exclaimed, Mr. Murong, your daughter was fine. Wasn't she? Please don't play games with me. I have matters to attend to. Please wait, young sir. I truly am not deceiving you. Murong Shan implored, nearly in tears, terrified that Jiang Cheng might flee. Glancing at Shun Siling, Jiang Cheng exchanged a questioning look. Shun Siling nodded, affirming, Brother Cheng is telling the truth. Bai Hongwen added, Jiang, you might want to check on her. Though curious, Jiang Cheng set a condition, I will go take a look. But you must ensure your daughter doesn't threaten me with a knife. I refuse to go otherwise. Murong Shan forced a bitter smile. Very well. Please go check on her. At that moment, Jiang Cheng had become Murong Shan's sole hope, and he could not let him escape. Just like before. In the instant Jiang Cheng entered the hospital room, Murong Shui, who had been in a deep slumber, immediately awoke. Her eyes widened like saucers, glaring at Jiang Cheng with palpable resentment. However, several bodyguards restrained her. Jiang Cheng felt a chill and prepared to flee, only to find himself encircled by the bodyguards. Mr. Murong, I have not offended you. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Cheng shouted. Murong Shan exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Hongwen and approached Jiang Cheng with a smile. In a congenial tone, he said, Young brother Jiang, although I do not understand the reason, I must trouble you to stay at my home for a few days. I, Murong Shan, will surely reward you handsomely. What, Mr. Murong, are you attempting to kidnap me? Jiang Cheng's expression instantly grew cold. Do not misunderstand, young brother. Although you may not believe me, I can only say that if you maintain a certain distance from my daughter, she will inexplicably fall asleep. Yet, the moment you approach her, she awakens. Jiang Cheng's lips twitched. So what exactly are you implying? Do you wish for this young brother to cohabit with your daughter? What? Jiang Cheng's face was a picture of bewilderment. Chapter 23. The Shadow of Murong Shui. Cohabiting with Murong Shui? Absolutely not. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, often brandishing a fruit knife at their encounters. The mere thought of sharing a residence with her was utterly unacceptable. Just as he was about to firmly refuse, he noticed Murong Shui and Shen Xining in unison exclaiming, "No way, absolutely not." Murong Shui exchanged a peculiar glance with Shen Xining, her expression shifting oddly. "Xining, why do you oppose my living with him?" Everyone stared at Shen Xining in utter confusion. Shen Xining's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence despite her prolonged silence. Murong Shan shook his head without a word. Meanwhile, Bai Hongwen began to clarify the situation. 5 minutes later, Murong Shui stood in stunned silence. "Father, are you saying I have some strange illness that only allows me to remain conscious in this scoundrel's presence?" Murong Shan sighed and nodded. "For the time being, this is indeed the case. Everyone present can see it clearly. I have no other choice. This is merely a temporary measure. Perhaps after living together for a few days, your peculiar affliction will resolve itself. But there are no buts, Xiaoxue. You're my only daughter. If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and I do?" Murong Shan's eyes reddened as he gazed at his daughter, filled with concern. "Father," Jiang Cheng observed the two of them, as if they were performing a tragic play, and could no longer contain his irritation. Wait. Can you two stop talking past each other? Why should I heed your words? Whether she faints or not is of no concern to me." He was anxious about earning money. Following Murong Shui around all day, would he still have his own freedom? Were they treating him as their talisman? Would she need to take him with her, even to the restroom? Wasn't this just absurd? Murong Shui frowned and retorted angrily, "You are callous and shameless. You would abandon me in my time of need." "Shameless? Abandon you? Pray tell, have you actually fainted?" Jiang Cheng scoffed, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. "You." Murong Shui was left trembling with indignation at Jiang Cheng's brazen demeanor. "What do you mean by you? You expect me to be your shield, do you? I was merely offering you a kind suggestion to visit the hospital for a checkup, and instead, you threatened me with a fruit knife upon our first meeting. Now you wish for me to comply with your demands? Is it my fault that the hospital can't cure you? Do I owe your Murong family something?" Jiang Cheng could no longer contain himself. This woman was utterly unreasonable. He pushed past the bodyguards and attempted to leave. Upon hearing this, Bai Hongwen's face flushed. Indeed, it was the hospital's responsibility to treat illnesses. What did it have to do with Jiang Cheng? Seeing Jiang Cheng's intention to depart, Murong Shan grew anxious. "Wait, Brother Jiang." Jiang Cheng had already lost his patience. He replied coldly, "What is it? Does Mr. Murong intend to confine me?" Murong Shan hastily waved his hand, seeking to clarify, No, Brother Jiang, you have misunderstood. I must apologize for my previous insensitivity. Here's the proposition, Brother Jiang. I would like to invite you to stay at my home with Xiaoxue for a few days, and I shall compensate you with 1 million per day. What do you say?" Jiang Cheng fell silent, realizing the futility of his resistance. If coercion failed, then perhaps persuasion would follow. 1 million a day might have tempted him in the past, but now he felt no interest whatsoever. Such an infringement on his freedom was something he would never acquiesce to, even at the cost of his life. With a cold voice, he replied, "Boss Murong, I have no need for such money. You would be better off saving it for more doctors. Your persistent entanglement serves no purpose. I cannot continuously tail your daughter like a shadow. I have my own life." With that, he turned to leave. Murong Shui gritted her teeth and hastened to follow him. This Jiang Cheng was truly like a stubborn rock in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding, impervious to both force and flattery. She did not wish to inexplicably faint in the hospital again, so she resolved to accompany Jiang Cheng until her ailment was resolved. Just wait until I have wrung out your remaining value. I shall see how I deal with you, you rogue." Earlier, while listening to Dean Bai's explanation, she seemed to have discerned that Jiang Cheng possessed some form of qi observation technique, which appeared to generate a magnetic field beneficial to her condition. While she did not fully comprehend it and thought it somewhat far-fetched, the opening of her new jewelry brand was just a month away. There were still 2 pieces of top-grade jade that had yet to be crafted into products. If she remained confined to a sickbed, how could she possibly launch her new brand? Thus, weighing the pros and cons, she decided to stick with Jiang Cheng. At the very least, she should avoid fainting. As for other matters, she could always make phone calls to arrange them. Seeing Murong Shui follow Jiang Cheng out, Murong Shan and his entourage trailed behind. Once they observed that Murong Shui was still standing upright and had not fainted, Murong Shan finally felt relieved. "Dean Bai, it seems your conjecture was indeed correct." He then waved his hand, instructing 2 bodyguards in black to follow discreetly. It would not do to have such a large group shadow Jiang Cheng. Instead, he could only send 2 individuals to protect his daughter from the shadows. Shun Xiling, her expression complex, glanced at Jiang Cheng and Murong Shui before biting her red lip and following suit. Jiang Cheng approached the nurse's station and inquired with a young nurse about the way to the psychiatric department. Afterward, he entered the elevator, preparing to visit the deranged ophthalmologist on the 8th floor. To his surprise, as he stepped into the elevator, Murong Shui, in her high heels and swaying hips, followed closely behind. Once inside, she shot Jiang Cheng a glance, opting for silence. Moments later, Shun Xiling also entered the elevator in a swift manner, followed by the 2 bodyguards. The atmosphere in the elevator grew awkward, with each person preoccupied with their own thoughts. Naturally, Jiang Cheng paid no attention to Murong Shui, who deliberately avoided looking at him. Shun Xiling stood in the middle, caught in a dilemma. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Jiang Cheng exited the elevator without a word, and Murong Shui and Shun Xiling followed suit without hesitation. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances before swiftly trailing after them, though not too closely. Jiang Cheng heard the sound of high heels clicking behind him and wore a frown. I must ask, Miss Murong, what is your purpose in following me? Murong Shui chuckled coldly. Am I following you? Is the hospital your family S? Jiang Cheng sighed in exasperation, fully aware of Murong Shui's thoughts. It was simply that since he did not choose to accompany her, she stubbornly insisted on trailing behind him. Little pest, he muttered under his breath, choosing to disregard her and head directly towards the nurse's station on this floor. A young nurse, having just finished her meal, quickly set aside her food upon noticing Jiang Cheng's arrival. Excuse me, may I inquire if there's an ophthalmologist here who has gone mad? He used to be a doctor at your hospital. Jiang Cheng sought to uncover whether this Dr. Li had succumbed to madness before or after his examination. The young nurse blinked in astonishment. What are you saying? Dr. Li examined your eyes today? That's impossible. He went mad over a week ago and has been under strict supervision in the 8th floor psychiatric ward. How could he have examined you during the day? Upon finishing her statement, the nurse promptly dialed a number, putting it on speakerphone. A woman's startled voice came through. What? When did this happen? Was it around 9 in the morning? A few exchanged glances, their expressions turning intricate. Sister Hua, please come over. This gentleman is at the nurse's station. All right, I'll be right there. Chapter 24. 2 beauties want to take me home. Before long, a young nurse in scrubs hurriedly rushed down the corridor. Jiang Cheng recognized her as the same nurse he had encountered downstairs moments ago. From a distance, she began to scrutinize him. It's you. You're that handsome guy from downstairs. Wait, could it be you who said that Dr. Li examined your eyes this morning? Clearly recognizing Jiang Cheng, the nurse recalled the earlier conversation on the phone, and her realization dawned upon her. Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. I'm quite certain. The doctor from this morning was indeed the Dr. Li I just met downstairs, who has mental issues. Yet, during our conversation, I did not perceive any signs of his madness. We talked for quite a while. To Jiang Cheng, Dr. Li appeared perfectly normal during his examination that morning. He bore no semblance of insanity whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the nurse's expression grew serious. With a sigh, she replied, to be honest, Dr. Li has had mental issues for a week now and has been receiving treatment in our psychiatric department. However, we can't watch him every second of the day. So if you indeed saw him this morning, then it must have been Dr. Li. Jiang Cheng's face contorted in confusion. Could it be that Dr. Li isn't entirely mad and occasionally reverts to normalcy? Murong Shui and Shun Xining erupted in soft laughter upon hearing this. Jiang Cheng shot Murong Shui a glare, fully aware of what amused the 2 girls. The absurdity of a sane person allowing a mentally unstable individual to conduct an examination and engage in conversation struck him as comical. Jiang Cheng inquired, Miss, may I have a moment with Dr. Li? The nurse nodded and led Jiang Cheng and his companions to a patient room. Murong Shui scoffed at Jiang Cheng's actions, muttering under her breath, what an idiot, is he out of his mind? Coming here to see a mental patient. I simply cannot comprehend his reasoning. Nonetheless, she followed suit. Shun Xining grasped Murong Shui's arm, gently advising, Sister Murong, Brother Cheng is truly a good person. You should not harbor any animosity towards him. Murong Shui blinked, scrutinizing Shun Xining closely. Tell me, Xining, you aren't developing feeling for that boy, are you? Why else would you defend him? I am your best friend. Shun Xining's cheeks flushed, and after a prolonged silence, a thought suddenly struck her. Biting her lip, she lowered her voice and shyly asked, Sister Murong, Brother Cheng mentioned wanting to come to our home as a live-in son-in-law. Does that count as a confession? She was utterly inexperienced in matters of love, and sought to inquire further from Murong Shui. What? That scoundrel, A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Absolutely not. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Murong Shui felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Yet, Brother Cheng truly was impressive. The 4 stones he casually chose had earned her 5 million. And did you know? He even swindled 100,000 dragon coins from a con artist. Took me out to dinner, and didn't refuse when I asked to take a doggy bag. In an effort to prove Jiang Cheng was no mere toad. Shen Shining enthusiastically extolled his virtues, oblivious to Murong Shui's shifting expressions, which transitioned from disdain to shock, and ultimately to contemplation. Whenever Jiang Cheng was mentioned, Shen Shining's eyes sparkled with admiration, her words flowing endlessly, as if she could never tire of the subject. Murong Shui grew increasingly intrigued by Jiang Cheng. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng followed the nurse into a patient room. Inside, Dr. Li sat on the bed, engrossed in his artwork on a drawing board. He seemed oblivious to their presence, lost in his creations. Jiang Cheng glanced around, observing the scattered drawings on the bed, an assortment reminiscent of Picasso's abstract works, utterly indecipherable. After a lengthy inspection, Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened. He discerned an eerie image on one of the sheets. It depicted a woman clad in a red dress. The image was distorted, yet he was certain it portrayed a woman in a red dress. Instantly, his mind replayed the scene from that fateful night of the accident. It was her, the woman. She must be the cause of this. Tell me, who is this woman? Reveal her identity. Jiang Cheng could no longer contain himself and violently seized Dr. Li by the collar, roaring in a frenzy. Dr. Li flashed a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and playfully remarked, "He, Xiao Ming. Let us hide quickly before the teacher finds us, or else she'll surely spank you." The young nurse was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's sudden actions and hurriedly grasped his hand. "Sir, let go. You will frighten Dr. Li." Shen Xiling was also momentarily stunned and quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm, expressing concern. "Brother Chengzi, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Murong Shuelio's brows knitted together as she observed Jiang Cheng more closely, sensing something amiss. Gazing at Dr. Li, who still appeared childlike, Jiang Cheng sighed deeply, striving to calm himself. Indeed, given the current situation, what could he possibly say? And even if he spoke, how many of his words could be deemed credible? He released Dr. Li's collar and scrutinized his body with intensity. Sure enough, at the center of Dr. Li's forehead, he spotted a mass of energy, a colorless, almost transparent orb. It appeared pure and clear, akin to spring water. The more he looked, the tighter his frown became. What was this phenomenon? Moments latte, a dansa. Ink-like black orb appeared in the center of Murong Shui's forehead. Yet, this time, the darkness seemed to have lessened, and the discomfort it previously invoked had diminished somewhat. Jiang Cheng's mind raced with confusion. Unable to comprehend the situation further, he decided to refrain from pondering it any longer. There were many mysteries in this world beyond his understanding. Much like the black energy on Murong Shui's forehead, his own ocular abilities, and that enigmatic woman in red from that fateful night. The changes in his vision had occurred after his encounter with her. What had she forced into his mouth? Could it truly be that which granted him this extraordinary sight? If that were the case, then not only had she healed his eyes, but she had also bestowed upon him the power to perceive the worth of all things. On reflection, Jiang Cheng felt a strange gratitude towards that woman. Yet, what could her true intentions be? This conundrum eluded him entirely. Given that the doctor was in such a state, it was likely he would not yield any answers, and Jiang Cheng felt compelled to abandon his inquiries. Gu Zhixia and Qin Xiaoshu had already departed, and he did not dwell on it further. Murong Shui and Shen Xiling continued to follow him with unflagging enthusiasm. As Jiang Cheng climbed into the pickup truck, the 2 girls followed suit, one after the other. If Murong Shui had previously followed Jiang Cheng out of necessity, now her interest in him had deepened significantly. He was a man of many mysteries. "What? I must have misheard. I know I am quite handsome, but must you be so direct?" Jiang Cheng exclaimed. "If I were to leave, wouldn't I simply collapse on the ground? How could you, a delicate woman, expect me to turn a blind eye to your peculiar affliction? Do you not have any compassion?" Murong Shui pouted, adopting a pitiful expression that made Jiang Cheng furrow his brow. This woman, indeed, was putting on quite the performance. If she were not pursuing an acting career, it would be a disservice to her talents. Jiang Cheng, quite intimidated by her audacity, thought to himself how brazen she was becoming. Why waste words? I can sleep on the bed while you take the floor, cannot I? Are you not afraid I might succumb to my primal instincts in the night? With a devilish smile, Jiang Cheng revealed a rather lewd grin. "Thus, I resolved that Si Ning would accompany me." "Huh? Me?" Shen Xining was momentarily taken aback. Oh, very well. Sister Murong, I shall go with you. Shen Xining nodded with a slight curve at the corners of her mouth. What? Xining, are you truly coming? To be honest, Jiang Cheng himself was somewhat bewildered. Was this a blessing or a curse? Chapter 25, 6 Flavory Mania Pills. Do exercise caution. In Qingzhou City, at the Linjiang Mansion, Villa number 13. As Murong Shan entered the villa, barely catching his breath, a middle-aged woman adorned in opulent attire and sparkling jewels hastened towards him, her face betraying a sense of urgency as she scanned the surroundings. Where's my daughter? Where is Xiaoxue? I just stepped out for a moment, and now something has happened to her. Murong Shan regarded Yi Rong with a look of disdain and retorted, how can you even say that? Your daughter suddenly fainted, and you still have the luxury to be preoccupied with your affairs. The phone is unreachable. If anything were to happen to her, I wonder how you would react. Upon hearing this, Yi Rong's face paled, and with a pout, she spoke in a tone of feigned innocence. Oh dear, husband. You know I detest being interrupted while I'm working. How could I have known something would happen to Xiaoxue? Had I known, I would have ceased immediately and rushed to her side. By the way, where's Xiaoxue? You mentioned she was fine. Murong Shan cast an exasperated glance at his oblivious wife and sighed deeply. What? Yi Rong gasped in disbelief. Husband, please do not frighten me. Xiaoxue, oh no. Murong Shan looked at Yi Rong, who resembled a mournful specter with a furrowed brow. What are you doing? Why the long face? Xiaoxue is staying out tonight. What are you thinking? Yi Rong, in a fit of exasperation, firmly grasped Murong Shan's ear and exclaimed, Murong Shan, are you trying to kill me? Can you not speak in such a breathless manner? Just finish your sentence in one go. You nearly scare me to death. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. There are people watching. Murong Shan groaned in agony. Yi Rong glanced around and noticed several bodyguards stifling their laughter, leading to an awkward silence as she hastily released her grip. You all may take your rest. The bodyguards exchanged glances before retreating outside. Murong Shan sighed again and elaborated on their daughter's situation in detail. By the end, Yi Rong was left utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, she finally muttered, Are you saying that Xiaoxue is cohabitating with that Jiang Cheng? This is outrageous. You know that young master Huang Qingye from the Huang family has affections for our Xiaoxue, and you have intentions of an alliance with the Huang family. How can you expect the Huang family to react to Xiaoxue living with that Jiang Cheng? Are you out of your mind? Murong Shan furrowed his brow, exasperated. What is more important, the Huang family's reputation or our Xiaoxue's well-being? If she were to remain in this state indefinitely, you can go and live with the Huang family. Yi Rong opened her mouth to respond, but upon witnessing her husband's anger, she hesitated and fell silent. Indeed, in comparison to their daughter, the Huang family was insignificant. If anything were to happen to her, she would have no time to grieve. Suddenly, Yi Rong recalled something in question, but, dear husband, I cannot shake the feeling that Jiang Cheng is rather peculiar. You jest that he, a mere lad in his early 20s, could possibly possess any knowledge of the art of divination. And as for that venerable Taoist, I cannot shake the feeling that it is that young man who is spinning tales. My dear, do you think that our daughter's peculiar affliction might somehow be the doing of Jiang Cheng? Murong Shan waved his hand dismissively. No, I have dispatched someone to investigate. Jiang Cheng's background is quite unremarkable. He is only a younger sister, and today marks their first meeting with Xiaoxue, devoid of any prior acquaintance. Furthermore, if he were indeed the culprit, would he not seize this opportunity to demand a handsome sum? I tested him with money, but he outright refused and walked away, while it is our daughter who has been rather insistent in following him. But are you not concerned about our daughter cohabiting with a stranger? Not at all. You know our daughter well. She is always the one to dominate, never the victim. Besides, I have assigned Lin Zhou and Wang how to keep an eye on her. She shall be safe. Meanwhile, Murong Shui drove her pickup truck unsteadily into an old-fashioned neighborhood, coming to a halt before an entrance. Stepping out of the vehicle, her expression was as grim as yesterday's tea. Murong Shui complained, I say, Jiang Cheng. Having earned a few million, could you not procure a decent car? This clunker requires me to engage the clutch, and my heels are sore from the wear. And the noise insulation? It sounds like a tractor, a beloved vehicle. You wretched man, this heap is hardly fit for our housekeeper to fetch groceries. Murong Shui scoffed. You, could you not even hire a chauffeur? Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. You just called it a clunker, and yet you think a chauffeur would willingly drive it? They would weep at the sight. You. Murong Shui's chest heaved with indignation. She felt as though Jiang Cheng had been sent by the heavens to torment her. After a lengthy exchange of barbs, she found herself at a disadvantage. Shun Xiling observed their playful banter without interjecting, only giggling quietly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. She felt an inexplicable joy in the company of Murong Shui and Jiang Cheng. Could this be the essence of love? Before long, the trio arrived at the fourth floor. Just as Jiang Cheng unlocked the door, a beautiful woman wrapped in a towel appeared before him, his tenant, Wen Yao. At that moment, her hair was damp, glistening droplets poised to fall, her cheeks flushed, and her long, fair legs exuded an irresistible allure. Jiang Cheng felt a rush of blood to his head. Wen Yao flashed a playful smile, suddenly noticing the two stunning women behind Jiang Cheng, and her expression shifted to one of knowing amusement. Jiang Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he stammered, Wen Yao, please do not misunderstand. They are. Before he could elaborate, Murong Shui boldly stepped forward, extending her delicate hand with a warm smile. Hello, I am Murong Shui. I will be cohabiting with Jiang Cheng from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Shun Xiling followed suit, introducing herself. Hello, I am Shun Xiling. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Wen Yao tilted her head. Confusion apparent. What is happening? Orange, are both of them your girlfriends? Have you broken up with Song? Jiang Cheng nearly gasped for breath, coughing vehemently. Wen Yao, cease your frivolous remarks. Those two, how should I put it? This Murong Shui is merely a shadow, an insignificant presence. Just pretend she does not exist. This adorable girl is her close friend and also my companion. Instantly, Murong Shui's expression darkened. Jiang Cheng, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by shadow? Jiang Cheng pouted. Isn't it the truth? I am Wen Yao, an actress, a star of the future. Presently, I am Jiang Cheng's tenant. I shall retire to my room now. You may carry on. He. Observing the scene before her, Wen Yao wore a knowing smile and cheerfully made her way to her chamber. By the way, Orange, Yilue Di Huangwan, do take care. Following this, Wen Yao inexplicably tossed a small vial of medicine at him with a playful laugh. Jiang Cheng stared at the vial labeled Lu Wei Di Huangwan, utterly bemused. What on earth is this? Hey, Wen Yao, clarify your words. What do you mean by take care? I don't understand. Chapter 26. Why are you climbing into my bed? Naturally, Jiang Cheng could not truly share a room with Murong Shui. His sister, Jiang Ling, was averse to strangers trespassing in her domain. Thus, Murong Shui and Shun Xining shared Jiang Cheng's room, while he retreated to his sister's quarters. He felt utterly speechless. Had he known Murong Shui would be so stubborn, he would have accepted Murong Shan's proposal of 100,000 a day. Now, not only did he have an insistent shadow following him, but his bed was also commandeered. The thought alone left him feeling quite aggrieved. As Jiang Cheng lay on the bed, he sighed deeply, his thoughts a whirlwind. In just a few short days, his life had transformed dramatically. Following a car accident, he had lost his sight, his job, and was left destitute. His girlfriend of 5 years had betrayed him for 4, and as soon as she gained admission to graduate school, she hastily discarded him. He had unexpectedly encountered that mysterious woman in red and inexplicably acquired the ability to discern the true value of all things. With this newfound power, he had earned over 4 million in a single night. He had also crossed paths with his high school crush, Guji Xia, and by sheer coincidence, assisted her. Reflecting on it all felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, the madness of Dr. Li, the transparent orbs, and the enigmatic intentions of that woman in red. What secrets lay hidden within all of this? Jiang Cheng could not fathom the answers. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he stirred, his hand reaching out instinctively. Jiang Cheng was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches from his own. Goodness, Murong Shui, what on earth are you doing in my bed clinging to me? Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that Murong Shui was tightly wrapped around him like a little octopus. It seemed his startled exclamation had roused her. Murong Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and retorted, What are you yelling about? You woke Xining. I'll see how you explain this. Don't evade my question. Why are you in my bed instead of your own? Jiang Cheng's face darkened with frustration. I was afraid you scoundrel, would sneak away. What if I fell into a coma? Murong Shui replied, her cheeks flushed and her lips pouting. Are you always this bothersome? I have already told you. I cannot cure your peculiar ailment. Why not seek the doctor instead? Why do you persist in clinging to me? Jiang Cheng expressed his disdain. Jiang Cheng, are you even a man? Here I am, a stunning beauty, throwing myself at you, and you are so utterly indifferent. Are you even capable? You coward. Murong Sulaft. covering her mouth at Jiang Cheng's flustered demeanor. "Are you capable, coward?" As a steadfast man, Jiang Cheng could not tolerate a woman questioning his capabilities. The very notion of his sexual orientation being doubted was infuriating. "Am I capable? Just see for yourself." Jiang Cheng's head swam with blood, his face nearly touching Mu Rongshue's. Her heart raced as her cheeks flushed crimson. "Let go of me. Did you not claim I was incapable? Just look and see for yourself. You shameless rogue." "A rogue? Who was it that crept into my bed at the dead of night?" The intensity of Jiang Cheng's gaze startled Mu Rongxue, causing her heart to race, as if it were about to leap into her throat. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang Cheng's heavy breaths, mingled with the distinct scent of masculinity, struck Mu Rongshue's delicate face, leaving her almost entranced. She felt a breathless tension. As the daughter of the Mu Rong family, she had never experienced such intimate proximity with a man. The atmosphere became palpably charged. Jiang Cheng felt parched and his throat involuntarily constricted. The unique fragrance of Mu Rongxue enveloped him, igniting an unbearable heat within. The room was enveloped in a haunting silence, save for their intertwined heavy breaths. As Jiang Cheng's blazing gaze met hers, Mu Rongxue, seemingly resigned to her fate, slowly closed her eyes, ceasing to struggle, her eyelashes fluttering, exuding an unearthly beauty. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Jiang Cheng was on the verge of surrender when a sudden sound of a door closing echoed from outside. It was from Wen Yao's room. Jiang Cheng felt as though struck by lightning, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil. He hastily released Mu Rongxue and retreated to a nearby seat, unable to bear to look at her again. His heart raced with confusion. How could he have acted in such a manner? At that moment, Mu Rongshue's mind was a blank slate. She was oblivious to what Jiang Cheng had just said. She slowly sat up, adjusting her disheveled clothing, biting her lip, her breath erratic, her gaze complex as it fell upon Jiang Cheng. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet no words emerged. In the empty room, two restless souls locked eyes, and silence prevailed. "Humph, coward." After what felt like an eternity, Mu Rongxue finally murmured with a hint of sorrow, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave the room. Jiang Cheng watched her long, graceful legs and the alluring curves, letting out a deep sigh. The night passed in silence. Around 7 in the morning, Jiang Cheng was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped out to find Wen Yao preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing him awake, Wen Yao flashed a mischievous grin. "Ha ha, Orange, looking good." In the stillness of the night, even a beautiful woman climbing in a bed could be endured, yet you surpass even Lu Xiaohui in your resilience. Surely, you cannot truly be at a loss. Did I not provide you with a bottle of 6-flavor Remania pills? If necessary, do replenish yourself. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mu Rongshue's intrusion into his bed the previous night was so clearly known to Wen Yao. Moreover, from her description, he could ascertain that she must have been observing for no less than an hour. "Wen Yao, are you truly so idly curious?" Wen Yao shrank her neck, feigning innocence. "Do not misunderstand. I did not spy on you. I merely happened to see while heading to the restroom in the dead of night." "Happened to see?" I would believe you for a second. Upon uttering this, Jiang Cheng suddenly froze. "Wait, Wen Yao, where did you acquire that stone around your neck?" Jiang Cheng pointed to the black stone hanging from Wen Yao's neck, his expression growing serious, for he had noticed that the stone was entwined with a wisp of green energy. This was the first time he had encountered such green energy. What on earth could it signify? Wen Yao touched the stone strung with red thread around her neck, her face beaming with pride. "Ah, this. It was gifted to me by a college friend, who claimed it to be obsidian. I've been wearing it for several years now." "Obsidian? Wen Yao, have you experienced any peculiar occurrences lately?" Wen Yao blinked and pondered carefully. "If I were to mention the strangest thing recently, it would be my relentless streak of bad luck." She pouted, expressing her discontent. "What do you mean?" "Oh, Orange, you have no idea. A few days ago, a director suddenly called me, saying that a supporting role seemed quite fitting for me and requested that I audition. However, upon my arrival at the set, I was told that the role had already been filled. It was infuriating." As she recounted this, Wen Yao could not help but feel despondent. Jiang Cheng contemplated for a moment before inquiring further. "Wen Yao, how is that friend who gifted you the obsidian faring now?" Upon this question, a glimmer of envy sparkled in Wen Yao's eyes. "Ah, Orange, that friend is now quite popular. She has landed several leading roles in major productions over the past few years, earning millions annually. Unlike me, who, having graduated for several years, cannot even secure a decent role, perpetually cast as either a corpse or a maid, often not surviving beyond half an episode. How can the disparity between people be so vast? Is your friend beautiful? Wen Yao shook her head. Mediocre, perhaps, but it seems the audience favors her type. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and searched for some stills of her friend to show Jiang Cheng. The girl, named Chun Tong, possessed an utterly average appearance. A stark contrast to Wen Yao, who was leagues ahead in beauty. Logically, one would not expect such a face to thrive in the entertainment industry. Something is amiss. Jiang Cheng was now certain of the nature of the green energy enveloping the stone. He surmised that this stone must possess some capability akin to siphoning fortune. If it only brought misfortune to himself, Jiang Cheng would merely presume that the green energy belonged to bad luck. However, the friend who gifted Wen Yao the stone, Chen Tong, was evidently thriving. Despite her unremarkable looks, she was frequently favored by directors, consistently landing leading roles. This was indeed abnormal, extremely abnormal. Thus, Jiang Cheng was already certain of the stone's purpose. It must have siphoned the fortune from Wen Yao and transferred it to the girl named Chen Tong. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a calculated and deliberate act. How insidious Chen Tong's intentions were. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Pill and New Skill of X-ray Vision. Jiang Cheng never anticipated that this woman, Chen Tong, could be so malicious. To steal others' fortunes was a vile deed indeed, and she was supposed to be a good sister to Wen Yao. How despicable! However, the matter of usurping Wen Yao's fortune was now laid bare. The rich and profound culture of Longhua, with its 5,000 years of history, is filled with extraordinary talents and hidden dragons. Just because he did not comprehend it did not imply that others could not. This world is rife with phenomena beyond his understanding, and his current abilities could not provide answers to each of them. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not explain anything to Wen Yao. Such a fantastical and even bizarre occurrence could not be rationally articulated. Yet, Jiang Cheng did not believe he was overthinking. With his newfound abilities manifesting, he would not be surprised by anything more peculiar. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng smiled at Wen Yao and said, Wen Yao, this stone of yours looks quite exquisite. Would you sell it to me? Wen Yao touched the black stone around her neck, regarding Jiang Cheng with a curious expression, before breaking into a grin. What are you saying? What is our relationship? If you like it, I'll just give it to you. With that, Wen Yao directly removed the black stone from her neck and handed it to Jiang Cheng with a smile. Jiang Cheng, not one to refuse, accepted it without hesitation. The moment the black stone entered his grasp, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation, a chill rising from his soles that coursed up his spine. Yet just as that chill approached his mind, a wave of warmth surged within him, forcefully suppressing the coldness. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng observed green energy that had been seeping into his arm from his palm being expelled. Then, out of nowhere, a golden orb of light appeared, compelling the green energy into the black stone, forming a golden shield-like barrier on its surface. Jiang Cheng watched in astonishment, quietly intrigued. He discovered that the green energy seemed almost alive, akin to a small serpent frantically assaulting the golden shield. Yet, that thin layer of golden protection stood firm like an impenetrable fortress, repelling all of the green energy's assaults as if they had vanished into the sea. After a few moments, the green energy, like a thirsty plant, wilted and lost its vitality. Ultimately, all returned to tranquility, as the green energy dissipated under the golden shield's consuming energy. The entire process was complex to describe, yet transpired in the blink of an eye, concluding within mere breaths. Jiang Cheng, wide-eyed, could not help but gasp in astonishment. What on earth was this golden orb of light? Its power was astonishing. What Jiang Cheng remained unaware of was that the golden orb he had perceived emanated from his very own eyes. The velocity at which it appeared was so swift that it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving him oblivious to its presence. Nevertheless, with the disappearance of the green mist, Jiang Cheng could not help but feel a quiet sense of relief. He scrutinized the black stone in his hand, which was no larger than a small pebble, its surface adorned with an array of faint crimson patterns. Were it not for his exceptional eyesight, he might have overlooked its remarkable features. Although the significance of the delicate red markings eluded him, they certainly possessed an air of distinction. As Jiang Cheng inspected the stone, a number materialized before his eyes. 3,800,000. He was taken aback, astonished that this modest stone held such immense value. What kind of stone was this? It was indeed a delightful surprise. However, with the green mist dissipated, it suggested that the stone no longer bore any adverse effects. He unconsciously draped the black stone around his neck and turned his attention to Wen Yao. To his astonishment, he noticed that in that brief moment, a faint red glow began to emanate from her brow. This phenomenon brought him a sense of comfort. The young lady was blissfully unaware that it would not be long before she might flush with color. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng was indifferent to such trivialities. Whether she blushed or not would not alter his attitude towards her, nor would it change her feelings towards him. Yet, unexpectedly, when Wen Yao gazed at Jiang Cheng, she abruptly froze, exclaiming, "Orange, orange. Your eyes, they are bleeding." "What?" Jiang Cheng instinctively touched his cheek, only to feel a warm wetness. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a sight of crimson. He was bleeding. Shocked, he rushed to the bathroom to confront his reflection in the mirror. What he beheld was truly alarming. At that moment, 2 streams of bright red tears trickled slowly down the corners of his eyes. It was bizarre and terrifying. Soon after, a piercing pain assailed his eyes, distorting his entire visage. Was this an adverse effect of excessive strain on his eyes? The thought filled Jiang Cheng with dread. Surely, he could not be going blind? After what felt like an eternity, the stinging sensation gradually subsided, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Dismissing the turmoil in his mind, he hastily rinsed the blood away with clean water, observing his reflection for a considerable time. The bleeding had ceased, and there was no pain or itchiness. However, his eyes remained somewhat bloodshot, the whites marred by a web of crimson veins, creating an unsettling appearance. "Orange, are you all right?" Wen Yao frantically knocked on the door, her voice laced with urgency. Jiang Cheng sniffed, glanced at his reflection, and, reassured of his well-being, opened the door with a gentle smile for Wen Yao. "Rest assured, I am fine." She clearly doubted him, scrutinizing his eyes with great care. "Are you truly unscathed? Yet just moments ago, your eyes bled profusely. And now?" Wen Yao continued to examine his eyes, noting that aside from a slight redness, there seemed to be no serious issue, and no blood was flowing anymore. Her mind was filled with questions. "All right, let's have breakfast." Jiang Cheng gently patted Wen Yao's shoulder and strode towards the dining table. Upon it lay 2 bowls of millet porridge, a plate of pickles, and several fried eggs. Without uttering a word, Jiang Cheng began eating with a singular focus. Wen Yao settled down opposite him, her expression laden with suspicion. "Chengzi, are you feeling particularly weak? You ought to take a few doses of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan to replenish your vitality." Jiang Cheng shot her a glare and retorted with irritation. "Wen Yao, you're quite bold. Lu Wei Di Huang Wan is a staple at home. Tell me, have you been seeking out a gigolo, leaving you in such a state? Get lost." "What gigolo?" "ISNT, that Lu Wei Di Huang. Want something you purchased?" "I bought it. How could I possibly buy such a thing? I'm in perfect health." "ISNT at you who left it at my doorstep? It's just the 2 of us in this house. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" "Chengzi, just admit that you're unwell. I won't mock you. There is no need for secrecy. I advise you to consult a traditional Chinese doctor to properly restore your health. You can't keep losing blood like this." Wen Yao chuckled. Jiang Cheng was left bewildered. "I left it at your doorstep?" "Indeed. Look, it's this delivery box. I haven't ordered anything, so if you didn't buy it, who did?" Seemingly intent on forcing Jiang Cheng to confess, Wen Yao retrieved a delivery box from the shoe rack and handed it to him. Jiang Cheng glanced at it and realized it was indeed the box he had casually placed at Wen Yao's door. His gaze shifted to the small bottle of Lu Wei Di Huang, one that sat quietly on the coffee table in front of the sofa, his brow furrowing in concentration. He hastily set down his utensils and approached the coffee table, seizing the small pill bottle. The surface of the bottle bore no distinguishing features from the usual Lu Wei Di Huang one. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng slowly twisted open the cap. As it clicked open, his brow furrowed even deeper. Inside the bottle was not the small black pills commonly found in stores, but rather a singular large black pill. It resembled the holistic tonics seen on television, round and the size of a quail egg, dark brown in color. "What on earth is this? Wait, what is this?" Jiang Cheng suddenly noticed numerous tiny specks of light on the surface of the black pill. Quickly focusing his vision, he discerned that those tiny specks were, in fact, words. "After experiencing blood in your eyes, take this pill, and 3 months later, I shall come for you." Upon reading this, Jiang Cheng could no longer maintain his composure. It was her, the woman in red. No one besides her could possibly know about his eye condition. But who exactly is this woman in red, and what are her intentions? He suddenly recalled the object she had forced into his mouth. Could it be this very pill? She instructed him to take this pill after experiencing blood in his eyes, which implied she had foreseen the side effects of his frequent eye usage. What could her motives be for bestowing upon him these extraordinary eyes? Should he consume this pill? If he refrained, would there be other side effects for his eyes? This time it was bleeding. What would happen next? Blindness or worse, death? Jiang Cheng found himself in a state of profound turmoil, yet he soon shifted his thoughts. The woman instructed him to seek her out in 3 months, insisting that he swallow this pill. This implies that the pill is indeed safe. Otherwise, if something were to happen to her, who would she return to in 3 months? The supernatural ability in his eyes was bestowed upon him by that woman. If she intended to harm him, she could have done so that very night without such elaborate schemes. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, seized the pill, and swallowed it whole with a gulp. Wen Yao watched Jiang Cheng's actions, utterly bewildered. Did he really just swallow such a large pill? Was he not worried about choking? When did Zhizitang start producing such enormous Lu Wei Dihuang pills? Could it possibly be a super strength version? I mean, orange, while you may be feeling weak. There's no need to go to such lengths. Jiang Cheng, however, paid no heed to Wen Yao's reaction. He sat upright on the sofa, closing his eyes to sense the changes within his body. Yet, after quite some time, apart from a warm sensation in his abdomen, he felt no significant alteration. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a hint of skepticism crossing his face. But when he turned to glance at Wen Yao, an unexpected rush of blood surged through him, causing his nose to bleed profusely. So large, so pale. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, overwhelmed with excitement. Of course, this had nothing to do with the pill. Rather, he discovered that Wen Yao was standing before him without any clothing, her skin a brilliant white. An intense heat surged through him, causing blood to spurt from his nose uncontrollably. He had gained the ability to see through objects. Chapter 28. Wen Yao's fortuitous turn. Little Orange, are you all right? You should really go to the hospital. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Cheng experienced bleeding from both his eyes and nose. Wen Yao, now flustered, hurriedly retrieved a tissue to staunch the flow of blood. Little did she know that both instances of Jiang Cheng's bleeding were caused solely by her. The first was due to his excessive use of his vision to combat that green mist, and this second instance was purely because of Wen Yao. He feared that another glance would lead to complete anemia. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Jiang Cheng said, "No, it's fine, just a bit overheated. I'll be all right in a moment." Wen Yao regarded the strangely behaving Jiang Cheng with suspicion, feeling quite perplexed. He wanted to test his newfound ability to see through objects. Jiang Cheng focused his vision, staring intently at the large white wall before him. 3 seconds later, the wall-less plaster began to fade, followed by the tiles, and within a second, the thick white wall vanished entirely. The empty corridor was suddenly revealed before Jiang Cheng's eyes. He was elated. His vision had indeed evolved. Without pausing, he directed his gaze towards the wall of room 401 across the hall. The large white wall disappeared in an instant. Wow, how incredible! Jiang Cheng's heart surged with excitement. Previously, he could only perceive the value of objects. Now, he could see through them entirely. Could this power be a gift from that dark brown pill? But what exactly was that pill? What was the purpose of the abilities that woman had granted him? When she said to seek her out in 3 months, could it be that she required his assistance for something? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng sighed. He decided to take things as they come. Suddenly, another thought struck him. He swiftly grasped the black stone hanging around his neck. As his vision sharpened, the figure 3.8 million reappeared upon the stone. Gradually, the black stone loomed larger in Jiang Cheng's eyes, its previously imperceptible red patterns now strikingly clear. His eyesight had undoubtedly improved. What once seemed like inscrutable red designs now resembled cryptic symbols, akin to an unfamiliar script. He hurried to his sister Jiang Ling's room, retrieving a pen and a sheet of white paper from her desk, meticulously sketching each symbol he had observed. To his astonishment, his artistic prowess, which had previously been akin to that of a preschooler capable of rendering deities as stick figures, now enabled him to replicate the bizarre symbols with remarkable precision, as if produced by a printer. Staring at the 16 distinct symbols on the paper, Jiang Cheng was utterly dumbfounded, marveling at his newfound artistic talent. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Could it be a newfound ability bestowed upon him by that pill? Unable to contain his excitement, he was soon joined by Wen Yao, who curiously approached to see what Jiang Cheng was sketching on the black stone. Upon examining the paper, she found the 16 cryptic symbols perplexing, her mind filled with questions. "Jiang Cheng, are you all right? What are you doing with that stone? What have you drawn?" With a sidelong glance at Wen Yao, Jiang Cheng chose not to elaborate. Quietly folding the paper and tucking it into his pocket, he was equally uncertain about its nature. Perhaps they were simply cryptic symbols. Nevertheless, he harbored a vague suspicion that these 16 peculiar symbols might be related to the art of fortune-stealing. He recalled having watched movies featuring Ying Shu, where the Maoshan sect employed red ink to inscribe talismans on yellow paper while exorcising spirits and vanquishing zombies. He surmised that these 16 symbols might serve a similar purpose as the talismans depicted in those films. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room, accompanied by Shen Xining's exclamations, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Moments later, Shen Xining burst through the door, disheveled and without makeup, exclaiming, "Orange brother, I'm going to be late for work." Observing her frantic demeanor, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had earned 5 million the previous night, yet still felt compelled to go to work. If he had made such a fortune, he would have promptly thrown his resignation in his boss's face the very next day. It was evident that Shen Xining, being close friends with Mu Rongshui, hailed from a wealthy family herself, perhaps even resembling a young lady of privilege. It was intriguing how the impoverished yearned for sudden wealth and shunned work, while the affluent sought to adhere to their jobs and even scrounged for meals. Jiang Cheng mused on the perplexing mindset of the wealthy. Peering through the wall, he found Mu Rongshui sprawled across his bed, sleeping soundly like a log. It was infuriating to see how, despite being daughters of the rich, Shen Xining's industriousness stood in stark contrast to Mu Rongshui's penchant for sloth. Why is there such a disparity? He initially intended to rouse Mu Rongshui from her slumber, but after a moment's contemplation, he smirked and decided against it. Let her continue to sleep. He would relish the absence of a shadow trailing behind him. "Wen Yao, I'm heading out. Don't bother with Mu Rongshui. She'll likely sleep until tomorrow," Jiang Cheng advised as he opened the door. Wen Yao was left bewildered. "Little Orange, what do you mean by sleeping until tomorrow?" Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. "She's a bit peculiar. When she sleeps, she tends to slumber for an extended period. Just leave her be and attend to your own affairs." Wen Yao pouted in disappointment. "What can I do? With no filming opportunities, I'm stuck at home. Don't worry. Try your luck in Hengdian. Perhaps a director will foolishly seek you for the leading role," Jiang Cheng assured her with an enigmatic pat on the shoulder. Only he knew that without that cursed black stone, Wen Yao's fortunes would undoubtedly soar. It was merely a matter of time. Wen Yao shook her head. "Little Orange, please don't comfort me suddenly." The sound of her phone interrupted, ringing insistently. "Hello? Who is this?" A deep voice from the other end responded, "Greetings. I am Zhang Shucheng. May I speak with Miss Wen Yao?" After a brief exchange, he continued, "I am currently preparing to shoot a fantasy drama in Hengdian, and I believe your appearance aligns perfectly with that of the female lead. Would you be interested in auditioning?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yao was left speechless, and it took her a moment to gather her thoughts. "Really? Director Zhang, I'll head to Hengdian immediately. Let us discuss this further." After hanging up, she could hardly contain her excitement and leapt into Jiang Cheng's embrace. "Little Orange, it's Director Zhang. He is looking for me for the leading role." "Oh my goodness, I'm so thrilled." Jiang Cheng was genuinely happy for Wen Yao, yet the situation left him hesitant to move. It felt rather inappropriate. Unable to resist teasing her, he quipped, "Didn't I say so? Perhaps a director would be blind enough to call you. And look, here is Zhang, the blind one, calling. You should hurry. This opportunity is rare." Wen Yao quickly released Jiang Cheng and dashed in her room to pack. Jiang Cheng watched her bustling figure with a satisfied smile and stepped outside. At a large hospital near Hengdian Film City, in a patient room, Chun Tong lay in bed, cursing into her phone. "Director Zhang, what do you mean by replacing the female lead?" "Xiao Tong, I have no choice. You injured yourself on the wires and broke your leg. It'll take at least 100 days to heal, and the investors are pressing for progress. You know this fantasy drama has nearly 300 million invested in it. As a small director, I can't afford any delays." I pleaded with the investors on your behalf, nearly begging them, but they refused to wait for you. I had no alternative but to replace the lead. Chun Tong's eyes blazed with fury, but she restrained herself from lashing out further. It was unfortunate, and with Zhang Shucheng's words ringing in her ears, any further protests would only seem petulant. Suppressing her anger, she smiled and replied, "All right, Director Zhang, I acknowledge my part in this. Let us consider this matter closed. Once my leg heals and I land a good role, Director Zhang must remember me." "Certainly, certainly. Xiao Dong, rest assured and recover. I will definitely seek you out for a great project." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shucheng spat contemptuously at his device. Bah, what a farce. Looking no different from an ordinary passerby, who knows what stroke of luck they had to land several major productions right after graduation, truly believing themselves to be something special. Were all those directors blind in the past? Chapter 29. Sister Sue's Revenge. The engine was stolen upon descending the stairs. Jiang Cheng climbed into his pickup truck, intending to make a trip to Relics. Qingzhou City is merely an hour's drive from Relics, a route he often traversed while working as a driver at the Wanfuji quarry. He was quite familiar with it. However, just as Jiang Cheng prepared to start the engine, he found it utterly unresponsive. Jiang Cheng was left bewildered. He had just purchased the vehicle last night, and now it refused to start? He was at a loss for words. Exiting the vehicle and opening the hood, he was instantly dumbfounded. The engine was gone. What the hell? Where's my engine? Damn it, which scoundrel stole my engine? Jiang Cheng roared skyward, his face darkening with rage. He scanned the area, attempting to locate the thief's trail. But where could he find one? The Chengwang community was an old neighborhood with alarmingly poor security. Not a single camera was installed. Anyone could enter without even registering. Typically, if someone fell victim to theft, they could only resign themselves to misfortune. Jiang Cheng spat internally, feeling an overwhelming sense of bad luck. As he simmered in frustration, he suddenly caught sight of a Toyota Highlander not far away. Jiang Cheng froze momentarily. The individuals seated within the vehicle were familiar to him. They were the two bodyguards sent by Murong Shan to accompany Murong Shui. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Cheng strode directly towards the Highlander and tapped on a window. The bodyguard lowered the window. "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you?" The bodyguard inquired politely, offering a smile. "Did you remain in the car all night?" Jiang Cheng asked. The bodyguard nodded in affirmation. A flicker of hope ignited in Jiang Cheng's eyes. "Then did you see anyone steal my engine last night?" The bodyguard nodded again. "Yes, we saw 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman." Jiang Cheng's anger flared upon hearing this, his eyes narrowing in fury. "You saw them and yet did nothing to stop it?" With a slight smile, the bodyguard replied, "We are here to protect the young lady, not to serve as your security detail. You are truly something else. I will remember you." Jiang Cheng retorted, speechless, his irritation escalating as he scrutinized the bodyguard. What kind of people were Murong Shan hiring? Turning to the bodyguard in the passenger seat, Jiang Cheng asked, "And you saw it too?" The passenger bodyguard nodded but then asked, "Mr. Jiang, where's our young lady?" "How would I know?" Jiang Cheng coldly replied, turning on his heel to leave. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of unease. They quickly exited the vehicle, hastily catching up to Jiang Cheng within mere steps. The bodyguard in the passenger seat instantly donned a smile. "Mr. Jiang, please do not be upset. As for those 5 individuals who stole your engine, it is not that we refrained from intervening. Rather, we were outmatched. They numbered 5, while we only had 2. You comprehend my meaning, do you not?" Jiang Cheng tilted his head, laughing in frustration. "I can't believe a word you say. You are bodyguards hired by Murong Mountain, and you tell me you and your companion cannot handle 5 petty thieves, one of whom is a woman?" Another bodyguard interjected. 3 men may be considered small-time thugs and are easily dealt with, but that one man is formidable. Together, we are no match for him. Jiang Cheng gazed intently at the speaking bodyguard, employing his ability to see through him directly to the position of his heart. He inquired, "What is your name?" "Lin Zhou." "How old are you?" 26. "Is everything you just said true?" "Absolutely true." "Do you know the formidable man you mentioned?" "I do not know him personally, but I would recognize him if I saw him." Jiang Cheng bit his lip. The first 2 questions were merely for confirmation, while the latter was of true significance. Across the 4 inquiries, Lin Zhou's heartbeat remained steady, without a hint of variation. Thus, Lin Zhou had not lied. Jiang Cheng then asked the other bodyguard for his name, and he replied, "Wang Hao." Nodding slightly, Jiang Cheng ceased to press them further. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Lin Zhou. "If I were to request your assistance in locating those individuals, would you be able to accomplish it?" Lin Zhou and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, somewhat troubled. "Mr. Jiang, we can indeed find them, but our primary duty is to protect the young lady, so what if your lady instructs you to do so?" Jiang Cheng responded curtly, turning to ascend the stairs. He opened the door and strode directly into his room, seizing the sleeping Murong Shui, who lay like a dead pig, and roused her. "Hey, what are you doing?" Murong Shui was abruptly awakened from her slumber, her eyes bleary and filled with resentment. "I am leaving. If you do not rise, I shall go without you. It is your choice to either sleep the day away or accompany me. You have 10 minutes. After that, I shall leave." Immediately, a wail erupted from within the room. At that moment, Wen Yao had already prepared her luggage and stepped out the door. However, she was eager to audition, with a parting remark of "Wait for my good news." She grabbed her suitcase and departed. Although Murong Shui was extremely furious, she had no choice. She hastily donned some clothes, tousled her hair a couple of times in front of the mirror, and declared herself ready. Let us go. Where are you headed? Murong Shui asked with a frosty expression. Huili. Murong Shui's spirits lifted instantly. Are you going to gamble on stones? Jiang Cheng nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Murong Shui was eager to select some fine materials. She strode forward, only to find Jiang Cheng standing still. I asked if you're coming or not. Murong Shui's impatience began to show. Jiang Cheng replied coolly, I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, I will take you. If you refuse, then you may continue your slumber. Speak. Murong Shui plopped down beside Jiang Cheng, crossing one long leg over the other. The remarkably elongated legs, paired with black stockings, were simply unbeatable. Last night, 5 little thieves. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng recounted the events to Murong Shui. By the end, Murong Shui was laughing uncontrollably, her stomach aching with mirth. Your engine was stolen? For that dilapidated vehicle of yours, it couldn't even fetch 30,000, could it? Who would want that broken engine? Have you angered someone? She teased. Jiang Cheng fell silent, her words resonating with him. If the theft were merely for an engine, it seemed unnecessary to pilfer from his shabby second-hand pickup truck. The vehicle itself had cost just over 30,000. What could a stolen engine possibly be worth? It was clear someone was deliberately seeking revenge against him. Among those he had crossed, Zheng Wanfu, Chun Hu, and that Su sister sprang to mind, though he was certain he had not wronged anyone else. Yet, he could not ascertain which of them it was. Just say whether you will help or not. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. Fine. However, I have a condition. Once we reach Relics, I want the first pick of the good materials you cut, Murong Shui replied, narrowing her eyes with a cunning glint. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng deemed it inconsequential whom he sold to and agreed. The two descended the stairs, and Murong Shui walked directly towards Lin Zhou and Wang Hao. They exchanged glances and nodded. Wait, have you seen this woman? Lin Zhou inquired as he checked his phone, momentarily taken aback. It's her, the woman from last night, among the 5. Wang Hao, intrigued, also glanced at the phone and nodded. Jiang Cheng sneered. So it was indeed that swindler, Su's sister. Having tricked him out 100,000, she dared not confront him openly, but resorted to such underhanded tactics. Truly devious. Yet, she believed she could come unnoticed in the dead of night, unaware that Lin Zhou and Wang Hao had observed everything clearly. She was even oblivious to the fact that Jiang Cheng's video, intended to intimidate her, had inadvertently exposed her. Everything was so coincidental. Jiang Cheng had initially thought to leave a line of retreat, yet these con artists were relentless. Since they sought trouble, he would no longer extend them any courtesy. Lin Zhou, find her for me, but do not alarm her. Notify me once you have located her, Jiang Cheng instructed solemnly. Lin Zhou nodded in silence and departed promptly. Soon, the Toyota Highlander was on the provincial highway. Murong Shui remained with her eyes closed, seemingly still waking from slumber. Jiang Cheng, however, regarded her with a complex expression, inexplicably reminded of events from the previous night. Those occurrences felt like a secret shared solely between him and Murong Shui. They understood each other without uttering a word. Yet neither mentioned it again. Murong Shui was still the icy noblewoman, while he remained an ordinary man. They were like strangers with no connection. Once her peculiar ailment subsided, they would have no ties left. For reasons unknown, a sense of loss inexplicably welled up within Jiang Cheng. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Wang Hao, who had been driving, suddenly spoke up. Miss, there's a car trailing us from behind. Murong Shui's lips curled slightly as she commanded. Call Uncle Ping and summon a few more people. Understood. Indeed, a silver van had been maintaining a distance of about 40 to 50 meters behind their Highlander. Had it not been for his newfound abilities, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. However, his counter-surveillance skills seemed to have improved significantly, allowing him to easily identify the vehicle that was tailing them. Jiang Cheng focused his gaze, his eyes penetrating like those of an eagle, and he instantly recognized a familiar face through the van's tinted windows. It was him. Jiang Cheng realized it was Chun Hu's underling, known as Xiangzi, who was infamous for his loan sharking. He wasn't surprised that Xiangzi was following him. If he were Chun Hu, he too would send someone to watch him. He chuckled lightly, saying, It's nothing, just a minor lackey. Murong Shui opened her eyes, regarding Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression. Do you know the person who's following us? Jiang Cheng felt a bit embarrassed, replying, I suppose so. It seems he is tracking me. Murong Shui rolled her eyes elegantly, saying, I didn't realize you had so many enemies. Chapter 30. The Peculiar Old Taoist. Relics, as observed on the map, is nestled in the southwestern part of Yin province, with another side extending into the Flower Kingdom, bordered on 3 sides. This advantageous geographical position has established Rueli as one of the earliest jade trading markets in the Flower Kingdom. Moreover, Rueli City boasts the only border trade zone in the nation that operates under special management, adhering to a unique domestic and foreign customs model. It can be said that jade has shaped Rueli's identity. However, Jiang Cheng was aware that Rueli's raw jade business accounted for only a minuscule portion of the overall jade trade. After thousands of selections, the majority of the raw jade resources sourced from the Flower Kingdom remained with the miners. The premium stones, once cut, were sold to those with connections or were auctioned off at public sales to regions like Guangdong. The remaining mine tailings, or the more easily accessible raw jade, were sifted through day and night by the laborers of the Flower Kingdom, ultimately making their way to Mandalay's corner market or private shops, before being transferred to the Dragon Kingdom, culminating in Rueli's raw jade trading market. Thus, the quality of Rueli's raw jade was rather inferior. The better materials had already been selected by the affluent or well-connected individuals or circulated through major auctions. Consequently, Rueli's raw jade transactions constituted merely a small fraction of the overall jade trade. Nevertheless, this reality attracted a multitude of jade merchants to Rueli, all in pursuit of wealth and the dream of overnight riches. An hour later, a Toyota Highlander gradually entered Rueli's largest jade trading market. Coming to a halt near Jewelry Street, Jiang Cheng was the first to alight from the vehicle, retrieving his phone to make a call. Before long, a middle-aged man of modest height and dark complexion arrived, riding a small electric scooter while wearing flip-flops. He greeted Jiang Cheng warmly upon their meeting. This is a merchant dealing in jade rough stones whom I had previously interacted with at the Wanfu Stone Processing Yard, named Hu Hai, a local from Rueli. He primarily specializes in jade rough stones and possesses his own warehouse and processing site. While he does engage in the sale of finished products, it is not a significant part of his business. He operates a small shop on Jewelry Street, where he sells some jade products, albeit on a modest scale. With a warm demeanor, Hu Hai welcomes Jiang Cheng, whose boss Zheng Wanfu visits annually to procure jade rough stones from him. Jiang Cheng, serving as a driver, has thus become quite familiar with Hu Hai over time. Jiang Cheng offers a bittersweet smile and shakes his head. Brother Hu, I no longer work for Boss Zheng. I'm here today just to select a few stones with some friends. Hu Hai is momentarily taken aback, then shifts his gaze to Murong Shui and Wang Hao, who are standing behind Jiang Cheng. When his eyes fall upon Murong Shui, they brighten instantly. Though he has encountered many beautiful women, he has never seen one as elegantly striking as Murong Shui, unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, he is captivated, but he quickly regains his composure. Let's take a look first. Jiang Cheng chuckles. Previously, when he came with Zheng Wanfu, it was always Zheng who made selections with his eyes closed. Now that Jiang Cheng possesses extraordinary vision, he intends to choose only the finest stones. He has no interest in waste. However, he understands that the jade rough stones available in Rueli are mostly sourced from the merchants of the Flower Country. Truly valuable pieces are scarce. To unearth gemstones of that caliber, one must either go directly to the Flower Country or attend large auction events. The so-called stone gambling in Rueli is merely a small affair, with stakes peaking at hundreds of thousands or millions. In contrast, the auction houses present the real treasures, with pieces worth hundreds of millions or even billions. That is where the genuine stone gambling lies. Jiang Cheng remains silent, following closely behind Hu Hai, while Murong Shui and Wang Hao exchange glances and join him. Shortly thereafter, they are led to a warehouse at the back of Jewelry Street. Before entering, they hear the whirring noise of the stone processing machine. The warehouse, modest in size at around 300 square meters, houses 3 or 4 processing machines in the southeast corner. One machine is surrounded by an eager crowd, its rotating blades whirring vigorously. Someone is processing stones on site. Jiang Cheng and his companions, unable to contain their curiosity, draw nearer to witness the spectacle. Hu Hai smiles at the scene, not inclined to intervene. A minute later, a sharp sound resonates as the master operator switches off the machine. He tosses the freshly cut rough stone into a dark bucket to rinse it off, then takes a greasy cloth to wipe the cutting surface. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupts. It's risen. My goodness, it's the icy jade type. What incredible luck. Every piece is yielding something? Are we witnessing a miracle? Is this a joke? Can he really see through the stones? Someone quips, dismissing the idea as fanciful. Moments later, a worker approaches Hu Hai, whispering something while gesturing towards a man in his 40s, clad in an eccentric long robe and sporting a bun hairstyle, who is grinning widely, showing off his large white teeth. The man's attire was peculiar, and his hairstyle even more so. Jiang Cheng's immediate thought was of the kind of Taoist priest he had seen on television. Curiosity piqued, he scrutinized the middle-aged man. Did he not feel hot on such a sweltering day? Before long, the recently cut colorless glutinous ice jade was auctioned off for the astounding price of 380,000. The more Jiang Cheng observed, the more bizarre it seemed. From the snippets of conversation among the onlookers, he gathered that the middle-aged man had selected 5 pieces of material, each of which had appreciated in value. This was quite unusual. If it were merely luck, it was luck of an extraordinary caliber. It was as if he possessed the ability to see through the stone. Jiang Cheng even began to suspect that, like him, the middle-aged man had some extraordinary vision. Hu Hai glanced at the middle-aged man, furrowing his brow before striding over. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, "Taoist, your fortune seems to be quite favorable." The middle-aged man appraised Hu Hai with a glance and replied, "Indeed, I did not anticipate such good fortune. In such a short time, I have earned one. 3 million. Boss, it must be your good feng shui that has brought me such luck." Hu Hai was momentarily taken aback. The man spoke with such poise that it was surprisingly pleasant, alleviating his earlier discontent. "Taoist, is the feng shui here truly good?" One curious onlooker inquired with a grin. "Of course. It is precisely because I discern the wealth accumulating here that I ventured in to try my luck. And look, I've made one. 3 million, just like that." The old Taoist chuckled. Several spectators grew excited. "Boss Hu, I too wish to select a few pieces and try my luck." "Boss Hu, I would like to choose some as well." "Boss Hu, I want to pick a few more." The old Taoist's words prompted Hu Hai to sell a multitude of materials. Earlier dissatisfied with the Taoist, he now found himself benefiting from his presence, as the old man's mere utterance had attracted business. He exclusively dealt in raw stone materials, profiting from the price differences and never engaging in gambling on the stones. This time, he sold dozens more raw stones, and the more he looked at the old Taoist, the more pleased he became. Once the buyers had transferred the payment for his raw stones, the old Taoist, beaming with delight, began to walk toward the warehouse door. However, upon locking eyes with Jiang Cheng and noticing the black stone around his neck, he abruptly halted. With palpable urgency, he inquired, "Young brother, what did you acquire that stone around your neck?" Jiang Cheng glanced down at the black stone, smiling at the old Taoist in confusion. "Taoist, this stone was a gift from friend." Suddenly, the old Taoist's hand clamped down on Jiang Cheng's wrist with the grip of a vice. Frowning, he pressed, "Young brother, is your friend male or female? Young or old? Can you locate them?" Witnessing the Taoist's bizarre behavior, not just Jiang Cheng, but even Murong Shui and Wang Hao looked on with strange expressions, scrutinizing the black stone around Jiang Cheng's neck. They were utterly bewildered. Chapter 31. At a loss. Murong Shui. Jiang Cheng, observing the old Taoist's peculiar demeanor, felt an increasing sense of vigilance. This black stone had been given to Wan Yao by Chun Tong, and due to his unique perceptive ability, he had fortuitously discerned the stone's significance. By sheer serendipity, the green aura contained within the stone was inadvertently dispelled. Observing the old Taoist's demeanor, it was evident he recognized the stone. Could it be that the creator of this fortune-stealing stone had some connection to the old man? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng struggled to extricate his hand from the Taoist's firm grasp and attempted to inquire. The old Taoist, seemingly aware of his overzealous actions, felt a twinge of embarrassment and, after clearing his throat a few times, smiled at Jiang Cheng, saying earnestly, "Young brother, my apologies. This stone pertains to the secrets of my sect and cannot be casually discussed with others. I hope you understand, but rest assured, I am certainly not a villain." Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, becoming increasingly curious about the old Taoist. The old man continued, "I wonder, young brother, from where did you acquire this stone? I kindly ask you to share the truth, and I shall reward you handsomely." After pondering for a moment and observing the old man's plump figure and sincere words, Jiang Cheng concluded that the old Taoist did not seem malicious. Moreover, there was nothing to conceal, so he recounted the story of Wen Yao. However, he refrained from mentioning his awareness of the stone's issues, simply stating that he liked it and that Wen Yao had gifted it to him. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's face darkened. He muttered, "That beast is truly harmful." He then began to scrutinize the black stone, and after a brief moment, he gasped softly, "Wait, what happened? Where did it go? Could have been damaged?" His voice was faint, yet Jiang Cheng, standing nearby, heard him clearly. It dawned on Jiang Cheng that the old Taoist indeed knew the creator of this stone. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Do you know the purpose of this stone, Taoist?" The old man hesitated for a moment and leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, whispering, "Young brother, I can only tell you that this stone is typically buried in a grave to absorb fortune. I cannot divulge more." He then inquired, "Might you be willing to sell this stone to me? It is not beneficial for you. I have just earned 3 million and have no more funds on hand. I can transfer all of it to you now, and I shall repay you the remaining amount once I earn it." Jiang Cheng was taken aback. It turned out this stone was used by the deceased. To use something associated with the dead on the living was indeed a vile act by Chun Tong. He could easily discern the old Taoist's good intentions. While most would shy away upon learning it was a tool for the dead, the old man preferred to purchase the stone rather than resort to deceitful tactics, indicating he was not a bad person but rather kind-hearted. As for the relationship between the old Taoist and the creator of the fortune-stealing stone, Jiang Cheng had no desire to uncover. He held no expectations of wealth from this stone, since the green aura had dissipated and it posed no threat to Wen Yao. And being an item associated with the dead, he found it ominous. If the old Taoist wanted it, he could have it. With a smile, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and placed the black stone directly into the old Taoist's palm. "Taoist, this stone was also a gift from someone else, so I didn't spend any money on it. If you like it, please take it." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist shook his head vigorously, insisting on transferring the recently earned 3 million to Jiang Cheng. He also requested Jiang Cheng's phone number, promising to repay the debts once he had the funds. After speaking, he hurriedly departed with the stone in hand. Although Jiang Cheng felt a sense of curiosity, he did not inquire further. Staring at the freshly received 3 million, he found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. His purpose for the day had been to select raw stones. Yet he had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall, leaving him quite perplexed. Murong Shui cast a complex glance at the hastily departing old Taoist. Her curiosity piqued. She questioned, "Jiang Cheng, what kind of stone is that? Why is it so valuable?" Jiang Cheng, of course, refrained from providing an explanation, merely stating that it was a gift from Wen Yao. Murong Shui pondered this for a moment, but chose not to speak further. Jiang Cheng, indifferent to her contemplation, made his way directly to Hu Hai, expressing his desire to examine the materials. Hu Hai, having sold several pieces of raw stone, was in high spirits and permitted Jiang Cheng to select freely, instructing him to inform him once he had made his choices. Jiang Cheng nodded, unceremoniously wandering through the warehouse. Murong Shui, too, began to select earnestly, though she dared not stray too far from Jiang Cheng, fearing yet another inexplicable fainting spell. After a considerable time of perusing, Jiang Cheng examined each stone for only 4 or 5 seconds, assessing their value without delving into the internal structures. He had realized that utilizing his ability to see through the stones consumed an excessive amount of mental energy, often resulting in discomfort and dizziness. The skill to discern value, however, was far more adaptable. With an abundance of raw materials surrounding him, the capacity to see through them seemed pointless, and even if he could, he lacked the expertise to judge the quality of jadeite. Thus, he found it more pragmatic to focus on value instead. Despite his thorough search, he did not encounter any stones of significant worth. The most valuable piece merely amounted to around 200,000. It was a tasteless endeavor, and he felt disheartened. There was no reason to invest thought into such worthless materials. Conversely, among the several pieces Hu Hai had sold earlier, 2 stood out, valued at 980,000 and 1,080,000, respectively. Lacking his own jade processing factory, skilled carvers, or suitable sales channels, he had hoped to find a few hidden gems, but alas, none were to be found. It was indeed an inauspicious start. Contemplating whether to visit a large public auction for raw stones, he noticed on the other side that Murong Shui was quite engrossed in her selection, having already chosen several pieces in a short span of time, displaying evident delight. A glance from Jiang Cheng revealed that the 3 stones she had selected were all worthless. However, he had no interest in advising her. If she wished to squander her money, so be it. Curious as to why Jiang Cheng had not chosen a single piece, Murong Shui asked, "Hey, didn't you say you came to buy raw stones? Why haven't you selected anything?" Jiang Cheng smiled, replying, "I simply didn't find anything appealing. Is that not permissible?" Murong Shui shot him a glance of disbelief as she beckoned Hu Hai to assist her in unearthing the stones. 20 minutes later, staring at her 3 worthless pieces, her face turned pale. She had spent over 200,000, only to find that none of them contained any value. Had it been merely this, she would not have been so enraged. The crux of the matter lay in the numerous stones nearby that had yielded impressive results upon being cut. One had even revealed a piece of yellow jade, fetching a staggering 2 million, while another had produced a glutinous blue stone, selling for 1 million. Why was it that others could uncover such treasures, yet she was left with nothing but refuse? Her fury was palpable. Wang Hao tirelessly offered solace to Murong Shui, asserting that such was the nature of stone gambling and urging her not to dwell on it. Internally, Jiang Cheng scoffed, though he maintained an air of nonchalance outwardly. He had long foreseen Murong Shui's fate with clarity. Murong Shui turned to Jiang Cheng, her brows furrowing into a tight knot. With a hint of indignation, she exclaimed, "Hey, did you foresee something, which is why you refrained from purchasing?" Jiang Cheng shrugged, feigning innocence. "What could I possibly discern? I merely contemplated whether to reserve some funds for the public auction to bid on a few pieces." Instantly, Murong Shui's spirits lifted. She queried eagerly, "You plan to attend the auction?" Jiang Cheng nodded. The materials from private venues are predominantly the leftover dregs from Yimu Shi's excavation. What quality can they possibly possess? The true gems reside in the flower country or at public auctions. What do you mean by Yimu Shi? Murong Shui inquired, her brow furrowing. Jiang Cheng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Aren't you the esteemed daughter of the Tianqing group? Hasn't your father enlightened you? Yimu Shi refers to the laborers at the lowest echelon of the flower country." He continued with a serious tone, "Typically, the high-quality stones from the old mining pits are claimed by the government or well-connected merchants. They either enter public auctions or the private venues of those merchants. The stones that remain after meticulous selection are picked up by Yimu Shi, eventually finding their way to the Rue Li Jade Market. What you see at the Rue Li Jade Market, termed as gambling stones, hardly qualifies as such to the wealthy. It's mere trifling, akin to throwing money into the wind. Even if one occasionally strikes gold, it is purely a matter of luck." Murong Shui's astonishment grew with each revelation. As a jewelry design student, her knowledge of raw jade was limited, and Jiang Cheng's insights were enlightening. However, she soon frowned again. "Are you implying that there are no quality stones left in the jade trading market?" Jiang Cheng responded, somewhat perplexed. "Who claimed there are none? As long as there are materials with white mist and skin, one can gamble on stones, though the probability of unearthing quality pieces is rather low. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the auction," Murong Shui urged, dragging Jiang Cheng toward the exit. Chapter 32. I provide the supply. You take 30 equity. Intrigued, Jiang Cheng pondered why Murong Shui, as the heiress of the Tianqing group, would seek quality stones through gambling. He inquired, "Hey, as the daughter of Murong Shan, what exquisite materials are you unable to procure? You seem to require funds even more than I do. Wouldn't it be wiser for you to purchase window materials or acquire pre-cut stones from others?" Murong Shui sighed. "What do you understand? I aspire to establish my own jewelry brand. If I were to rely on the resources of the Tianqing group, what would that signify? The Tianqing group is not solely governed by my father's whims." Jiang Cheng found himself somewhat perplexed, yet amused by the conversation. "You claim you don't need the resources of the Tianqing group, but who financed your purchase of the raw stones?" Murong Shui shot him a sidelong glance, responding, "I borrowed 200 million from my mother. Is that not acceptable?" Jiang Cheng's lips twitched slightly. He had often watched short videos and heard tales of certain affluent heirs who, upon graduation, were casually gifted 5 billion by their families to start their businesses. He had dismissed these stories as mere rumors, only to discover that Murong Shui was a living testament to such extravagance. If his family were that wealthy, why would he bother starting a business when living off their wealth would be far more appealing? He found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these wealthy individuals. However, Jiang Cheng did not envy her. The two modest goals she mentioned seemed within reach for him. His eyes flickered as he regarded Murong Shui, donning an ingratiating smile. "Miss Murong, did you just mention that you plan to embark on an entrepreneurial journey and establish your own jewelry brand?" Murong Shui regarded him quizzically, her expression reflecting bemusement at his unusual demeanor. She nodded. "Indeed. My first jewelry store will open in a month. Everything is ready. I just need a few signature pieces. I'm planning to acquire some top-tier materials to design the most exquisite creations myself." Jiang Cheng's curiosity was piqued. Weren't the 2 pieces I provided sufficient? He believed those 2 stones were undoubtedly of rare and exceptional quality. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's expression darkened. "How can you even say that? While those pieces are indeed nice, they are simply too small. Not only would it be challenging to craft intricate pieces, but I have already prepared several larger pieces of red jade." Embarrassment washed over Jiang Cheng. In his estimation, his blood-red jade stone should suffice to create 2 bangles, potentially fetching over 10 million in value. Yet, it appeared that such a price point held little allure for Murong Shui. Intrigued, he inquired, "What caliber of materials are you seeking?" As he observed Murong Shui's nonchalant mention of starting at 1 billion, he nearly choked on his own incredulity. He couldn't help but marvel at her ambitious aspirations. After a brief inquiry with Hu Hai, it turned out there was indeed an auction for jade raw stones that afternoon. The group bid farewell to Hu Hai and made their way to the auction. This particular auction was hosted in a large local hotel, where the organizers had booked an entire floor. Upon entering the hotel and registering, Jiang Cheng and his companions proceeded to the dining area for lunch. As they dined, Jiang Cheng watched Murong Shui savoring her steak, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Murong Shui lifted her eyes, catching sight of his troubled expression, and smiled slightly. "Speak up. What is bothering you?" Jiang Cheng grinned broadly. "Miss Murong, I understand you wish to establish your jade jewelry brand and make a name for yourself rapidly. What you need are top-notch materials, and I propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Murong Shui was taken aback, intrigued. "How would that work?" Jiang Cheng set down his chopsticks, licking his lips. "I will secure the raw jade sources for your new jewelry brand, but in return, I require a 30 equity stake in the brand." "What?" Murong Shui's expression darkened considerably. How audacious of Jiang Cheng to utter such words. Murong Shui regarded him with the disdain reserved for a jester, inquiring, "You speak of providing resources, yet what assurance do you offer regarding their quality? Do you even comprehend the value of a raw stone at an auction? Do you possess the capital to bid? If you cannot secure a single stone, how could you possibly supply me with resources?" Jiang Cheng, unperturbed, replied nonchalantly, "I may lack funds, but you could lend me some, couldn't you?" This revelation left not only Murong Shui, but also the previously silent Wang Hao in a state of astonishment. Utilizing the funds of his own family's heiress to acquire materials, only to sell them back to her? Was this not akin to a wolf skinning sheep barehanded? Jiang Cheng, undaunted by Murong Shui's scornful gaze, merely smiled faintly and shook his head. No, Miss Murong, I meant to provide you with valuable resources, the very top-tier materials you seek. As for borrowing money, it is merely a matter of my current lack of funds. Once I am affluent, I shall no longer require your assistance." "Huh, top-tier materials? If such materials existed, why would I seek you out, relinquishing 30% of my shares in the process?" Murong Shui scoffed. "Miss Murong, do you truly believe that if top-tier materials were available, others would willingly sell them to you? Is it simply because your father is Murong Shan?" Jiang Cheng retorted with a smile. Murong Shui longed to refute him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, even if top-tier materials were available, why would others choose to sell them based solely on her father's reputation? Would that lead to success in business? Perhaps she should return to relying on her parents. After a moment's contemplation, Murong Shui's eyes flickered with thought. "What guarantees can you provide that the resources you offer will indeed be of value?" Suddenly, mid-sentence, she paused, seemingly struck by a realization. Her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to discern the quality of raw stones? The more she considered it, the more she believed in his claims regarding the art of perception. Jiang Cheng's confidence was palpable. Murong Shui understood well what Jiang Cheng implied. The quality of opened or previously cut stones was evident, significantly reducing the associated risks, possibly rendering them negligible. However, the price of such stones far exceeded that of uncut jadeite. Faced with this dilemma, Jiang Cheng perceptively addressed Murong Shui's concerns. "Miss Murong, if you wish to establish your own jewelry brand, you must secure your own source of raw stones. I can provide you with high-quality materials in exchange for 30% of your shares. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, by supplying these resources, I'm effectively assuming the risk of acquiring jadeite. Should I incur a loss, you need not be concerned. You are undoubtedly aware of the risks involved should you choose to purchase or auction stones yourself." Murong Shui fell silent. Jiang Cheng's words were undeniably valid. For her burgeoning brand to thrive, securing a reliable source of high-quality jadeite was paramount. Unlike antiques or artifacts, jade products did not rely on historical value or craftsmanship alone. The quality of jadeite products is primarily determined by the material itself, while the craftsmanship is of secondary importance. Historical value is utterly insignificant. In truth, jadeite in this country has only a history of merely a couple of hundred years, making discussions of historical significance rather absurd. If Jiang Cheng can assure her of a reliable supply of high-quality materials, it effectively mitigates her risk in purchasing raw stones, making her 30% stake worthwhile. However, she harbors a lingering concern. "Jiang Cheng, I agree with your terms, but there is one matter. What price will you sell to me?" Murong Shui said, her expression complex as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. He, naturally, understood her implication. It was a question of price. He could not simply buy at one rate and sell to her at another, which would essentially mean working for her. His shares promised long-term income, yet he required immediate cash. Thus, he could not afford to concede too much on the pricing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng proposed, "How about this? You could have a specialist conduct a value assessment on the materials I provide. I will sell to others at a certain rate, and you will receive a 10% discount. What do you think?" Morong Shui's eyes brightened instantly. Jiang Cheng's proposal was indeed favorable. It was based on actual value and offered a discount, ensuring no one would suffer a loss. "This is perfect." Without hesitation, Morong Shui nodded and raised her wine glass. Smiling as she declared, "It's a deal." Jiang Cheng mirrored her gesture, clinking glasses with her in agreement. "Jiang Cheng, I am quite curious as to why you specifically want me to hold 30% of your new brand shares. Do you truly have such faith in me? Aren't you afraid of my potential failure in this venture?" Morong Shui inquired with genuine curiosity. "If you fail, I can still sell the raw stones. If you succeed, I will benefit from a long-term investment in those 30% shares. Do you think I lack confidence? You need my supply, and I require your stable sales channel. It seems we are mutually beneficial, neither party at a disadvantage," Jiang Cheng explained. Morong Shui gazed at the handsome man before her, recalling the phrase, "cunningly astute." Chapter 33, The Issue of Fund Allocation. A pleasant lunch passed effortlessly. At 3 in the afternoon, the auction commenced punctually. Naturally, Jiang Cheng lacked the qualifications to bid, but Morong Shui did. They had previously agreed that she would bid on his behalf at this auction. However, the choice of items and the bid amounts will be determined by Jiang Cheng. Morong Shui readily accepted this arrangement. The funds in question were essentially a loan from Jiang Cheng. She would be cautious with excessively high bids, but if a reasonably priced gem were to be overlooked, Jiang Cheng would not hesitate to act. Jiang Cheng, Morong Shui, and Wang Hao, each holding their bidding paddles, took their seats in the designated area. Soon, a young and beautiful auctioneer began the introduction, outlining the number of raw stones to be auctioned and some specific auction details. Before long, the first piece of raw stone was brought forth by the staff. The starting bid was set at 400,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. This particular stone was not large, resembling the size of a basketball, encased in yellow sandskin. Jiang Cheng felt a jolt at the starting price. The materials he had previously acquired had cost him no more than a few tens of thousands. This was an entirely different level of stakes. How exhilarating! However, Jiang Cheng quickly focused his gaze, scrutinizing the raw stone for 3 seconds before a mischievous smile crept across his lips. A worthless piece. As he assessed the value of the raw stone, several buyers began to raise their bids. Morong Shui glanced at Jiang Cheng, softly inquiring whether he intended to bid. Jiang Cheng remained silent, simply shaking his head. Ultimately, the raw stone was sold for 750,000. Jiang Cheng looked at the buyer with a face full of sympathy. The saying, "A knife can lead to paradise or hell," held true. Spending 750,000 on a worthless piece. One could only wonder how he would react once it was cut open. Yet, Jiang Cheng cared little for others. Soon, the second stone was brought up by the staff. The third and fourth stones followed in quick succession, all sold off without any action from Jiang Cheng. Morong Shui watched, her anxiety mounting, scratching her head in confusion. Unsure of Jiang Cheng's intentions, she felt a surge of frustration but refrained from voicing her thoughts due to the setting. It even crossed her mind that Jiang Cheng was merely toying with her. In truth, it was not that there were no valuable stones among those presented. Rather, the actual auction prices were not significantly different from the genuine value of the raw stones. Even if one were to win a bid, the profit would only be marginal. Such a thankless endeavor was beneath Jiang Cheng's disdain. As the auction for the 6th raw stone commenced, Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest. He thought to himself, "There is treasure here." This piece appeared to have a cross-section nearly the size of a basin. Its appearance was mediocre. The starting bid was set at 600,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. Yet, Jiang Cheng assessed this stone's value to be an astounding 12 million. By chance, if he were to seize this opportunity, it would suffice to sustain him for a lifetime. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Cheng peered into the stone. This glance left him momentarily stunned. The entire stone's jade core was entirely filled, encased only by a layer of black tungsten sand. It was a piece of colorless ice jade, ample water content, extraordinarily transparent, and pure as if it were half-melted obsidian, crystalline and translucent. Regrettably, the presence of cotton inclusions was somewhat excessive and uneven, which detracted from its value. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng was profoundly shaken. He quickly steadied his mind. revealing not a hint of his discovery. Before long, bids began to rise. 650,000. Jiang Cheng remained still. And Murong Shui quietly asked if he intended to raise his bid. Jiang Cheng continued to stay silent. Murong Shui assumed Jiang Cheng was uninterested, dismissing it from her mind. Shortly thereafter, another buyer called out 750,000. Jiang Cheng still did not move. He was waiting for the auctioneer's 3 calls for bids. Given the stone's less than stellar quality and the high starting price, there were soon few bidders left. The auctioneer began to make the 3 calls. 800,000 for the first time. 800,000 for the second time. 800,000. Just as the auctioneer prepared for the third call and the final gavel strike, Jiang Cheng raised his paddle. 850,000. The original bidder, number 35, instantly turned to Jiang Cheng, noticing he was merely a novice, stroking his chin as he deliberated whether to raise his bid further. Mu Rongshu gazed at Jiang Cheng, who had suddenly raised his bid, her expression one of bewilderment. She had thought Jiang Cheng was uninterested in this particular piece. The buyer numbered 35 called out twice more, yet Jiang Cheng remained unperturbed, steadily bidding 50,000, continuing until the price reached 1,050,000, at which point the 35th buyer withdrew. Ultimately, this raw stone, valued at 12 million, was acquired by Jiang Cheng for 1,050,000. Naturally, this expenditure came from his own funds, with a prior profit of 9 million and an additional 3 million transferred to him by the old Taoist in the morning. He possessed a total capital of 2 million. This piece fit perfectly within his budget. After this acquisition, he would have 15 million remaining. Seeing Jiang Cheng secure this piece, Mu Rongshu felt a twinge of curiosity and quietly inquired, "Is this piece truly valuable?" However, she was not overly concerned, for Jiang Cheng had assured her that any material he sold would either be already opened or fully revealed. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if the piece he selected was indeed of exceptional quality. If it were, the profits could be substantial. Nevertheless, Mu Rongshu quickly shook her head. With greater profits came greater risks, and she was not one to gamble haphazardly on stones. This was no trivial matter. Stakes in the millions were not to be taken lightly. The risks were best borne by Jiang Cheng. After all, if it turned out to be a good piece, it would ultimately belong to her. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng continued to bid on 3 more pieces, all of which Mu Rongshu assisted in calling out prices for, employing the same bidding strategy he had used previously. Astonishingly, these 3 pieces were consecutive in number, 7, 8, and 9, including the previously acquired piece number 6. They had managed to secure 4 consecutive pieces. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Was a yield rate at this auction truly so high? The 3 pieces were valued at 35 million, 58 million, and 80 million respectively, with their corresponding sale prices being 3 million, 85 million, and 85 million. To be candid, Mu Rongshu felt quite nervous as she called out the bids. Observing Jiang Cheng's fervor for bidding on one piece after another, she found herself questioning whether he had lost his sanity. Who bids like this? Despite having 200 million lent from her mother, she had already expended 70 million on opening her store and initial inventory, leaving her with only 130 million. Moreover, her primary objective was to secure the top piece at this auction, a significant highlight. She wondered how high the bids might escalate. Hesitantly, she whispered to Jiang Cheng, "Jiang Cheng, are you out of your mind? At this rate, no amount of money will suffice for you. Perhaps we should refrain from bidding on these lesser pieces and conserve some capital to contend for the top item. I've heard that this batch originates from the old pit of the Flower Nation, and it was resold by the government auction. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, beginning to waver in his resolve. He was aware of Mu Rongshu's limited capital. While a few million might seem trivial compared to the top piece, in a competitive scenario, even a few thousand could prove crucial. If he exhausted all available funds, and the top item turned out to be a significant contender, he would have no resources left to secure it. The auction presents certain challenges. Raw stones are revealed one by one, rather than displayed all at once like in a market, where their value is immediately apparent. The true worth of the next piece remains a mystery to all. Thus, the art of bidding becomes paramount. Many attendees are primarily drawn by the prospect of the crown jewel, and while they may have a keen interest in some of the earlier pieces, financial constraints often prevent them from placing bids. This circumstance allowed Jiang Cheng to seize unexpected opportunities. His approach was simple: bid if possible, but if not, so be it. However, Murong Shui had her sights set on high-value gems worth billions, making financial limitations a critical concern. An auction is not a private affair where one can wait for a piece to be sold before purchasing others. The amount of capital one possesses dictates how much one can bid. If one cannot produce the funds, the piece will be claimed by another, who would wait for you to finish examining the stones and profit from them before entering the bidding. Thus, the allocation of funds for bidding on raw stones becomes a significant issue. Jiang Cheng pondered this dilemma for quite some time before tentatively inquiring of Murong Shui. "How much capital do you have left?" Murong Shui replied thoughtfully, "You have bid on 4 items. 1 for 1. 0.5 million, another for 2. 3 million, 1 for 1. 85 million, and the last for 3. 85 million, totaling 9.05 million. I still have 130 million remaining." Jiang Cheng contemplated this information. Having spent 9.05 million, and with approximately 12 million left, he realized that if a truly valuable piece was among the crown jewels, this amount might indeed be insufficient. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, "I have 2 million on hand. Let me cover the bids for the ones at 1.05 million and 1.85 million, and you can handle the rest. What do you think?" Murong Shui regarded him with suspicion, uncertain of Jiang Cheng's intentions. Chapter 34. X-ray vision, the greatest asset. Jiang Cheng felt increasingly vexed. Even though he could discern the true value of the raw stones, he found himself hampered by the auction's rules. Due to financial limitations, he had the ability to seize opportunities but lacked the means to act upon them, which was deeply frustrating. Human nature is inherently greedy, and Jiang Cheng did not deny his desire for greater riches. However, the earlier pieces were merely warm-ups, trivial skirmishes. The real treasures lay ahead, likely numbering in the hundreds of millions. Yet the most pressing issue was that Jiang Cheng could not perceive the upcoming pieces. If only he could see them in advance, he could ascertain their value and make the most informed decisions. Wait, a sudden realization struck him. What if he could see the pieces beforehand? Indeed, excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble slightly with anticipation. What others could not achieve, he could. He possessed the ability to see through them. Without further ado, Jiang Cheng fell silent and focused his vision on the backstage of the auction. His sight penetrated the walls, revealing a flurry of staff members busily preparing. Soon, he spotted the remaining lots, 7 pieces in total, each marked with a number. However, just as he intended to assess the value of these 7 raw stones, he found himself unable to do so. A wave of confusion washed over Jiang Cheng. In a moment of perplexity, a sudden dizziness overtook him, and his eyes ached. Jiang Cheng swiftly closed his eyes, refraining from using his clairvoyance any further. After a while, he regained his composure. Could it be that the distance and the wall obstructing his view were the culprits? Jiang Cheng murmured to himself. It seemed he needed to approach more closely to ascertain the situation. At that moment, the 10th piece of raw stone was lifted by the staff and placed upon the auction platform. Jiang Cheng cast a casual glance at it. It was merely a scrap, instantly extinguishing his interest. Without a second thought, he rose from his seat. Murong Shui, observing Jiang Cheng's sudden departure, was somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, she tugged at his arm. Her tone playful. "Where are you going?" "The next raw stone is about to be auctioned." With that, she began to stride towards the hall's entrance. Watching Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, Murong Shui quickly followed suit. "Why are you trailing me?" As they stepped outside the auction hall, Jiang Cheng turned to find Murong Shui accompanying him, a look of exasperation on his face. "What do you expect? If I don't follow you, I might just fall asleep." "What am I to do?" Murong Shui replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Jiang Cheng silently face-palmed, inhaling sharply. How could he have forgotten this aspect? Nevertheless, if she wished to follow, so be it. He wasn't genuinely heading to the restroom. He merely desired a position closer to the jade raw stones. Jiang Cheng utilized his clairvoyance to scan the vicinity and swiftly identified a suitable spot. It was centrally located in a corridor, positioned within 3 meters of the raw stone display area, separated only by a large white wall. As he approached the center of the corridor, preparing to peer through the wall, he suddenly noticed 2 security personnel appearing at the end of the corridor, observing him and Murong Shui with curious expressions. They approached and coldly inquired, "Sir, miss, what are you doing here?" Jiang Cheng offered a warm smile. "Apologies, we are on our way to the restroom." The 2 security guards exchanged glances before pointing in the direction behind Jiang Cheng. "Sir, madam, the restroom is that way. You are heading in the wrong direction." Jiang Cheng inwardly cursed his oversight. He had forgotten this crucial detail. This location was optimal for clairvoyance, yet assessing the value of the raw stones would require time. Determining the value of the remaining 6 pieces and memorizing their corresponding numbers would take at least a minute. The most pressing issue was that the two security guards were staring intently at him. He certainly couldn't remain idle, facing a blank wall. He needed to devise a way to distract the guards. A plan formed in his mind. He grasped Mu Rongshue's small hand, lifting it gently while adopting a look of astonishment. "Darling, where's your ring gone? Could it be lost? I spent $1 million on that." He discreetly squeezed Mu Rongshue's hand, giving her a knowing glance. Initially bewildered, Mu Rongxue soon understood as she recalled Jiang Cheng's earlier words. She quickly adopted an anxious expression, exclaiming, "Oh no, darling, where's my ring? I distinctly had it on." Jiang Cheng sighed and lamented, "Why are you so careless? Where exactly did you lose it?" Mu Rongxue displayed a look of innocent distress, replying, I don't know. Could have been left in the restaurant." Jiang Cheng's expression darkened as he scolded, "You wasteful girl. That was $1 million gemstone ring, and you just lost it. I could just strangle you." After saying this, Jiang Cheng hastily retrieved his wallet, pulling out a thick stack of dragon coins, around 10 bills, and handed them to the two security guards. With urgency, he implored, "Gentlemen, my girlfriend's gemstone ring is missing. Could you please assist us in locating it? This money is my gratitude to you." The auction had drawn a massive crowd, and the two of them were at a loss for when they might find it again. Mu Rongxue chimed in, "Please, it's essential you help us. That ring is worth $1 million. It was a gift from my beloved, and you must help me find it. I beg you." Upon hearing the value of the ring, a glint of greed flickered in the eyes of the two security guards, though they masked it well. One guard unceremoniously accepted Jiang Cheng's money and patted his chest, assuring, "Miss, rest assured, we will find your ring. May I ask what it looks like?" Mu Rongxue anxiously urged the guards. The two guards, already scheming, hurried down the corridor towards the restaurant. $1 million ring was at stake. If they found it, they could easily claim they hadn't. Mu Rongxue watched the disappearing figures of the guards with a strange expression, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng. "Weren't you going to the restroom? What's this all about?" Jiang Cheng merely smiled and fixated on the blank white wall, motionless. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you looking at?" After over a minute, Jiang Cheng finally exhaled deeply, a spark of unusual excitement flashing in his eyes. Through his perspective, he discerned that among the remaining 6 stones, one was a pristine imperial green rough worth $2 billion, while the other 5 held little value, for were virtually useless, and one was worth $2 million. A mere trifle. He silently memorized the number of that imperial green rough. It was number 14. What delighted Jiang Cheng most was that this stone was not the so-called top lot, number 16, which was valued at only $2 million, pales in comparison to number 14. Moreover, the proximity of number 14 in the auction order meant that there was little reason for others to bid on it. This indicated that, with proper bidding strategy, he had a high likelihood of acquiring this $2 billion imperial green rough at the lowest possible price. This stone was a must-have for him. However, Jiang Cheng hesitated. What if a big player also had their sights set on it and entered the bidding? That would complicate matters. Mu Rongxue had only $120 million, and he wasn't sure if it would suffice. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Cheng pulled Mu Rongxue aside and quietly asked, "Mu Rongxue, can you prepare some additional funds?" Mu Rongxue, slightly puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" Jiang Cheng gazed earnestly at Mu Rongxue and said, "If you trust me, have your father prepare additional funds. Furthermore, after the auction, we shall not conduct the stone appraisal here. Ensure your father sends someone to escort these raw stones." He was well aware of the adage that a common man is innocent, yet may suffer for possessing treasures. This was the border between Long Country and the Flower Country, and he dared not expose himself. Mu Rongxue looked at Jiang Cheng with a complex expression, pondering for a long time. She sighed and asked, "How much more do you need? Is $2 billion not sufficient?" Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I am uncertain. It is best if it suffices. Yet we must also prepare for the worst." He could not guarantee the final transaction price. Observing Jiang Cheng's serious demeanor, Mu Rongxue, for reasons unknown, found herself compelled to call her father. "Hello, Dad. I am at an auction in Relics, and I have my eye on a piece. But my funds are a bit short." She paused, glancing at Jiang Cheng. Noticing Jiang Cheng silently holding up 3 fingers, Mu Rongxue incredulously continued, "I still need $300 million. "What? $300 million? Xiaoxue, do not be fooled. How could domestic stones possibly exceed $300 million? Mu Rongxue was taken aback by the staggering sum. "Oh, Dad, please don't ask. I'm just worried about the funds being insufficient. It might not even be necessary." "Where are you now?" "I'm right here in Relics, examining stones. Old Liu is beside me. I'll go find him." "Xiaoxue, do not act impulsively. $300 million is not $3 million. Yes, I understand, Dad. I will send you my location. By the way, when you come, bring more people. I have bid on a few raw stones and am not at ease. All right, I will arrive in a quarter of an hour. After hanging up, Murong Shui let out a long breath. She had not anticipated that her father would be in Rueli, which simplified matters significantly, especially with old Lu present. Her mind felt more settled. Murong Shui stared blankly at Jiang Cheng, who was equally fixed on her. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere subtly shifted. She could not fathom why she unconditionally trusted Jiang Cheng. Everything felt inexplicably surreal. She was bewildered by her own actions, finding herself alongside Jiang Cheng in this reckless gamble. The piece they had just bid on ultimately went unsold. Jiang Cheng was correct. The closer one approached the position of the top bid, the more cautious the bidders became. Their hesitations mirrored Murong Shui's earlier anxieties. If all funds were dispersed, what chance would remain for contending for the ultimate top bid? That was a piece from the Pagan Old Pit, immensely alluring. No one knew what the starting price for the next piece would be, nor the final transaction price, or its true value. No one wished to exhaust too much capital before the top bid. Everyone fell prey to the illusion that the next apple would be the largest and finest. Yet, Jiang Cheng was different. He possessed the unique perspective of a deity, knowing precisely which apple was truly the greatest. Thus, he could effortlessly identify the most valuable jadeite raw stone without such reservations. This was Jiang Cheng's greatest asset at present. Chapter 35. Murong Shan's Doubts. Aside from the material marked as number 14, Jiang Cheng exhibited no interest in the others. Approximately 20 minutes later, Murong Shan and Lu Ruiming entered the auction hall in succession, taking their seats beside Murong Shui. Upon spotting Jiang Cheng, they exchanged polite smiles and nods. At that moment, the material number 10 had already been auctioned off to a buyer for the sum of 8 million. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the buyer, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for him. Naturally, Murong Shan did not assume that Jiang Cheng was present to participate in the auction. He merely thought he had accompanied his daughter due to her peculiar affliction. Xiao Shui, how many pieces have you acquired so far? What is the total expenditure? Murong Shan asked directly. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Shui replied softly, Dad, I have acquired 4 pieces, totaling 9.05 million, but I didn't T-bid on these. They were all purchased by Jiang Cheng. Murong Shan furrowed his brow, regarding Jiang Cheng with curiosity. Brother Jiang, are you the one who intended to bid? He inquired. Jiang Cheng nodded. Murong Shan, now even more intrigued, pressed, Xiao Shui, didn't you just say you needed to borrow 300 million? You mentioned being interested in a specific piece. Were you attempting to deceive your father? Murong Shui pouted, Dad. Why would I deceive you? These materials were indeed acquired by Jiang Cheng, but the funds came from me. What? Both Murong Shan and Lu Ruiming were taken aback. Murong Shan's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Jiang Cheng with a complex gaze. Suddenly, he recalled his wife Yi Rong's words. He had previously believed that his daughter's peculiar illness was unrelated to Jiang Cheng. If it were, Jiang Cheng would surely have ulterior motives. However, after testing him with money, he found Jiang Cheng uninterested. Yet now, Jiang Cheng had seemingly persuaded his daughter to assist him in purchasing raw jade materials. Was this not akin to pulling a fast one? All this time, he had been waiting for this. As this realization dawned upon him, Murong Shan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and he spoke, Brother Jiang, what exactly do you mean by this? Are you jeopardizing my daughter for these few pieces of jade? Jiang Cheng, taken aback by Murong Shan's words, responded with confusion. Boss Murong, are you implying that I am harming your daughter? What are you talking about? Murong Shui tilted her head, her expression becoming peculiar. Murong Shan spoke in a serious tone, just be straightforward. How much do you require to cure my daughter? You may deceive my daughter, but you cannot deceive me. Murong Shan, Jiang Cheng, now even more bewildered, retorted coldly, Boss Murong, how many times must I reiterate? I am not a doctor. I cannot cure your daughter's peculiar ailment, nor have I ever asked you for a single penny. Do not slander me so carelessly. Murong Shan scoffed, Brother Jiang, while you have not asked me for money, you have secretly had Xiao Shui pay for the raw materials on your behalf. Do you think I could be fooled by such a trick? How do you explain this? At this, Murong Shui could not help but laugh lightly. Coming to Jiang Cheng's defense, Dad, you're misunderstanding Jiang Cheng. If he could truly cure my illness, wouldn't he have made demands long ago? Why wait until now? Murong Shan shot her a glare, replying irritably, you understand nothing. Murong Shui giggled, leaning in to whisper to her father for quite some time. Jiang Cheng was uncertain about the whispered conversation between the father and daughter. However, he observed that Murong Shan Cheng's previously sullen countenance was now etched with astonishment, and he scrutinized Jiang Cheng with an unusual expression. Murong Shui quietly remarked, "Father, you must have heard from old Liu about Jiang Cheng's previous stone betting, right? He selected 5 stones, and all 5 yielded results. Do you not find this rather peculiar? Can one person possess such extraordinary luck?" Noticing her father's hesitation, Murong Shui continued, "I suspect that Jiang Cheng's claims regarding the art of divination are indeed genuine." Murong Shan's face shifted dramatically, overwhelmed with astonishment. "You mean to say that Jiang Cheng is utilizing this art to see through the stones?" Murong Shui beamed with pride. "This is precisely why I wish to collaborate with Jiang Cheng. His terms pose no detriment to me. He provides high-quality raw materials, and I'm spared the risk of purchasing worthless stones. In truth, I stand to gain immensely." Murong Shan inhaled sharply, but remained somewhat hesitant. "My dear daughter, do you realize you are gambling? Even if he can discern which stone has value, can he ascertain its worth? Can he guarantee that his bids will not result in losses?" Murong Shui smiled nonchalantly. "Father, I am indeed gambling. I am wagering on Jiang Cheng's capability. Should I lose, Jiang Cheng owes me for the raw stones. Should I win, I obtain a source of the finest jadeite. I do not perceive this as a loss." Murong Shan was momentarily taken aback, compelled to re-evaluate his precious daughter, whom he had always cherished. After a lengthy pause, he smiled with satisfaction, patting Murong Shui on the shoulder. "Excellent. You truly are my daughter, imbued with courage. Little Shui, you have grown up and can stand on your own. Very well. I shall trust you this time." Turning his gaze towards the silent Jiang Cheng, he smiled again. "Brother Jiang, I must apologize for my earlier suspicion. Murong Shui has informed me about your collaboration. Rest assured, this time I trust her. I shall lend you the funds for purchasing the raw stones." Upon hearing Murong Shan's words, Jiang Cheng chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Murong, you are being overly generous." In truth, Jiang Cheng felt content with having acquired the previous 2 stones. He understood the extent of his capital and was aware of the opportunities he could seize. While he longed to acquire the number 14 Imperial Green stone himself, he lacked the necessary funds. However, Murong Shui had the means. The reason he urged Murong Shui to prepare the capital for the bidding was twofold. Firstly, to demonstrate his capabilities to her for future collaborations, and secondly, who would not be tempted by a stone valued at 5.2 billion? He also held a 30 stake alongside Murong Shui. They were now partners in this venture. Assisting Murong Shui in profiting was, in essence, generating profit for himself. Even a 30 share of 5.2 billion amounted to a staggering 1.56 billion. Who would not be enticed by such a figure? Moreover, once transformed into jadeite ornaments and put into circulation, its value would undoubtedly soar beyond 5.2 billion. At that point, his share would be even more substantial. Thus, he was fervently encouraging Murong Shui to secure the number 14 stone. At this moment, the bidding for the raw material number 11 had commenced, with a starting price of 10 million, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. By this time, nearly all buyers had become cautious, refraining from making hasty offers. The materials numbered 10 and beyond were all set to start at millions. No longer the trivial tens or hundreds of thousands. Should one make a poor investment, the losses would amount to tens of millions. Consequently, most participants were merely observing, waiting for the coveted item number 16. Naturally, Jiang Cheng would not make a move. However, in a twist of fate, he was not anticipating the prized item, but rather the raw material number 14. For he alone understood that the so-called coveted item was virtually worthless, valued at merely 120,000. A stark contrast to the starting price in the millions, truly a farce. In truth, the raw material number 14 was the genuine treasure. After more than an hour, the 11th raw material was eventually auctioned off for 19 million after several rounds of bidding. The 12th and 13th items, with their exorbitant starting prices, went unsold. Jiang Cheng merely smiled. Soon, the raw material number 14 was brought to the auction stage by the staff. Upon its unveiling, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. This piece was destined to be his. The subsequent jade raw stone, item number 14, originated from the Magong site, weighed 73 kilograms, with a starting price of 12 million and a minimum bid increment of 1 million. The auction commenced. The female auctioneer began to meticulously describe the characteristics of the 14 item, inciting a stir of excitement in the auction hall. Jiang Cheng remained composed, choosing to wait for other buyers to place their bids. If no one else bid, he would make his move at the end, thus securing the top-tier Imperial Green valued at 5.2 billion for himself. Yet, just as he reveled in his impending fortune, he suddenly heard a new bid. Caught off guard, Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. Logically, the item number 14 was not the coveted one, and its position in the lineup was quite close to the prized item. Even if someone were genuinely interested, they would surely consider their financial capabilities in relation to the final coveted piece. Wouldn't they? Why would anyone deviate from the norm and bid on this one? Could it be a wealthy individual seeking to flaunt their affluence? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jiang Cheng glanced towards the bidder. To his surprise, it was a strikingly beautiful young woman in her early 20s. Her complexion was fair, her features exquisite, with rosy lips and gleaming teeth, complemented by shoulder-length hair that exuded an ethereal grace, leaving Jiang Cheng in awe. Beside her sat a slender middle-aged man, an antithesis to her beauty, with a long face, a small patch of goatee, slanted eyes, and dressed in a loose-fitting Tang suit, projecting an air of cunning and deceit. This stark contrast was striking. Jiang Cheng studied the middle-aged man for a moment, feeling an odd sense of unease, though he couldn't quite articulate why. After a brief hesitation, he signaled to Murong Shui to increase the bid by 100,000. Murong Shui inquired with a hint of peculiarity, Jiang Cheng, isn't it rather inappropriate for us to spend money on this piece, considering it will soon be the highlight of the auction? Meanwhile, Murong Shan quietly whispered to Lu Weiming, seeking his opinion on the value of lot 14 and whether it was worth bidding on. Jiang Cheng, remaining resolute, simply replied, if I say bid, then bid. Murong Shui, though somewhat exasperated, raised the paddle nonetheless. 14 million. Her bid seemed to attract the attention of everyone present. With lots 12 and 13 having gone unsold, it was already unusual for someone to raise the price on lot 14, but the unexpected additional bid heightened the intrigue. Curious glances were cast towards Murong Shui. The previously bidding beauty, who had called out 13 million, also turned her gaze towards Murong Shui. However, upon seeing her, a flicker of uncertainty passed through their eyes. Murong Shui, upon locking eyes with the young woman, was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yinjin? Chu Yinjin politely nodded towards Murong Shui, offering a smile that exuded grace and composure. Murong Shui's brows furrowed in disdain as she coldly snorted and disregarded Chu Yinjin. At that moment, the auctioneer began the countdown. 15 million. This scoundrel, she thought, is deliberately opposing me. Murong Shui glared at Chu Yinjin's nonchalant demeanor, her teeth gritting in frustration. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, asked, do you know each other? Lu Weiming sighed with a wry smile. Her name is Chu Yinjin, a young lady from the Chu family in Qingzhou. They are also in the jewelry and gemstone business, thus placing them in direct competition with the Murong family. Murong Shui seethed competition? This Chu Yinjin is nothing but a bandit. Last time, at an auction, when I had my eyes on a piece, she frantically bid against me. And to add insult to injury, the piece she selected yielded remarkable results. It was clearly the piece I had my sights set on. Jiang Cheng finally comprehended the situation. It was akin to the rivalry between Taobao and jade. They were natural adversaries, and it seemed that their contention over raw stones had fostered a deep-seated animosity. Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation. How unfortunate that he encountered a rival who also coveted this lot. This was far more challenging than contending with a mere casual buyer. If the two competitors engaged in a bidding war, personal emotions would undoubtedly intertwine with their offers, leading to a fierce contest. What might have been an easy acquisition at a low price could spiral into a difficult situation if the two women refused to back down. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and urged Murong Shui, just bid 20 million. Murong Shui, momentarily taken aback, hesitated on whether to raise her bid, quietly asking Jiang Cheng, do you truly believe in the value of this piece? Beside them, Murong Shan also turned to Lu Weiming for his insight. Old Lu, do you think this piece is worth 20 million? Lu Weiming shook his head. Since the organizers have not designated this piece as the highlight of the auction, it indicates that they do not perceive it as the most valuable. It can only be said that the piece is of decent quality. However, its true worth remains a mystery. Murong Shan nodded, finding Lu Weiming's perspective quite reasonable. He only believed that Jiang Cheng could discern the value hidden within the material numbered 14, yet he remained skeptical about whether it was truly worth 20 million. After all, Jiang Cheng's eyes were not scanners. Could they truly reveal the precise worth of this piece? That would be akin to cheating, and he was not convinced. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Cheng's keen perception indeed enabled him to accurately assess the value of the material. Murong Shan quietly reminded Jiang Cheng, Brother Jiang, I have lent you the money for today's bidding. You may decide on the material you deem worthy. However, I believe it unnecessary to raise the bid by 5 million all at once. What if Chu Yinran merely seeks to take advantage of a bargain? What if she does not genuinely desire this piece? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment before retorting. What if the true intent of Chu Yuyin is not to claim the top bid? Mu Rongshan was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Cheng's words. Was there anyone attending the auction whose aim was not to secure the highest bid? He exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that she has outright abandoned the idea of the top bid, settling for second best, conserving her funds to acquire the finest pieces aside from the top bid? Jiang Cheng pursed his lips. It is merely a possibility. However, I cannot ascertain whether this is indeed Chu Yinran's intention. Mu Rongshui glanced at Chu Yinran, who was conversing with a middle-aged man nearby, her expression rife with complexity. Mu Rongshan contemplated for a moment and suggested, let us try raising the bid a few more times. If Chu Yinran is merely testing the waters, she will likely abandon her pursuit after a few rounds. If she truly relinquishes the top bid, she certainly will not forsake this piece. Indeed, experience and composure prevailed. At a critical moment, Mu Rongshan remained unflappable. Jiang Cheng nodded, finding merit in Mu Rongshan's reasoning. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. Thus, he only raised the bid by 1 million. After all, Jiang Cheng was aware that this piece was worth 5 billion. He was unconcerned about gradually increasing the bid as long as it did not exceed 52 million. Securing this piece would undoubtedly yield profit. Of course, acquiring it at a lower price would be ideal, but that hinged on discerning Chu Yinran's attitude. 16 million. Jiang Cheng expressionlessly raised his paddle. A bid of 16 million from this gentleman. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer began to solicit offers from the attendees. Casting a particular glance at the previously bidding Chu Yinran, Chu Yinran exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Cheng and quietly inquired of the middle-aged man beside her. Master, do you believe there is still merit in raising the bid for this piece? The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Cheng and whispered, that person appears genuinely interested in this material. He has already bid twice. I observe that he has previously bid on 4 pieces, and his funds are quite scattered. In truth, Jiang Cheng's 4 bids had also caught his attention, and indeed, there was value there, yet he was unaware of the true worth. Given the preconceived notion that earlier pieces were generally of lesser value, he refrained from encouraging Chu Yinran to frequently engage in bidding. Previously, he had also acquired a few pieces at lower prices, but they were merely trifles. His ultimate aim was still the top bid. Chu Yinran furrowed her brow slightly. Are you suggesting that he has directly abandoned the top bid in favor of a lesser option? Master, did you not say you sense something extraordinary about this material? The middle-aged man replied, Yinran, my dear, I can indeed discern a unique aura emanating from this material, yet its true value eludes my understanding. What I can confidently assert is that there is something within this substance, but whether it holds significant worth remains uncertain. The decision to continue bidding is ultimately yours to make. Frankly, Chu Yin's master is a Taoist adept with a special skill known as Wang Qi Shu, which allows her to ascertain the presence of valuable material within the raw stone by sensing its aura. It is through her master's remarkable ability that she has consistently managed to unearth treasures during stone gambling. This is precisely why she places her bids, as her master has indicated that this stone contains something of value. However, her intent is merely to acquire it at a low price, and she herself is unsure of its actual worth. Previously, her decision to increase her bid was impulsive, spurred by the knowledge that her competitor, Mu Rongshui, also desired it. In retrospect, she feels a tinge of regret. Fortunately, it appears that Mu Rongshui is quite determined, genuinely wishing to obtain this piece. Her aim is to secure the ultimate bid. Should the top bid contain something valuable, it would indeed be an extraordinary find. If she were to squander her funds on this piece, only to discover that the final bid holds something of worth, she would be unable to compete, and thus, the top bid would fall into another's hands. With her master Wang Qi Shu at her disposal, she is unafraid of making a misjudgment and sees no necessity to waste her resources on this stone. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuyin decided against further bidding. 16 million. Once. 16 million. Twice. 16 million. Thrice. Sold. Congratulations to buyer number 128 for acquiring raw stone number 14. It was not until the auctioneer's gavel fell that Jiang Cheng finally exhaled a long-held breath, his anxious heart settling at last. Clearly, Mu Rongshan's intuition was correct. They had fortuitously procured a piece valued at 2 billion from merely 16 million. The thought of it made Jiang Cheng's hands tremble with excitement. In Chapter 37, The Dilemma of Chu Yuyin, for Jiang Cheng, the moment he secured raw stone number 14 marked the conclusion of his struggle. He had successfully acquired all 4 of the most valuable pieces from a total of 16. This venture had truly been a bountiful harvest, and he reveled in the satisfaction of his triumph. He felt no interest in the subsequent auction, reflecting on the circumstances. Had it not been for his ability to perceive the true worth of the jade stones, he could never have secured these 4 most valuable pieces. He felt as though he had been extraordinarily fortunate. This thought led him back to the enigmatic woman in red. His perception of her was undeniably intricate. There was both resentment and gratitude intertwined. Her unexpected appearance had led to his car accident, yet paradoxically, she had also pulled him from the wreckage, called for an ambulance, saved his life, healed the wounds inflicted by shards of glass on his eye, and bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities. Through the gift of his enhanced vision, he had amassed considerable wealth, transforming from a beleaguered driver, subjected to ridicule by his boss and spurned by his girlfriend, into a billionaire. The transformation had been astonishing, occurring within the span of just 1 week. The sheer magnitude of this change felt surreal and dreamlike. On the 15th, the material was brought up by the staff from the backstage and placed upon the auction table. Subsequently, the auctioneer began his introduction. This piece was quite substantial, weighing a full 87 kilograms, with a starting price of $23 million. And each subsequent bid could not be less than $2 million. It was sourced from the renowned Mo Wanji. Mu Rongxue naturally inquired whether Jiang Cheng intended to bid. She remained blissfully unaware of the true value of the next 2 pieces, which Jiang Cheng had already discerned through his ability to perceive and evaluate their worth. He was thoroughly informed about the material's details and feared that Jiang Cheng, in a moment of impulse, might place a bid. This was a piece worth over $20 million. If it were to be cut and found lacking in value, it would result in a significant loss. Mu Rongshan and Lu Weiming silently observed Jiang Cheng. With a faint smile, Jiang Cheng shook his head. He initially believed that no one would bid on this piece, as the next one was the coveted top lot. A rational individual would typically hold back their funds for the competition over the top lot. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Cheng, some individuals began to waver. Everyone aspired to contend for the top lot, as it was sourced from the prestigious Peigang Old Pit and had passed through a reputable auction in the Flower Country, which guaranteed its reputation. Yet, there was only one top lot, and the number of bidders was considerable, promising a final price that would undoubtedly be high. Whether one could successfully compete against others was uncertain, and if the top lot turned out to be worthless, it would result in catastrophic losses. Hence, many rational bidders had internally relinquished their pursuit of the top lot and instead focused their sights on the 15th material. Consequently, there were numerous bids on the 15th piece, albeit in a hesitant manner, with bidders dragging the process to the last possible moment, each hoping to secure a bargain at the lowest price. Nevertheless, even with this cautious bidding approach, the auction price soared to an impressive $35 million, ultimately being claimed by a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean. In truth, only 3 individuals in attendance felt genuine sympathy for this Mediterranean gentleman: Jiang Cheng, Chu Yanran, and her master, Wei Qinglin, for they alone were aware that the 15th material was, in reality, nothing but waste. At this juncture, even Chu Yanran began to feel anxious. Her master's ability to perceive the essence of raw materials was akin to possessing a cheat code. He could unequivocally determine whether the stone contained valuable material or not. However, Chu Yanran understood that her master skills were more suited for uncovering low-price bargains rather than competing in an auction setting, where they had limited effectiveness in assessing the true value of raw stones. If her master's ability were likened to a gaming hack, it would be similar to a basic cheat purchased for a mere 5 yuan, while Jiang Cheng's abilities would be akin to a top-tier hack crafted by elite hackers, both cheats, yet worlds apart in capability. However, both Chu Yanran and Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to each other's prowess, each believing themselves to be the sole individual with an advantage in the room. For Chu Yanran, it would be acceptable if the final top lot was also worthless. She would simply refrain from bidding. However, the most critical concern is what to do if the auction's prized lot contains something, yet its true value is far below the final bid price. Although her master can discern whether there is something present, he cannot ascertain the actual worth of the material. If the prize lot is genuinely valued at merely a few $100,000, yet is bid up to several billion, what then? Chu Yanran's heart began to race with anxiety as she hesitated, pondering whether to bid if the prized lot indeed contained valuable items. In the midst of her indecision, the only prized lot of the auction made its grand entrance. It commenced bidding at $50 million, with each subsequent bid not less than $5 million. As the beautiful auctioneer concluded her introduction, the room erupted in astonishment. 50 million, and each increment was to be no less than 5 million. The tension was palpable. As those who had previously been resolute began to waver, fear gripped their hearts. This was 50 million, not 500. The final bid could very well exceed 100 million. To purchase rough stones at such a price was a gamble, while a significant return could be thrilling. What if it turned out to be worthless, or merely worth a few tens of thousands? Everyone longed for the ability to gaze through the rough stone, to see its inner contents, thereby alleviating their inner turmoil. With a grave expression, Chu Yanran inquired of Wei Qinglin, "Master, does this material contain anything of value?" Wei Qinglin meticulously examined the rough stone numbered 16, noticing a faint milky glow emanating from its surface. This indicated the presence of something valuable. Objects possess their own unique essence. Just as a newborn exudes vitality, while an aging individual radiates a sense of decay. Wei Qinglin's ability to perceive the aura of objects allowed him to discern their natures. By his standards, jade and emerald exuded an intangible aura, manifesting as that milky glow, while ordinary stones remained inert. This was his secret to acquiring undervalued treasures, ensuring that every rough stone Chu Yanran selected yielded results. Yet at this moment, the starting bid had soared to 50 million, rendering his ability to perceive aura meaningless. Even though he was aware that the material contained something, the question remained, would one dare to place a bid? Would one risk acquiring this lot? It had become a gamble of immense proportions, potentially exceeding 100 million. Nonetheless, Wei Qinglin was unconcerned with the outcome. They had established an agreement. He would only indicate whether there was something within, leaving the decision to bid entirely to Chu Yanran. Should the bid increase, he would take half. If they incurred a loss, he would bear no responsibility. Thus, Wei Qinglin nodded without reservation. This gesture was clear to Chu Yanran. It was part of their initial agreement. If the material contained something valuable, he would nod. If not, he would shake his head. Observing Wei Qinglin's reaction, Chu Yanran's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At this moment, she wished fervently that the prized lot contained nothing, for that would eliminate her dilemma and allow her to withdraw without hesitation. Yet, the most troubling reality was that the prized lot indeed held something of value. If everyone were to support her, Chu Yanjin would undoubtedly find herself overflowing with wealth. However, if the value were merely in the hundreds of thousands, she might end up with nothing but a lace panty. While Chu Yanjin was lost in thought, a buyer had already begun to place bids. Alarmingly, the bidding escalated like the fuse of a firecracker, with successive offers ringing out incessantly. In no time, the auction price soared to 85 million, with a clear upward trend. This shattered the psychological defenses of Chu Yanjin. Chapter 38. The King of Scrap, a frenzy of bidding. Mu Rongxue watched the fierce competition with a tremor in her heart. As a recent graduate, she was accustomed to her family's wealth. Yet witnessing such reckless bidding made even the heiress of the Tiansheng group feel a pang of anxiety. 5 million. 5 million per bid. Not 500. How many people in Longwell would take a lifetime to earn 5 million? Yet here, the minimum increment in bidding was a staggering 5 million. In Mu Rongshue's eyes, those placing bids were no longer mere jade merchants. They resembled a throng of frenzied gamblers. She suddenly glanced at Jiang Cheng, wanting to voice a thought that remained unspoken, fearing that he might suddenly join the fray. To her, Jiang Cheng embodied that type of gambler, recklessly insane. He would bet everything he owned, borrowing money to stake on stones and bid. Previously, she might have thought Jiang Cheng excessively greedy for demanding a 30% stake just to sell her the good materials. But after witnessing the frenzied bidding, her perspective had completely shifted. Jiang Cheng was risking everything, yet only claimed a mere 30% stake for himself. The risks he assumed were unfathomable. In retrospect, her collaboration with Jiang Cheng had proven to be an immense advantage for her. Mu Rongshan had no intention of bidding, as he possessed his own channels to acquire quality materials directly from the Flower Nation. Unless absolutely necessary, a capitalist like him would never gamble on stones. He preferred to wait until others had sliced the stones open, offering bids for purchase or directly acquiring window materials. Why should he impose such risks upon himself? Relying on the operations of the Tiansheng group, he earned just as much, if not more, than those gambling on stones. Thus, he simply wanted to see whether Jiang Cheng intended to place a bid. However, he soon realized that Jiang Cheng seemed disinterested in participating. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was engrossed in a mobile game, seemingly indifferent to the fierce auction taking place outside. This left Mu Rongshan perplexed. Was Jiang Cheng disinterested in this particular material? Or was his true target not the top bid, but rather every valuable piece aside from the top bid? Jiang Cheng had started playing the game before the top bid even began, as if it already resolved to forego the last piece. Mu Rongshan was utterly bewildered by Jiang Cheng's intentions. Before long, the top bid surged to 100 million. By this point, Chu Yinjin could no longer remain seated. At this moment, further hesitation is of no significance. She must take a gamble. Compared to the others present, her chances of winning have increased by 30%. She is already aware that there is something valuable within this auction item. This knowledge surpasses that of everyone else in attendance. Furthermore, her greatest source of confidence in taking this risk is her lack of fear of losing. If she were to lose this time, it would merely mean her master would have a few more opportunities to reap the benefits. She is capable of ensuring that every bid she makes will be a winning one. So why fear defeat? Therefore, she must secure this auction item. A bold gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Thus, when the auctioneer calls for bids 3 times, she confidently places her offer, 110 million. Murong Shui, upon witnessing Chu Yinran's bid, immediately felt a chill in her demeanor. With a hint of concern, she asked, Jiang Cheng, are you really not going to bid? Chu Yinran has already placed her bid. What if? Jiang Cheng shot her an exasperated glance, utterly speechless at Murong Shui's antics. With a chuckle, he replied, what are you thinking? Are you worried that Chu Yinran might make a lucky strike? Rest assured, if she wins, all that will remain for her will be a lace undergarment. Murong Shui blinked in disbelief. Really? Jiang Cheng pouted. If you don't believe me, you can bid yourself. After all, I'm borrowing the money for this auction from you. So if you have plenty of funds, why not compete with her? Upon hearing this, Murong Shui shook her head vigorously. No. I wouldn't dare. Spending over 100 million on a gamble? I'm not that foolish. After all, Murong Shui is not a complete gambler. Then, with a crescent-shaped smile, she asked eagerly, by the way, Jiang Cheng, if Chu Yinran truly wins this bid, will she really be left with nothing but a lace undergarment? Jiang Cheng looked at Murong Shui's overly excited expression, rolled his eyes, and shook his head in resignation. This young lady, he never expected her to have such a wicked sense of humor. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of Murong Shui climbing into his bed in the dead of night and hugging him, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. After more than 20 minutes of fierce bidding, Chu Yinran successfully secured the auction item. However, the final price? Jiang Cheng expressed his deep sympathy, spending 180 million on a material worth merely 1,200,000. Jiang Cheng was somewhat eager to witness the alluring image of the ethereal beauty. Chu Yinran, left with nothing but a lace undergarment. Naturally, Murong Shui trusted Jiang Cheng completely because of his unwavering confidence. She believed everything he said without question. She regarded Chu Yinran with a playful glint in her eyes. 180 million. This audacious woman truly spares no expense. Affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Cheng's, Murong Shui strode directly to Chu Yinran's side, speaking in a teasing tone. Oh, Gongvatin, Miss Ju, it seems you are indeed quite affluent. Unlike me, who has to start my own business, I cannot compete with your financial prowess. Chu Yinran's gaze sharpened momentarily, but then she offered a gentle smile. Miss Murong, you are too modest. I am well aware of the Murong family strength. If you truly desired this auction item, it would be an effortless task for you, wouldn't it? Murong Shui chuckled softly, shaking her head. No. I'm naturally timid and would not dare to touch the gambling stones. I am merely accompanying a friend today. Those materials were not bid by me. It was then that Chu Yinran noticed Jiang Cheng standing beside Murong Shui, scrutinizing him closely. Miss Murong, are you implying that the materials you just bid on were all acquired by Mr. Jiang here? Chu Yinran quickly regained her composure, extending her delicate hand towards Jiang Cheng. Hello, I am Chu Yinran from the Chu family of Qingzhou. In Chu Yinran's impression, Jiang Cheng had audaciously bid on 5 pieces of material, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Jiang Cheng intended to shake hands with Chu Yinran, but was firmly held back by Murong Shui, leaving him to awkwardly smile at her. Hello, I am Jiang Cheng. Chu Yinran paused, taken aback, unable to recall any prominent figure from Qingzhou bearing the surname Jiang. Her gaze towards Jiang Cheng grew increasingly complex. At that moment, Wei Qinglin, who had been standing nearby, suddenly interjected ominously. Little brother, you are quite lucky. Jiang Cheng looked at Wei Qinglin in confusion, unsure of the intent behind his sudden remark. Was he implying that he knew Jiang Cheng had secured the 5 most valuable pieces? The more Jiang Cheng observed Wei Qinglin, the more he sensed something amiss. What he did not realize was that Wei Qinglin merely recognized the quality of the stones Jiang Cheng had acquired. unaware of their true worth. Jiang Cheng felt there was more to Wei Qinglin than met the eye, but then he thought, if Wei Qinglin had discerned their value, how could Chu Yanran still bid on the last top piece? That would be foolish. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Murong Shui had long anticipated watching Chu Yanran suffer a setback, relishing the unfolding drama. With a teasing tone, she suggested, Miss Chu, why not unveil a stone here? I believe everyone present would love to witness the splendor of the top piece. I think that is unnecessary. Chu Yanran felt flustered. She had spent a staggering 180 million on that piece. If it turned out to be worthless, her reputation would be severely tarnished. Murong Shui smirked, oh, what is this? Miss Chu, you can afford to bid 180 million, yet you hesitate to unveil a stone? Are you afraid you may have wasted your fortune on a worthless piece? If you're too timid, then let us go, Jiang Cheng, and unveil one ourselves. Chu Yanran, initially hesitant, found herself incensed by Murong Shui's sarcastic demeanor. Who was she mocking? With a cold, scornful tone, she retorted, what is there to be afraid of? Chu Yanran, can certainly afford this amount, unlike Miss Murong, who is too timid to even bid on a raw stone. Perhaps you should refrain from pursuing any ventures and simply rely on the Tiansheng Group for support. Murong Shui's eyes widened in fury. A storm was about to erupt. Chapter 39, The Stone Unveiling Scene, A Hell on Earth. Jiang Cheng spent a total of 25.05 million dragon coins on his bids. This sum was manageable for Murong Shui, allowing her to avoid borrowing from Murong Shan. Buyers of the raw stones proceeded one after another to transfer funds to the auction organizers' accounts and sign agreements. Among the buyers, some arranged for others to carry their stones away and exited the auction house immediately. However, most chose to remain, preparing to unveil the stones on site. For that is the true essence of stone gambling. With a single cut, one faces either fortune or misfortune, each to their own fate. After all, the 5 pieces he managed to acquire are each of considerable value. He fears that should he display too much ostentation, he might attract envy, potentially inviting unforeseen troubles. He wishes to remain discreet, yet cannot escape the rivalry between Chu Yanran and Murong Shui, who insist on settling their contest publicly. Jiang Cheng feels helpless, as it was Murong Shui who financed the stones. If she wishes to flaunt her success, so be it. Murong Shui is eager to witness Chu Yanran squander a staggering 180 million on a worthless stone, leaving her with nothing but lace undergarments. Conversely, Chu Yanran dreams of a dramatic surge, reaping billions and infuriating Murong Shui, the enigmatic rival. Both harbor ulterior motives, unwilling to yield to one another. Murong Shan is equally intrigued. He is curious to see if Jiang Cheng, who is willing to gamble and borrow money to bid on stones based solely on his daughter appraise, possesses any real skill. The truth shall reveal itself once the stones are unveiled. Before long, the organizers arrange for personnel to transport the stones destined for public unveiling to a temporary pavilion set up in the square beneath the hotel. The crowd followed suit, converging upon the modestly sized square, now teeming with eager spectators. Everyone yearned to witness the exhilarating process of stone unveiling firsthand. Have you heard? The final bidding champion was astonishingly purchased for 180 million. Goodness, 180 million. How exorbitant. Who could possibly be the magnate behind that bid? It is rumored to be the young lady of the Chu family from Qingzhou, Chu Yanran. Incredible. The Chu family of Qingzhou truly possesses deep pockets, willing to bid such an astronomical amount without hesitation. Is she not afraid that a single cut could render it worthless? Perhaps the contents hold even greater value? Who can truly predict the outcomes of stone gambling? It rewards the bold and punishes the timid. Perhaps Chu Yanran might even emerge with a fortune of several billion. My friend, have you not awakened from your slumber? Have dreams of wealth driven you mad? If it were so simple to amass billions, would not all the magnates flock to gamble on stones? I reckon this 180 million will likely go to waste. Look, there is Chu Yanran, the young lady of the Chu family. Goodness, she is breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being. To spend a night with her would be worth any sacrifice. I am intrigued. Wait, who is that stunning beauty beside her? She is simply exquisite. If only I could. I am equally intrigued. Amidst the cacophony of speculation, Chu Yanran and Murong Shui gradually emerged into view. All eyes instantly gravitated toward the two enchanting women. One exudes an ethereal grace, while the other radiates a cold, noble beauty, each possessing their own unique allure. However, as the woman who spent 180 million to secure the top bid, Chu Yanran's brilliance quickly overshadowed Murong Shui. Before long, Murong Shui was rendered invisible, disregarded by the throng. Countless beauties grace the world. Yet there exists only one who can effortlessly spend 180 million on raw stones. Chu Yanran. Murong Shui glared at Chu Yanran with a fierce expression, scoffing coldly. What is there to be proud of? The higher your pride, the more devastating your tears will be later. Observing the resentful expression on Murong Shui's face, Jiang Cheng felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. What grievances could possibly warrant such a display? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, who had successfully bid on a rough stone, volunteered himself to be the first to unveil it. He had invested 8 million. Master, make a cut right down the center. No need for a window. The man exuded confidence, harboring great faith in this particular stone. The anticipation among the onlookers was palpable. Would this lead to a spectacular revelation? A sudden surge in value? One could only hope. Yet, typically, the first to venture forth often met with unfortunate outcomes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, voicing various opinions. The middle-aged man's gaze was intense, fixated on the rapidly spinning blade of the stone-cutting machine, teetering on the edge of anxiety, yet brimming with hope. Everyone was eager to discover the fate of this initial cut, their expressions a tapestry of tension and excitement. However, for Jiang Cheng, Chu Yanran, and Wei Qinglin, there was an air of indifference. They alone were aware that aside from the stones they had bid on, all the others were worthless, without exception. The valuable pieces had all been acquired by Jiang Cheng, while the less significant ones had been picked up at low prices by Chu Yanran. Naturally, she believed she had made shrewd finds, unaware that the stones she had chosen were merely the remnants discarded by Jiang Cheng, guaranteed to incur losses. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Jiang Cheng was the sole victor of this auction, while Chu Yanran emerged as its greatest loser, left with naught but a lace undergarment's worth of profit. Every piece she purchased resulted in a loss. None yielded any profit. Soon, the seasoned master let out a soft sigh. Waste, mere waste. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The middle-aged man's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were filled with a frightening fury. To think I spent 8 million on a worthless piece. If it were me, I'd rather find a block of tofu to smash. This was beyond exasperating. Having lost 8 million was one thing, but if the champion piece turned out to be worthless, the loss would soar to 180 million. A single cut can lead to paradise or hell. And this was no exaggeration. The following hour was, without a doubt, a veritable purgatory. One by one, the buyers would place bids on stones unveiled them, only to find themselves facing staggering losses. The most dramatic among them, a fortunate soul who had spent 35 million on piece number 15, was so distraught upon unveiling it that he collapsed, spitting blood, and was swiftly carted away by an ambulance within minutes. The onlookers watched in horror, their hearts racing. By this point, only Jiang Cheng and Chu Yanran remained, with all eyes in the room fixated on them, their gazes rife with complexity. Some were sympathetic, others anxious, and many relished the misfortune of others, a cacophony of emotions intertwining. The preceding buyers had suffered terribly, their stones all worthless. Doubts arose amongst the crowd, suspecting they had all been collectively duped by the auction. A few disgruntled buyers even protested, alleging that the auction was rigged, nearly clashing with the organizers. Yet, they were all swiftly ushered away by security personnel. The auction house has signed agreements with them. All transactions are voluntary, and regardless of the outcomes, they bear no responsibility. Even if one were to appeal to the courts, it would be futile. Observing the dismal fates of several predecessors, Murong Shui couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Jiang Cheng. If a mistake were made, how would Jiang Cheng recover his losses? She began to doubt whether partnering with Jiang Cheng was truly the right decision. Chapter 40, Colorless, Ice Type, Fully Loaded. Since Murong Shui insisted on unearthing the stones on site, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to comply. However, he was still reluctant to attract too much attention. Murong Shui blinked nervously, pouting as she spoke. Jiang Cheng, please don't tell me you're going to incur losses too. If you do, I'll be the laughingstock for that little vixen. Chu Yanran. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. With a feigned frown, he replied, it's just one piece. All 5 stones were purchased by me. Had you not insisted on competing with Chu Yanran, I wouldn't have even considered breaking them open. If you're so capable, why not buy and open them yourself? You. Murong Shui's chest heaved with indignation. With a huff, she threatened him. If you let me embarrass myself in front of Chu Yanran, I'll make you pay. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Make me pay? How exactly? At this, Murong Shui suddenly recalled something, her face flushing crimson to the roots of her ears. Images of the previous night, where Jiang Cheng had firmly pinned her down, flooded her mind. "You lecher! You're not allowed to think about that," she exclaimed, her face nearly boiling with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she cursed Jiang Cheng, the notorious rogue, countless times in her mind. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Cheng tilted his head, utterly baffled, as he failed to comprehend Murong Xue's sudden outburst. Why was she inexplicably accusing him of being a rogue and forbidding him from thinking? Thinking about what? Observing Murong Xue's bashful demeanor left Jiang Cheng thoroughly perplexed. "Miss Chu, shall we proceed?" Jiang Cheng disregarded Murong Xue's peculiar behavior and smiled at Chu Yanran. In truth, few cared whether he unwrapped the stones. For the 5 raw stones he purchased were not particularly expensive, all priced under 5 million, with the most expensive being the number 14 stone at a mere 16 million. The total expenditure for the 5 stones amounted to 25 million, which was not even a fraction of the cost of a single piece belonging to Chu Yanran. Hence, there was little interest in his endeavors. The crowd's focus was primarily on the coveted piece worth 180 million, which was the main attraction. Chu Yanran herself felt anxious. The 3 pieces she had bid on earlier were only worth a few million, and losing would merely be a minor setback. The real concern lay with the coveted piece, which had cost a staggering 180 million. If it were to fail, not only would she incur losses exceeding 100 million, but she would also have to endure ridicule from that little vixen, Murong Xue. Just the thought was infuriating. However, what if it were to appreciate in value? After all, it was sourced from the renowned Pargon Old Pit and had been re-auctioned by the government of the Flower Nation. It was not merely a random stone dug from some obscure mountain. Moreover, her master had inspected it and assured her that it contained something valuable. Perhaps it would indeed soar in value. With this thought, Chu Yanran found herself regaining some composure. "Master, I shall only resolve 1 block. Kindly assist me in dissecting the 6th material." The elder master nodded and inquired, "Boss, how shall we cut it? Perhaps you could draw a line?" The master hesitated. Previous cuts had yielded nothing but refuse, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Should this block also prove to be worthless, he could very well face a throng of discontent. Moreover, he would be blamed for bringing ill fortune. Jiang Cheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "A single cut through the center will suffice." He had already discerned the essence of the 6th material. It was a flawless, translucent ice jade, with the jade core occupying the entirety of the stone. Only a thin layer of waxy skin enveloped it. Aside from a slight excess of cottony inclusions that were somewhat uneven, it could be deemed an exceptionally perfect jade. Regardless of where the cut was made, the material was bound to be full. The eyes indicated a value of 12 million. This piece, indeed, was the least remarkable among his collection, having cost him 1.05 million, yet it promised a profit of a mere 10 million. The master ceased speaking, neglecting to draw lines, and directly followed Jiang Cheng's instruction, making a cut right through the middle. Tension gripped everyone present, including Chu Yanran. She was well aware that there was something within this block, yet she remained uncertain of its true worth. She could only hope for a successful cut. However, if her memory served her right, Jiang Cheng had only spent 1.05 million on this block. What could possibly be expected from material worth a little over a million? The sound of the cutting machine's blade whirred rapidly. After a considerable time, the entire block was cleaved in 2. The master skillfully rinsed the cut surface and wiped it with a towel. As the cut surface was revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The master illuminated the cut surface with a lamp, and many present could roughly assess the internal quality from the light's transmission. It was thrilling. Good heavens! Translucent jade, ice variety. Was this truly a full load? The entire cut surface was jade? This luck was simply extraordinary. The clarity, the transparency was astonishing. Murong Xue gazed at the smooth cut surface, utterly dumbfounded. After a long while, she threw herself into Jiang Cheng's embrace, squeezing him tightly, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "It's magnificent! Jiang Cheng, you are incredible." Murong Shan observed his daughter wrapped in Jiang Cheng's arms, his brows knitting into a tight frown. This fellow increasingly resembled a pig burrowing through cabbage. While he too was astonished that Jiang Cheng had unveiled a full load of translucent ice jade right off the bat. He had encountered countless exquisite materials before and was not as awestruck as the onlookers. His attention was instead drawn to the impropriety of his daughter and Jiang Cheng's intimate interaction. Ahem. "Little Xue, that's enough." Hastily releasing Jiang Cheng, she bowed her head, her cheeks flushed, rendered speechless. As Jiang Cheng savored the softness against his chest, his own face turned red. He wondered why girls behaved this way. In their exuberance, they would leap into his arms without considering the feelings of a 22-year-old virgin. Young brother, do you wish to sell this piece? I'll offer 5 million. I'll bid 5. 5 million. I'll offer 5. 7 million. The jade merchants in attendance clamored with frenzied bids. Dear brother, I am the owner of Tanyuan jadeite. I offer 6 million for this material. What do you think? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit stepped forward and handed a business card to Jiang Cheng. This piece was exceptionally unique. Iced jade, devoid of any impurities, entirely flawless. With just those two facets, crafting dozens of bangles would be effortless, not to mention the additional material beneath. With some leftover scraps, one could easily carve beads or create pendants, yielding tens of millions with minimal effort. 6 million? Jiang Cheng replied with a charming smile, exclaiming, Master, leave a spot for a bangle. Let us take another cut. Naturally, for such a pristine piece, slowly grinding the outer shell to reveal the core would be ideal. But it was unnecessary. There was no need to auction it off to others. He had an agreement, and this piece would certainly be sold to Murong Shui. One more cut would suffice to assess the quality. Was this young man so confident? With the current facets, selling for 6 million was already impressive. Was he not worried about ruining the piece with another cut? Greed can be insatiable. If it were me, I would have sold it for 6 million. After all, it was purchased for just 1.05 million. What more could one desire? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. 20 minutes later, the atmosphere became electric once more. The owner of Tanyuan jadeite gritted his teeth, filled with regret. Y&T, he offered more. Young man, I'll raise my bid to 8 million. I'll go to 8.5 million. Quality materials never lack for buyers. Jiang Cheng, observing the frantic bidding around him, merely smiled. Master, let us make another cut. The crowd was left speechless. Another 20 minutes passed, and even Murong Shan was rendered speechless in astonishment. After 3 cuts, each facet revealed nothing but pure jade. Could this possibly be a block of pure jadeite, with merely a thin outer layer? This was astonishing. Just moments ago, they had accused the young man of being overly greedy. Now, they were clamoring for a chance. With the next cut, the piece would surely increase in value by at least 4 million. The owner of Tanyuan jadeite clenched his jaw, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, pleading, young man, please, no more cuts. I'll take it for 13 million. At this moment, the previously reserved Chu Yanran spoke up, casually adjusting her hair with a smile. Mr. Jiang, I'll offer 15 million for this piece. Let us make a friend, shall we? Although she was aware of the quality of the jade, she was astonished to find it of such exceptional caliber. Purchased for only 1.05 million. The appreciation was indeed astronomical. Everyone desired a piece of quality material. It was a golden opportunity. Chu Yanran was no exception and promptly placed her bid. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to decline, Murong Shui interjected, confidently asserting, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Chu, but according to our agreement, Mr. Jiang has already sold this piece to me, Murong Shui. She then gazed intently at Jiang Cheng, softly stating, Jiang Cheng, I'll offer 12 million for this piece. I trust you have no objections? Upon hearing Murong Shui's bid, Chu Yanran couldn't help but laugh derisively. Miss Murong, I bid 15 million, while you bid 12 million. Do you really think Mr. Jiang lacks the discernment to recognize the value? Mr. Jiang, friends are friends, and business is business. Do not let unscrupulous individuals pressure you into lowering prices. After saying this, Chu Yanran couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Murong Shui. In her mind, unless Jiang Cheng were a fool, how could he possibly sell to Murong Shui at a loss of 3 million? Just when Chu Yanran was brimming with confidence, convinced that she would undoubtedly acquire the materials Murong Shui desired, Jiang Cheng spoke up. Deal. Miss Murong, for 12 million. The materials are yours. Chu Yanran was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 41. Chu Yanran, who loses with every cut. She stared at Jiang Cheng, her mind whirling. She even questioned whether there was something wrong with her hearing. She had offered 15 million for Jiang Cheng's materials, and he had voluntarily lowered the price by 3 million for Murong Shui. Was Jiang Cheng's mathematics taught by a physical education teacher? Why? Even if they were friends, there was no need to sell to her at a loss of 3 million. Chu Yanran simply could not comprehend. Jiang Cheng shrugged, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, Miss Chu, but I have an agreement with Miss Murong. The fine materials are reserved for her first. Murong Shui immediately chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh dear, my apologies. Miss Chu, but this exquisite piece of top-grade colorless jadeite belongs to me. If crafted into jadeite jewelry, Do you think I would earn 20 million or 30 million? Seeing Murong Shui revel in her small triumph, Chu Yinran's anger surged. With a fierce glare at both Murong Shui and Jiang Cheng, she turned away, instructing the master craftsman to assist her in stone analysis. You think you alone can produce fine materials? Chu Yinran sneered inwardly. She had acquired 4 promising pieces of material, one of which was the champion from the famed old quarry in Myanmar. She refused to believe that she could not unveil a fine piece. Chu Yinran purchased her 4 pieces for 35 million, 1 million, 3 million, and 180 million respectively. The first 3 were merely a gamble for her, a chance to seize a bargain with little impact on her overall outcome. The final champion piece, however, was the real highlight. 4 stone analysis machines roared to life simultaneously. The atmosphere in the venue became electrifying as all eyes focused on the champion piece. My goodness, Miss Chu has quite the nerve to simultaneously analyze 4 pieces. Is she not afraid they will all fail? Come on, if you say all 4 will succeed, I might believe you, but all 4 failing? The odds are simply too slim. Indeed, how could they all fail? There are only 16 pieces being auctioned. If they were all worthless, the auction house would surely be involved in some underhanded dealings. Exactly. Wasn't that young man just successful? If, as you claim, all 4 pieces are worthless, then with so many participants, wouldn't he be the only one profiting? That seems utterly implausible. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the first stone analysis machine came to a halt. All eyes were fixed on the master craftsman's movements. After a considerable wait, the master cleaned the cut surface and presented it to the crowd. It's a success. We have a winner. I told you. How could it possibly all be worthless? Wait a moment. Do not rejoice too soon. Take a good look. This is utterly shattered. Not a single piece intact. Even crafting a pendant from this would be a Herculean task, worth scarcely a pittance. Alas, this piece is deemed worthless. Initially, the crowd was envious upon seeing the goods, but their admiration was swiftly extinguished by a deluge of disappointment. What was anticipated to be a splendid find has turned out to be mere refuse. The material is cracked like a spider's web, utterly devoid of value. This piece has resulted in a significant loss. Murong Shui witnessed the destruction with a grin stretching from ear to ear, her heart brimming with secret delight. I warned you against coveting my materials. I cautioned you about consistently unveiling subpar results. Spending 35 million only to have it go to waste. Ha ha ha. Chu Yinran observed the first piece's demise, furrowing her brow slightly, though not overly disappointed. She had encountered such situations numerous times, albeit infrequently. Overall, guided by her master Wei Qing Lin's divination skills, she had been profitable. Thus, she remained unfazed. Out of 4 pieces, it was improbable that all would yield refuse, right? Absolutely impossible. It is essential to note that these purchases were made under the assurance of valuable contents. How could every piece possibly be flawed? After a while, the second piece was revealed to the crowd. Goods have emerged. Beans of yellow jade. Alas, the jade core is so diminutive and being of such a quality, it seems only worth around 100,000. Another loss. 1 million has been entirely squandered. Sympathy washed over the onlookers as they cast glances toward Chu Yinran. At that moment, Chu Yinran's beautiful visage was shrouded in gloom. Although these amounts were trivial and losses were somewhat bearable, the situation gnawed at her insides. If it had been entirely worthless, she might have felt less anguish. The most distressing part was that this material, purchased for over 1 million, had yielded but a fraction of its worth. She could not fathom how her fortune could be so dismal today. Such an unlikely circumstance, which she rarely encountered, had fortuitously befallen her. She began to suspect the auction house of some nefarious trickery. Murong Shui was already in fits of laughter, her mockery cutting through the air. Oh, another loss. Miss Chu, your luck appears rather dismal. Perhaps you should refrain from further cuts, lest you find yourself overwhelmed with despair and end up with a heart attack. Ha ha ha. Chu Yinran cast a cold glare at Murong Shui, her voice steady yet stern. Miss Murong, what is this? Are you so eagerly excited? Murong Shui feigned concern, covering her face in a laugh. Excited? Not at all. I merely thought a few million might not trouble you, and I'm simply worried for you. That piece you bid on, you spent a staggering 180 million. What if it turns out to be worthless? Chu Yinran snorted dismissively. That is of no concern to you, Miss Murong. At this juncture, the third piece was unveiled to the audience. Yet again, it was of inferior quality. Goodness, another loss. Is Miss Chu's luck truly this unfortunate? If the material had been entirely worthless, it would be more tolerable, but to yield such a meager return, is it not infuriating? In that moment, The typically composed and graceful Chu Yanran could no longer maintain her poise. How could my luck today plummet to such depths? For every piece I open, I incur a loss. One might argue she is simply unfortunate, yet every piece yields some value, rendering her luckier than those who extract nothing at all. Truly a favored child of fortune. Conversely, to claim she is fortunate would be misleading, as each piece is worth a mere pittance, a stark contrast to auction prices, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, with each piece draining her resources. Chu Yanran felt more nauseated than if she had swallowed a fly. Her countenance darkened like coal. Why does Jiang Cheng casually unveil a piece that skyrockets in value, netting over 10 million, while she opens several only to suffer losses? Why is the universe so unjust? Who is orchestrating this misfortune? Chu Yanran began to suspect that her previous streak of luck had drawn the ire of fate itself. Was this a deliberate ploy against her? Unbeknownst to her, the materials she bid on were all castaways, deemed unsatisfactory by Jiang Cheng, each one a guaranteed loss, devoid of profit. And yet, by some cruel twist of fate, she had acquired every single one of these losing materials. How could she not suffer? Jiang Cheng's assertion that she was the sole loser in the room seemed an understatement. At that moment, Murong Shui began her taunting antics. "Oh, Miss Chu, what troubles you? You used to open a piece and see it soar. How is it that now each piece brings you loss? Could it be divine retribution?" Hee. Chu Yanran felt her anger swell, wanting to retort, yet the words remained trapped in her throat. Witnessing Murong Shui's smug expression, she yearned to confront her with a fierce rebuttal. Grinding her teeth, Chu Yanran redirected her gaze to the final coveted piece. This was her last glimmer of hope. 180 million. It all hinged on this single piece. If she triumphed, all her previous humiliations would be washed away. She would turn the tables and deliver a resounding blow to Murong Shui's smug face. The mere thought ignited a spark of fervor in Chu Yanran's eyes. As the swift whirring of the blades came to an abrupt halt, the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. All past losses became inconsequential. What did it matter if she had lost millions if this piece soared? It could mean billions, even tens of billions. In that moment, the faces of all who had mocked and scorned Chu Yanran would be left in tatters. Yet, would reality unfold as she wished? Chapter 42. Not adding insult to injury is already an act of grace. Chu Yanran's eyes burned with intensity, her silver teeth clenched tightly. The outcome rested upon this final piece. What she did not realize was that, despite her ethereal and transcendent demeanor, she had succumbed to the mindset of a gambler. Her once serene expression had morphed into one of ferocity. 180 million. This burden was immense. Jiang Cheng observed the almost frenzied Chu Yanran with a cold gaze. Yet he felt no thrill. He bore no animosity toward her. Yet due to his own actions, she faced loss after loss. This also included all the buyers present. If one were to assert that Jiang Cheng emerged as the sole victor of the event, then Chu Yanran undeniably stands as its greatest loser. Has she perhaps overstepped her bounds? The cake is finite. If she claims it all for herself, will others not starve? He pondered a question. If he lacked the ability to discern the value of the raw stones, would he not find himself in a similar predicament at this very moment? What if, one day, his abilities were to vanish? Or if he were to encounter someone possessing even greater prowess? Would he not be the one, perpetually losing pieces and being led in circles? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he found solace. He is no saint. If Chu Yanran's capabilities surpassed his own, would she not seize every valuable piece for herself? Would she leave any worth for him? He was borrowing money, even a bit on stones. What right did he have to pity the affluent daughter of a wealthy family? One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, one risks divine retribution. In the realm of the strong preying upon the weak, one must simply be oneself. As his thoughts wandered, the final piece of material was sliced open. Unsurprisingly, it resulted in a catastrophic loss. Chu Yanran collapsed onto the ground, utterly despondent. The brilliance had long since faded from her beautiful eyes, now resembling a bottomless pool of stagnant water. An investment of 180 million yielded merely a value of around 100,000. For pieces cut, for pieces lost? Why? What could possibly be the reason? Chu Yanran could not fathom where it had all gone awry. She was well aware of the valuable content within the stones. For others, this would have been akin to a cheat code. Yet, this semblance of fortune was worse than none at all. Was it truly the case that her guilt had accumulated to such an extent that the heavens could no longer bear witness? The crowd lamented collectively. Some expressed sympathy, others regret, while a few reveled in her misfortune. At that moment, Murong Shan, an old rival of the Chu family, was secretly elated. However, being an elder, he refrained from overtly displaying his joy. Adopting a facade of a life coach, he consoled her, saying, "Yanran, this is the nature of stone gambling. Who wins all the time? This 180 million is nothing to the Chu family. Consider it a lesson learned. Life is not always smooth sailing. A little setback is beneficial for the youth." How could Chu Yanran not discern that Murong Shan was likely overjoyed at her expense? Yet, he still put on an act. Her teeth clenched, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with resentment. Naturally, Murong Shui seized this opportunity for mockery. She chimed in, "Father, what are you saying? That statement lacks rigor. This top piece is worth at least 100,000. How does it equate to a loss of 180 million? Miss Chu, why not sell me this fine material? My store is in need of a display sample of waste material." Giggling. Witnessing the father-daughter duo play their roles of the villain and the victim, Chu Yanran trembled with fury. As she endured the derision and mockery, an involuntary recollection surfaced in Jiang Cheng's mind. The days spent at Wanfu Stoneyard, where he had been similarly ridiculed and mocked by former colleagues and friends. The same false sympathy, the same cold mockery, the same despair. Jiang Cheng's heart became exceedingly complex. He found himself inexplicably empathizing. Speaking of which, Chu Yanran suffered immensely, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, though this guilt was faint, for he had done nothing wrong, and all the materials were willingly put up for auction by them. He was not a bleeding heart saint, nor did he consider himself particularly noble. Yet, he could not bring himself to engage in the petty behavior of taking advantage of others and then feigning innocence. He could not comprehend why one must affect an air of pity when others were suffering, reveling in their misfortunes. Was it truly gratifying to mock others in their times of distress, to gloat over their plight? At that moment, Murong Shui continued to pour salt into Chu Yanran's wounds, hurling a flurry of sarcastic remarks. When he witnessed Chu Yanran being ridiculed and scorned, this inexplicable sense of guilt suddenly surged to its zenith. His psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. "Enough, Murong Shui. Do you not understand the principle of not adding to another's burdens?" Jiang Cheng shouted at her. Upon uttering those words, he was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly developed a sense of guilt over merely earning some money? How despicable! With a bitter smile, he lowered his head and departed in silence. Murong Shui gazed intently at Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss. Biting her crimson lip, she resolutely followed him. Murong Shan was momentarily stunned. He instructed several subordinates to carry the raw stones Jiang Cheng had bid on and followed suit. Chu Yanran watched Jiang Cheng's resolute back, reflecting on his earlier words, "Do not add to another's burdens." Her eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Murong Shui hastened to catch up with Jiang Cheng, grasping his hand. With a sorrowful gaze, she implored, "Jiang Cheng, have you become angry with me? I was just." To her surprise, Jiang Cheng interrupted with a smile. "I apologize. I lost my composure earlier. I should not have raised my voice at you." Murong Shui hurriedly explained. It's nothing. I usually don't act this way. It was just that at the last auction, Chu Yanran snatched many of my materials, and each one turned out to be of exceptional quality, which made me quite upset, so I..." Jiang Cheng sighed. "It's not your fault. I merely recalled some matters that left me feeling a bit down. To be honest, the conflict between Murong Shui and Chu Yanran, as well as their competition, was entirely natural. Yet, the more he saw Chu Yanran being ridiculed by Murong Shui and her companions, the stronger his guilt became. A voice in his mind incessantly reminded him that it was all because of him that everyone suffered so greatly. His defense of Chu Yanran was a manifestation of his own internal conflict, an instinctive response that slipped from his lips. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed utterly absurd. When did he become a saint? How hypocritical! He was the greatest beneficiary, yet he began to feel a sense of guilt. Did he truly believe he was at fault? No. Deep down, he felt he had done nothing wrong. This was the cruel nature of survival of the fittest. Yet the influences of family, the moral education from school, and societal experiences weighed heavily upon him. It instilled in him a profound sense of guilt. This is a moral perspective shaped by the environment. It embodies the intense conflict between human nature and ethics. Yet this discord is eternally insurmountable. Consider those individuals who mock when they wish, feign compassion when it suits them, and express irritation with veiled sarcasm. Is this not a form of nonchalance? Life is but a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. Is it not sufficient to portray the self one deems virtuous? Hypocrisy is merely hypocrisy. Is that not a facet of one's identity? We are all actors upon the stage of life. Which person does not engage in the artifice of their role? Existence is not so convoluted. With this realization, Jiang Cheng found solace. For him, refraining from adding insult to injury was the extent of his kindness. Little did Jiang Cheng know, this shift in his mindset was entirely natural. Much like in a game where others tirelessly hone their skills, struggling to defeat monsters and level up, he instead entered the fray with an advantage, vanquishing foes with ease. Though it may have felt gratifying at the moment, it inevitably gave rise to a lingering guilt. One cannot shake the feeling of having seized what rightfully belonged to another. Murong Xuen nodded in quiet agreement, choosing not to speak. She followed closely behind Jiang Cheng. Before long, Wang Hao joined them, and the trio boarded the same Toyota Highlander they had arrived in. Murong Xue affirmed, "Let us proceed directly to the stone processing yard at Tiansheng. I still have 4 pieces of uncut material. I am eager to discover whether any of these contain exquisite jade. If fortune smiles upon me, the opening of a new store in a month will be half a success." At that moment, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Zhou. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Lin Zhou had located the swindler, Sister Sue, to find her based solely on a photograph? Lin Zhou was quite efficient. Upon answering, a chilling male voice resonated through the line. "Is this Jiang Cheng? You certainly have some nerve. You deceived me out of 100,000 at Fengmin, and now you send someone to cause trouble on my turf. Do you think Fengmin is easy prey? Who are you? Where's Lin Zhou? What have you done to him?" The man inhaled deeply, the sound of smoke crackling, and let out a sinister laugh. "Oh, that lad. Quite formidable, really. P.S. merely lying on the ground with 2 dislocated arms. What do you intend to do? Nothing too serious? Meet me tonight at 8 o'clock at the Tianhao Club on Dongxing Street. We shall settle our accounts. If you dare to report this or make any rash moves, I assure you, your sister Jiangling will graduate early." Chapter 43, Tianhao Entertainment. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the sky was painted in a stunning array of crimson hues, showcasing the day's final brilliance. On the provincial road, a black Toyota Highlander sped toward Qingzhou City. Jiang Cheng ended the call, gazing at the orange-red clouds on the horizon, his expression icy and resolute. In this world, it was astonishing how brazenly deceitful individuals could be. The man's last words were clearly a threat directed at his sister, Jiangling. He considered reporting the incident to the authorities, yet hesitated, caught in a web of trepidation. Uncertainty gripped him, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Regardless of how the so-called Begate seeks to retaliate against him, he remains unperturbed. However, should anyone dare to lay a finger on his sister, he will not spare a single one of them. Jiang Cheng possessed a rather cheap imitation phone, which emitted a loud sound during calls. Just moments ago, Murong Xue's conversation with Wang Hao was crystal clear to everyone present, leaving their faces darkened with concern. Wang Hao cast a complicated glance at Murong Xue in the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. Mississippi. Murong Xue, equally flustered, picked up her phone to call her father, Murong Shan. "What? B. Gota? How could Lin Zhou provoke those lunatics?" Murong Shan's voice was filled with shock and trepidation. Murong Xue's expression was complex as she glanced at Jiang Cheng beside her dad. "It was I who sent Lin Zhou. A friend of mine was ensnared in their trap. Yet Lin Zhou was captured by that Begate because of her. Xiao Xue, Lin Zhou is merely a bodyguard. Our Murong family pays him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins annually. Do you think this money is given without reason? When trouble arises, he, as a bodyguard, is expected to shield our Murong family." Murong Shan's tone was icy. However, upon hearing this, Wang Hao's brows furrowed deeply, an inexplicable sorrow welling up within him. Jiang Cheng was not surprised by Murong Shan's attitude. After all, he was a businessman, and in the realm of commerce, profit reigned supreme. Why would he concern himself with the fate of a mere bodyguard? Yet, Lin Zhou had only provoked that Begate at his request. He could not afford to be as callous as Murong Shan. Moreover, that man threatened him using his sister. How could he remain indifferent? An hour later, the Highlander halted in front of an entertainment club in Dongxing District. Jiang Cheng gazed through the car window at the neon sign of Tianhao Entertainment, his expression fraught with complexity. Wang Hao and Jiang Cheng exchanged a glance, silently nodding. Jiang Cheng sharply retorted, "What makes you think you can handle this alone? Being a woman?" Murong Xue pouted defiantly. "I can always resolve it with money." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "This is far beyond a matter of finances. Are you intending to offer yourself to the Begate using yourself as leverage against your father, demanding an exorbitant price? At this proclamation, Murong Shui fell silent. Jiang Cheng, unfazed by her emotional turmoil, exited the vehicle. Murong Shui attempted to follow suit, only to discover that the door had been locked. Wang Hao, what is the meaning of this? Unlock the door, she exclaimed angrily. Wang Hao paid her no mind, nodding to Jiang Cheng before pressing the accelerator and speeding away. In no time, the Highlander vanished from sight. Instead of entering Tianhao Entertainment, Jiang Cheng booked a room in a nearby, small hotel, paying an extra 200 to secure a room close to the street. Although the proprietress was somewhat curious, she was pleased with the unexpected windfall and chose not to inquire further. Once inside the room, Jiang Cheng promptly locked the door, approached the window, and drew the curtains, leaving merely a 2-finger-wide gap. Though the view was narrow, it encompassed the entire Tianhao Entertainment Club. As dusk descended, the vibrant lights began to flicker to life, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the bustling entertainment street, suffused with an atmosphere rife with desire. Dongxing District, the historic heart of Qingzhou City, is synonymous with chaos, congestion, and decay. Lang of characters from all walks of life converge here, resulting in a disarrayed tapestry of society, where public safety is gravely compromised. Particularly in extensive redevelopment zones within Dongxing, the intricate topography and labyrinthine roads present a daunting challenge. Without a local guide, navigating these streets, even with the aid of advanced mapping technology, would prove futile. Nonetheless, Dongxing does boast some thriving locales, notably the entertainment street where Jiang Cheng finds himself. This vibrant thoroughfare features an array of establishments, entertainment clubs, bars, saunas, massage parlors, and internet cafes, a veritable haven for night owls. Yet, Jiang Cheng is acutely aware that beneath the veneer of glamour lies a darkness that is unfathomable to the average individual. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 6:35 p.m. With an hour and 25 minutes remaining until the appointed meeting at 8 p.m., he remained uncertain of the man's true intentions. Focusing his gaze, he utilized his perceptual abilities to scrutinize the Tianhao Entertainment establishment. In an instant, the entirety of the venue unfolded before him as if captured in a photograph. The club spanned 8 stories, 6 above ground and 2 below. The first floor housed a themed restaurant, the second a bar, while the 3rd and 4th floors were devoted to bathing and guest rooms. The 5th and 6th floors appear to function as offices. However, he could not discern the details of the basement level, where the distance thwarted his immediate understanding of Lin Zhou's whereabouts. Though it was labeled as a club, its essence bore a closer resemblance to a bathhouse, albeit with a wider array of entertainment options than most. This is typical for establishments in Dongxing. None are particularly upscale. Jiang Cheng was left pondering the man's purpose for summoning him here. Was he the proprietor of this establishment, or had he merely chosen this venue for their meeting? The ambiguity left Jiang Cheng apprehensive, for entering blindly could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the man's threat against his sister left him with no alternative. As Jiang Cheng wrestled with his conflicting emotions, a black BMW 5 Series glided to a halt outside Tianhao Entertainment, and a familiar figure swiftly emerged into his line of sight. Sister Su had arrived. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Discovery. Jiang Cheng felt no surprise at Sister Su's appearance. After all, he had wronged her by embezzling a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan, which incited her vengeance, culminating in the theft of his car's engine. Initially oblivious to her schemes, he had resigned himself to misfortune. Little did he know that Lin Zhou and Wang Hao had witnessed Su's retribution in its entirety. He was taken aback by the audacity of a con artist, and in a moment of frustration, he sought Lin Zhou's assistance in locating Sister Su and her associates. However, he was met with the grim news that Lin Zhou had suffered a grievous injury at the hands of the Fengmin gang. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that the loss of an engine was hardly worth such turmoil. If one were to turn a blind eye, this situation could have been avoided. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from acting impulsively. Some individuals and forces cannot be comprehended through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Sister Su gracefully emerged from her BMW. Yet she did not immediately enter the Tianhao Entertainment Club. Instead, she headed directly to her modest inn. Alas, this sudden turn of events left Jiang Cheng in a state of unease. Could it be that his whereabouts had been compromised? Did Sister Su somehow know of his presence at this inn? Hastily, Jiang Cheng employed his ability to see through obstacles, keeping a vigilant watch on Sister Su. Upon entering the small inn, it appeared that she was engaged in conversation with the front desk manager, who afterward handed her a room key with a smile. Grasping the key card, Sister Su ascended the stairs without delay. Jiang Cheng finally exhaled in relief, realizing that she did not seem to have discovered him, but rather fortuitously booked a room there. However, his relief was short-lived, for he was astonished to find that Sister Sue's room was, in fact, directly adjacent to his own. How utterly absurd! Sister Sue opened the door and stepped inside, first making a phone call before proceeding straight to the bathroom. Its poor soundproofing made every noise from next door crystal clear to Jiang Cheng. Before long, the unmistakable sound of rushing water filled the air, enveloping the space in a dreamy haze. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, and Sister Sue emerged, wrapped in a towel, her hair damp, her alluring figure partially concealed. Just then, the door to the neighboring room suddenly rattled. Jiang Cheng paused momentarily, quickly using his ability to peer through the door, only to find a corpulent, greasy middle-aged man standing nervously at the threshold, glancing around as if he were a thief. With a swift motion, Sister Sue opened the door, and upon seeing her, the middle-aged man was utterly captivated by her post-bath beauty. Without uttering a word, the door was slammed shut with force. Jiang Cheng smirked coldly and quietly picked up the inn's landline phone. "Hello, I would like to report illegal activities taking place," he stated. "Yes, at the King Jinjuan Inn on Janya Road in Dongxing District, room 204. Yes, please hurry. The nature of this situation is quite severe." After hanging up, Jiang Cheng revealed a knowing smile. The small inn in the old district was not particularly legitimate. They hadn't even registered identification upon booking a room, so he had no reason to fear exposure. 5 minutes later, Sister Sue lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely drag as she cast a fleeting glance of disdain at the middle-aged man. He, too, lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before straightening his demeanor. "How is the handling of that batch going?" he inquired. Sister Sue replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Bureau Chief. The items are hidden in a very discreet warehouse on the outskirts. Brother Dong has already found a channel, and I believe it will be resolved shortly." A middle-aged man furrowed his brow and solemnly stated, "Remember, those are cultural relics and must not be mishandled. Spend a little extra to ensure they are smuggled abroad. Those foreigners have a penchant for these ancient artifacts, and we must not be taken advantage of in terms of price. Of course, rest assured, Chief. Have you forgotten what we are engaged in? We cannot be outsmarted by foreigners." "That's good to hear. However, let me be clear, you better keep your hands clean. If you're caught by the higher-ups, I, Huang Kun, will not intervene on your behalf." Yes, Chief, you can trust us. We at the B clan adhere to the rules of the underworld. Without your protection over the years, we would have been eradicated long ago." Jiang Cheng moved stealthily, and the two individuals in the adjacent room remained oblivious to his actions. Upon descending the stairs and exiting the Qingjing Garden Hotel, he deliberately evaded all surveillance. In an instant, he discerned several crucial pieces of information. First, Sister Sue referred to Huang Kun as chief, suggesting he must hold a significant position in a governmental role. Second, the B clan undoubtedly shares some clandestine relationship with Huang Kun, and it appears that this fraudulent group operates under his protection, explaining their brazen behavior. Third, Huang Kun is involved with the B clan in the handling of a batch of cultural relics, and notably, it seems they are resorting to smuggling, which is a grave offense. Jiang Cheng smirked, unexpectedly discovering a remarkable secret through his unintentional actions. It seemed that the B clan was not without its vulnerabilities after all. However, he quickly regained his composure. Thus, the B clan was something that he must eliminate without fail. Yet their collusion with Huang Kun had evidently been long-standing, indicating that both parties wield their own influence and connections. To eradicate these two threats would not be an overnight endeavor. Careful planning was necessary. At the very least, he needed to understand Huang Kun's background. Blindly charging and could result in self-inflicted harm. As he pondered, 3 or 4 police cars suddenly sped down the street. Observing a dozen officers rushing into the Qingjing Garden Hotel, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps Huang Kun was the crucial link in dismantling the B clan? He silently entered the nearby Tianhao Entertainment Club. Chapter 45. The 3 Teachings and 9 Streams. 8 Doors of the Jianghu. In room 204 of the Qingjing Garden Hotel, a knock resounded just as Huang Kun and Sister Sue were in a passionate embrace. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, Huang Kun and Su Fei exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting to one of anxiety. "Who is it?" Su Fei inquired. "Open the door. Police, we are conducting a search." "What?" Su Fei and Huang Kun hurriedly donned their clothes, panic evident on their faces. Huang Kun raised his hand and slapped Su Fei across the face, cursing. "How dare you betray me, Su Fei?" Su Fei's lovely visage instantly bore the imprint of 5 crimson fingerprints. The sharp pain brought tears to her eyes, and she hastily explained, "Chief, I would never. How could I betray you? We are in this together." Huang Kun shot her a fierce glare, warning, "You better not pull any tricks on me. The continued existence of your organization is solely due to my management, Huang Kun. Should you choose to turn against me, I would not hesitate to bring about mutual destruction." Su Fei shook her head vigorously, insisting, "No, we wouldn't dare. Open the door," Huang Kun commanded coldly. Su Fei adjusted her attire, casting a resentful glance at Huang Kun, who was engrossed in a phone call. Gritting her teeth, she approached the door and opened it. Just as a police officer was about to knock, the door of room 204 swung open with a click. The young officer saluted Su Fei, presenting his badge. "Good day. We are here for an inspection." Su Fei caught a glimpse of Huang Kun, who had just hung up, and felt a sense of relief. The middle-aged officer, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Hello, we have received reports of illegal activities in room 204. Please cooperate with our inspection and show us your identification." Su Fei flashed a flirtatious smile at the officer, replying, "Officer, that is utterly slanderous. I am a respectable person." The middle-aged officer frowned. "Your claim of respectability is not for you to decide. Please produce your ID. Is anyone else in the room? Have them come out." Just as Su Fei appeared flustered, a cold voice emanated from within the room. "Lily Min, you certainly carry considerable authority." Upon hearing Huang Kun's voice, the middle-aged officer's heart sank. Seeing Huang Kun, who was pallid and drenched in cold sweat, he stammered, "Director Huang." Huang Kun smirked, "What is this? Are you conducting a raid on my head now, Lily Min? You truly are something." Lily Min felt as though he had swallowed a fly, urgently instructing his subordinates, "Withdraw." His team members shared his dread. They had only recently joined the force, and, upon receiving a tip-off, had hoped to make a significant impact early in their careers. However, they found themselves embroiled in a scandal involving the deputy director. They exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to follow Lily Min out of the Qingjing Garden Hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng observed as a group of police officers stormed into a small inn. He proceeded directly to the first-floor restaurant of Tianhao Entertainment, ordered a cup of coffee, and settled at a window seat to quietly observe the activity across the street. To his surprise, within 10 minutes, the officers exited the establishment, and both Su Fei and Huang Kun appeared unscathed. Jiang Cheng's expression darkened. It seemed Huang Kun had a significant background. He realized he could no longer act impulsively. Such trivial disturbances would not harm Huang Kun or the organization, but would only heighten their vigilance. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, he felt compelled to eradicate such societal scourges whenever possible, not only for the sake of his sister, but also for the sake of justice. A gang of fraudsters roamed freely, flaunting their impunity and even colluding with public officials to smuggle cultural relics abroad. With the likes of Huang Kun and the B-Gate leeching off the Dragon Country, how could it hope to thrive? However, upon reflection, today did not seem the opportune moment for action. The farce at Qingjing Garden had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. As evening descended, few noticed the bustling atmosphere within Tianhao Entertainment. Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone. It was already 7:23 p.m. He attempted to call Lin Zhou, only to find the device switched off. At that moment, a man clad in black entered and took a seat beside Jiang Cheng. Looking up, Jiang Cheng was taken aback to see Wang Hao, equally bewildered. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Lin Zhou is my brother," Wang Hao replied with intense eyes, uttering nothing more. Jiang Cheng, with a complex expression, nodded slightly. "Where is Morong Shui?" After this, Wang Hao fell silent. As there was no news from the man of the beast sect, Jiang Cheng signaled to the waiter, and the two ordered some dishes and began to eat. "Wang Hao, are you familiar with the beast sect?" Jiang Cheng asked. "The beast sect?" Wang Hao nodded. "It is one of the 4 sects of the Dark Eight Gates." "Dark Eight Gates?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. Wang Hao nodded, elaborating, "In ancient times there was a saying of the 3 teachings and 9 streams. But beyond that, there's also the concept of the 8 gates." Jiang Cheng was familiar with the 3 teachings, which refer to Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The 9 streams originated from the academic schools of thought from the pre-Qin to the early Han period, including Confucianism, Yin-Yang philosophy, Taoism, legalism, the school of names, the school of diplomacy, agrarianism, Moism, and the miscellaneous school. These represent the academic 9 streams, but professionally, they are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. These encompass traditional occupations of antiquity, ranging from emperors and prime ministers to common laborers and craftsmen, thus presenting a broad spectrum. But let us not dwell on specifics for now. Wang Hao continued, beyond the 3 teachings and 9 streams, there exists the saying of the 8 gates of the Jianghu. Historical records from various dynasties, both unofficial and official, often document remarkable individuals, many of whom are disciples of the 8 gates. The 8 gates can be found both in the wilderness and within the halls of power, with identities that are typically obscured, like a dragon that is seen only in glimpses. Even today, some disciples continue the legacy of their respective gates. Jiang Cheng became intrigued. What connection does the B sect have with these 8 gates? He asked. The bright 8 gates refer to gold, skin, color, hanging, flat, group, regulate, and willow. The dark 8 gates are divided into B, hemp, swallow, sparrow, flower, orchid, K, and glory. The term B, also known as wind, refers to a throng of individuals gathering to conspire together. Hemp, or horse, denotes an individual acting alone in deceit. Swallow, or face, signifies using feminine charms as bait for deception. Sparrow, or lack, points to professional criminal gangs, often comprising entire families that deceive in particular regions or fields. The bee, hemp, and swallow gates prohibit murder, while the sparrow gate is often more ruthless, frequently resorting to killing to silence witnesses. Flowers, orchids, K, and glory all stem from a single lineage, each bearing the radical for grass. Flower refers to professional gamblers, adept at deception. Orchid denotes bandits of the green forests. Glory signifies thieves. K refers to ancient robbers, hired muscle, and assassin-like figures in the Jianghu. With a playful smile, Jiang Cheng remarked, "So, Wang Hao, does that make you a member of the K Gate?" Wang Hao shot him a disapproving glance. "I am a legitimate bodyguard." Then he continued, "After the establishment of the nation, the eradication of organized crime has rendered these ancient sects virtually extinct within the country. Yet, to my astonishment, individuals from the B sect still exist in Qingzhou. The details are rather intricate, and there's no need for you to delve into them. Simply understand that the B sect is a syndicate of con artists." Jiang Cheng's heart sank further with each revelation. He had not anticipated that this so-called B sect held such significant influence. He had assumed they were merely a handful of ordinary swindlers. But now he realized the situation had become quite troublesome. He wondered how the B sect would choose to handle him. Just as Jiang Cheng was engulfed in his anxiety, a woman, elegant and breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a crimson evening gown, appeared to lose her balance and, with a startled cry, fell directly into his embrace. The woman wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Cheng, and an intoxicating fragrance instantly filled his senses. It was utterly enchanting. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed hurriedly, regaining her composure and repeatedly apologizing to Jiang Cheng. Afterward, she flashed him a sweet smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, and turned to make her way toward the elevator. However, just as she took a step, Jiang Cheng's cold voice called out to her, "Wait. Miss, please hold on." Chapter 46, The Thief, Qian Duo. "Wait. Miss, please hold on." Jiang Cheng's voice was frosty, laced with a hint of playful intrigue. Clad in a fiery red dress that accentuated her alluring curves, she radiated an unmistakable aura of sophistication with her enchanting smile, captivating the attention of many in the vicinity. "Is there something else, sir?" Her voice was rich and melodic, akin to aged fine wine, enveloping those around her in a spell. Even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary beauty. In ancient times, she would surely rival the likes of Daji or Bao Si. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to ask for your WeChat." At his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many cast disdainful glances at Jiang Cheng. They thought to themselves, "Just look at his attire, barely worth a few hundred. Who does he think he is, aiming for such a swan?" Even Wang Hao, standing nearby, regarded Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression. He certainly didn't disdain Jiang Cheng for aspiring beyond his means. Rather, he was taken aback. Was there still someone so bold as to flirt so directly in this day and age? Surely, one ought to at least offer to buy her a drink or something. He himself did not harbor high hopes for Jiang Cheng's rather crude approach. The woman paused for a moment upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, then broke into a smile brimming with allure. "Oh, just how much do you desire it, Jiang Cheng?" Her simple remark ignited a fire within him. Goodness, how could she be so tantalizing? Many seasoned romantics present could easily discern the underlying implications of her words. If she had intended to dismiss him, she would have done so immediately. Instead, she responded with a question that was laden with charm. Each onlooker seethed with envy, wishing it were them who had caught the attention of such a stunning woman. Suppressing his own mounting frustration and ignoring the fervent gazes surrounding him, Jiang Cheng smiled and walked directly towards the woman. Yet, to his astonishment, she showed no inclination to move as he approached. Standing there with an unwavering smile, she gazed at Jiang Cheng with keen interest. Even as Jiang Cheng drew closer, nearly pressing his lips against her earlobe, she remained utterly still, her expression unchanged. "Miss Duo, might I trouble you to return the piece of paper from my pocket?" In plain view of the crowd, Jiang Cheng leaned closer to her ear and spoke softly. He then stepped back, beaming as he retrieved his phone, opening the WeChat QR code and presenting it to her. Jiang Cheng was not genuinely attempting to flirt. Rather, he had noticed that when the woman had stumbled and fallen against him, she had stealthily pilfered the piece of paper he had tucked into his pocket that morning. This paper bore 16 unique symbols inscribed on a black stone. Had it not been for his exceptional eyesight, he would have been oblivious to her deft maneuver. Astounded by her remarkable skill, Jiang Cheng instinctively peered into her bag. Catching a glimpse of her identification, revealing her name was Duo and that she was 25 years old, 3 years a senior. No wonder she exuded such an aura of sophistication. Duo stood frozen for a moment, her expression growing increasingly complex. A tempest of thoughts surged within her, filled with astonishment. How did he know my name was Duo? Furthermore, how could he possibly be aware that I had surreptitiously taken a piece of paper from his pocket? Even her master could not discern her subtlety. How had he seen through it? Could it be that he was also a master of the wrong sect? She had momentarily lost her footing and fallen onto Jiang Cheng. Her professional instincts had flared, and seeing Jiang Cheng's handsome visage had prompted her to tease him. Little did she realize she was merely flaunting her skills before a master of the craft. Realizing he could see through her ruse and knew her name, it was evident he must be a senior figure within the wrong sect, likely acquainted with the old man. Yet, she was taken aback to discover such a young master existed within the sect. After a moment of contemplation, Duo smiled, effortlessly retrieving her phone from her bag to scan Jiang Cheng's WeChat code. She cast a glance at him before turning and disappearing into the crowd. The entire process of flirting, extracting her phone, and adding him on WeChat was executed with such natural ease that it astonished everyone present. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Cheng, disbelief etched on their faces. Had he truly just added the WeChat of a woman of such captivating beauty with such ease? It seemed almost too surreal. By the time they regained their composure and wished to approach Duo to add her on WeChat, they realized she had vanished from sight. Regret washed over them as they lamented their missed opportunity to engage with her, their eyes filled with envy and resentment towards Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Su Fei entered the Tianhao entertainment venue, surveying the crowd until her gaze landed on Jiang Cheng, causing her to momentarily freeze. Her eyes, usually filled with warmth, now brimmed with resentment. Jiang Cheng, too, noticed Su Fei, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Such a deceiver as Su Fei was naturally loathed by him to the core. However, today was not a day for vengeance, especially with the knowledge that Huang Kun was backing the foeman. He currently lacked the capability to stir up trouble. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Nevertheless, the losses he endured would not be in vain. Jiang Cheng would certainly not let Huang Kun and the vermin of foemen escape unscathed. Yet, tonight was not the opportune moment. Wang Hao had also spotted Su Fei, and his demeanor instantly grew cold. Su Fei shot Jiang Cheng a venomous glare and sauntered towards him, her hips swaying. With a mocking laugh, she said, "Heh, you really dare to come, huh? Quite bold. Very well. Since you are here, come with me. We shall settle your accounts with foemen tonight." Jiang Cheng nodded and rose to follow her. Without a word, Wang Hao stepped into the elevator as well. Inside, Su Fei pressed the button for the second basement level and stood there silently. Jiang Cheng glanced at the display for the second basement, feeling a surge of anxiety. Earlier, in the small hotel, he had used his vision to survey nearly the entire Tianhao entertainment, except for the second basement. Yet, Su Fei insisted on taking him there. What could possibly lie beneath? His heart raced as he turned his gaze and spoke with a congenial tone. "Su Jie, I wonder how my friend is faring at the moment?" Su Fei retorted with a cold smirk. "Oh, he is doing quite well. He has been with me for most of the day. Had it not been for the scar-faced man discovering him, I might have been none the wiser. I'm quite curious. How did you deduce that I was the one who tampered with the engine?" Wang Hao replied icily. "We spent the entire night in the car right next to you." Su Jie was taken aback by his response, never expecting that someone would sit in a car in the dead of night without anything better to do. Jiang Cheng quickly seized the opportunity to interject, wearing a wide grin. "Su Jie, please don't be upset. Regarding the incident at the Fuyuan restaurant, Jiang Cheng, truly acted inappropriately, and I apologize. In truth, it's not a significant matter. There's no need for mutual retaliation, is there? How about this? I'll compensate you tenfold, 1,000,000, and we'll wipe the slate clean. What do you say? Su Jie regarded Jiang Cheng's obsequious demeanor and felt a swell of pride. She sneered, You're quite the hotshot, aren't you? Where's that bravado now? Want to reconcile? Why didn't you do this earlier? Your pleas are futile. You've offended Donggu and Fengmin. If you can persuade Donggu, then I shall have nothing to say. If not, you'll just have to endure whatever consequences Donggu decides upon. Jiang Cheng gazed at Su Fei, a fleeting flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. Chapter 47. One gamble to determine victory or defeat. Observing Su Fei's triumphant demeanor, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. Were it not for that so-called Donggu threatening him with his sister, he would have long since exposed the misdeeds of Fengmin and Huang Kuan. Why should he endure the indignities imposed by this vile woman? A band of deceivers, so brazenly arrogant, had ignited a fierce anger within him. He vowed that if today's matters were resolved favorably, he would ensure that Huang Kuan and the pests of Fengmin faced their just deserts. In truth, it was the notoriety of Fengmin that instilled in him such apprehension. This ancient sect of the martial world has been passed down from antiquity to the present day. Regardless of the circumstances, its intricate web of influence and connections is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Had Jiang Cheng known earlier that Su Fei was affiliated with the B sect, he would not have dared to exploit her for a sum of 100,000 yuan regarding Gu Jixia's matter. Who would be foolish enough to provoke a group engaged in criminal activities? For these individuals, the law is nothing more than a mere formality. The decision to ally with Huang Kuan illustrates this point clearly. Huang Kuan is relatively manageable. As a public servant, a single media report could bring about his downfall. Therefore, the B sect must be dealt with, but not through his hands. His mind raced with thoughts. Before long, the elevator arrived at the second basement level. As the elevator doors opened, an overwhelming and acrid odor assaulted him, akin to a tidal wave. In a cramped space of approximately 100 square meters, the stench of smoke, foot odor, instant noodles, unwashed bodies, and flatulence mingled in a grotesque medley, creating a truly nauseating atmosphere. Jiang Cheng coughed, his throat stinging, a wave of nausea washing over him, nearly rendering him unable to open his eyes. Squinting, he followed Su Fei out of the elevator, only to be momentarily dumbfounded. What was this? Gazing at the murky environment filled with raucous voices and densely packed individuals, Jiang Cheng felt as if he had stepped into an ancient gambling den. They never imagined that beneath Tianhao Entertainment's second basement lay a hidden underground casino, especially in the Dragon Nation, where gambling is strictly prohibited outside of special administrative regions. Who would have thought that there were still individuals daring enough to flout the law within the mainland? However, considering that the B sect was shielded by someone like Huang Kuan, it was hardly surprising. What? You might wonder why no one reports this? Jiang Cheng could tell you directly. Firstly, those who frequent casinos are gamblers themselves, ensnared in their own vices, making them unlikely to report anything. Secondly, the operators of this underground casino are a group of lawless individuals, the madmen of the B sect. If one were to offend them, what would happen to their family and friends? Thirdly, with a public servant like Huang Kuan providing cover, how could anyone dare to report? It's entirely possible that before a report could even reach the authorities, one would find themselves imprisoned for contemplation. In truth, the situation in Dongxing district had long ceased to be a secret. The darkness and chaos of the old city were such that even those in higher positions felt powerless to act, forced to turn a blind eye. Brother Dong and Su Fei were convinced that Jiang Cheng, even if he were to witness this, would not dare to speak out, which emboldened them to bring him here without fear. Following Su Fei, Jiang Cheng scanned a rows of gambling tables, his heart sinking. In such a place, if the B sect were to take action against him, no one would know and no one would intervene. Could he and Wang Hao truly escape unscathed? While he was lost in anxious thoughts, Su Fei led them through a series of twists and turns into a private room. The room was not large, measuring only about 20 square meters, furnished with a desk, a coffee table, a set of rosewood sofas, and in the southwestern corner against the wall, several potted plants. The soundproofing of the room was exceptional. Upon closing the door, the cacophony from outside was immediately silenced. In stark contrast to the cacophony and chaos of the casinos outside, this room exuded the tranquility and comfort of a luxurious 8-star hotel. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood before the desk, adorned in flamboyant attire, sporting a buzz cut, a large gold chain, gold-rimmed glasses, and tattooed arms. Though he was not particularly tall, barely exceeding 5 feet, his lean physique was defined by sinewy muscles, giving him the appearance of a spirited young man. In his right hand, he held a brush, slightly hunched over, engrossed in the leisurely act of calligraphy. This bizarre fusion of styles struck Jiang Cheng as rather absurd. A cursory glance revealed his writing to be as disheveled as that of a dog-eared chew. Even a fleeting look could induce nausea. One could not deny the audacity of the man's calligraphy. Even a master would weep at such a display. Su Fei, undeterred by whether the man acknowledged her presence, promptly bowed deeply and softly announced, "Donggu, Jiang Cheng has arrived." Was this man the same arrogant individual who had called him earlier? Donggu merely glanced at Jiang Cheng without uttering a word, continuing his brushwork. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. What was Dong Ji's intention? Just as he was about to speak, Wang Hao intervened. After a brief pause, Donggu inhaled deeply. Placing the brush on the pen holder beside him, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction, he exclaimed, "What a splendid character! Truly remarkable!" Jiang Cheng felt a surge of frustration. This Donggu certainly had a high opinion of himself. Meanwhile, Su Fei hurriedly approached to flatter him. Witnessing her sycophantic demeanor made Jiang Cheng feel quite nauseated. He was tempted to confront Su Fei directly, questioning whether such behavior was merely for show and if she feared the consequences of her antics. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Cheng smiled at Donggu and said, "Donggu, I am Jiang Cheng. May I inquire about the whereabouts of my friend?" Su Jie immediately frowned and reprimanded. "You insolent brat, do you not understand the rules? Did Donggu permit you to speak?" Jiang Cheng seethed at Su Fei's bullying demeanor. However, at that moment, Donggu chuckled and waved his hand. Fei, how many times must I remind you? We are cultured individuals. Our discourse must embody refinement." Yes, Donggu is right. Su Fei nodded vigorously in agreement. Donggu squinted at Jiang Cheng with a bemused expression before retrieving his phone and making a call. Shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 robust men entered the room, carrying a tall figure. It was Lin Zhou. At that moment, Lin Zhou bore visible wounds on his face, blood staining his features. With his arms hanging limply, clearly dislocated, appearing utterly disheveled and powerless. Wang Hao, upon seeing Lin Zhou, instinctively moved to assess his injuries, but Jiang Cheng grasped him firmly, preventing any approach. Jiang Cheng coldly regarded Donggu. What is the meaning of this, Donggu? The previously jovial expression on Donggu's face darkened instantly, as if he had plunged from the height of summer into the depths of winter. What do you mean, Jiang Cheng? You are the first person to have swindled me out 100,000 from the B-gate. You are quite bold. Jiang Cheng frowned. Donggu, I acknowledge my previous misstep, but debts should be settled with their rightful owners. One must adhere to the rules, even at the B-gate, correct? Lin Zhou is merely a bodyguard. Surely, there is no need for such actions, is there? Huh, are you attempting to lecture me on rules? Pray tell, how do you account for the 100,000 you swindled from my phone men, leaving us in disgrace? Donggu remarked with a cold smile. Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Let's do this, Donggu. I shall repay Sister Su 100,000 tenfold. Let's consider our grievances settled, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Dong Ji's eyes brightened with interest. "Ah, lad, you seem quite wealthy, do you not?" Jiang Cheng replied, "Not exactly. I can merely afford 1,000,000. Dong Ji's eyes glinted with cunning. "As a casino owner, I find violence rather inauspicious for business. How about a wager? One game to determine our fates. If you win, our animosity is erased and you may take your person. However, should you lose, that 1,000,000 will serve as compensation, along with one of your hands." "Very well. I am not a professional gambler. I shall choose the game." Jiang Cheng readily agreed. "Excellent." Donggu smirked, revealing a triumphant grin. Wang Hao's expression darkened. "This is unwise. He owns a casino. Aren't we merely destined to lose? Let me wager instead. Lin Zhou is my brother, and even if I lose, I shall offer him my hand." Donggu shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Apologies. My interest lies solely with him. Your hand holds no significance to me." Wang Hao was left speechless. Jiang Cheng offered Wang Hao a reassuring glance and addressed Donggu with solemnity. "I shall wager with you." Chapter 48, Cheating in the Game. Wang Hao frowned and protested. "No, Mr. Jiang." Lin Zhou weakly interjected. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang, you need not concern yourself with me. We are merely here to fulfill our duties. Whatever the host requires of us, we shall comply. Do not blame yourself." This predicament arose indeed due to him. Lin Zhou was merely doing Jiang Cheng a favor. Had he been aware of Fengmin's circumstances earlier, he would have turned a blind eye to Su Fei's retaliation, as sometimes embracing ignorance can save one from considerable trouble. Yet, Fate had conspired against them. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao had witnessed Su Fei's vengeance firsthand, inadvertently confirming her identity. Jiang Cheng shared a similar plight. He sought Lin Zhou's assistance, only to find himself detained by Feng men, suffering dislocated arms in the process. Life, indeed, is fraught with twists and turns. Jiang Cheng avoids trouble, but fears it not. Especially when it concerns his sister, he would not back down. Since Dong Gu wished to gamble, he would oblige. However, Jiang Cheng realized there was no option but to resolve the matter at hand. The consequences of inaction would only escalate into greater troubles. Nonetheless, he felt little trepidation regarding the wager. His keen perception rendered him an almost invincible player in any game of chance. Even if Dong Gu were to cheat, Jiang Cheng did not foresee his defeat. Observing Jiang Cheng's reaction, Dong Gu nodded in satisfaction before inquiring. So, how shall you wager? Mahjongi, Baigul, Poker, or dice, whatever you prefer. I, Cheng Dong, am at your service. Jiang Cheng replied coolly. Let be poker then. I am not familiar with the others. This statement was, of course, strategic. He was well versed in mahjong and could engage in dice games as well. However, when it comes to dice mahjong, one need not look further. Encountering a master is sufficient to leave Jiang Cheng with nothing but a bitter cup. Moreover, he possesses an uncanny ability to perceive. Confident that any subtle movement from Cheng Dong would not escape his keen gaze, Cheng Dong, with a charming smile, inquired, Youngster, how shall we play? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng replied, Brother Dong, I may not possess many skills, so let us dispense with the formalities and draw a card to determine the larger value. If I win, I shall take Lin Zhou with me, and our debts will be settled. If I lose, 1,000,000 dragon coins, and this hand of mine shall belong to you, Brother Dong. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Su Fei, their expressions transforming into one of intrigue. A comparison of card values? Just moments ago, Su Fei had utilized a deck of trick cards, each adorned with specific markings on the reverse side, allowing for easy identification of their values. For Jiang Cheng to challenge him in such a manner was akin to courting disaster. He desired the 1,000,000, and he also coveted Jiang Cheng's hand. A single round to determine the outcome. He was intent on ensuring Jiang Cheng's defeat was both complete and unquestionable. Cheng Dong drew the cards and presented them to Jiang Cheng, saying, Youngster, do not accuse me of foul play. You may shuffle the deck. Jiang Cheng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need, Brother Dong, you shuffle. I trust you. The artifice of card manipulation is limited to a few techniques, either cheating by stealing or swapping cards, or employing specific shuffling methods to arrange the deck as one desires, or relying upon an extraordinary memory to recall the positioning of each card. There also exists the use of gimmick cards. Jiang Cheng had already employed his perceptive abilities to examine the deck when Su Fei initially brought it forth. Indeed, this set of cards was compromised. However, this was hardly unexpected for Jiang Cheng. It was not a matter of great concern. Cheng Dong, undeterred, shuffled the trick cards casually several times, discarding 2 jokers before laying the deck upon the table, and with a gentle sweep of his hand, fanned the cards out in a flourish. The maneuver appeared rather ostentatious. Jiang Cheng fixed his gaze upon Cheng Dong's hands, his focus intensified to its utmost limit, daring not to overlook a single motion. Yet, he soon discerned that Cheng Dong did not seem to employ any underhanded tactics. The shuffling technique appeared rather mediocre, even somewhat clumsy. Throughout the process, Cheng Dong did not fixate on the cards, thereby eliminating the possibility of relying on memory to track their values. In this light, it became evident that Cheng Dong was wholly reliant on the trick cards. Jiang Cheng momentarily exhaled in relief, yet he remained vigilant. After all, this was a wager involving a hand. With a smile, Jiang Cheng addressed Cheng Dong, Brother Dong. May I choose first? Certainly, Cheng Dong replied, having confidence that with the trick cards in hand, he had Jiang Cheng firmly in his grasp. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng had not touched the cards at all. They were entirely prepared by Cheng Dong. Even if there were attempts to swap cards, it would be impossible to produce a deck that was indistinguishable. Unless Jiang Cheng possessed the ability to see through the cards, victory was out of his reach. Yet, could such a power truly exist? What a preposterous notion. Wang Hao observed Jiang Cheng with a complex expression, as if wishing to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words. Jiang Cheng, feigning curiosity, glanced left and right, pretending to inquire, Brother Dong, how do we determine the value of the cards? At this, Su Fei erupted in laughter, her face adorned with disdain. With a cold smile, he remarked, Are you truly a novice or merely pretending? Do you not comprehend the rules of poker? Aside from the jokers, the highest card is the ace. while the 2 is the lowest. The suits, ranked from highest to lowest, are spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. Jiang Cheng merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage in conversation. Beside him, Wang Hao sighed in exasperation. Jiang Cheng's naivety was astonishing. How could he dare to gamble with Cheng Dong when he knew nothing of the game? It was utterly insane. Lin Zhou felt a tumult of emotions within, realizing that his fate rested in the hands of a novice. Could this truly be destiny? The thought left him in despair. Cheng Dong, on the other hand, regarded Jiang Cheng with disdain. He could not fathom that anyone could be fortunate enough to effortlessly draw the highest card, especially in a situation where he could see the cards. Although he could not discern the suits, it was akin to having an unfair advantage. If he, with all his skill, could not triumph over Jiang Cheng, it must indeed be fate. Jiang Cheng nodded, feigning hesitation. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao were on the edge of their seats. Su Fei and Cheng Dong exchanged knowing smirks, their eyes fixated on Jiang Cheng's hand, intent on uncovering any subtle movements. Whether intentional or not, they noticed that Jiang Cheng was merely sliding his index finger across the card face. Initially taken aback, they soon relaxed. If cheating were possible, Cheng Dong would rather broadcast it live on air. He grinned. Honestly, I admire your audacity. In all these years, no one has ever managed to take money from my hands. You are the first. Speaking of which, my faction has long since reformed, no longer engaging in disreputable activities. If it weren't for that scoundrel Huang Fuyuan, Fei Fei wouldn't have resorted to such unscrupulous means to deceive a woman. Frankly, her actions are quite beneath contempt. Jiang Cheng silently scoffed. It appeared that even swindlers had learned to evolve, truly keeping pace with the times. Cheng Dong's tone shifted abruptly, his demeanor darkening as he glared at Jiang Cheng. However, since my faction has intervened, while we may falter, we cannot afford to lose face. Originally, 100,000 yuan is trivial for me, but Fei Fei believes it tarnishes our reputation. She intends to teach you a lesson. If you comply, there will be no further issues, but your insistence on pushing boundaries has forced my hand. I intend to teach you a lesson, and I shall claim one of your hands. Listening quietly, Jiang Cheng found Cheng Dong to be a perplexing character. He was clearly a rogue, yet insisted on portraying himself as a cultured individual. He was a fraud attempting to impart wisdom, though this so-called wisdom, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, bore no distinction from fallacies and nonsense. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng had no desire to argue. What value is there in reasoning with someone whose worldview was so distorted? Remaining silent, he gently glided his index finger across each card. With each minuscule movement, Lin Zhou and Wang Hao felt their anxiety intensify. This one perhaps. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's finger suddenly lingered near 2 cards. All present widened their eyes, hardly daring to blink. Upon observing the position of Jiang Cheng's finger, Cheng Dong's heart tightened in an instant, his brows knitting together in a frown. Jiang Cheng's index finger lingered precisely between 2 cards, one bearing the number 3, while the adjacent card was unremarkable. Which card would he ultimately select? Just as Cheng Dong silently hoped that Jiang Cheng would choose the 3, his finger unexpectedly shifted to the right by half a fraction, fortuitously drawing out that very card. At that moment, even Cheng Dong, who could discern the bottom cards, lost his composure. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face darkened to a point of despair. Jiang Cheng had indeed made a choice. Chapter 49, Accepting the Bet with Grace, Retreating to Advance. At this juncture, Cheng Dong, despite his ability to see through the cards, could no longer maintain his calm. He stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, his piercing eyes narrowed into slits, as if attempting to see through him. Yet, despite his prolonged scrutiny, Jiang Cheng remained nonchalant, betraying not a hint of weakness. The notion that Jiang Cheng might have cheated was utterly implausible to Cheng Dong, for the card in Jiang Cheng's hand was still a specially crafted magic card. He could discern from the pattern on the back that it was indeed a 3. Furthermore, the rule of a single round determining the outcome was his own proposition. Jiang Cheng could not have foreseen that he would be gambling against him. Even if Jiang Cheng were adept at card manipulation, it would be impossible for him to have prepared an identical magic card in advance. Thus, cheating was out of the question. As for the idea of possessing X-ray vision, Cheng Dong dismissed it as sheer nonsense, an impossibility. Could it be that Jiang Cheng was merely fortunate? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. The notion that Jiang Cheng's luck could be so extraordinary was beyond belief. Cheng Dong bit his lip, a sudden realization illuminating his mind. There remained but one possibility. Jiang Cheng was familiar with this type of magic card. It is known that the markings on magic cards are quite similar, primarily relying on the patterns on the back of the cards. if Jiang Cheng had previously encountered a similar magic card. Recognizing the face of the card would not be extraordinary at all. The mere thought of this made Cheng Dong feel more nauseated than if he had swallowed a fly. It was he who had cheated with this deck, yet it was Jiang Cheng who reaped the benefits. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot. Nevertheless, Cheng Dong quickly regained his composure. This deck allowed him to identify only the face value of the card, leaving the suit undetermined. In other words, he still had a chance to win against Jiang Cheng. He could not afford to lose face in front of the foeman. He was determined to seize Jiang Cheng's hand. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Dong fixed his gaze on the remaining 3 cards and casually drew one from the pile. Now, he could only wager that the card in his hand was a spade. The tension in the atmosphere escalated. Su Fei, acutely aware of Jiang Cheng's card, felt a complex array of emotions swirling within her. She did not presume that Jiang Cheng recognized this type of magic card. Rather, she marveled at his extraordinary luck. Yet, she remained undeterred. With 4 cards in play, was it not possible that Brother Dong held a spade? Lin Zhou and Wang Hao were equally burdened with heavy thoughts. Wang Hao was already contemplating how to respond after Jiang Cheng's defeat. He intended to capture the leader first, subduing Cheng Dong, and then using Cheng Dong to threaten his subordinates, thereby releasing Jiang Cheng and Lin Zhou. However, he was also troubled by the enigmatic scar-faced master. The ability to capture Lin Zhou indicated that the scar-faced individual possessed formidable strength. Yet, such a formidable figure had yet to make an appearance. Was he not afraid of being captured by Wang Hao? He was in a state of profound inner turmoil. At the office desk, Jiang Cheng and Cheng Dong each drew a card, locking eyes with one another. Cheng Dong wore a sullen expression, while Jiang Cheng remained serene and composed. The calm demeanor of Jiang Cheng only heightened Cheng Dong's unease. At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly broke the silence, smiling as he spoke. Brother Dong, let me ask you again, does the B clan uphold its word? Cheng Dong, undeterred, replied, Young man, we in the B clan navigate the underworld based on rules. Since I have promised you a game to determine the outcome, if you win, your people are yours to take, and our debts will be settled. Very well. I hope you honor your word, Brother Dong. Jiang Cheng responded solemnly, then forcefully slammed his card onto the desk. All eyes were fixed intently on that card. It was the spade. Everyone present was rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the spade held by Jiang Cheng. Wang Hao's face lit up with exhilaration. We VE won. Lin Zhou, Mr. Jiang has triumphed. Lin Zhou looked at the spade, and the immense weight in his heart lifted instantaneously. He had been on the brink of despair. But who would have thought that Mr. Jiang would indeed draw a spade? He had won. Gratitude filled his gaze as he looked at Jiang Cheng. Su Fei shook her head in disbelief, glaring fiercely at Jiang Cheng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly draw a spade? You must have cheated. Though she accused Jiang Cheng of cheating, she could find no evidence to substantiate her claim. Moreover, everything was under her control. Even the deck of cards was one she had provided, and they were magic cards. Jiang Cheng could not have cheated. Thus, everything could only be attributed to good fortune. Cheng Dong let out a sigh of relief, then donned a smile. Young man, a bet is a bet. Take your people and go. Our accounts are settled. Internally, Jiang Cheng scoffed, thinking, uphold the rules? What nonsense. Using magic cards to trick me. Had I not possessed the gift of insight, I would have been at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of friendliness and said, Brother Dong, regarding the incident at the Fuyuan restaurant, I admit my fault. Although I have won this round, I will still compensate Sister Su tenfold for the 100,000. He continued, directly transferring 1 million to Su Fei. His demeanor was sincere, leaving no room for doubt. Jiang Cheng's desire to eliminate the B clan was more fervent than anyone else's. Yet, today was not the right moment. His victory and voluntary compensation of 1 million were merely strategic retreats. By clearing himself of suspicion, he could better execute his plans as an outsider. This million is merely a temporary reassurance for myself and my sister. However, Jiang Cheng will not allow himself to suffer such a loss without recompense. He will ensure that both Feng Min and Huang Kuan repay this some 100-fold in the future. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, were filled with profound gratitude. They were but humble bodyguards, never before having received such treatment. Jiang Cheng had actually spent 1 million to alleviate their concerns, a staggering amount. They felt utterly unworthy. Su Fei glanced at her phone, stunned by the notification of the 1 million transfer, and a surge of joy welled up within her. She couldn't help but reassess the charming man before her. To be candid, Jiang Cheng's radiant and handsome appearance was the kind that could captivate her heart at first glance. His thoughtful demeanor and eloquent words made her feel immensely comfortable. Although she had previously felt disgruntled over losing 100,000 to Jiang Cheng, that irritation had long since dissipated. Cheng Dong squinted his eyes, watching Jiang Cheng with growing admiration. He had won the gambling match, yet still offered a tenfold compensation to Feng Min, speaking with sincerity and humility, granting ample respect to both Feng Min and himself. Cheng Dong waved his hand with a smile, saying, "All right, I, Cheng Dong, shall accept this million. Jiang Cheng, our grievances are hereby resolved." He then retrieved a phone from his drawer and tossed it to Jiang Cheng. It was Lin Zhou's phone. Su Fei couldn't contain her smile, nodding eagerly in agreement. Jiang Cheng replied, "Thank you, Brother Dong, and I appreciate your help, Sister Su." Sister Su waved her hand dismissively, beaming, "It's no trouble, Jiang Cheng. It seems we have come to know one another through this ordeal. Had it not been for Huang Fuyuan's greed for your friend's jade pendant, I would not have deceived your friend. You know, we at Fomin have long since ceased such dealings." Jiang Cheng nodded vigorously, affirming her words. Su Fei then gestured to several sturdy men, who understood her cue and carefully lifted Lin Zhou, making their way toward the elevator. Today's matters had finally reached a temporary resolution. Jiang Cheng bid farewell to Cheng Dong and followed the others out of the office. However, as they passed by the casino, Jiang Cheng spotted a familiar figure. Qian Duo, clad in a fiery red dress, was dominating a blackjack table. Yet, as Jiang Cheng glanced at the chips in front of her, it seemed she was not faring well. They appeared to have dwindled significantly. A playful smile crept across Jiang Cheng's lips. Chapter 50, Cooperation, remotely guiding Qian Duo to prosperity. In the garage of Tianhao Entertainment on the first basement level, several strong men assisted in lifting Lin Zhou into a Toyota Highlander. Su Fei stood by the car, smiling at Jiang Cheng with curiosity. "Jiang Cheng, I'm quite intrigued. How did you perceive our deception at Fuyuan restaurant? That bag was scalded by hot oil and soup. How could you instantly tell it was fake?" "It was a guess," Jiang Cheng replied candidly. "A guess?" Su Fei clearly doubted his assertion. Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, merely a guess." "Sister Su, do you believe that a woman capable of carrying luxury handbags worth over 200,000 would patronize a low-end restaurant like Fuyuan?" Jiang Cheng's assertion holds no flaw. It was precisely this detail that aroused his suspicions initially. Naturally, he would not divulge the truth to Su Fei, for even if he were to speak candidly, she would not believe him. Upon hearing this, Su Fei laughed charmingly, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be so clever and audacious. I am increasingly impressed by you." Jiang Cheng, upon observing Su Fei's suggestive gaze, was reminded of her in a more intimate context, sending a shiver down his spine. This woman surely can't be thinking. How utterly revolting. Ahem. Sister Su, I must take Lin Zhou for his arm treatment now. We shall meet again if fate allows. He quickly cleared his throat and bid farewell to Su Fei, hastily retreating into the car. His Na'vi demeanor elicited a fit of giggles from Su Fei. He. Could it be that he is still a novice? Wang Hao pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the Highlander's engine echoed as they sped out of the underground garage. Jiang Cheng glanced in the rearview mirror and instructed Wang Hao, "Please drop me off at the entrance of Tianhao Entertainment." Wang Hao furrowed his brow, puzzled by Jiang Cheng's intentions. "Mr. Jiang, we barely escaped from Feng Min unscathed. What are you planning now?" Wang Hao was well aware that the acquaintance Jiang Cheng referred to was Qian Duo and wished to caution him about her unreliability. However, upon noticing Lin Zhou reclining in the back seat, he refrained from further remarks and simply nodded. Sharpening his focus, Jiang Cheng activated his X-ray vision, scanning the expansive underground garage of approximately 1,000 square meters, seeking a discreet spot devoid of surveillance. After confirming the absence of onlookers, he crouched beside a black Honda Accord. Lowering his head, he engaged his X-ray vision, and within 3 seconds, the scene of the second underground level materialized before him. It wasn't long before Jiang Cheng spotted Qian Duo, donned in a striking red dress, amidst the throng. A playful smile appeared on his face as he retrieved his phone and initiated a voice chat with her. 10 seconds later, WeChat connected, and Qian Duo's sultry, languid voice resonated through the line. "Little brother, what brings you to seek your sister?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shiver, exclaiming, "Goodness, that voice is truly a heartthrob." "Sister Duo, you've lost quite a bit, haven't you? Do you wish to win some back?" "How do you know? Are you at the casino?" "That's not your concern. Do you want to win?" "Win? Of course. You have no idea. I've lost over 30,000. This Feng Min establishment is utterly ruthless. I can't discern any tricks. How about we collaborate?" "Collaborate? In what manner?" Where are you now? Right above you. Above me? Qian Duo paused, instinctively glancing upward, only to find nothing but the ceiling. She playfully retorted, "Little brother, don't tease me. Now, how do we collaborate? In a moment, I'll transfer you 300,000. I will dictate the stakes and amounts. And you shall follow my lead. Act swiftly, understood? Are you remotely controlling me? Little brother, you do play quite the game. Hee hee hee. But I do enjoy being directed by you from afar." Qian Duo's words seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Jiang Cheng was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of heat. Cough. "Sister Duo, just tell me if you're willing to cooperate or not." "Cooperation? Am I foolish enough to forego profits? But you want me to transfer you 300,000? Are you not afraid that I might lose it all?" "Huh. A beauty as stunning as Sister Duo. Even if I were to lose every penny, I would still be pleased." Jiang Cheng shamelessly began to flatter her. Revenge is a dish best served cold. But for petty grievances, one seeks vengeance at all hours. Thus, he contemplated the money he had lost to Qian Duo. Originally, Jiang Cheng had presumed Qian Duo would ignore him entirely. He never anticipated that she would engage with him as if they were old friends, conversing without restraint. He pondered if this was indeed their first interaction, how remarkably seamless their communication had been. Curiosity stirred within him. Was this truly her first encounter with me? Unbeknownst to him, Qian Duo had effortlessly discerned that he had stolen a piece of paper from him, subconsciously mistaking him for a member of the Rong family, which is why she was so amiable towards him. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Qian Duo responded with delight. "You cheeky little brother, your words are quite sweet. Let us proceed with that." Jiang Cheng, with a slight smirk, contemplated for a moment and then said, "Sister Duo, I have transferred you 300,000. Go ahead and exchange it for chips." Before long, a transfer of 300,000 indeed appeared in Qian Duo's phone. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise. Was this fellow serious? They had only met once, yet he trusted her so completely? 300,000, so readily given? Her conviction that Jiang Cheng was a master of the Rong family grew stronger. Without further ado, she headed to the chip exchange and converted the entire sum into chips. At that moment, a voice message arrived on Qian Duo's WeChat. She opened it to find Jiang Cheng's instructions. "Table 3, bet big, 2,000. Without hesitation, Qian Duo walked over to table 3. This was a dice game. The dealer had already shaken the dice, and the cup rested silently on the table, while the dealer beckoned the nearby gamblers to place their bets. Qian Duo wasted no time and bet 2,000 chips on a high outcome. Amused, she thought to herself how she had genuinely believed Jiang Cheng's words. However, as the money was not hers, she felt no regret in wagering recklessly. It was also a chance to test whether Jiang Cheng was indeed worthy of her collaboration. Before long, betting ceased, and the dealer lifted the lid, revealing a roll of 2, 3, 3, a small hand. Just like that, her 2,000 vanished. Qian Duo's face turned ashen. How could she have fallen for Jiang Cheng's nonsense? She ground her teeth in frustration. Stepping aside, she picked up her phone and shouted, "You scoundrel! I fell for your trick." Ding dong. Just as Qian Duo sent her voice message, another voice message arrived. Frowning, she opened it. Jiang Cheng's cold voice reached her ears. "If you want to make money, keep your mouth shut. Do as I say." Qian Duo stamped her feet in anger. What a rascal. "Oomph. After all, this 300,000 is yours. I'm not concerned." Muttering to herself, the second round commenced. Soon, Jiang Cheng's voice came through again. Still at table 3, bet big, 10,000. Qian Duo, having resigned herself to her fate, thought, let this detestable Jiang Cheng lose if he must. Qian Duo approached table number 3 without hesitation and placed a bet of 10,000. As the dealer elongated his voice, the cover of the dice cup was swiftly lifted. 556, big win. In a mere half-minute, Qian Duo's 10,000 chips transformed into 20,000. She was momentarily stunned, hardly able to believe her fortune. She had indeed won. A sudden gain of 10,000. Bewildered, she searched for Jiang Cheng's figure, but to no avail. For the next hour, Qian Duo frantically roamed various tables. At each gambling table, the losses outnumbered the wins, with no more than 5 rounds played at a time, akin to guerrilla warfare. Initially, Qian Duo thought Jiang Cheng had lost his mind, destined to squander money at the casino. However, as time passed, she realized her misjudgment. Despite her frequent losses, she noticed her stack of chips increasing. Gradually, she began to comprehend Jiang Cheng's strategy. At each table, she consistently experienced both wins and losses, yet the losses were relatively minor, while the victories were substantial. It was as if Jiang Cheng had deliberately orchestrated her losses. When she calculated her earnings overall, it became evident that she was profiting handsomely. In the interim, Jiang Cheng had advised Qian Duo to cash out her winnings 2 or 3 times, ensuring she retained only 30 to 50,000 in chips. To her astonishment, she discovered that in just over an hour, she had amassed 3,500,000. All right, Qian Duo, cash out the remaining chips and withdraw. Over 3 million is not insignificant, but any more might raise suspicions. Though her winning streak invigorated her desire to continue, Jiang Cheng insisted she withdraw. Although she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, Qian Duo was not foolish. Jiang Cheng's guidance held merit. Gritting her teeth, she cashed out all her remaining 20,000 in chips and headed directly for the elevator. Chapter 51. You can't escape from your sister's grasp. In the taxi, Qian Duo sent Jiang Cheng a voice message, her tone brimming with elation. You mischievous little brother, admit it. You are one of the Roan clan, aren't you? The Roan clan? What nonsense is that? I am an upstanding citizen. Jiang Cheng vehemently denied her claim, but Qian Duo remained silent, only smiling knowingly. In her heart, she was certain. Anyone capable of seeing through her subtle tactics was undoubtedly remarkable, even if not of the Roan clan. Tell me, mischievous brother, how shall we divide this fortune? Yet, with time on her side, she had her own methods to uncover Jiang Cheng's secrets. Moreover, her purpose for being there was not merely to win money. Unexpectedly, her venture had led her to encounter such an intriguing little brother. What a delightful surprise it was. Dear sister, just give me 130,000, and we're square. Only 130,000? You must be jesting. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Qian Duo was almost incredulous. Truth be told, her astounding victory of 350,000 was entirely due to Jiang Cheng's assistance. Without him, she would have likely faced dire losses. Winning 350,000, and Jiang Cheng only wanted 100,000? What, pray tell? Is he truly concocting within that gourd of his? How curious. Sister Duo, should you insist on bestowing upon me a bit more, I wouldn't mind at all. Jiang Cheng chuckled with a hint of mischief. TCH, do I appear foolish to you? Qian Duo rolled her eyes dramatically. Yet soon her tone transformed into one of utmost seduction. Hee, dear little brother, having rendered me such a grand favor, how might I repay you? Perhaps by offering myself? However, seeing as you possess a certain charm, I shall concede a bit and allow you the pleasure. Shall we find a moment for a more intimate exchange soon? Goodness. Upon hearing Qian Duo's audacious words, Jiang Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine. What a captivating enchantress she was. Was she attempting to lead him astray? The mere thought of Qian Duo's alluring figure and her beguiling visage set his heart racing. Jiang Cheng hastily cleared his throat, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Sister Duo, please do not jest with me. He sighed, exasperated. After 5 years of courtship with Song Yi, he remained an untouched soul. Faced with the fiery allure of a temptress like Qian Duo, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Images of Qian Duo playfully nibbling her crimson lips, reclining on a grand circular bed, her curves tantalizingly obscured, and a devilish grin beckoning him to approach flooded his mind. Oh, wretched woman! The mere thought ignited a fervent rush within him. This was merely a voice call. Had Qian Duo banded aside, such provocative banter would have compelled him to seize the moment and teach this beguiling woman a lesson. It seemed Qian Duo had caught on to something significant. Dear brother, you wouldn't still be ha. Just kidding. Hold on. I shall transfer some funds to you and send a generous red envelope. A red envelope, you say? Jiang Cheng's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Sister Duo, let us consider tonight's events as though they never transpired, shall we? After pondering for a moment, he advised her. Oh, dear brother, how callous of you. It hasn't been long, and already you wish to distance yourself from me? I am quite heartbroken. Qian Duo's voice dripped with feigned sorrow, embodying the demeanor of a woman scorned. Jiang Cheng broke into a cold sweat and hastily ended the call. His lips twitched involuntarily. This cunning woman was quite the actress. It would be a shame for her not to pursue a career in drama. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng paid it no mind. After night, he would sever all ties with Qian Duo. Unbeknownst to him, on the other end of the line, Qian Duo gazed at Jiang Cheng's contact image, a playful smile gracing her lips. Dear brother, you shall not escape the grasp of your sister. With that, she deleted all records of their conversation and dialed another number from her contacts. Hello, I have just exited the underground casino. Yes, it has been temporarily confirmed that the artifact originated from the Fengmen. However, we must verify whether the remaining relics are indeed linked to Fengmen. Furthermore, I have uncovered that a woman associated with Fengmen has been engaged in an improper relationship with Huang Kuan, the deputy director of the Dongxing branch in Qingzhou City. and the head of security for the archaeological site of the Yuan dynasty tomb. He Manjun is actually Huang Kuen's brother-in-law. I suspect that the theft of that batch of cultural relics is closely associated with Huang Kuen, who has been guarding them while embezzling. Lost money? Indeed, I lost several tens of thousands. Alas, I am not falling back in old habits. I am entirely doing this for our mission. Boss, you must reimburse me. Hee hee. The boss is truly formidable. I will exercise caution. By the way, today I encountered a rather intriguing person, and I believe our bureau should consider expanding its reserves. Staring at the extra 20,000, Jiang Cheng felt a mix of amusement and despair. Could this be the generous red envelope from Qianduo? Truly absurd. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng took a shower and lay on his bed, calling Wang Hao to inquire about Lin Zhou's injury. Wang Hao reported that Lin Zhou's dislocated arm had been set and was not a serious matter. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. The matter concerning the B gate was now temporarily resolved. The remaining issues could be addressed later. However, there were still 4 blocks of uncut raw materials. He planned to find Morong Shui tomorrow to cut them, which would elevate him into the ranks of billionaires. Jiang Cheng began to dream of the wonderful life that awaited him with wealth. He envisioned opening a shop, dealing in antiques and calligraphy, and perhaps casually extracting a few raw materials. It seemed quite appealing. Furthermore, he recalled the batch of cultural relics that Huang Kuen intended to smuggle abroad. It was time to take action regarding the B gate. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Cheng finally drifted into slumber in the early hours of the morning. Meanwhile, after Qian Duo's departure, Su Fei entered the underground office on the 2nd floor of Tianhao Entertainment. Upon seeing Su Fei, Cheng Dong's expression instantly turned cold. Su Fei spat in disgust, her face contorted with anger. I don't know who reported me for being involved in illicit activities with Huang Kuen. Hearing this, Cheng Dong frowned. Could it be Huang Kuen's wife behind this? Su Fei shook her head. That seems unlikely. Huang Kuen's wife isn't exactly virtuous either. They each have their own affairs and wouldn't engage in such trivialities. Plus, reporting this is utterly pointless. Who doesn't know that Huang Kuen is the deputy chief of the Dongxing branch? Su Fei's eyes darted as she continued. Could it be a competitor of Huang Kuen's? After all, there are other deputy chiefs in the Dongxing branch. Cheng Dong's expression turned sinister. You must find a way to make Huang Kuen aware. We cannot afford to be careless. The work we do must remain confidential. Indeed, the old chief of the Dongxing district was about to retire, and the vacancy for the chief position would inevitably require a successor. Cheng Dong was determined that this person must be Huang Kuen. At that moment, Su Fei appeared to recall something, hesitating with an unnatural expression. What is it, Fei Fei? Is there something else? Dongguo, Huang Kuen mentioned that once this smuggling of cultural relics is successful, he wants to take an additional 20%. What? That bloodsucker. He wants another 20%. Here, I am risking my neck for him, and he dares to demand more? Calm down, Dongguo. We are currently tied to Huang Kuen like crabs in a bucket. After a long pause, Cheng Dong let out a deep sigh, his gaze filled with ruthless determination. Chapter 52. The Tomb and Cultural Relics of the Yuan Dynasty. The next morning, Jiang Cheng was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. It was a call from his brother, Qin Xiaoshu. Hello, Orange. I have some explosive news for you. Do you want to know? Spit it out quickly. Jiang Cheng replied, yawning and somewhat irritable. Zheng Wanfeud has gone mad. What? Mad? Jiang Cheng immediately sat up in bed, utterly astonished. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoshu's account, Jiang Cheng merely chuckled coldly. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. Back when he had driven for Zheng Wanfeud, losing an eye in the process, that scoundrel thought he could dismiss the matter with a truckload of scrap. If that were the end of it, it might have been bearable. Later, Jiang Cheng, merely seeking to retain his job, had humbly approached the stone quarry to plead with Zheng Wanfeud. Yet, Zheng Wanfeud, with a jest, had deceived him into moving over 100 blocks of raw stone, leaving him utterly exhausted. Not a single person present had offered assistance, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, uncared for. Jiang Cheng could never forget the despair and humiliation he felt at noon, toyed with and deceived by Zheng Wanfeud. As for why Zheng Wanfeud had lost his mind, Jiang Cheng understood perfectly. Simply put, it stemmed from seeing someone he had ridiculed prospering in his own domain, causing an imbalance in his heart. Though he himself had earned money, he couldn't help but envy others' wealth, fantasizing about achieving instant riches through gambling on stones like Jiang Cheng. He instead uncovered nothing but worthless materials. The stark contrast, coupled with a profound psychological disparity, mixed with deep-seated hatred and jealousy towards Jiang Cheng, ultimately led him to madness. Zheng Wanfeud, that scoundrel, has surely met his comeuppance. Though his fate was unexpected, it was nonetheless anticipated by Jiang Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng said to Qin Xiaoshu, "Isn Tizheng Wanfued s daughter planning to sell the quarry? You should take it over. We need a warehouse." Qin Xiaoshu perked up instantly. "All right, Orange. Just watch. I will acquire it for you at the lowest possible cost." After hanging up, Jiang Cheng rose to wash up. He prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, devouring it with gusto. At that moment, a news alert suddenly popped up on his phone, capturing Jiang Cheng's attention. It was a local news dispatch from Qingzhou City, reporting the discovery of an ancient tomb in a farmland area of the Dongxing district. Experts speculated it to be from the Yuan dynasty, and archaeological specialists were organizing preliminary excavation work on site. Accompanying the report were several blurry images, merely large pits and scenes of industrious workers. The photos clearly appear to have been taken from the periphery. As for the actual conditions inside the tomb, those remained undisclosed. As Jiang Cheng read the news for some reason, he was reminded of the conversation between Huang Kuan and Su Fei at the Qingjing Garden Hotel, where a mention of a batch of cultural relics had occurred. Jiang Cheng seized upon the crucial term, cultural relics. If it were privately collected antiques, they would generally be classified as such. However, items labeled as cultural relics typically stem from archaeological discoveries and must be submitted to the state as national heritage. Jiang Cheng distinctly remembered Huang Kuan using the term cultural relics rather than antiques. Suddenly, he paused, as if a thought had struck him, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the artifacts Huang Kuan entrusted to Feng Min for handling originated from this Yuan dynasty tomb? The mere thought sent a shiver down Jiang Cheng's spine. Was this not akin to embezzlement? One must admit, Huang Kuan possesses audacious gall. However, if artifacts had indeed been stolen, there should have been reports circulating. How is it that the media has remained silent? Am I overthinking this? Is it possible that the artifact from the Yuan dynasty tomb are not the same batch as those Huang Kuan is sending abroad? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng concluded that locating the warehouse housing Huang Kuan's artifacts would be his point of breakthrough. Regardless of whether they're the same batch, the fact that Huang Kuan is trafficking in artifacts is indisputable. Jiang Cheng understood that if this matter were handled correctly, perhaps both Huang Kuan and Feng Min, these societal parasites, could be eradicated in one fell swoop. While deep in thought, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Wang Hao, informing him that he was waiting downstairs. After tidying himself up, Jiang Cheng descended the stairs. In the distance, he spotted Wang Hao and Lin Zhou standing by the car. With a smile, he approached and assessed Lin Zhou, noticing that his arms seemed to be fine now. "Lin Zhou, is your hand all right?" Lin Zhou deeply bowed to Jiang Cheng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "It's all fine now. Thank you immensely, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Cheng hurriedly helped Lin Zhou to his feet. "No, Lin Zhou, had it not been for me, you wouldn't have been captured by Feng Min and suffered injuries. In truth, I owe you an apology." Wang Hao interjected from the side. "Mr. Jiang, you are being overly modest. We are bodyguards, acting on the Lady S orders. This has nothing to do with you." Lin Zhou quickly retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Cheng, respectfully stating, "Mr. Jiang, you spent 1 million to save me. This card contains my savings over the years, though it is only 500,000. I promise to repay the rest once I earn enough." Jiang Cheng could not help but chuckle at Lin Zhou's serious demeanor. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Lin Zhou and Wang Hao exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Cheng, exasperated, pulled out his phone to show them the transaction details. Indeed, he had transferred 1 million the previous night. But over an hour later, another 130,000 had been deposited. Both Lin Zhou and Wang Hao were utterly astonished. Could it be that what Mr. Jiang said was true? He must have gotten the money from Feng Min after abruptly alighting from the car last night. Their admiration for Jiang Cheng deepened. However, no more buts. All right, let us consider this matter settled. However, this is a secret known only to us. Please do not speak of it. Understood? Lin Zhou and Wang Hao nodded, fully comprehending Jiang Cheng's intent. Nonetheless, Lin Zhou vowed to remember Jiang Cheng's kindness deeply in his heart. Jiang Cheng patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Wang Hao, take me to meet Murong Shui. There are still 4 pieces of material yet to be opened." Those 4 pieces were hard-won treasures he had obtained at the auction. They were worth a staggering 500 to 600 million. With such funds, Jiang Cheng was confident he could provide his sister and Qin Xiaoshu with a good life. Moreover, if these exquisite materials were sold to Murong Shui, her brand would undoubtedly flourish, and the value of the 30 stake I previously agreed upon with her would soar dramatically. Henceforth, I would be able to earn effortlessly. The mere thought of this sent waves of excitement coursing through Jiang Cheng's heart. On the way to the Murong residence, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Zhou, inquiring, "By the way, Lin Zhou, how were you captured by the people from the beast sect?" Lin Zhou sighed and explained, "Mr. Jiang, after I left yesterday morning, I sought out a friend from the underworld and showed him a photograph of Su Fei. He immediately recognized her as a subordinate of Cheng Dong from the beast sect. With my friend's assistance, I quickly located Su Fei and followed her. However, unexpectedly, that scar-faced man appeared without a sound. I was no match for him, and before long, I was captured. They even dislocated both my arms. Later, they found a photo you sent me on my phone, which led them to realize it was you." Jiang Cheng nodded, confirming his suspicions. He then asked Lin Zhou, "Did you and Su Fei ever visit any peculiar places, perhaps the outskirts or a warehouse?" Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Cheng. "Where did you encounter the scar-faced man?" Lin Zhou replied, "In a place called Wulio Village in the southern outskirts of Dongxing District." Wulio Village? Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened instantly. Given the circumstances last night, the absence of the scar-faced man had already led him to suspect that Cheng Dong had sent him to guard the warehouse. The artifacts in question were far too significant. If he were Cheng Dong, he would never allow any mishap to befall them. He would certainly assign a trustworthy expert to oversee their safety, and the scar-faced man was the ideal candidate. The fact that he appeared near Wulio Village suggested that the repository for the artifacts was likely hidden in that vicinity. With this analysis, Jiang Cheng's excitement surged. By chance, he had overheard a conversation between Huang Kuan and Su Fei, and fortuitously dispatched Lin Zhou to follow Su Fei, leading him to unexpectedly acquire crucial information regarding the artifact's hiding place. Cheng Dong and Huang Kuan would never suspect that their secret dealings had been nearly unraveled by Jiang Cheng. A glint of cold determination flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes. It seemed fate was conspiring to bring down these societal parasites. However, he still needed to verify the precise location of the warehouse. Yet, the thought of the scar-faced man, who could easily subdue Lin Zhou, filled him with trepidation. Would his reckless approach alert that man? Might he resort to silencing witnesses? Given the gravity of the situation, Jiang Cheng knew he could not act without absolute certainty. This was a grand game of strategy. One misstep could lead to total defeat. It appeared that this matter required careful handling. Lost in contemplation, the vehicle soon entered an upscale community and came to a halt in front of an opulent villa. Gazing at the extravagance of the mansion before him, Jiang Cheng could not help but feel a deep sense of astonishment. The lifestyle of the affluent was indeed something he had never dared to dream of before. However, once those 4 pieces of material are cut out, such an opulent villa seems no longer a mere dream for him. After alighting from the vehicle, he spotted an elderly gentleman approaching from a distance. It was none other than Su Ping, the old steward of the Murong family. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and nodded at Uncle Ping. "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived." Uncle Ping exclaimed. "The master and the young lady are already awaiting you in the living room." Jiang Cheng tilted his head in curiosity. "Your young lady?" Uncle Ping, understanding Jiang Cheng's implication, elaborated. "This morning, young Master Huang brought a Taoist priest, claiming he could cure the young lady's peculiar ailment. The master decided to give it a try, and unexpectedly, it truly awakened her." Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. "That is indeed a cause for celebration. It seems I shall have one less shadow to follow me around, which is rather liberating." Following Uncle Ping, the group entered the villa's living room in succession. Upon entering, Jiang Cheng observed several individuals seated on the sofa. Naturally, he recognized Murong Shan and Murong Shui. Beside them sat a middle-aged woman of refined elegance, appearing to be in her 40s, yet maintaining the grace of someone in her 30s. Her features bore a subtle resemblance to Murong Shui, indicating her identity as Murong Shui's mother. On the opposite side of the sofa, 2 gentlemen were seated. One was a young man clad in bespoke attire, exuding an air of wealth and refinement, unmistakably a scion of a wealthy family. The other was a middle-aged man who appeared to be a Taoist priest. However, when Jiang Cheng discerned the face of the middle-aged man, he was momentarily stunned. For this middle-aged man was none other than the Taoist priest he had encountered in Rue Li that day. The middle-aged Taoist, upon seeing Jiang Cheng, was likewise taken aback, but soon greeted Jiang Cheng with a warm smile and nod. Murong Shui, upon spotting Jiang Cheng, felt a surge of joy and swiftly approached him with a beaming smile. "Jiang Cheng, you have come. Do you know? My ailment has been cured. It was this Taoist who examined me and facilitated my recovery. It truly is remarkable." Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. Congratulations to you. Then, focusing his gaze after 3 seconds, he indeed noticed that the dark aura on Mu Rongshue's forehead had diminished significantly. Its color had lightened considerably, transforming from a deep ink-like hue to something akin to smoke. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but reassess the middle-aged Taoist. This individual was certainly not ordinary. With a beaming smile, Mu Rongshue took Jiang Cheng's arm and exclaimed, "Come, Jiang Cheng. Let's go and resolve the remaining 4 pieces of material. I cannot wait to unveil a magnificent piece with quality material. My jewelry brand will surely gain fame within a month." Witnessing the close interaction between Mu Rongshue and Jiang Cheng, Huang Qingye's expression darkened instantly. His gaze towards Jiang Cheng filled with hostility. "Shue, who is this?" Mu Rongshue, hearing Huang Qingye refer to her as Shue, furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain rising within her. However, she quickly regained her composure and calmly replied, "Young Master Huang, he is my partner." Huang Qingye was momentarily taken aback, incredulously retorting, "A partner? Him? Look at him in his ragged attire. Does he possess the capital to collaborate with you? Could it be that you're trying to swindle me with empty promises?" Xiao Shui warned, her tone laced with skepticism. "You must be cautious. Today's con artists possess every trick in the book." Mu Rongshui pouted in annoyance. "I chose to collaborate with Jiang Cheng because of his abilities." At the mention of abilities, Huang Qingye's demeanor shifted to one of smugness. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell. What are Mr. Jiang's academic credentials? Which foreign university did he graduate from?" Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows and replied coolly, "I am a high school dropout. I left before the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Huang Qingye's pride swelled further. "Huh, you haven't even graduated from high school. You might as well be a middle school student. So, Mr. Jiang, what qualifications do you possess to claim you can collaborate with Xiao Shui?" He smugly declared that only he, Huang Qingye, was worthy of such a partnership. Yi Rong squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng as if attempting to see through him. Huang Qingye's words echoed her thoughts. What capability could someone without a high school diploma possibly have? Her husband mentioned that this fellow didn't even have the funds to purchase raw stones. It was his daughter who paid for them. How could she consider working with him? It was akin to a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, demanding a 30 share right off the bat. What difference was there between him and a swindler? She could not allow her daughter to be deceived. Faced with Huang Qingye's derisive remarks, Jiang Cheng's expression turned icy. After losing his adoptive parents and encountering upheaval at home, he had no choice but to abandon his studies, forsaking the college entrance examination to provide for his family and care for his sister. The absence of a college education was his lifelong regret. Yet Huang Qingye relentlessly attacked this vulnerability. How could he endure it? With a cold voice, he retorted, "Does my eligibility to assist Miss Mu Rong concern you in any way?" Chapter 54. The Bet of 100 million. Jiang Cheng glared at Huang Qingye. His fists clenched tightly, heedless of Huang Qingye's dignity. The moment he spoke, Huang Qingye's expression soured, his eyes glinting with malice. Noticing the tension in Jiang Cheng's hands, Huang Qingye smirked, mocking, "Oh, is the truth so unbearable that it incites your wrath? Are you planning to strike me?" Truly, a lowly creature with only a middle school education exhibits such poor manners. Huang Qingye, that is enough. Are you never satisfied? I will decide with whom I collaborate. Mu Rongshui interjected, unable to tolerate Huang Qingye's aggressive demeanor any longer. Huang Qingye frowned slightly, softening his tone. "Xiao Shui, your uncle and aunt have informed me that your peculiar illness has left you dependent on Jiang Cheng. Now that I have brought Master Chun to cure you, there is no need to continue this partnership with such a waste. Collaborating with me would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than partnering with this failure. Xiao Shui, I know you desire top-tier materials. The Huang family can assist you." Mu Rongshui regarded Huang Qingye's sycophantic attitude with disdain. Due to family interests, both clans intended to bind her to Huang Qingye in an engagement. This kind of love shackled by familial obligations was something Mu Rongshui would never accept. This was also the primary reason she was determined to establish her own jewelry brand. With her own career, she would not be a mere pawn in the game of family interests. With a cold voice, Mu Rongshui declared, "No need. Did I ask for your help in curing my illness? Without you, I remain unaffected by Jiang Cheng's presence. Have I asked for your meddling? You." Huang Qingye felt a surge of anger, his chest constricted as if an immense stone had lodged within. He had healed Mu Rongshui's ailment, yet she accused him of being overly intrusive. To make matters worse, Mu Rongshui continued to protect Jiang Cheng, igniting his fury even further. The Mu Rong family and the Huang family shared a deep partnership, with the Huang family being the primary supplier of jadeite for the Murong clan. It could be said that without the Huang family support, the Tian Sheng group in Murong Mountain would never have risen to prominence in Qingzhou. Murong Shan was acutely aware of this reality and thus intended to facilitate a union between the two families. It could even be asserted that Murong Shui was essentially Huang Qingye's woman. Yet now, his beloved shielded another man, a mere nobody who had not even graduated high school. How could Huang Qingye possibly tolerate this? Murong Shan and Yirong merely stood aside, observing coldly. Initially, they had been cautious around Jiang Cheng due to their daughter's peculiar illness. However, now that a middle-aged Taoist had cured it, such lofty individuals as themselves would have no business mingling with someone like Jiang Cheng. They would never speak a word in Jiang Cheng's favor. The benefits the Huang family brought to the Murong family were incomparable to what Jiang Cheng could offer. Moreover, Huang Qingye's words echoed their own sentiments. Hence, they had no qualms about Huang Qingye removing this Jiang Cheng from their daughter's side. Listening to Huang Qingye's derision, Jiang Cheng could not help but smile coldly. Young Master Huang, apart from flaunting your father's resources and striving for recognition, what else are you capable of? If mere words could procure top-quality jadeite, I, as Miss Murong, would gladly spend money on you. Unfortunately, Huang Qingye's face turned an ashen hue. He could discern the underlying implications in Jiang Cheng's words. The statement bore two meanings. First, it mocked him for his lack of ability, relying solely on his father's resources while being utterly inept. Second, it implied that Murong Shui would prefer collaboration with Jiang Cheng over Huang Qingye. Did he not understand his own standing? His eyes ablaze with indignation. Huang Qingye replied sarcastically, "Huh, Jiang Cheng, do you believe that with your few uncut stones, you possess any real capability? Do you think you are invincible, already the largest jadeite merchant in Qingzhou? Shall we hand over the top position to you?" Jiang Cheng, remaining unperturbed, smiled slightly. "I wouldn't say invincible, but becoming the largest jadeite merchant in Qingzhou does not seem entirely out of reach. As for the Huang family, they are rather unremarkable." This was not mere bravado from Jiang Cheng. It was a candid truth. However, to the audience, it sounded like the most absurd joke imaginable. The expressions of those present morphed into one of amusement. Who did not know that the largest jadeite merchant in Qingzhou was indeed the Huang family? With capital exceeding hundreds of billions, Jiang Cheng, who needed to borrow money to purchase a single piece of raw jadeite, had the audacity to mock the Huang family. It was truly a laughable scenario. Huang Qingye scoffed. "Well then, I have heard that you have 4 pieces of material yet to be cut. Allow me, Huang Qingye, to witness your prowess." Jiang Cheng squinted and coldly laughed. "Why should I let you see the materials I acquired? Are you my son? Do you deserve to see them?" Huang Qingye ground his teeth in frustration. He could not fathom how a poor wretch who indeed even graduated from high school could be so arrogant. "How about this? I, Huang Qingye, challenge you to a bet. Let us not speak of all 4 pieces. If just one of your 4 materials, once cut, is worth over 100 million, I will lose you 10 million. However, if it turns out to be worthless or mere scrap, you will kneel and beg to lick my shoes." Jiang Cheng regarded Huang Qingye as if he were a fool. 10 million? Young Master Huang, do you think 10 million is sufficient to challenge me? Do you truly believe I would kneel and lick your shoes for such a paltry sum? Why not say that if you lose, you will kneel and lick my shoes, and if you win, I will owe you 10 million. Huang Qingye smiled even more broadly, an expression of amusement on his face. "Very well, Jiang Cheng. I thought 10 million would suffice to preserve your dignity, but it seems I have underestimated you. Now, how much do you wish to wager? 20 million or 30 million? I am at your service." Jiang Cheng coldly raised a finger. 100 million. I shall cut only 1 piece. If the material is valued over 100 million, you owe me 100 million. If it is worthless or valued below 100 million, I shall kneel and let you inspect my shoes. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Huang Qingye's grin widened. Is Jiang Cheng truly a fool? He coldly retorted, "Only 1 piece? That is your word. However, I shall add a stipulation. If you lose, I demand both your hands and your eyes." If he wins, he could render Jiang Cheng incapacitated. If he loses, it would merely be 100 million, an insignificant sum for him. In any case, he does not believe he will lose. After all, is a piece of jade material worth over 100 million? Such a thing does not emerge easily. In an entire year, the nation produces only 1 gem-quality jadeite from the rough stones, let alone a piece worth over 100 million, which is almost non-existent. The most critical point is that Jiang Cheng foolishly stated he would only cut 1 piece. To expect one piece to yield 100 million is akin to dreaming. Moreover, the value of jade is not determined solely by words. You claim it is worth 100 million. I claim it is worthless. What can you do about it? Today, Jiang Cheng is destined to fail. Jiang Cheng naturally sensed Huang Qingya's ulterior motives, but remained unfazed. He nodded decisively. Very well. I accept the wager. However, I wish to invite Mr. Lu Weiming to conduct the valuation. Huang Qingya's gaze sharpened. Jiang Cheng had discerned his little scheme. However, it mattered not. Huang Qingya smirked wickedly. Agreed. Mr. Lu's authority is indeed reliable. I, Huang Qingya, accept this wager. In Jiang Cheng's mind, this 100 million felt like a windfall. Of course, in Huang Qingya's eyes, Jiang Cheng was already a defeated man. Both harbored hidden agendas, each believing themselves to be the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, Murong Shui, Lin Zhou, and Wang Hao, standing nearby, became increasingly concerned, urging Jiang Cheng to reconsider the wager against Huang Qingya. Jiang Cheng merely smiled, resolute in his decision to gamble. Who could refuse $1 billion gifted by a fool? That would indeed be a display of greater folly. A few individuals, witnessing Jiang Cheng's stubbornness, felt utterly helpless. Yet, to assert that Jiang Cheng could accurately discern the value of jade rough was beyond their belief. Even with the gift of sight beyond sight, it would be impossible to precisely gauge the true worth of jade rough, would it not? Moreover, the value of jade is subjective. One may declare it worth $1 billion, while another vehemently disagrees, with no consensus reached. Of course, there exists the possibility that the value of the material within the rough far exceeds $1 billion, leaving all unable to dispute it. Yet, in these times, a rough worth $1 billion is exceedingly rare. The chance of one surpassing that value is even more improbable. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng was only cutting a single piece, rendering his odds nearly non-existent. A cold laugh echoed in his mind. Jiang Cheng had become indistinguishable from cripple, deprived of sight and hands. He was already convinced of Jiang Cheng's impending defeat. Half an hour later, at the Murong family's stone-cutting site, Lu Weiming hurriedly arrived, nodding in greeting to Murong Shan and others. He felt somewhat bewildered by Murong Shan's sudden summons, uncertain of the circumstances. However, upon hearing of Jiang Cheng's wager with Huang Qingya, he was utterly astonished. His eyes, filled with pity, turned to Jiang Cheng. He quickly pulled Jiang Cheng aside, earnestly advising, "Brother Jiang, is it truly worth wagering your eyes and hands for $1 billion? A sound body offers countless opportunities to earn wealth. Yet if you become a cripple, even the greatest fortune would be in vain." Jiang Cheng was touched by Lu Weiming's sincerity. They had only met a few times and shared no vested interests. Thus, his genuine concern was evident. Smiling, Jiang Cheng bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. However, having accepted this wager, there is no retreat for me." Jiang Cheng continued to smile. "Elder Lu, why not place a bet with me? Let us wager on my victory." Upon hearing this, Lu Weiming was momentarily taken aback, then found it amusing. Jiang Cheng's intention was unmistakable. He was confident of his victory. Lu Weiming could only chuckle helplessly. "You indeed? This is the true imperial green valued at $2 billion. As the blade of the stone-cutting machine whirred into action, the atmosphere grew tense. Whenever a gamble was involved, anxiety inevitably ensued. The uncertain outcome was as alluring and enigmatic as a woman's secret of allure. Everyone yearned to discover the final result. Who would emerge victorious? Huang Qingya was merely wagering against Jiang Cheng. Yet Jiang Cheng was not only betting against Huang Qingya, but also against himself. He had a bet with Huang Qingya, and he was also wagering on the stone, setting aside the $1 billion wager. Who could claim certainty in the gamble of the stone itself? The stakes were numerous and uncertain as the stars in the night sky. All believed that Jiang Cheng was destined to lose, for his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. All eyes remained fixed on the master craftsman's every movement. Murong Shui, Lin Zhou, and Wang Hao felt their hearts leap to their throats. The trio clenched their fists tightly, their bodies trembling slightly with anticipation. They genuinely hoped for Jiang Cheng's victory. Yet, deep down, they all understood the grim reality. Jiang Cheng stood no chance of winning. After a span of over 20 minutes, the master craftsman deftly polished the cut surface, meticulously wiping it clean with a cloth. Just a moment prior, Huang Qingya had been lost in a fantasy of Jiang Cheng's misfortune, but in the next instant, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. He stared intently at the rough stone's cut surface in the distance, his eyes bloodshot and terrifyingly red. Impossible. How could this be? When the vibrant emerald green first appeared before the crowd, everyone was rendered speechless. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. After what felt like an eternity of silence, a gasp finally broke through. This is Imperial Green, true Imperial Green, a glassy type gleaming. Just this one cut alone is probably worth at least 50 million. How long had it been since anyone had witnessed such a breathtaking green? Even Morong Shan, who had seen her fair share of exquisite materials, stood in silence, her eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Morong Shui leapt 3 feet into the air, tightly clutching Jiang Cheng's arm, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. She exclaimed joyfully, Imperial Green. I haven't seen such a large and translucent piece in years. Jiang Cheng, you are incredible, truly my lucky star. Had it not been for her prior agreement with Jiang Cheng and her willingness to lend him money for the auction materials, this exquisite piece of top-tier Imperial Green might have been snatched away by that conniving Chiyaran. Her prized possession would have turned into a mere mirage. Morong Shui felt increasingly fortunate that her collaboration with Jiang Cheng was the wisest decision of her life. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao also released sighs of relief. Their astonishment was not directed at the Imperial Green itself, but rather at the fact that Jiang Cheng had managed to preserve both his hands and his eyesight. Lu Weiming stroked his graying beard, gazing at Jiang Cheng with admiration. This young lad certainly had remarkable luck. At that moment, however, Huang Qingye scoffed dismissively, saying, what is there to be proud of? Just because the two surfaces are worth 50 million? How do you know the interior isn't just plain rock? Would you dare to make another cut? His words cast a shadow of doubt over the crowd. Indeed, they had just been mesmerized by the brilliance of the Imperial Green, but now they were losing their composure. Their gazes toward Jiang Cheng were filled with a complex mix of emotions. This one cut was insufficient to determine the stone's ultimate value. Who could say whether the interior was subpar? If white rock were to be revealed, the value would plummet. At that moment, Lu Weiming began to advise Jiang Cheng, Brother Jiang, I suggest not cutting further. Just based on that last cut, you could easily fetch 70 to 80 million at auction. There is no need to take any risks. If the next cut goes awry, it would be a loss. Lu Weiming's primary concern was that Jiang Cheng might ruin the next cut and lose the wager. Old Lu, 70 to 80 million 1T win the wager. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, then turned to the stone cutter, saying, Master, please leave a bracelet position and make another cut. Morong Shui clenched her small fists, her anxiety reaching an apex. She fervently wished for Jiang Cheng's victory, to showcase his prowess and deliver a resounding slap to Huang Qingye's face, yet simultaneously, she feared the potential collapse of everything with a single misstep. The stakes were high, and her reputation hung in the balance. After more than 30 minutes, the crowd erupted once again. Goodness, another Imperial Green. What a surge. Just this piece alone could yield over a dozen bangles. This luck is truly extraordinary. With this cut, it must appreciate by at least 50 million. 50 million? Are you dreaming? Look at the quality of the other cut surface, Imperial Green, glass type. Just based on this material is worth at least over 100 million. Jiang Cheng, with an air of nonchalance, turned to the fuming Huang Qingye and inquired with a smile. So what do you think, young Master Huang? Would you like to invite old Lu for another appraisal? Or perhaps seek another expert to determine if this material is indeed worth 100 million? At that moment, Huang Qingye had no recourse to seek another appraisal. Even a novice in jade would recognize the immense value of such material. He bit down hard on his back teeth, feeling as though Jiang Cheng's words were slapping him across the face. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on Jiang Cheng. Seeing Huang Qingye's silence, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile with amusement. The outcome of this wager was already sealed. He approached the stone-cutting machine. The question was no longer whether it was worth 100 million, but rather how much this Imperial Green was truly worth. With a pen in hand, he traced the path he had already envisioned with his keen insight. Pointing at the marked areas, he instructed the master craftsman in detail, Master, please grind away the skin here and make another cut here. It seemed that only Jiang Cheng could unveil the most exquisite form of this material. An hour later, the machine ceased its operation. The jade was revealed in its most perfect state before everyone's eyes. Gazing at the vibrant green that emerged after the skin was removed, complemented by several cut surfaces still exuding the quality of Imperial Green, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. It was utterly flawless. At that moment, no one dared to cast doubt any longer. Even without illumination, the value of this material was crystal clear. Another surge. Another surge. Morong Shui could no longer contain her elation. leaping 3 feet high and collapsing into Jiang Cheng's embrace, clinging to him like a little koala. Her actions imbued with unmistakable intimacy. However, no one paid heed to their affectionate display. All eyes were fixed on the imperial green, their expressions transformed. Everyone awaited old Lu's appraisal. What? 500 million? The crowd gasped once more, with the exception of the unflappable Jiang Cheng. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in Murong Shan and Yi Rong's eyes. Chapter 56. The Greed of Humanity. You are unkind, and I am unjust. Huang Qingye's eyes were bloodshot, his face a portrait of unwillingness. He roared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a poor wretch like you have such luck? You must be cheating. You are definitely cheating. Jiang Cheng smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Young Master Huang, are you quite all right? Am I cheating? Huh. How might one cheat with a raw stone? Would a sum of 100 million truly leave you speechless? Surely, young Master Huang cannot be one to shy away from a loss. Huang Qingye fixed his gaze upon Jiang Cheng, but then noticed Murong Shui observing him with a peculiar expression. Gritting his teeth, he forced a semblance of composure and smiled faintly, saying, am I the kind of person who cannot afford to lose? What is 100 million to me? Jiang Cheng produced a bank card and presented it to Huang Qingye, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Very well, young Master Huang. Here's my bank card. 100 million. Please transfer it to me promptly. Huang Qingye was instantly rendered speechless, his face dark as coal, struggling to utter a word. 100 million. This was no trivial sum of a few tens of thousands. His family typically granted him merely a few 100,000 as pocket money each month, and even in business, transactions were conducted through the company. He could never muster such a vast amount. In truth, it was not surprising that Huang Qingye would gamble against Jiang Cheng. A raw stone worth 100 million was a rarity even in the Dragon Country, let alone in the old pits of the Flower Country, where one might not find a stone of such value in an entire year. Moreover, Jiang Cheng only selected one piece from the 4 stones presented, and everyone believed Jiang Cheng was bound to lose. What they failed to realize was that Jiang Cheng possessed a discerning eye for value. He could perceive the approximate worth of a stone at a glance. For Jiang Cheng, betting on stones was akin to picking up money. Murong Shui, with a smug expression, mocked, what's the matter? The Huang family of Qingzhou cannot possibly be unable to produce 100 million, can they? Huang Qingye, it was indeed wise of me not to choose to collaborate with you. Witnessing the woman he adored ridicule him, Huang Qingye felt his heart bleed. Losing money was one thing, but losing face was another, especially before the woman he cherished. He could not afford such humiliation. Just as he was about to call his father, Yi Rong interrupted him. Qingye, hold on. You need not pay him that 100 million. The crowd regarded Yi Rong with bewilderment, unsure of her intent. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. Madame Murong, this is my wager with young Master Huang. What do you mean by that? Murong Shui too looked at her mother in confusion. Yes, Mom. This is a bet between Jiang Cheng and Huang Qingye. Why are you meddling? Besides, it was Huang Qingye who proposed the wager. Is he going to renege if he loses? Murong Shan observed his wife with a cheerful expression, remaining silent and simply watching the unfolding events. Yi Rong paid no heed to her daughter, addressing Jiang Cheng with a cold smile. Mr. Jiang, I do not concern myself with your bets with others, but do you believe this wager holds any validity when you gamble with materials from the Murong family? Jiang Cheng fixed a cold stare upon Yi Rong, retorting, materials from your Murong family? Madame Murong, what do you mean by that? All the raw stones you auctioned were funded by the Murong family. What relation do they have to you, Jiang Cheng? Have you contributed a single penny? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged curious glances directed at Yi Rong, excluding Huang Qingye and Murong Shan. Jiang Cheng stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Yi Rong's audacity. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao clenched their fists tightly, their hearts filled with disdain for Yi Rong. How utterly shameless. Even Lu Weiming found Yi Rong's words to be exceedingly unreasonable. Murong Shui looked at her mother with dissatisfaction. Mom, how can you say such things? These materials were all purchased by Jiang Cheng. I merely borrowed money from him. Isn't this just unreasonable troublemaking? Silence. Yi Rong shot a fierce glare at Murong Shui. Seeing her mother's barbaric demeanor, Murong Shui turned to her father with pleading eyes. Dad, my mother is being utterly unreasonable. You must intervene. However, Murong Shan merely smiled and remained silent, quietly observing Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng coldly regarded the scene, fully aware of the underlying currents. If it weren't for Murong Shan's tacit consent, would Yi Rong have dared to speak in such a manner? A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth as he remarked with a hint of amusement. Very well, Mrs. Morong. If you insist on this line of reasoning, I shall report this to the authorities. I refuse to believe that the items I purchased with borrowed money belong to your family. By your logic, if I borrowed money from the Morong family to buy dinner, would that mean everything I left behind also belongs to you? With that, Jiang Cheng unhesitatingly pulled out his phone and called the police. Since Yi Rong wanted to play dirty, he would confront her head-on. Was her behavior not akin to robbery? Although Jiang Cheng's words were blunt, they were grounded in reason. Even if the Morong family were to take legal action, he would only owe them 25.05 million. Jiang Cheng retorted sharply, enough. Mrs. Morong, cease your psychological games. Your tricks are hardly more sophisticated than those of your daughter. Do not feign righteousness while claiming my materials belong to the Morong family. You merely desire to claim the imperial green worth 500 million for yourself, do you not? Had I cut a piece of waste material, you would have eagerly hoped it was purchased by me. Let us speak no further. When the police arrive, I will accuse you of illegally occupying someone else's property. 500 million worth of materials could certainly earn you a few years in prison. What? Illegal occupation? You're talking nonsense. This material was clearly purchased with my daughter's money. What law have I broken? Yi Rong's face darkened. Jiang Cheng scoffed. Do you understand the law? I only borrowed 25.05 million. My relationship with Miss Morong is merely one of debt. What I choose to do with the borrowed money is none of your concern, nor is it the concern of the involved party, Miss Morong. Even if I, Jiang Cheng, were unable to repay the debt, the court would auction my assets, and I would only owe 25.05 million. Yet you are unlawfully claiming my 500 million worth of raw materials. This is illegal occupation of significant property. I. Yi Rong's face twisted in rage, her heart racing wildly. After a moment, she spoke. Jiang Cheng, do you have no morals? Without my daughter's willing loan, how could you have afforded to purchase this material? My daughter has shown you great kindness, and this is how you repay your benefactor? Huh, dear auntie, just moments ago, you claimed I coerced Miss Morong into lending me money. Now you assert that your daughter willingly lent it to me? What is this? Unable to forcefully take it. You now resort to moral coercion? Miss Morong has shown me kindness, but whether to repay, that is entirely my prerogative. Even if I, Jiang Cheng, choose to be ungrateful, what can you do about it? Have I broken a law? Gratitude and reciprocity are the essence of human relationships. However, neglecting to repay kindness can lead one to the brink of transgression. Yi Rong, her eyes filled with trepidation, cast a frantic glance towards Morong Shan, her throat involuntarily contracting in agitation. She had not anticipated that Jiang Cheng would be as obstinate as a stone in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. This was proving to be exceedingly difficult. If the Morong family showed no compassion, then Jiang Cheng would not be bound by loyalty. Henceforth, I sever all collaborative ties with the Morong family. From this moment on, any materials I procure shall not be sold to the Morong family. Naturally, I shall ensure that the sum of 30 million is provided to Miss Morong as a gesture of gratitude for the 25.05 million owed. In truth, Huang Qingye's billion was of little concern to him. He had no aspirations of amassing wealth through such a meaningless gamble. Fully aware that Huang Qingye would never willingly concede such a sum, he understood the intricate relationship between the Morong and Huang families. If the Morong family sought to preserve their alliance with the Huang family, hoping to nullify the billion wager, he would not press the matter further, especially considering his partnership with Morong Shui. However, the Morong family's attempt at cunningly appropriating his materials was utterly intolerable. Since they had cast aside all decorum, Jiang Cheng felt no obligation to show them any courtesy. Chapter 57. Turning the Tables, Chu Yanran speaks. The police responded swiftly, arriving at the Morong family's stone processing yard within a mere 15 minutes. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was not long before Chu Yanran followed closely behind the officers to the scene. Her arrival elicited silent surprise among the onlookers, yet with the police present, no one had the inclination to concern themselves with her. Chu Yanran merely stood at the periphery, smiling serenely, choosing to remain silent. Good day, Mr. Morong. Did you report an incident? Rest assured, I shall assist you in resolving any issues. A middle-aged police officer's face lit up with a sycophantic expression upon seeing Morong Shan. I am the one who made the report. Just as Morong Shan was about to speak, Jiang Cheng emerged from the crowd, his demeanor cold and composed. The middle-aged officer scrutinized Jiang Cheng, frowning in confusion. Jiang Cheng calmly stated, Officer, I am reporting Mrs. Murong for the illegal appropriation of my property valued at 500 million. Jiang Cheng then recounted the events, causing the officer's astonishment to grow with each revelation, his gaze towards Yi Rong becoming increasingly peculiar. It became evident to him that Jiang Cheng had borrowed money from the Murong family to purchase several jade raw stones, ultimately unveiling a piece worth 500 million. And Yi Rong intended to claim it for herself. If true, Yi Rong was indeed culpable of wrongdoing. The middle-aged officer, caught in a dilemma, turned to Murong Shan. Mr. Murong, is there any truth to Mr. Zhang's claims? Yi Rong hastily interjected, Officer, that stone was purchased with my daughter's funds. It rightfully belongs to the Murong family. How could I have committed an offense? Huang Qingya also chimed in, Indeed. Officer, just look at him, dressed in market wares. How could he possibly afford to bid on materials worth millions? He is merely envious of Miss Murong's excellent find and fabricating lies to claim a share. The middle-aged police officer was taken aback to discover that the speaker was none other than Huang Qingya of the Huang family. Huang Xiao, what brings you here? He stammered. I came to observe Miss Murong's stone appraisal. Jiang Cheng interjected, his fist clenched tightly as he perceived the duplicitous expressions on the faces of the two. The officer nodded, acknowledging that both the Murong and Huang families deserve some respect in this matter. At this moment, Yi Rong and Huang Qingya exchanged glances filled with amusement as they regarded Jiang Cheng. Huh, what good will calling the police do? Do you think they would believe the words of a pauper? Lin Zhou and Wang Hao stepped protectively in front of Jiang Cheng, casting cold glares at the police officers. What are you doing? How can you act so indiscriminately? What kind of police are you? The middle-aged officer sneered. What? Are you attempting to resist law enforcement? Do you wish to assault an officer? Murong Shan furrowed his brow, sternly addressing Lin Zhou and Wang Hao. What are you two up to? Don't forget who your employer is. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao bit their lips, saying, We're sorry, Mr. Murong, but we're done. They had witnessed the entire process of Jiang Cheng being bullied, from a stone appraisal to Yi Rong's unjust seizure of the stone, and they were thoroughly disgusted by the merchant's unscrupulous behavior. Lin Zhou felt this deeply. When he was captured by the big gate, Murong Shan distanced himself without a second thought, showing no concern for Lin Zhou's well-being. If it hadn't been for Mr. Jiang risking his safety to bet against Cheng Dong and winning, followed by spending $1 million to settle the matter. Lin Zhou didn't know if he would still be alive. He may not be well-educated, but how could he repay the debt of gratitude for saving his life? Witnessing Jiang Cheng being so humiliated, how could he possibly endure it? Fuming at the middle-aged officer's words, Jiang Cheng felt outrage swell within him. He, the plaintiff, was unjustly turned into the defendant by mere words from Yi Rong and Huang Qingya. Was there no law left? No justice? With such parasites in Qingzhou, it was no wonder Huang Kuan and the B-Gate continued to roam freely. Jiang Cheng promptly retrieved his phone, activated the recording function, and aimed it at the middle-aged officer. Officer, I call the police. Please repeat. How is it that I, the plaintiff, have become the defendant? Kindly provide a reasonable explanation for the people of Longhua. Are the police merely the servants of the wealthy? Do you honor your uniform? Do you honor the citizens of Longhua? The group exchanged glances, their gazes fixed on the middle-aged officer, now hesitant to act. He had not anticipated that Jiang Cheng, seemingly dressed in shabby attire, would prove to be such a thorn in his side. Initially intending to give face to the Murong and Huang families, he found Jiang Cheng to be even more formidable, recording his every action. He was now caught in a dilemma. In this era of rampant connectivity, even a hint of negative publicity could drown him. At that moment, Huang Qingya coldly remarked, Officer, don't be afraid if anything goes awry. My Huang family will support you. We'll vouch for you. Upon hearing Huang Qingya's assurance, the officer secretly breathed a sigh of relief, gritting his teeth and spitting contemptuously. Damn it, how dare you threaten me? Seize that phone. Anyone who resists will be charged with assaulting an officer. Several subordinates gritted their teeth and, steeling themselves, approached Jiang Cheng and his companions. Dare you? Lin Zhou and Wang Hao shouted in unison. Stop. Just as the scene was on the brink of chaos, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was none other than Chu Yanran, who had been quietly standing to the side. The middle-aged police officer gazed at her in confusion, momentarily taken aback. He quickly plastered a smile on his face and approached her. Miss Chu, what brings you here? With a gentle smile, Chu Yanran replied, Officer, you possess quite the authority. I was present at the auction, and Miss Murong explicitly acknowledged that those materials were purchased by Mr. Jiang Cheng. I believe you should inquire with Miss Murong to verify the facts. He could naturally discern that Chu Yanran was advocating for Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Cheng was nothing more than an ordinary person with a collection of trinkets and no discernible background. He could not fathom why Chu Yanran would risk antagonizing the Murong and Huang families for someone so inconsequential. Could it be that Jiang Cheng harbored a more significant, undisclosed background? At this thought, the middle-aged officer broke out in a cold sweat. He was at a loss for what to do. Jiang Cheng stared blankly at Chu Yanran, bewildered by her defense of him. Hadn't he left her with nothing but a lace undergarment at the auction? Logically, she should harbor resentment toward him. Why would she come to his aid? Jiang Cheng was equally perplexed. Chapter 58, The Southwestern Chu Family. The sudden intervention of Chu Yanran left not only others, but even Jiang Cheng himself in a state of bewilderment. He could not grasp why she would assist him. Was it possible due to the competitive relationship between the Chu and Murong families? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? The middle-aged officer glanced at Murong Shan and Huang Qingye, his face a mask of difficulty. This situation felt akin to being placed upon a pyre. He could not offend the Murong or Huang families, yet he could not afford to offend the southwestern Chu family either. If the Murong and Huang families controlled the economic lifeblood of Qingzhou, then the southwestern Chu family could be said to govern the very pulse of the entire southwest. Outwardly, the Qingzhou Chu family appeared to be a nascent clan, but internally, who was unaware that they had the backing of the southwestern military. The Qingzhou Chu family was merely a minor branch of the southwestern Chu family. No mere police officer, nor even the combined might of the Murong, Huang, and Shun families, would dare challenge the southwestern Chu family. Of course, this was a fact no one dared to divulge. The business community could never be privy to such knowledge. Miss Chu, the middle-aged officer faltered. Chu Yanran regarded him with an unruffled smile and said, "What is the matter, officer? Do you require my guidance on how to enforce the law? Very well. Since you seem hesitant, I, Chu Yanran, shall assist you." With that, she took out her phone and made a call. Meanwhile, Huang Qingye, perplexed as to why the middle-aged officer feared Chu Yanran, scowled and angrily remarked, "Miss Chu, what do you mean by this? Are you willing to offend the Murong and Huang families for the sake of an outsider?" Chu Yanran casually cast a glance at the irate Huang Qingye, her countenance still adorned with an unwavering smile. Noticing the police badge number on the middle-aged officer's uniform, she spoke in her phone, saying yes. "The badge number is. It's nothing. Purging the vermin from our ranks is a duty of any ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom." With that, Chu Yanran cheerfully ended the call. Seeing that Chu Yanran paid him no mind, Huang Qingye's facial muscles involuntarily twitched in agitation. He turned to the middle-aged officer, Wang Fuchuan, and remarked, "Officer, do not be afraid. My uncle is Huang Kuan, the deputy director of the Dongxing district branch of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau. Just take Jiang Cheng away. I'll take responsibility if anything goes awry." Huang Kuan? Jiang Cheng frowned. He was taken aback to discover that Huang Kuan belonged to the Huang family. As Huang Qingye continued to stoke the flames, Wang Fuchuan's face turned as dark as coal, his lips twitching in distress. "You take responsibility? What can a mere deputy director do in the face of the Chu family? This scoundrel is leading me to my doom." Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, not out of fear of retaliation from the Huang family, but because he could not afford to expose the Chu family's influence. Wang Fuchuan had heard every word Chu Yanran had spoken into the phone. At this moment, he felt parched, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart sinking to the pit of despair, his clothes drenched without his notice. Within less than half a minute, the middle-aged officer's phone rang. It was a call from Director Xing Tianming. Wang Fuchuan swallowed hard, trembling as he answered, "Hello, Director. This is Wang Fuchuan." Then, a barrage of furious shouts erupted from the other end. "Wang Fuchuan, how dare you, a public servant, engage in corruption? I see no need for you to continue as the team leader. Prepare to face an investigation from the discipline committee." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. "It's over." Wang Fuchuan collapsed on the ground, his face devoid of color. His subordinates looked on, faces ashen, their expressions a complex tapestry of dread, as if they had just survived a cataclysmic disaster. The entire scene felt frozen, enveloped in a suffocating silence. Even Huang Qingye, who had been so vociferous moments ago, fell silent, daring not to utter another word. He had heard every word from Wang Fuchuan's side of the call. One phone call had led to the immediate dismissal of a team leader from the Public Security Bureau. What kind of background does Chu Yanran possess? Could she, like his uncle, have connections at the bureau level? In that moment, Huang Qingye's thoughts became tumultuous. Meanwhile, Murong Shan, who had been passively observing, also lost his composure. He had regarded the Chu family merely as an emerging family and a competitor to his Jiang Cheng group in Qingzhou City. Never did he imagine that the Chu family had ties to the city's public security leadership and other influential connections. It seemed imperative to investigate the Chu family's background thoroughly. After a prolonged silence, Wang Fuchuan gritted his teeth, his face reflecting a resolute determination, and rose to his feet. What now? Yi Rong was taken aback when Wang Fuchuan pointed at her. Seeing several police officers menacingly approaching his wife, Murong Shan quickly stepped in front of Yi Rong, angrily demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Wang Fuchuan replied with righteous severity, "What do you think? I received a report from the public that your wife is suspected of illegally appropriating someone else's property. We need to take her back to the station for questioning." At that moment, Wang Fuchuan had no regard for the Huang or Murong families. All that mattered to him was the Chu family. Murong Shan, his face darkened, retorted coldly, "I dare you to try." Wang Fuchuan, with a stern expression, stood his ground. "What? Mr. Murong, do you intend to obstruct the police in the performance of their duties?" Observing Wang Fuchuan's serious demeanor, Murong Shan glanced at Chu Yanran, then shot a fierce glare at Jiang Cheng. Gritting his teeth, he soon adopted a congenial smile. No, no. Miss Chu, it's all a misunderstanding. How could we possibly engage in illegal activities?" Chu Yanran raised an eyebrow. "Misunderstanding? Uncle Murong, is it truly a misunderstanding?" Murong Shan forced a painfully awkward smile. It's a misunderstanding. These materials belong to Brother Jiang. I was present at the time. The money for the materials was indeed lent to Brother Jiang by my daughter." Jiang Cheng looked at Murong Shan's disingenuous expression with disgust. He coldly remarked, "So, Mr. Murong, when your wife was seizing my property just now, you said nothing, yet now you are so eager to speak the truth. Brother Jiang, let us not escalate this to court. It will be detrimental for both parties. Wouldn't you agree?" He was witnessing the ugly side of commerce. Not swayed by Jiang Cheng's words, Murong Shan hastily nudged his daughter. "Shui, your mother cannot be in trouble. Speak to Jiang Cheng. Let us resolve this amicably, shall we?" Murong Shui bit her crimson lip, her expression filled with conflict. On one side was her mother, on the other was Jiang Cheng. How was she to choose? Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Cheng, observing the silent Murong Shui, sighed inwardly. Addressing Wang Fuchuan, he declared, "All right, officer, I am willing to settle this. Let us drop the matter." Wang Fuchuan felt a wave of relief. Yet he cast a searching glance at Chu Yanran, as if seeking her approval. Chu Yanran smiled lightly. "Since the complainants are willing to settle, officer, I believe we can let this go." After saying this, she took out her phone and made a call. A minute later, Wang Fuchuan hung up after speaking with Xing Tianming, wiping the sweat from his brow as if released from a heavy burden, exhaling deeply. Chu Yanran looked at Wang Fuchuan with a knowing smile. "Officer, do ensure that future law enforcement is just and rigorous." Yes. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Chu. I, Wang Fuchuan, will uphold justice in my duties and serve the people diligently." The farcical episode arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. It was not until the last police officer vanished from sight that Yi Rong finally exhaled in relief, her back drenched in perspiration. Chapter 59. Earning 7 billion. The Murong family regrets profoundly. Murong Shan, wearing a beaming smile, cautiously inquired of Chu Yanran. "Yanran, may I ask whom you called just now?" "Chu Dandan Boinget Innocenti." "Did I? I don't recall making a call." Murong Shan's brow was knitted tightly, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Everyone present was not deaf. They were well aware of whether Chu Yanran had made a call or not. It was as if nothing had been said, yet everything had been implied. However, since Chu Yanran remained reticent, Murong Shan had no choice but to refrain from further inquiries. Just as he contemplated speaking again, he observed Chu Yanran smiling brightly at Jiang Cheng and inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, might you be willing to part with that piece you just unveiled?" Jiang Cheng responded with a smile and a nod. "Of course, I am a businessman. Having unveiled a good piece, I naturally wish to sell it for a fair price. If Miss Chu is interested, I will be happy to let it go." Had it not been for Chu Yanran's assistance today, even with a police report, his material would have fallen into the hands of the Murong family. After enduring the rigors of the auction, employing wit and strategy, he could not bear the thought of having his efforts thwarted by the Murong family. He had already declared that his collaboration with them was at an end. Henceforth, the Murong family could forget about acquiring any piece from him, Jiang Cheng. Had it not been for Murong Shui, he would not have intervened when Wang Fuchuan attempted to take away Yi Rong. A faint smile graced Chu Yanran's lips as she extended her hand to Jiang Cheng. declaring, "To a fruitful collaboration." Observing the amicable handshake between Jiang Cheng and Chu Yanran, Murong Shui felt as though her heart had been dealt a heavy blow. It was as if something was lodged in her throat, constricting her breath. Given the current circumstances, she felt too ashamed to request anything from Jiang Cheng. If it had not been for her mother's selfish desire to claim that piece for herself, the coveted imperial green, valued at 500 million, would have been hers. With just a bit of promotion and transformation into a finished product, she could easily have earned an additional 5 or 600 million. But now, not only had she lost her prized piece, which was to be the cornerstone of her brand in a month's time, but her capital for establishing her jewelry brand's reputation had vanished entirely. Moreover, all that should have rightfully belonged to her would now fall into the hands of her rival, Chu Yanran. Most critically, she had irrevocably lost Jiang Cheng's trust. Perceiving the despondency in Murong Shui's eyes, Huang Qingye approached with a smile, offering consolation. "Shui, do not fret. Is it merely imperial green? My Huang family has an abundance of fine materials. I will certainly assist you in finding a top-notch piece." He relished the discord between Jiang Cheng and the Murong family. Murong Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shot a fierce glare at Huang Qingye, choosing silence as she turned on her heel and departed. "Shui, where are you going? Wait for me." Huang Qingye hurried after her, while the middle-aged Taoist cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Cheng before following suit. In mere moments, the three figures faded from sight. Murong Shan, witnessing the once coveted imperial green now in Chu Yanran's possession, felt as though his heart were bleeding. This incident had cost him at least 400 or 500 million. While monetary loss was not insurmountable, it had catapulted his rival, the Chu family, into a position of advantage. Truly, it was a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the grain. His gaze turned towards his wife, Yi Rong, filled with a sharp intensity. "Mr. Jiang," Chu Yanran continued, "you have 3 pieces remaining uncut. Shall we proceed with all of them today? If there are good materials, I, Chu Yanran, shall take them all." Jiang Cheng chuckled and nodded in agreement. He was troubled by the potential fallout with the Murong family, knowing that no one could possibly absorb the precious materials in his possession. He was acutely aware of their worth, each piece being highly valuable. In all of Qingzhou, few could afford to purchase them outright. Yet, Chu Yanran was an exception. A woman who could casually spend 180 million to secure the top bid surely lacked for nothing financially. Instead of laboriously seeking other buyers, it would be far more prudent to sell all the materials to Chu Yanran in one go. After all, she had assisted him once before. It would be only fitting to repay that kindness. "No problem." Chu Yanran turned to Murong Shan and said, "Uncle Murong, may I borrow your jade cutting machine to process a few pieces?" "Of course, no problem at all." Although Murong Shan wore a congenial expression, he internally lamented. Chu Yanran gestured to a few men who resembled workers, and they approached the jade cutting machine to begin processing the remaining 4 pieces of Jiang Cheng's materials. Jiang Cheng, relying on his understanding of the material's properties, meticulously explained the cutting techniques required. Some pieces could be simply polished and extracted, while others required more intricate cutting. In no time, 3 cutting machines roared to life. After approximately 40 minutes, as the exquisite materials were revealed before everyone, astonishment swept through the crowd. Each piece was a remarkable find, albeit not as valuable as the imperial green, yet still fetching prices in the multi-million range. Jiang Cheng's fortune was simply extraordinary. At that moment, Chu Yanran could hardly contain her excitement, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She had not anticipated that Jiang Cheng would bring her such delightful surprises. Her eyes sparkled, and her body trembled slightly with exhilaration. Was Jiang Cheng's luck truly so otherworldly? No. Upon reflection, Jiang Cheng was undeniably the greatest, if not the sole victor of that auction. All the premium materials had been acquired by him. This couldn't merely be attributed to luck. She began to suspect that Jiang Cheng possessed greater skill than even her master. The frustration of losing nearly 200 million evaporated in an instant. With these 4 pieces, she could confidently expect to earn 500 to 600 million. If everything was managed well, 800 million was well within reach. She truly had to thank the Murong family for their blunder. Otherwise, such a colossal opportunity would have slipped through her fingers. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman approached Chu Yanran and softly remarked, "Miss, I have roughly estimated that the total value of these 4 pieces should not be less than 700 million. Upon hearing this figure, Murong Shan felt a sharp pang in his heart, overwhelmed by despair. Subtracting the 700 million in costs, Chu Yanran stood to earn at least 7 to 800 million from this venture. If not for his own greed, that profit would have been his. Now, due to a fleeting moment of avarice, he faced the loss of 7 to 800 million. Who could bear such a burden? Yi Rong's face had turned the color of liver, filled with regret. It was her greed, her desire to claim the imperial green for herself, that had led to this misstep. Not only had she lost the imperial green, but she had also incurred a staggering loss of 7 to 800 million. Yi Rong felt as though she had swallowed a fly, the discomfort unbearable. Most critically, these materials have all fallen into the hands of the opponent, Chu Yanran. With this wave of top-tier resources, the gap between the Chu family and the Murong family in the jewelry and jade industry has significantly narrowed. Chu Yanran gazed deeply at Jiang Cheng, saying, "Mr. Jiang, 7 billion is indeed an exorbitant amount. I cannot produce such a sum at once. How about this? I can provide you with 3 billion initially, and I shall repay the remaining 4 billion over the course of a year. Naturally, the interest will be calculated separately." "That works," Jiang Cheng replied, not one to be overly formal. It is exceedingly rare to find someone in Qingzhou capable of readily mobilizing 7 billion in liquid assets. Jiang Cheng already felt fortunate to have successfully sold the items. Unable to conceal her excitement, Chu Yanran requested a bank card from Jiang Cheng and made a phone call. Before long, 3 billion had been transferred to Jiang Cheng's mobile account. "Mr. Jiang, I have already notified the bank. Whenever you are free, you may go and collect a new card." "Thank you," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the message confirming the transfer of 3 billion. He wished to say more, but could only muster a simple thank you. Had it not been for Chu Yanran's unexpected appearance and her timely intervention on his behalf, this sum would likely have already landed in the hands of the Murong family. Without Chu Yanran, how could a mere small fry like him contend against the combined forces of the Murong and Huang families? Regardless of whether Chu Yanran had ulterior motives for helping him, Jiang Cheng would forever be grateful for this significant favor. With a gentle smile, Chu Yanran inquired, "Mr. Jiang, may I invite you to dinner? I just so happen to have instructed my staff to prepare the contract." "Certainly." Chapter 60. Even thieves have their code, let alone gentlemen. "Mr. Murong, I, Jiang Cheng, am not one to be ungrateful. Your Murong family lent me 25.05 million. I promise to repay you with 30 million, and I shall not go back on my word." As he gazed at the notification of 30 million arriving on his phone, Murong Shan's lips involuntarily twitched. His expression darkened considerably. It was a profound humiliation, especially when Jiang Cheng mentioned gratitude. Beside him, Yi Rong gritted her teeth in fury, feeling as though her face had been slapped hard. 5 million is but a trifling sum for the Murong family. Yet, Jiang Cheng aimed to deliver a resounding slap to the Murong family's face with his 5 million. Having said this, Jiang Cheng and Chu Yanran exited the stone appraisal venue. Lin Zhou and Wang Hao followed closely behind. Lu Weiming stared intently at the retreating figures of the two, letting out a long sigh. His gaze filled with complexity as he looked at Murong Shan. "Xiao Shan, for a piece of imperial green, your Murong family truly has no shame. Even if you purchase it for 500 million, you could at least stand to make 6 or 700 million. By doing this, you have completely lost face. Greed leads to folly. Mr. Murong, Mrs. Murong, I, Lu Weiming, have grown weary and have no energy left to manage your family's affairs. I simply wish to tend to my antique shop and retire in peace. Henceforth, take care." With that, Lu Weiming shook his head and exited the stone appraisal venue. Upon hearing this, Murong Shan was utterly distraught. The Lu elder had been working for the Murong family since his father's generation, and through his keen eye and expertise, the Murong family had rapidly risen from a small clan to become the largest jewelry brand and antique dealer in Qingzhou. The group's assets have surpassed 10 billion. Lu Weiming, an elder of the Murong family, is rightly regarded as the cornerstone of their legacy. The Murong family's business in jade, jewelry, and antiques would never have reached its current scale without Lu Weiming's steadfast presence. Yet, now, due to a moment of greed, even he has been left disillusioned. At this thought, regret gnawed at Murong Shan's insides. Hurriedly, he urged with utmost respect, "Elder Lu, you have watched me grow. You are my elder. The Murong family cannot exist without you. Xiao Shang, this shall be the last time I call you that. Allow me to impart a thought. Even thieves have their principles, let alone a gentleman." Lu Weiming patted Murong Shan on the shoulder, his gaze piercing, before he strode out of the stone-cutting site. Even thieves have their principles. Murong Shan felt as though a foreign object lodged in his chest, heavy and suffocating. Indeed, Even a thief adheres to a code of conduct. How much more should a businessman? A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through honorable means. Lu Weiming's utterance revealed the deep disappointment he harbored within. Murong Shan felt himself to be inferior to even a thief. A bitter smile escaped Murong Shan's lips, and the spark in his eyes dimmed instantly, as if he had aged a decade in that fleeting moment. "Husband, are you all right?" Yi Rong's heart tightened at the sight of Murong Shan's state. The atmosphere in the stone-cutting site was palpably tense, with the stone-cutting craftsmen exchanging glances, too afraid to utter a word. After a lengthy pause, Murong Shan finally exhaled deeply, instantly concealing his despondency, and beckoned to the old steward, Su Ping. "Master." A glint of determination flickered in Murong Shan's eyes. "Uncle Ping, thoroughly investigate who disclosed the stone-cutting information to Chu Yinjin. Find this person and silence them." "Understood." Su Ping nodded, his expression unwavering. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was seated in Chu Yinjin's Rolls-Royce Phantom, en route to a five-star restaurant, when his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was Gu Zhixia. As soon as the call connected, Gu Zhixia's anxious voice came through. "Brother Cheng, it's bad. We are surrounded. Xiao Shu has been attacked." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's anger flared. "Where are you now?" "At the Wanfu stone-cutting site." "Call the police. I will arrive immediately." After hanging up, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened ominously. Just as he contemplated what to say to Chu Yinjin, she interrupted with a command to the driver. "Xiao Wang, to the Wanfu stone-cutting site." Jiang Cheng gazed at Chu Yinjin with a complex expression, gratitude evident in his demeanor. "Thank you, Miss Chu." Chu Yinjin merely smiled gently, choosing not to respond. 15 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the Wanfu stone-cutting site. Jiang Cheng hastily exited the vehicle, spotting a crowd gathered in the open area. It was entirely composed of workers from a stone-cutting site. From afar, he could hear the cacophony of a heated argument. "Step aside. Clear the way," came Qin Xiaoshu's furious roar. "Not a chance. Qin Xiaoshu, your heart has grown dark. We have been old colleagues and friends with Jiang Cheng for years. How could you turn against us just because you have come into wealth? You have taken over the quarry and dismissed us, leaving us without work. How do you expect us to survive? Indeed, we are all breadwinners, relying solely on the wages from this quarry to support our families. If we are not compensated with 100,000 each today, no one shall leave." Jiang Cheng pushed through the crowd, entering the fray. Listening to the myriad voices around him, his countenance darkening significantly. "Jiang Cheng is here. Jiang Cheng is here." A worker, upon spotting Jiang Cheng, shouted with fervor. In an instant, the entire quarry erupted in commotion, parting to create a path for him. Before long, Jiang Cheng found himself in the center of the throng, spotting Qin Xiaoshu and the visibly anxious Gu Zhixia. Standing beside them was a young and beautiful woman, Zheng Wanfu's daughter, Zheng Xinxin. "Are you both unhurt?" "Xiaoshu, Zhixia." Jiang Cheng inquired with genuine concern, scrutinizing Qin Xiaoshu and Gu Zhixia. Gu Zhixia shook her head, and upon seeing Jiang Cheng, the pallor of her face regained some color, a silent sigh of relief escaping her lips. Qin Xiaoshu spat vehemently, retorting, "I'm fine. Just received a few kicks from Lao Lu." Seeing Qin Xiaoshu still lively enough to joke around, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged man stepped forward. Jiang Cheng recognized him as Song Lao San, a fellow worker from the quarry. "Jiang Cheng, we've known each other for 4 or 5 years. We're old colleagues and friends. You allowed Qin Xiaoshu to take over this quarry and dismissed us without a word. Have you forgotten your roots? Forgotten about us? Your old colleagues?" A worker echoed, "Yes. Jiang Cheng, we are all laborers with families relying on our wages. Dismissing us without reason is utterly immoral." "Exactly. At our age, losing our jobs leaves us with no means to survive. Either you retain us or compensate us with 10,000 for severance." As these words were spoken, the workers erupted in fervent agreement, the entire quarry buzzing with agitation. Each individual clutched their tools tightly, ready to stand their ground if no compensation was offered. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoshu spat in contempt, confronting the most vociferous worker with indignation. "Ha! Compensation? How dare you ask for 10,000? Have you no shame? You were dismissed by Zheng Xinxin. What does that have to do with us? If you seek severance pay, you should demand it from Zheng Xinxin. If you continue to cause a ruckus, I will sue you for extortion." Upon hearing Qin Xiaoshu's fierce rebuke, several workers bristled with displeasure, their expressions hardening. Eyes filled with hostility, Gu Zhixia whispered to the side, "Brother Cheng, before taking over the quarry, I made it clear to Zheng Xinxin that we only require the venue. and the workers' aftermath would be handled by her. Jiang Cheng nodded, beginning to piece together the events that had transpired. Anger surged within him. At that moment, Song Laosan stepped forward, stating, Jiang Cheng, you know we never signed labor contracts with Zheng Wanfu. He has lost his mind and discarded us. As the new owner, you must provide us with an explanation. Yes, we demand an explanation. Without compensation, no one is leaving this place today. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoshu was filled with fury. He retorted angrily, Song Laosan, does the fact that Zheng Wanfu did not sign a labor contract with you have anything to do with us? Have we wronged you in any way? Do you possess even a shred of conscience when you utter such words? Song Laosan, with a fierce demeanor, shot back. I care not for your excuses. You're the new bosses. We have lost our jobs, and you must either retain us or provide us with compensation. Make your choice. Gu Zhixia furrowed her brow and declared loudly, according to Article 47 of the Labor Contract Law of Longhua, if the new company takes over the old one, and the original employees were dismissed by the old company prior to the takeover, all compensation matters fall to the previous employer. Should the new company wish to retain the original employees, new labor contracts must be signed, with appropriate remuneration provided. If the new company opts not to hire the former employees, they're indeed obligated to compensate them in accordance with certain stipulations. However, the fundamental premise for any compensation is that the original employees must have had a labor contract with the old company. Qin Xiaoshu vehemently agreed. Did you hear that? You and Zheng Wanfu have no labor contracts, and we have made it abundantly clear that you were dismissed before we took over. Why should we owe you any compensation? In truth, these workers had long been dismissed by Zheng Xinxin. However, it was unclear who leaked the information. But as soon as Qin Xiaoshu and Gu Zhixia completed the transfer contract and made the payment, these workers emerged, surrounding them and clamoring for compensation, insisting that no one could leave without it. Frustrated, Qin Xiaoshu had a brief scuffle with a few workers, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, it escalated only to a few kicks exchanged. What do I care for your legal contracts? Today, if you do not compensate us, no one leaves. Indeed, Jiang Cheng, you have struck it rich, with fortunes in the millions. Do you truly care for our meager compensation? We have worked together for 4 to 5 years. Can you bear to let us starve? Jiang Cheng, you have also faced unemployment. Cannot you empathize with our plight? One must possess a conscience. We have lost our jobs, and at our age, finding new employment is nearly impossible. Cannot you show a bit of kindness? The more Jiang Cheng listened, the more his anger boiled. This group had some nerve. Such moral coercion. Qin Xiaoshu seized a nearby shovel and slammed it onto the ground. Shouting, damn, you dare to speak? When Jiang Cheng was injured and manipulated by Zheng Wanfu, who among you offered a hand? You all sat in the shade, enjoying ice cream, chatting away, pointing fingers. Who of you cared for Jiang Cheng? With a firm grip on the shovel's handle, Qin Xiaoshu stood resolute, exuding an aura of defiance that intimidated the crowd. His fierce expression genuinely startled everyone present. Song Laosan cast a complex glance at Zheng Xinxin, as if seeking guidance on what to do next. Jiang Cheng squinted, immediately noticing the exchange, and a cold smile crept across his lips. It is surmised that the sudden appearance of this group of workers is the handiwork of Zheng Xinxin. If compensation is to be sought, it should be from Zheng family, not from Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Lin Zhou and Wang Hao pushed through the crowd and approached Jiang Cheng, inquiring, Mr. Jiang, do you require assistance? Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, stating no need. He then deliberately raised his voice towards Zheng Xinxin, saying, Miss Zheng, did we not come to an agreement last night? I generously provided you with an additional 1 million as compensation for the workers. Have you perhaps kept this sum for yourself? That would be rather unscrupulous, wouldn't it? What, 1 million? The atmosphere became instantly chaotic. Gu Zhixia and Qin Xiaoshu exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by when Jiang Cheng had granted Zheng Xinxin an extra million. Zheng Xinxin, who had been secretly reveling in her good fortune, was now visibly flustered. She retorted angrily, Jiang Cheng, do not speak nonsense. When did you transfer me an additional million? Jiang Cheng feigned indignation, exclaiming, Oh, Zheng Xinxin, I secretly transferred you 1 million last night for the workers, not even letting Xiaoshu know, and now you deny it? Look, I have a transaction record right here. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng theatrically took out his phone, opened the banking transaction history, and displayed the record of the 1 million transferred to Cheng Dong the previous night to the crowd. A throng of workers rushed forward, scrutinizing the smartphone screen. Indeed, there was a record of a 1 million transfer, but it simply showed the bank account number without any name attached. Because Jiang Cheng spoke with such conviction, coupled with the enormity of the amount, human nature's greed prevailed. They preferred to believe that Jiang Cheng had indeed shown benevolence in providing them with 1 million in compensation rather than that he was deceiving them. Regardless of their ultimate belief, all the workers began to suspect that Jiang Xinxin had secretly pocketed that million. Once doubt arose, Jiang Cheng's objective was achieved. This was the effect Jiang Cheng desired. If Jiang Xinxin was ungracious, then Jiang Cheng had no reason to be polite. He retaliated in kind, shifting the conflict back onto Jiang Xinxin and the workers. 1 million. Upon further inspection, it truly was 1 million. If Jiang Cheng had no transaction record, it could be dismissed, but with the evidence clearly before their eyes, how could it be false? The entire stone processing site erupted in uproar. Little did they know that this 1 million was actually compensation Jiang Cheng had paid to Cheng Dong to rescue Lin Dan the night before. At that time, Jiang Cheng had been reluctant and begrudging, even collaborating with Qian Duo to take revenge on Cheng Dong. Ironically, this sum had fortuitously transformed into a card in his hand today. It was indeed a dramatic turn of events. One worker glared at Jiang Xinxin with fury, exclaiming, "Damn you, Jiang Xinxin, do you have no conscience? You accepted 1 million and yet secretly kept it for yourself. We have toiled for your father here for over a decade, and though we may lack merit, we have certainly endured hardships. He has not even provided us with a labor contract. Indeed, when trouble arises, you simply kick us aside. The Jiang family are all deceitful like Zhou Bapi. We were foolish enough to believe your lies, only to create difficulties for Jiang Cheng. You are truly insidious. Your father's madness is well-deserved. It is not but retribution. With such a black heart, be cautious of being struck by a vehicle when you step outside. Return our compensation. Return our compensation. Damn it, a family of heartless scoundrels. Why waste words on her? Just beat her." Chu Yinran narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at her lips, watching all of this with great interest. Chapter 62. The Self-Deceiving Hatred. Suddenly, the workers erupted in fury, clamoring to beat Jiang Xinxin. The scene descended into chaos. Fortunately, the police arrived promptly, preventing the workers' retaliation and stabilizing the situation. At that moment, Jiang Xinxin's face was extremely pale, evidently frightened by the earlier scene. She had spent 10,000 yuan to have Song Laosan deliberately spread the word among the dismissed workers that Jiang Cheng was poised to take over the stone quarry. Furthermore, she signaled to Song Laosan to convey that those who cause a ruckus would receive compensation from Jiang Cheng. Of course, this was a lie, but what of it? Sometimes rumors are more convincing than the truth. People are often more inclined to believe news that benefits them. As former workers of the Wanfu stone quarry, they had been dismissed, losing their jobs, and had not received a single cent in compensation. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, whom they once derided and deemed inferior, had now become a millionaire and taken over the quarry, becoming his own boss. Especially since Jiang Cheng had amassed his wealth through the fortune of gambling on stones. It only deepened their sense of injustice. Was it merely good luck? They all came from humble beginnings. What was so remarkable about it? Had they been fortunate? Wouldn't they be the ones worth millions now? Amidst this vast disparity, resentment and jealousy naturally brewed within these workers. Thus, the conflict arose. Moreover, it was an irreconcilable conflict. This was a discord among the same class. Human nature is such, people tend to envy those of similar status rather than the world's wealthiest. The disparity between the two classes is simply not comparable. This is the truth. Jiang Xinxin deliberately intensified the conflict between Jiang Cheng and the workers. If Jiang Cheng was unwilling to pay compensation without cause, it would naturally lead to conflict, possibly escalating into violence. She aimed to create trouble for Jiang Cheng through the workers, hoping for the situation to spiral out of control, potentially injuring him. Initially, everything seemed to unfold according to her design. However, who could have predicted that Jiang Cheng would effortlessly defuse the crisis with just a few words upon his arrival? He even diverted the blame onto himself, shifting the conflict away from the workers. Jiang Xinxin seethed with resentment, her eyes brimming with hatred. In the end, it was all based on lies. None of the workers sought to investigate whether Jiang Cheng had actually transferred 1 million to her. They preferred to believe that he had compensated them with an additional 1 million. For in doing so, they could strive for greater benefits. Even if Jiang Cheng's words were mere fabrications, no one seemed to care. Moreover, he possessed 1 million in transaction records. Given that Jiang Cheng had already compensated them, there was no longer any need for them to target him. They would rather believe that Jiang Xinxin had secretly pocketed that 1 million. Jiang Cheng was naturally indifferent to the resentment directed towards Jiang Xinxin. Long before he was toyed with by Zheng Wanfu that fateful afternoon, he had already seen through the facade. The more honest one is, the more others will take advantage and belittle them. From that moment, he resolved not to be a lowly creature that anyone could kick around. He aspired to be a wolf. Anyone who dared to humiliate him or his family and friends would face nothing but his menacing fangs. Jiang Cheng understood that Zheng Xinxin's actions were merely an attempt to attribute her father Zheng Wanfu's sudden madness to him. He had no desire to defend himself. When he went to the stone yard to gamble on stones, he did not haggle over Zheng Wanfu's exorbitant demands. He felt that he had indeed ruined a whole truckload of Zheng Wanfu's materials, and he didn't mind being intentionally deceived by him. He believed that this way, they were even. Interestingly, because of Jiang Cheng, Zheng Wanfu had earned over 300,000 that night. Was he not satisfied with such a windfall? What more could Jiang Cheng say? Human greed is insatiable. If one becomes envious of another's fortune and gambles away an entire warehouse of raw stones only to have them ruined, losing one's sanity and blaming someone else, who could he fault? Zheng Xinxin's hatred and schemes against him were utterly illogical. It was not Jiang Cheng who drove her father mad, but rather her own greed and jealousy. He bore no blame. Before departing, Zheng Xinxin cast a fierce glance at Jiang Cheng, tears welling in her eyes as she venomously declared, "Jiang Cheng, you drove my father insane and caused our stone yard to go bankrupt. I, Zheng Xinxin, will not let you off the hook." Jiang Cheng replied with a cold smile, "Zheng Xinxin, stop deluding yourself. It was your father's own greed and jealousy that drove him mad." His chilling words struck like a bomb, instantly obliterating the last vestige of defense within Zheng Xinxin's heart. How could she not realize that she was deceiving herself, that her father's madness had nothing to do with Jiang Cheng? Yet, she was unwilling to accept this truth. With her mother deceased and her father insane, the two people closest to her had met tragic fates. Her situation was desolate, while Jiang Cheng, whom she had once scorned, was now thriving. The stark contrast was unbearable for her. Only through her hatred for Jiang Cheng could she find meaning in her existence. As she gradually faded from view, Jiang Cheng's expression grew complex. After a long sigh, he retrieved his phone and transferred 20 million to Gu Zhixia. Jiang Cheng was no saint. While he could assist Gu Zhixia, he would not do so without reason. What he valued was her intellect and capability. Although 20 million was not an exorbitant sum, it was sufficient as seed capital. Whether Gu Zhixia could utilize this money to create greater wealth and prove that his assistance was worthwhile remained to be seen. Gu Zhixia stared blankly at her mobile banking app, her heart racing as she saw the 2 million credited to her account. Tears welled in her eyes, and she nodded solemnly. Despite Jiang Cheng's cold demeanor, one could not deny that this substantial sum had alleviated all her troubles. What could she possibly say in response to a man who could so effortlessly offer her 2 million? All she could do was dedicate herself to repaying Jiang Cheng's immense kindness. Qin Xiao Shu, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth, Qingzi? In just one day, what have you done for him to pull out 2 million so casually? This was a question Gu Zhixia found herself pondering as well. How had Jiang Cheng suddenly come into such wealth? At that moment, Chu Yan, who had been silently observing everything, approached with a smile and elucidated, "It's nothing much. Jiang Cheng made a fortune of 700 million by selling a few pieces of material in Rui Li." "What? 700 million? Qin Xiao Shu and Gu Zhixia instinctively gulped, feeling parched and their minds buzzing. Their hearts were tumultuous with disbelief. With a twinkle in his eye, Qin Xiao Shu asked, "Chengzi, is this truly the case?" Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly, replying, "Of course, it's true. Those pieces were sold to Miss Chu." At this revelation, Gu Zhixia and Qin Xiao Shu regarded the ethereal beauty of Chu Yan with newfound appreciation. Chapter 63. The money I earned will always be half yours. A farcical incident unfolded swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Initially, Qin Xiao Shu had intended to exaggerate the matter of being wronged to the police seeking vengeance. However, Jiang Cheng intervened decisively, suggesting that Zheng Xian and her group of workers should handle it themselves, advising that they better not get involved any further. Since Jiang Cheng and the others had remained silent and did not directly partake in the conflict, the police merely inquired about the situation before escorting the disruptive workers and Zheng Xian away. Once the officers departed, Jiang Cheng took it upon himself to introduce Chu Yan to the two. As Qin Xiao Shu gazed at the enchanting Chu Yan, he found himself entranced by her beauty. She was simply breathtaking. Gu Zhixia, captivated by Chu Yan's exquisite features, bit her lip, her eyes flickering as she lowered her gaze. Chu Yan had intended to invite Jiang Cheng and the others to lunch to discuss their collaboration. But her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, her expression darkened. What? Detained? Fine. I will be there immediately. Mr. Jiang, I will have my secretary draft the contract, and we can arrange a time to discuss the specifics. I've already informed the bank. Just mention your name when you collect the card. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave now. Though Jiang Cheng was curious, he opted not to pry further, simply nodding in agreement. Chu Yan ran bid farewell to Jiang Cheng and the others, hastily departing from the quarry. Qin Xiao Shu, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Chengzi, why did you secretly grant Jiang Xin an extra 1 million in compensation? Legally and morally, we are under no obligation to pay this. Have you forgotten how those people treated you? Guji Xia, observing the somewhat irate Qin Xiao Shu, could not help but stifle a laugh, saying, Xiao Shu, can you not see that Brother Cheng is deceiving them? How could he possibly give Jiang Xin 1 million? Qin Xiao Shu tilted her head, a large question mark appearing on her forehead. Ji Xiao, what do you mean? Utterly confused. Gu Ji Xiao replied with a smile, we just signed a contract. And then that group of workers came straight over, specifically asking Jiang Cheng for compensation. Don't you find this situation too coincidental and swift? Qin Xiao Shu clicked her tongue, pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening as she spat out in indignation. I thought so. Jiang Xin mysteriously left before signing the contract for quite a while. Turns out she was making calls to rally support. How cunning. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Jiang Xin tricked me once, and I've returned the favor. We are even now. Enough of that. Jiang Xin is currently overwhelmed. As long as she refrains from any further antics, we can consider this matter settled. Qin Xiao Shu nodded, somewhat discontent, yet still unable to swallow her frustration. Jiang Cheng then inquired, by the way, Xiao Shu, how much did you pay to take over this venue? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao Shu's face instantly lit up with pride, an 800 square meter warehouse, along with 5 stone-cutting machines and metal shelves. All for a bundle price of 800,000. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. This is the suburbs, even including the cost of the shelves. An annual rent of 800,000 is definitely a ripoff. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Gu Jixia and Qin Xiao Shu exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Gu Jixia, with utmost seriousness, corrected him, Brother Cheng, it is not 800,000 in annual rent. Rather, it is an outright purchase. What? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. If it was an outright purchase for 800,000, that was a tremendous bargain. However, he soon remembered something and felt a wave of concern. Jiang Xin was no fool. Selling the venue at such a low price surely had ulterior motives. To be frank, the temptation of acquiring an 800 square meter warehouse for 800,000 was hard to resist. Was it merely to facilitate the smooth takeover of this stone-cutting venue and implement subsequent plans? But could it really be that simple? After pondering for a long while, Jiang Cheng could not fathom Jiang Xin's true intentions. Noticing Jiang Cheng's look of uncertainty, Qin Xiao Shu pointed to a nearby mountain of raw stone waste, saying with a smile, Brother Cheng, look at that pile of waste. It's all from Zheng Wan Fu's cutting. I didn't clarify over the phone, but among them, there's a batch of materials that came from another venue, and Zheng Wan Fu foolishly cut through all of it. The owners from the other venue caught wind of it and visited Zheng Wan Fu's home several times demanding compensation. Jiang Xin, not being well-versed in the raw stone business, realized the warehouse was of no use, which is why she hurriedly sold it at a low price to compensate for that batch. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Cheng found this explanation somewhat plausible. Yet, an inexplicable feeling of unease lingered within him. However, he chose not to elaborate further. Turning to Lin Zhou and Wang Hao, he asked Lin Zhou, Wang Hao, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Zhou and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, appearing somewhat bewildered. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, you are all aware that I'm currently engaged in jade rough stone dealings and may even travel to Flower Country to select materials. Therefore, I need to find capable and trustworthy individuals to assist me. How about you join me? Lin Zhou quickly shook his head and replied, no, Mr. Jiang. I still owe you 1 million. We are just ordinary men, having served in the military for several years. While we possess decent skills, we're not adept at much else. I can see that you are a person of great ambition, so my brother and I will follow you from now on. Seeing Jiang Cheng's insistence, Lin Zhou and Wang Hao had no choice but to nod silently. All right, boss. You can call me Orange, and I shall refer to you as Brother Zhou and Brother Hao. All right, boss. Jiang Cheng responded with a smile. At that moment, Qin Xiaoshu was quietly chuckling to himself. Just then, Gu Zhixiao's phone rang. It was a call from the hospital, informing her that the surgical plan had been finalized and requesting her to come in to sign for confirmation. Gu Zhixia quickly agreed and, after bidding farewell to Jiang Cheng, hurriedly left. However, Jiang Cheng called out to her, turning to Wang Hao and instructing Brother Hao accompany Zhixia. Keep an eye out for any suspicious strangers and ensure her safety. Gu Zhixiao understood that Jiang Cheng was referring to the group led by Chun Hu, who engaged in loan sharking, and she did not refuse any longer, heading to the hospital with Wang Hao. After the two departed, Qin Xiaoshu looked at Jiang Cheng with a beaming smile and said, Orange, being in real estate sales is quite stifling. Next time you gamble on stones, take me along, won't you? Qin Xiaoshu was eager to make a fortune, especially after hearing that Jiang Cheng had earned 700 million from stone gambling in a single day, which made him even more impatient. Jiang Cheng chuckled and replied, Xiaoshu, did we not agree that we would start a company together? The money I earn will always be half yours. Qin Xiaoshu was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's words. Orange. What do you mean? Xiaoshu, when my mother fell ill, our family was completely drained of resources. All those relatives back home, I pleaded with, turned their backs on me, as if I were a plague. If it weren't for your father lending me 20,000, my mother wouldn't have made it through those days. After his adoptive father passed away, his adoptive mother fell into deep sorrow and was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He had sought help from all his relatives back home, yet none were willing to assist. If it hadn't been for Qin Xiaoshu's father lending him 20,000, his mother wouldn't have survived a month. Jiang Cheng patted Qin Xiaoshu's shoulder and comforted him. Though my mother ultimately passed away, I will forever remember the great kindness your family has shown ours. Enough of that. Let us go for a meal first. I will head to the bank to retrieve a card shortly. Afterwards, we should purchase a few vehicles. It always feels inconvenient to go anywhere without a car. Chapter 64. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. Qin Xiaoshu was deeply moved by Jiang Cheng's words. Orange, to be honest, that night when I gambled on stones, I merely borrowed 30,000 from you. Your earnings are your own merit and have nothing to do with me. There is no reason for me to claim half. Yet, you generously gave me 200,000, which already weighs heavily on my conscience. Now that you are making money, how could I still shamelessly claim half when I have contributed nothing? Besides, I don't possess any remarkable skills. If you give me too much money, I wouldn't know how to guard it. Didn't you mention wanting to start a company? I casually considered taking on a minor leadership role, as long as it came with a salary. Upon realizing Jiang Cheng's newfound wealth, the reactions of Mu Rongshan and Qin Xiaoshu were starkly contrasting. The caliber of an individual is truly independent of their financial standing. This is a significant reason why Jiang Cheng regarded Qin Xiaoshu as a lifelong brother. Jiang Cheng smiled, reflecting on how Qin Xiaoshu was not a greedy person. It was entirely normal for him to feel unaccustomed to suddenly receiving a large sum of money. After some contemplation, he decided to transfer 20 million to Qin Xiaoshu. Done. Once the profits are in at the end of the year, we will settle the dividends. I'll send you 2 million now, and should you require more in the future, just let me know. After all, there was no shortage of funds at the moment. If Qin Xiaoshu needed anything, he could simply ask. Jiang Cheng would always reserve a share for him. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoshu accepted the offer, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Jiang Cheng. The three of them casually found a restaurant for lunch, and then took a cab straight to the largest automotive city in Qingzhou, Tiantong International Auto City. Situated in the southern district of Qingzhou, it is a vast automotive complex, home to a myriad of dealerships featuring various brands, including many top-tier luxury car brands. Upon entering the showroom, Jiang Cheng was pleasantly surprised not to encounter any mockery or disdain from the sales staff. Having read numerous stories filled with arrogance, he found himself momentarily disoriented. A charming and elegant saleswoman, clad in a sleek black business suit and high heels, approached them enthusiastically, introducing the diverse array of vehicles on display. Her voice was melodious and her demeanor warm. The alluring curvature of her figure even made Qin Xiaoshu involuntarily smile, with a mysterious arc at the corners of his mouth. After meandering through the showroom for quite some time, they were almost dazzled by the plethora of choices. The saleswoman exhibited no signs of impatience. They had never experienced such meticulous and attentive service before. They couldn't help but marvel at the perks of wealth. Jiang Cheng, however, did not harbor a fervent desire for top-tier supercars. He initially intended to purchase 2 or 3 mid-range vehicles for convenience. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the saleswoman's gentle persuasion and enthusiastic recommendations, ultimately succumbing to the allure of a sleek black Mercedes-Benz. However, once seated, he found it nearly impossible to move. As he caressed the exquisitely textured steering wheel, he became increasingly enamored with it. In the back seat, Qin Xiaoshu, much like a child in a candy store, explored every inch of the car, his eyes sparkling with delight. It is often said that a man's heart always harbors a dream of a grand vehicle, and that adage rang true in this moment. The saleswoman smiled and remarked, "Sir, it seems you have taken quite a liking to this vehicle. If you are genuinely interested, you should act swiftly, as our dealership has only received 2 units this month. If you miss out, you will have to wait until next month." The saleswoman was exceptionally professional. Although she noticed Jiang Cheng's attire and might have doubted his purchasing power, she continued to explain the features with utmost courtesy. She was certainly not one to look down upon others based on their appearance. The eccentricities of the wealthy are manifold. One should not judge a book by its cover. Even if Jiang Cheng was dressed in what appeared to be casual, inexpensive clothing, who can truly ascertain whether Jiang Cheng possesses wealth? She certainly doesn't wish to forfeit any opportunity for a lucrative deal due to her own prejudiced perceptions. Moreover, as salespeople, it suffices to serve each customer with genuine sincerity. Just as Jiang Cheng was poised to declare her intent to purchase both vehicles and finalize the payment and contract, a familiar voice suddenly drifted in from outside the car window. Jiang Cheng exchanged a glance with Qin Xiaoshu, their brows furrowed as they turned their attention toward the speaker. The woman was none other than Jiang Cheng's ex-girlfriend, Song Yi, clad in a form-fitting black dress and carrying a Hermes bag crafted from lychee leather. She affectionately linked her arm with that of a young man, her face radiating with triumph. "Darling, this one is absolutely stunning. Would you be so kind as to give me a car?" she cooed. Wu Yang, rubbing his nose and clearing his throat, responded, "Ahem, Xiao. You know my father has imposed financial sanctions on me. Funds are rather tight at the moment, but I truly desire it," she implored. "Why not, my dear? Opt for an installment plan? I could gradually repay you each month." At her words, a flicker of disdain briefly crossed the young man's eyes. Though he quickly masked it, he had already cursed Song Yi and her lineage countless times in his mind. Had it not been for that fateful night of inebriation and his lack of precaution, he would never have found himself ensnared by someone of her dubious character. Considering his father's esteemed reputation as a professor in the archaeology department at Peking University, how could he allow himself to be manipulated by Song Yi, a woman of questionable morals? He endured her whims, employing flattery merely to coax her into a more compromising situation. To that end, he even leveraged his father's connections to ensure her success in the graduate entrance examination. His lavish gifts, designer bags, and cosmetics were all part of a strategy to lower her defenses. Naturally, while some of the bags were genuine, many of the more expensive items were prearranged high-quality replicas. Song Yi was, after all, a bottomless pit, always demanding more. And even the wealthiest of families would struggle to appease her insatiable desires. While her previous requests for bags were tolerable and inexpensive, her current audacity in demanding a luxurious Mercedes-Benz was outrageous. Such a vehicle would cost over $2 million. The audacity of this woman to suggest an installment plan was infuriating. Did she truly believe Wu Yang to be a fool? Burning with unexpressed rage, he managed a strained smile. "Xiao, we are still students, and I am currently involved in the excavation of a Yuan dynasty tomb in Qingzhou. Given my father's stature, it would be inappropriate to arrive at the site in such a grand vehicle. Perhaps I could gift you a bag instead?" Wu Yang quickly devised a convincing excuse. After all, Song Yi was unlikely to discern the replicas from the genuine articles. He would not feel remorse regardless of how many he gifted her. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Song Yi's face, yet she feigned compliance, nodding in agreement. However, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the luxurious Mercedes. To her astonishment, she suddenly recognized a familiar figure stepping out of the car, Jiang Cheng. Both were momentarily stunned. Hadn't he been blinded in one eye? Was his vision restored? Why has he come here? Jiang Cheng initially had no intention of paying attention to Song Yi, yet her recent conversation with Wu Liang piqued his interest. He caught references to the Yuan dynasty tombs in Qingzhou and excavations, which instantly reminded him of the artifact Huang Kun intended to smuggle abroad through the B Gate. He had originally contemplated taking down both Huang Kun and the B Gate, but was at a loss regarding how to proceed. Unexpectedly, however, he found himself with a fortunate opportunity. Consequently, Jiang Cheng decided to alight from the vehicle, hoping to extract some useful information from their dialogue. Chapter 65, Performance and Interrogation. Song Yi, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken. Jiang Cheng feigned astonishment as he approached. Upon seeing him draw near, Song Yi's expression soured instantly. Internally, she scorned the situation, cursing her luck, encountering Jiang Cheng, this insufferable leech, while merely shopping at a store. How unfortunate. With a stern demeanor, she coldly remarked, Jiang Cheng, you're unintentionally seeking me out, are you? I've told you countless times that we've broken up, that we no longer belong to the same social strata. Please, stop clinging to me. Song Yi had always looked down upon those who fawned over her, especially someone like Jiang Cheng, whom she deemed a pitiable, impoverished sycophant. Jiang Cheng touched his nose, adopting an audacious expression. Am I clinging to you? Huh? Do you think I'm still that impoverished boy from before? Since you betrayed me, I, Jiang Cheng, have vowed to rise above and confront you with undeniable success. He then cast a sidelong glance at Wu Liang, snorting derisively. So, this is your new boyfriend? What does he do? Is he so hesitant that he can't even gift you a car? Song Yi was incensed by Jiang Cheng's sardonic tone. Her temper flaring, she realized that Jiang Cheng had overheard her prior conversation with Wu Liang, during which she had derided Jiang Cheng as a pauper. Now, her boyfriend was hesitant to even offer her a car, and the most mortifying part was that Jiang Cheng had been privy to it. She felt as though her face was stinging from a slap. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng with keen interest. From their exchange, he discerned that Jiang Cheng was presumably an ex-boyfriend of Song Yi's, harboring considerable resentment due to her betrayal. It seemed he had recently come into wealth and was eager to flaunt it in front of her. As he pieced together the situation, Wu Yang's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He had been pondering how to sever ties with Song Yi, and here was Jiang Cheng, presenting himself on a silver platter. Such a rare opportunity was not to be wasted. Wu Yang was well aware of Song Yi's true nature, a materialistic woman who would not hesitate to be with anyone possessing wealth. The wealthier Jiang Cheng became, the more likely Song Yi would pursue him. Men, after all, are often driven by their baser instincts. Moreover, considering that they had once been in a romantic relationship, should there be any rekindling of their past affections, Song Yi would surely cast Wu Yang aside. If that were to happen, Wu Yang would lose the leverage he held over her. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. One must not allow Jiang Cheng to escape. Swiftly approaching him with a beaming smile, I exclaimed, Ah, it is indeed the esteemed senior. Greetings, I am Wu Yang. May I inquire what business Jiang Cheng engages in? Where do you acquire your wealth? Jiang Cheng momentarily froze, his mind clouded with confusion. Why the sudden timid demeanor? This was unexpected. Little did he know that Wu Liang had long desired to sever ties with Song Yi, but was hindered by the leverage she held over him. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng paid little heed to this. It did not significantly impact his plans. What I do is hardly your concern, he retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Wu Liang was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Jiang Cheng smirked coldly, gesturing toward the robust black vehicle behind him, his lips curling in smug satisfaction. Song Yi, I overheard earlier that you two wish to purchase a grand automobile, considering installment payments? How absurd it is to act like a big shot without the means. He continued, Alas, it is too late. Not only can you not afford it, but even if you wish to purchase, the opportunity has passed. Behold that magnificent model, fully equipped and costing a staggering $28 million. I've already claimed both that and another in the dealership, leaving you to wait until next month. His demeanor radiated arrogance, reminiscent of a newly affluent individual reveling in superiority, eager to flaunt his success at Song Yi's expense. Observing Jiang Cheng, who had once been the subject of her mockery for 5 years and whom she had never regarded with any respect, now putting on airs before her, filled Song Yi with fury. Particularly incensed by the smug expression on his face, she felt her complexion turn an ashen green. Suddenly, a thought struck her, narrowing her eyes. She scrutinized Jiang Cheng's attire, noting the same cheap, market-bought clothing that he had likely worn for 4 or 5 years. A sneer emerged on her lips. How could she, Song Yi, who had encountered countless suitors, not discern genuine wealth from mere pretension? She was no fool, only an imbecile, engrossed in absurd novels, would incessantly seek to impress others with hollow displays. Almost deceived by your farce. She laughed, unable to contain her mirth at Jiang Cheng's clumsy performance. Akin to watching a jester in a comedic act. With a sardonic tone, she remarked, Jiang Cheng, with your appearance, do you truly believe you can afford a Mercedes? You ought to take a good look at yourself. Spare me the notion of purchasing one. You wouldn't even qualify to be a chauffeur for a true magnate. Seemingly pierced by Song Yi's words, Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson, his jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to articulate a response. Out of the corner of his eye, he furtively glanced at the vehicle behind him, as if wary of something. Any discerning individual could perceive the palpable insecurity emanating from Jiang Cheng's demeanor, further fueling Song Yi's sense of triumph. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all that she had uncovered was deliberately revealed by Jiang Cheng, aimed at creating an emotional disparity within her. This was a subtle psychological tactic. When one compresses a spring firmly against the surface, the moment it is released, the spring not only rebounds with force due to the reaction, but also oscillates wildly in the process. The more one compresses a spring, the higher it rebounds. Similarly, the more it sways. This principle applies to human emotions as well. When an individual is ridiculed, feeling a profound sense of indignation. If the narrative suddenly shifts and the one who mocked them is met with a reversal of fortune, especially if the mocker is someone they once held in disdain or loathe, this individual will experience an intense urge to unleash their pent-up emotions. During such moments of emotional release, one's defenses are at their weakest and words flow freely. This is also the most opportune time for verbal exchanges. This is what one might refer to as the swaying of the spring. Jiang Cheng's intention was to make Song Yi's spring sway. At this moment, Lin Zhou poked his head out of the car, addressing Jiang Cheng with a cold remark. Hey, Xiao Jiang, didn't I ask you to accompany me to inspect the test vehicles? What are you chatting about? I'm paying you to be my driver, not to socialize during work hours. If you don't want to work, then don't. Naturally, this was a prearranged ploy between Jiang Cheng and Lin Zhou. Upon seeing Lin Zhou's displeased expression, Jiang Cheng immediately displayed panic, bowing repeatedly in apology. Song Yi, witnessing this scene, could not contain her laughter. After all this, Jiang Cheng, you're still just a driver. Previously, you were delivering goods, and now you're delivering people? What? Do you have some misunderstanding of the phrase to stand out? Have you forgotten your identity just because you have a new boss? Trying to show off in front of me? Do you think you're worthy? With her sarcastic revelation of his pretense, Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson. He retorted angrily. Song, what are you so proud of? So what if I'm a driver? I still drive well. Whereas aren't you just a gravedigger? You can't even drive well. Gravedigging? Song Yi's face turned pale with anger. She was rendered speechless. Such ignorance is truly terrifying. You call archaeology grave digging? How ridiculous. Have you seen the news? A tomb complex from the Yuan dynasty was discovered in Dongxing District, Qingzhou City. My boyfriend's father is on site overseeing the excavation, and the artifacts found there are worth a fortune. Just one of them could be worth not just a car, but 10. The corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched ever so slightly before he pouted. It's still grave digging? What do you know? She exclaimed. Are those items used by the dead truly that valuable? You must be making a fortune. Why not take me along? Oof. You country bumpkin, do you even understand? We are archaeologists, not tomb raiders. The items we uncover are cultural relics, which must be submitted to the state. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at Song. So what is the point of your archaeology? You're just laborers, aren't you? What is the difference between you and my job as a driver? If I were in your position, wouldn't I secretly keep a few items for myself? I advise you to abandon that thought. Stealing cultural relics is a serious crime. Surveillance and security are comprehensive. Not even a fly could get in. But how can you be certain that before reporting the discovery of the Yuan dynasty tomb, no one slipped into steal? How do you know that what remains isn't just the meager leftovers intentionally left by tomb raiders? At this, Song Yi and Wu Liang exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Impossible. Who would dare do such a thing? Don't they fear imprisonment? Jiang Cheng sneered. Are you so certain? Perhaps you simply lack the qualification to know? Huh. Such grandiose boasts. And yet you turn out to be merely a pawn. Enough of this idle chatter. I must attend to the vehicle inspections. With that, Jiang Cheng turned with a flourish and strode towards the back of the showroom. Chapter 66. A resolute heart. The mindset of the affluent starkly contrasts with that of the destitute. When Jiang Cheng was spurned by Song Yi, he harbored aspirations of one day rising above, making her regret her decision and delivering a stinging rebuke. However, he had long since transcended the level at which Song Yi operated. No longer did he find pleasure in the juvenile antics of flaunting superiority before her. His continued interactions with Song Yi were solely aimed at extracting information regarding the Yuan dynasty tombs. Indeed, his theatrical performance in her presence was merely a means to facilitate a smoother exchange. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, the conversation flowed rather too smoothly. Under his subtle guidance, Song Yi divulged nearly everything. Yet he discerned from her words that she had not heard of any theft concerning the Yuan dynasty tombs. It was improbable that she would lie. Her information held a measure of reliability. Furthermore, the media had not reported any incidents regarding tomb theft. Could it be that the artifacts in Huang Kuan's possession did not originate from the Yuan tombs? Yet, Jiang Cheng promptly dismissed this hasty conclusion. There were two possibilities. Either the Yuan tombs had not been robbed, and Huang Kuan's artifacts were not from there, or indeed, the artifacts did belong to the Yuan tombs, but the information had been suppressed for some reason, leaving lesser figures like Song, Yi, and Wu Liang in the dark. However, Jiang Cheng could not ascertain which scenario was accurate. By the time Jiang Cheng completed the contract and settled the payment, both Song, Yi, and Wu Liang had departed. A fact he overlooked. Qin Xiaoshu stood nearby, unable to contain his laughter. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Cheng inquired, "What is so amusing, Xiaoshu?" Qin Xiaoshu hastily composed himself, feigning ignorance. "Oh, nothing at all." The more Jiang Cheng observed him, the more he sensed something amiss. At that moment, Lin Zhou handed Jiang Cheng a piece of paper, his expression awkward. Upon receiving it, Jiang Cheng discovered it to be a phone number, with a signature Song Yi at the bottom. This was indeed Song Yi's number. The implications of a woman providing her number to a stranger were all too clear. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of disdain for Song Yi, reflecting on how he once adored her so fervently. What a fool he had been. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Xiaoshu chuckled. "Orange, don't misunderstand. This wasn't given by Song Yi. It was her boyfriend who provided it." "What?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless as he rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard. Lin Zhou nodded solemnly, offering Jiang Cheng an affirming glance. A flurry of questions filled Jiang Cheng's mind. A man willingly gave his girlfriend's phone number to another man? How bizarre. He found himself utterly perplexed by Wu Liang's intentions. Qin Xiaoshu appeared equally bewildered, saying, "Orange, what do you mean?" Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and remarked, "One person. One car. What else could it be? Well, I shall take my leave now." It was only after Jiang Cheng's black Mercedes-Benz drove out of the dealership and vanished from sight that Qin Xiaoshu snapped back to reality, a bittersweet smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Meanwhile, seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Cheng pondered the current situation. After retrieving a card from the bank, he still needed to accompany Lin Zhou to Wuliu village. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to ascertain whether Huang Kuan's hidden treasures truly resided in Wuliu village. Moreover, the scarred man remained an enigma that he needed to unravel. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Zhou, have you ever crossed paths with that scarred man? Do you know anything about him?" Lin Zhou's expression darkened as he replied gravely, "During my time in the military, few could match me aside from the instructors. Yet, against that scarred man, I can assure you that even if Wang Hao and I joined forces, we would still be outmatched. I sense he possesses genuine skills." Jiang Cheng bit his lip, choosing to remain silent. The vehicle once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. Earlier, beneath his apartment complex, Lin Zhou had made similar declarations, which Jiang Cheng initially dismissed, believing Lin Zhou and Wang Hao simply wished to distance themselves from his troubles. However, after Lin Zhou was captured by the scarred man and suffered a dislocated arm, Jiang Cheng realized the truth in Lin Zhou's words. This scarred man was indeed a formidable opponent, complicating matters further. Jiang Cheng hesitated, contemplating whether he should confront Huang Kuan and the B-Gate. Currently, the conflict with the B-Gate had essentially been resolved. If he refrained from provoking trouble, significant issues were unlikely to arise. Furthermore, the smuggling of artifacts had no direct bearing on him. It was a matter for the state to address, and, as an ordinary individual without connections, he saw little reason to involve himself. Yet, recalling Cheng Dong's threat involving his sister Jiang Ling and the coercion with magic cards to force him into a wager, along with Huang Qingye's willingness to wager 1 billion simply to gamble his hands and eyes because of his collaboration with Murong Shui, he wondered when they had ever considered the feelings of an ordinary person like him. The safety and well-being of common folk held little value in the eyes of the affluent and powerful. Were it not for his extraordinary vision, he might have long since become a mere shell of a person, perhaps even endangering his sister and Lin Zhou in the process. Why should Huang Kuan, a public servant, engage in illicit relationships and remain unscathed even after being reported? Why could he smuggle artifacts yet continue to thrive, evading justice? Why was a fraudulent organization like the B-Gate able to operate openly, conducting various criminal activities without consequence? What right did these societal parasites have to exist in a just society while ordinary citizens lived in constant fear of their threats? Was there no law? No fairness? Such vermin should not have a place in this world. Jiang Cheng's anger surged within him, his resolve hardening as he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, At the Huaxia Bank's No. 7 counter in the downtown area of Qingzhou City, Zhao Lily stared blankly at an identification card in her hand, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she raised her gaze to the young man before her. Hesitantly, she stammered, "Are you Mr. Jiang Cheng?" The young man blinked and retorted, "Isn't it clearly stated on my identification?" Zhao Lily quickly shook her head, a sheepish smile spreading across her face. "I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I am not qualified to assist you. Please wait a moment while I inform our bank president. He will personally attend to you." With that, Zhao Lily respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng and hurriedly exited the counter. Jiang Cheng stood in bewilderment, watching Zhao Lily disappear from view, utterly confounded. A flamboyantly dressed, middle-aged woman beside him furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could it be that you lack the necessary qualifications?" Jiang Cheng shot an incredulous glance at his mother. "How could that be possible? I am the department manager at Tianqing Group, earning hundreds of thousands annually. Surely I am qualified." The young woman interjected. "Then why did she run off halfway?" Jiang Cheng shrugged. "She said she was unqualified to receive me and was going to fetch the president, who would personally attend to me." The young woman was taken aback. "Really? Is it true that you are so impressive, Jiang?" The middle-aged woman's face lit up with joy. "Ha! My son truly is capable. The bank president himself is attending to him. Meng Meng, if you marry our Jiang Cheng, you can revel in it." Although Sun Meng Meng was somewhat puzzled, she felt a swell of pride. Her boyfriend was to receive a personal audience with the president of Huaxia Bank. How prestigious that was. Chapter 67. Mr. Jiang meets Mr. Jiang before long. A middle-aged man clad in a custom-tailored suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed spectacles, hurried into the lobby from a bank office. Upon seeing the young man at counter number 7, his face transformed into a warm smile. He approached Jiang Cheng with brisk steps and grasped his hand firmly. "Ah, Mr. Jiang, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you all afternoon." He then turned to Zhao Lily and instructed, "Lily, is the reception room ready? Please escort Mr. Jiang in." Zhao Lily nodded fervently, respectfully gesturing for Jiang Cheng to enter. Faced with the visibly anxious bank president and Zhao Lily, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of surprise and honor. Though perplexed, he resolved not to falter. Clearing his throat, he nodded gravely. Sun Meng Meng and Li Jinfeng, who had previously harbored doubts, were now utterly amazed to witness the president of Huaxia Bank personally coming to greet Jiang Cheng. Their spirits soared, their smiles wide and unabashed. One was elated to realize her son's wealth and capability, while the other felt fortunate to have married such a commendable husband. How impressive it would be to share this news. Moments later, Jiang Cheng, guided by Zhao Lily, entered an elegant and sophisticated room clearly designated for receiving esteemed guests. The president, Du Mingfei, personally poured Jiang Cheng a glass of water and retrieved an envelope from his drawer, presenting it to Jiang Cheng with a beaming smile. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Chu has informed me. Your previous bank account has had its limits lifted, and here is a black card issued exclusively by our bank, with a limit of 100 million. Upon uttering those words, Jiang Cheng was rendered speechless. "Miss Chu? Which Miss Chu? He merely sought a mortgage. So why was he being handed a black card? And with a limit of 100 million? Have banks become this audacious?" Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng and Sun Meng Meng stood in the lobby, boasting extravagantly. "Her son is truly remarkable. What a catch. Marrying her son must be the result of 8 lifetimes of virtue." Sun Meng Meng was so pleased she could barely contain her smile. Just as their conversation reached a fervent peak, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz came to a slow stop in front of Huaxia Bank. Jiang Cheng exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Zhou before alighting from the vehicle and striding directly towards the bank. In truth, Jiang Cheng's account had already been unshackled from restrictions, thanks to Chu Yinran's intervention, allowing him to transfer funds at will. His primary reason for visiting was the rumor of a new card featuring a limit of 100 million. He intended to procure raw materials in the flower country and had found currency exchange abroad quite inconvenient. With the new card, he could directly utilize the limit, greatly enhancing convenience. However, as soon as Jiang Cheng entered the lobby, he encountered a familiar face, Li Jinfeng. His brow furrowed instantly. Li Jinfeng could be considered a distant relative from his adoptive father's hometown. During his father's life, Li Jinfeng's family had borrowed money from them repeatedly, yet they had never repaid a single cent. His adoptive father, Jiang Shan, being a kind-hearted man, had deemed them relatives and, given their superior financial situation, had refrained from pressing for repayment. After Jiang Cheng's adoptive father moved to Qingzhou, the families had nearly lost all contact, and the matter of the debts had faded away. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng's adoptive father tragically perished in an accident, and his adoptive mother, overcome with sorrow, fell gravely ill, leading to the depletion of their once considerable savings. As his mother lay in a hospital bed, awaiting funds for her treatment, Jiang Cheng had sought assistance from relatives in his hometown. Yet none were willing to lend a helping hand. In desperation, he recalled that Li Jinfeng's family still owed them several thousand yuan. So he took Jiang Ling to demand repayment. To his dismay, Li Jinfeng had chased him away with a broom, outright denying any debt. At that time, Jiang Cheng's adoptive father had trusted their kinship, neglecting to obtain a written acknowledgement of the loan from Li Jinfeng's family. Had it not been for Qin Xiaoshu's father, who lent him 20,000 yuan, his mother would not have survived those harrowing months. Jiang Cheng harbored no fondness for those so-called relatives. Instead, he felt a deep-seated resentment. He had come to understand the treacherous nature of humanity. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter Li Jinfeng at the bank today. His expression darkened immediately. Li Jinfeng soon spotted Jiang Cheng as well. Assessing his humble attire, her lips curled in a smirk, revealing her smugness. "Oh, isn't this Jiang Cheng? I almost didn't recognize you. You come to the bank for business too?" Jiang Cheng had no desire to engage with Li Jinfeng, yet she initiated the conversation. He replied coolly, "Yes, I'm here to obtain a card. What a coincidence. We have come today to arrange a mortgage. My son, Desheng, has purchased a property in the city. Please do visit us when you have time. By the way, this is my future daughter-in-law, Sun Mingming. My son is getting married on the 8th of next month, and I hope you and Jiang Ling will certainly come to celebrate." Jiang Cheng remained silent, casting a cold glance at Li Jinfeng and Sun Mingming. Sun Mingming curiously scrutinized Jiang Cheng, momentarily finding him quite handsome, although he appeared rather disheveled, quickly losing interest thereafter. She then turned her attention back to her phone, disregarding Jiang Cheng. Observing Li Jinfeng's insincere demeanor made Jiang Cheng feel repulsed. He coldly remarked, "You need not concern yourself. I'm doing quite well without school. What kind of talk is that? We are family, and we will certainly look after you. My son has graduated from university and is thriving as a department manager at Tianjin Group. Since you can drive, it would be perfect for you to serve as my son's chauffeur. You have known each other since childhood. It would be a great help." Jiang Cheng merely smiled icily. He was well aware of Li Jinfeng's ulterior motives. Claiming to offer assistance while suggesting he become her son's driver was nothing but a veiled insult to him. The sight of Li Jinfeng's grotesque expression struck him as comical, akin to watching a clown. With a faint smile, he chose to ignore her and strode directly to the vacant counter number 7. "Hello, I am here to collect a card. This is my identification. Our president has prearranged this," Jiang Cheng politely stated, presenting his ID to Zhao Lili with a slight smile. Zhao Lili was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Cheng's words. Blinking in surprise, she took his ID and scrutinized it, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Jiang Cheng? Who was that Jiang Cheng earlier?" In a state of confusion, Zhao Lili timidly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, may I ask what card you mentioned?" "Oh, Miss Chu Yanin should have informed your president about my visit to collect a black card." The revelation struck Zhao Lili like a bolt from the blue. How could she have made such a grave mistake? Panic surged within her as she realized that her bonus for the month was likely in jeopardy. At that moment, Zhao Lili felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why hadn't she clarified the details beforehand? Yet, she felt wronged as well. President Du Mingfei had only instructed her to inform him if a Mr. Jiang Cheng arrived, and he would personally attend to him. However, he had not specified which Jiang Cheng. Du Mingfei had mentioned only that this Mr. Jiang Cheng was someone Miss Chu Yanin had communicated with. In her excitement, she had entirely forgotten to seek clarification, even neglecting to ask a single question. The most troublesome part was that, due to her misguidance, the president had mistakenly assumed that the Jiang Cheng in question was the one she had just encountered. He hadn't even confirmed it. Sighing inwardly, Zhao Lili resigned herself to face the consequences. She hurriedly bowed deeply to Jiang Cheng, repeatedly apologizing. With an apologetic expression, she said, "Mr. Jiang Cheng, please wait a moment. I will notify the bank president immediately." Jiang Cheng, bewildered, nodded, uncertain as to why Zhao Lili was apologizing to him. The bank lobby was bustling with patrons, the atmosphere rife with chatter. Li Jinfeng and Sun Mingming, engrossed in their own conversation, remained oblivious to the exchange between Zhao Lili and Jiang Cheng. Suddenly, Li Jinfeng noticed that Zhao Lili had dashed off while Jiang Cheng was still in the midst of his transaction, prompting a sardonic smile to play on her lips as she approached him with a deliberate sway of her ample hips. Adjusting her flamboyant designer attire, she greeted him with a saccharine smile, Jiang Cheng. What is the matter? Did that little clerk give you a hard time? Jiang Cheng tilted his head, casting a glance at Li Jinfeng, choosing silence and opting not to engage with her. Interpreting his reticence as validation, Li Jinfeng's pride swelled further, adopting a cynical demeanor. She lamented, the current crop of bank employees really leaves much to be desired. They exhibit such condescension. They fawn over those clad in designer labels while disregarding those dressed simply. What a decline in societal values. Not to worry, Jiang Cheng. We are relatives after all. If the bank is making things difficult for you, I can have my son put in a good word. You see, your brother Cheng was just personally attended to by the bank president. They're quite chummy. It's merely a matter of obtaining a card. Li Jinfeng rambled on, exuding an air of faux affection for her kin. Yet, to Jiang Cheng, her words felt like daggers. Ostensibly criticizing the bank staff while subtly belittling him and elevating her son. This duplicitous demeanor earned her the title of the most formidable in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the reception room, President Du Mingfei patiently explained a fund's details to Jiang Cheng, who felt a knot tighten in his throat. Goodness, there truly is no such thing as a free lunch. The bank inexplicably bestows upon me a black card with a limit of 100 million, only to have me wait here. He mused, realizing that if he could summon such a sum for investment, he wouldn't need a mortgage at all. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. He could not falter now. Clearing his throat, he remarked, ahem, President Du, I will consider it. However, a product like yours is somewhat beneath my interests. Du Mingfei quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Mr. Jiang, you engage in substantial business. Our modest offerings are hardly worthy of your attention. Perhaps we could discuss this further at another time. How about this, tonight? I would be honored to host you for dinner at the Imperial Hotel and introduce you to some acquaintances. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The Imperial Hotel was the most opulent five-star establishment in Qingzhou City, frequented by the city's elite. Typically, individuals of his standing would not be privy to such gatherings. Yet, Du Mingfei had invited him, promising introductions to influential figures, likely individuals of even greater stature than himself, capable of stirring the very winds of Qingzhou City. As the department manager of Tiansheng Group, he was well-versed in the art of pretense and wielding authority. Whether through deception or persuasion, he had managed to capture the attention of a significant figure. For Jiang Cheng, this was an unprecedented opportunity, a chance he could not afford to miss. His heart raced with excitement, secretly reveling in what he perceived as a turning point in his fortunes. Just as he was about to nod in agreement to Du Mingfei, a knock echoed from the reception room door. Du Mingfei paused, brow furrowing slightly as he inquired. What is it? Outside, Zhao Lily timidly announced, President, Mr. Jiang Cheng has arrived. Though separated by the door, both Du Mingfei and Jiang Cheng heard her clearly. A flicker of suspicion crossed Du Mingfei's eyes as he coldly commanded, Come in. Zhao Lily cautiously pushed the door open, peeking her head inside with trepidation. After a nervous gulp and affirming of her resolve, she stepped into the reception room. Approaching Du Mingfei, she silently handed him Jiang Cheng's identification, leaning in to whisper, President, there has been a mistake. This is the Mr. Jiang Cheng that Miss Chu mentioned. Upon reading the name Jiang Cheng on the ID, Du Mingfei's expression transformed, darkening like a storm cloud. Coldly, he demanded, I apologize, sir, but may I see your identification? Taken aback by Du Mingfei's sudden shift in demeanor, Jiang Cheng complied, producing his ID and presenting it to Du Mingfei. Upon seeing the name, Du Mingfei's face turned ashen, his demeanor shifting to one of condescension. Gently placing the ID before Jiang Cheng, he revealed that the bank staff had misidentified him. The arrogance of Du Mingfei was infuriating to Jiang Cheng. Just a moment ago, the president of Huaxia Bank had been respectfully introducing him to financial products and inviting him to dinner with the city's elite. But now he was being told there had been a mistake? Jiang Cheng retorted sharply, Oh, a mistake? Is this how Huaxia Bank apologizes for its errors? The loss of his black card and the subsequent dinner with the city's dignitaries, the key to his ascent, vanished in an instant. What stung most was Du Mingfei's disdainful attitude. As a department manager at Tiansheng Group, he had never been treated with such contempt. His anger simmered. Du Mingfei remained seated, observing Jiang Cheng with an icy smile. You have 5 seconds left. Jiang Cheng, enraged, clenched his jaw, dropped the black card, and strode towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, Du Mingfei's cold voice pierced through the air. Oomph! What audacity to share a name with Mr. Jiang. Chapter 69. I'm sorry, you are not qualified to apply for a mortgage. What audacity! Lily, quickly tidy up the reception room. We cannot afford another mistake this time. Yes, yes. Jiang Cheng stood outside the door with a gloomy expression, observing the two individuals inside who were busily engaged in their tasks. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Du Mingfei's words pierced through him like a sharp dagger, leaving him bleeding and unrecognizable. The phrase bore an even deeper implication. He was unworthy of even possessing the name Jiang Cheng. It was an insult, a profound affront. The greatest humiliation in the world is not mere harsh words, but disdain. Jiang Cheng felt as though his dignity was being shredded piece by piece. He clenched his jaw tightly, his fists cracking from the pressure. He was determined to discover who could deem him unworthy of sharing a name. However, as he angrily stepped out of the reception room, he was taken aback. He unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Coincidentally, this person also bore the name Jiang Cheng, albeit with different characters. Could it be that the Jiang Cheng Du Mingfei referred to was this very individual? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What did Jiang Cheng know of his circumstances? He had dropped out before the college entrance examinations and was now working as a driver for a boss. To suggest that this Jiang Cheng was the same one personally received by the president of Huaxiao Bank would be utterly unbelievable. Not only was he far inferior to the big shot, he couldn't even compare to the department manager of his own Tiansheng group. How could he possibly be that big shot? Yet, he soon chided himself, reflecting, "Oh, how could I have asked such a question? My son is a department manager at Tiansheng Group, earning a substantial income, and is someone personally attended to by the president of Huaxiao Bank. Surely, a mere housing loan could be approved." Sun Mingming chimed in playfully, "Yes, yes. Darling, what did you say to the president just now?" For some reason, Jiang Cheng felt an unsettling sensation, as if Li Jinfeng were mocking him. It was an unbearable feeling, akin to swallowing a fly. He could not muster the courage to say another word. Li Jinfeng, confidently pulling her son along, strode up to Jiang Cheng with a triumphant air. "Son, do you remember Jiang Cheng? We share the same name. He is our relative. You wouldn't believe it, but the bank's junior staff neglected him due to his modest attire. Son, aren't you familiar with the president? You should have a word with him. By the way, didn't you just buy BMW 3 Series and need a driver? Jiang Cheng used to be a driver. Since we're all from the same hometown, it would be beneficial to lend him a hand." With each statement, Jiang Cheng felt as though he had been slapped fiercely across the face, the kind of slap that resounded. His mind was clouded with frustration, his lips twitching in silence. He wanted to speak, yet no words would emerge from his mouth. At that moment, Zhao Lili swiftly led Du Mingfei out of the reception room. She pointed towards Jiang Cheng, who was seated at counter number 7. Du Mingfei promptly donned a warm smile, hurrying over to Jiang Cheng with exaggerated deference, repeatedly offering apologies, mirroring the very attitude he had shown towards Jiang Cheng earlier. In that instant, Jiang Cheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing with a sudden, ominous thought. Could it be that the person Du Mingfei mentioned is indeed Jiang Cheng? Li Jinfeng and Sun Mingming quickly took note of the scene where Du Mingfei was apologizing to Jiang Cheng, rendered momentarily speechless. Before long, Du Mingfei, before their very eyes, led Jiang Cheng into the reception room that had just attended to her son. The three were so astonished that they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. As the door to the reception room slowly closed, Zhao Lili's anxious heart gradually began to settle. With a long sigh of relief, she realized her back was already drenched in sweat. How could a mere staff member like her offend someone who had been granted a black card and personally received by the bank president? Fortunately, Mr. Jiang had not held her mistake against her, nor did he seem angry. It appeared her performance bonus for the month was safe. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and whispered, "It was the bank that made the mistake. Jiang Cheng is the one here to collect the card, and it's a black card." Li Jinfeng furrowed her brows tightly. "A black card? How is that possible? I know what kind of person he is." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled what Du Mingfei had said at the outset, that Miss Chu had instructed him to give him a black card. Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened instantly. "I understand now that Jiang Cheng is here to collect the card from Miss Chu. He must be a driver." Li Jinfeng remarked, "I thought so. How could a mere driver be qualified to collect a black card? It turns out he has switched to a new boss. I thought he had struck it rich." Jiang Cheng sneered, "Huh? A person who hasn't even graduated from high school could strike it rich? I'll broadcast myself live on a fan." Sun Mingming was amused by Jiang Cheng's words, laughing heartily. "Enough with the laughter. What does it matter what others do? Has the mortgage been approved?" Sun Mingming retorted impatiently. "Why are you still dawdling then?" Jiang Cheng quickly nodded and approached Zhao Lili at counter number 7, resubmitting his identification. "Hello, I would like to apply for a mortgage. Here are my income statements and some qualification documents. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng handed a file folder to Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily nodded, just about to verify the information when the phone beside her rang. After answering and murmuring a few affirmations, she hung up. Observing Zhao Lily's lackadaisical demeanor, Jiang Cheng's temper flared up instantly. He spoke coolly. I'm sorry, sir, but your qualifications do not meet our bank's mortgage standards. Please try another bank. What? I am the department manager of Jiang Cheng Group, earning hundreds of thousands annually. And you dare say I'm not qualified for a loan of over 2 million? What on earth is wrong with you? Jiang Cheng was already seething with rage. Shouting vehemently, Zhao Lily smiled slightly, unfazed by his outburst. In a cold tone, she replied, I'm sorry. We have just verified that you have been dismissed from Jiang Cheng Group, and you have no fixed income. Do you think you still qualify? What? Chapter 70, if you must blame someone, blame Jiang Cheng for offending the chairman. Jiang Cheng Group, General Manager's Office. Xiao Jiang. This matter was personally instructed by Chairman Morong. If you must blame someone, blame the name your parents gave you. Why? It's the name given by my parents. What can I do about it? How could the chairman do this? Jiang Cheng has found himself embroiled in troubles for the second time today. Initially, he faced ridicule from Du Mingfei, and now he has been singled out by the chairman for dismissal due to his name. He cannot fathom what grievous sin he has committed to deserve such disdain. Why does everyone seem to harbor animosity towards him? After graduating from university, he toiled for nearly 8 years in Jiang Cheng Group before finally attaining the position of department manager. He had recently purchased a car and was preparing to buy a house and marry, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Yet, in a sudden twist of fate, he plummeted from grace, landing squarely in the mud. Who could endure such a fate? Little Jiang, the colleague sighed. I cannot say much, but I know that a certain Jiang Cheng has offended the chairman, and you have become collateral damage. Enough of this commotion. Go to finance and collect your severance. The chairman has instructed that you receive 3 additional months' salary as compensation. As Jiang Cheng exited Jiang Cheng Group, he felt utterly despondent, gazing at the towering buildings around him. He was overwhelmed with the urge to weep. Clenching his teeth, he muttered to himself, damn it, if I find out who offended the chairman, I will not let them off easily. Unbeknownst to him, Murong Shan, who had received Du Mingfei's complaint, had no intention of dismissing him initially. After all, though he was the chairman of Jiang Cheng Group, it was not customary to dismiss a department manager without just cause. However, upon hearing the name Jiang Cheng, Murong Shan's mind involuntarily recalled the face that had cost him billions. In an instant, he was consumed with rage, and his pent-up frustration was unjustly unleashed upon Jiang Cheng. Damn it, why must he have such a name? Blame your parents for such a foolish choice. And thus, the preceding dramatic scene unfolded. Stumbling into his BMW, Jiang Cheng slumped into the driver's seat in silence. Sun Mingming furrowed her brow and inquired, So, Jiang Cheng, does this mean we can still buy our wedding house? At that moment, Jiang Cheng was filled with anger, exclaiming, Mortgage, mortgage! You think I don't know about the mortgage? I've just been fired, and you're still fixated on that miserable mortgage. What? Fired? Jiang Cheng, we had an agreement. No house, no marriage. If that's the case, this wedding is off. Sun Mingming replied coldly. Li Jinfeng, alarmed, interjected, Mingming, what do you mean? How can you just call off the wedding? With a scoff, Sun Mingming retorted, haha, Annie, I was already gracious enough to agree to your family's mortgage for the house. What girl nowadays doesn't expect the man to provide a home? I was attracted to your son's potential, but now that he has lost his job, what potential remains? Enough of this. I, Sun Mingming, have no time to waste on a jobless failure. Li Jinfeng wished to reason with Sun Mingming, but Jiang Cheng firmly held her back. Mother, let her go. I've seen through such a woman. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline do not belittle the middle-aged in poverty. When I rise again, I will slap her face with reality. Meanwhile, in the reception room of Huaxia Bank in Qingzhou City, Jiang Cheng sat quietly, gazing at Du Mingfei, and said warmly, Director Du, thank you very much. Du Mingfei hung up the phone and waved his hand, saying, It's nothing, Mr. Jiang, merely a trivial matter. Since the gentleman had been defaulting on his debts for several years, a man of such disrepute, I have ample reason to suspect his ability to repay the loan on time. Moreover, I consider Mr. Morong a friend, and I believe Jiang Cheng Group does not require employees lacking in integrity. Although puzzled, Du Mingfei did not dwell on it, as he had achieved his objective. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. He had merely informed Du Mingfei that the Jiang family had owed them money for several years. Consequently, Du Mingfei promptly contacted Murong Shan, lodging a complaint against Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng held no grievances against Du Mingfei's assertive approach. He could never forget the harrowing image of his mother, gravely ill, waiting for funds to save her life, while he and his sister, Jiang Ling, sought repayment from Li Jinfeng, only to be ruthlessly turned away with a broom in hand. He could never erase the memory of Li Jinfeng's family's grotesque expressions as they denied any debt, using the absence of a promissory note as an excuse. He would forever remember that afternoon in the hospital, his mother's tear-filled eyes imploring him to care for his sister, before she passed away with a sense of regret. That moment was an eternal anguish in his heart. It is only just that debts are repaid. Is there anything wrong with that? The world has inflicted its pain upon him. Should he then respond with song? He is not so magnanimous. Deep within, he harbored a profound resentment towards Li Jinfeng's family for their refusal to honor their debts. Though this matter had long since faded from memory, and the two families had ceased all contact, Jiang Cheng had no intention of revisiting the past. Yet, fate had conspired to bring him face to face with Li Jinfeng once more. Had she feigned ignorance, it would have been more bearable. Instead, she approached him with mocking disdain, dredging up old grievances. The latent hatred buried deep within Jiang Cheng surged forth. How dare they remain unrepentant for the money they owed? Yet have the audacity to take out loans to purchase homes and marry? Do they deserve such privilege? Du Mingfei courteously stated, "Mr. Jiang, please keep this black card. It has a limit of 100 million, usable worldwide." Jiang Cheng accepted the card, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding in gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner this evening, along with a chance to introduce you to some friends?" Jiang Cheng reconnut de Du Mingfei's intention. He was eager to introduce him to influential figures. However, having navigated the lower echelons of society, he held little interest in mingling with those lofty individuals. Furthermore, as he planned to explore Wulyo village that night, he politely declined the invitation. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's refusal, Du Mingfei was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly masked his surprise with a gentle smile, finding nothing peculiar in the response. Others may be unaware, but he knew the immense power that stood behind the Chu family. Anyone who received a black card personally bestowed by Chu Yanran could hardly be an ordinary person. The acquaintances within his circle might not even be deemed worthy to converse with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng bid farewell to Du Mingfei. As he exited the reception room, he noticed that Li Jinfeng and her companions had already departed. Jiang Cheng did not ponder for long. He promptly exited the administrative hall and entered his car. "Boss, where to?" Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, and dusk was still a while away. Let's head to the antique street. Jiang Cheng intended to explore the realm of antiquities. Due to the recent artifact smuggling case, he had developed a keen interest in ancient relics. Although he could discern the value and authenticity of antiques with his keen eye, he was utterly ignorant when it came to articulating their merits, history, or provenance. He harbored a persistent feeling that the matter of smuggling artifacts was far from straightforward. How could Huang Kuan, a district police chief, dare to engage in such dealings? Who knew what sort of backing he might have? To act hastily on a whim could either yield a decisive blow or merely rattle the snake in the grass. He could not ascertain which. Thus, he resolved not to act recklessly until he had unraveled the intricacies of the situation. While he may have been uncertain about many things, one undertaking was undeniably imperative. Tonight's clandestine visit to Wulyo village. Chapter 71. Celadon Tripod Brush Washer. The afternoon's golden sunlight gently cascaded upon the ancient streets of Nanching. The interplay of light and shadow adorned this venerable thoroughfare, which had weathered a century of storms, with a radiant glow. The ancient street, built along the river, stretched from east to west, showcasing a myriad of ancient buildings with white walls and green tiles, their eaves elegantly soaring. A profound sense of antiquity and history enveloped the scene, creating a stark contrast with the towering modern skyscrapers behind. Jiang Cheng and Lin Zhou parked their vehicle and crossed an ancient bridge, unveiling the entirety of Nanchang's South Antique Street before them. From west to east, countless stalls lined the street, offering jade, gemstones, wooden crafts, stone carvings, painted leather goods, porcelain, and calligraphy, an array of treasures. The throng of people, the cacophony of shouts, haggling, and lively banter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Amidst the swirling shadows, Jiang Cheng felt an almost surreal sense of time displacement. This was not his first visit to the antique street of Qingzhou. He recalled his last visit to Nanqing's ancient street when his parents were still alive, and the family of four enjoyed a harmonious day together. Now, however, the world had irrevocably changed, leaving him to grapple with a profound sense of loss. Jiang Cheng meandered past stall after stall, with Lin Zhou trailing silently behind him. Yet, after inspecting over a dozen stalls, he found nothing of significant value, mostly mere replicas and aged crafts. The prospect of uncovering a hidden gem seemed improbable. After all, with so many years since the founding of the nation, how many treasures could possibly remain unclaimed? The truly valuable pieces were either buried within tombs or held in the hands of collectors. What good pieces could possibly circulate in the market? Nonetheless, not all hope was lost. Jiang Cheng halted before one particular stall, a modest space of less than 10 square meters. The assortment included calligraphy, bronze wares, porcelain, and jade, a commendable variety. The proprietor was a lean man in his 30s, with a prominent nose and small eyes, sporting a thin mustache. His hair was slicked back in a stylish undercut, and he wore black-framed glasses, a floral shirt, denim jeans, and flip-flops. Holding a palm fan, he reclined on a chair, gently fanning himself. A strong blend of eclectic styles wafted toward him, and Jiang Cheng found it rather disconcerting. However, he had no time to ponder his boss's peculiar fashion sense. At that moment, his gaze was fixed intently on a sky-blue glazed, three-legged brush washer at the stall. A fleeting spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The term crackling refers to a phenomenon in roux porcelain, which occurs during the firing process due to the kiln temperatures reaching over 1,000 degrees. When removed from the kiln, the sudden cooling causes discrepancies in the contraction rates of the clay body and glaze, resulting in the delicate cicada wing-like cracks on the surface. Each cup exhibits slight variations, rendering every piece of roux porcelain utterly unique. Some say that imperfection embodies beauty, and the crackling of roux porcelain is a manifestation of exquisite beauty. Jiang Cheng quickly regained his composure, diverting his attention from the sky-blue brush washer. He slowly crouched down to examine a nearby bronze Buddha statue with great care. There exists a customary practice in the antique trade. If one squats in front of a stall, the vendor understands that the individual is genuinely interested in the items displayed. Whether a transaction occurs thereafter depends solely on the vendor's persuasive skills. "Boss, what is the price of this bronze guanyin statue?" Jiang Cheng inquired cheerfully, holding the bronze statue. The vendor lifted his eyelids slightly, a barely perceptible smirk flitting across his lips. Jiang Cheng was clearly holding a reclining Buddha statue, yet the vendor referred to it as a guanyin statue. It was evident that he was a complete novice. Such a person could hardly be trusted. The vendor squinted his eyes, his smile radiant. "Ah, young man, you truly have a discerning eye. This treasure is a Western Zhou bronze reclining guanyin on a lotus." "Guanyin on a lotus?" Jiang Cheng nearly spat out his soda. He had heard of guanyin seated on a lotus, but this vendor seemed to have a rather extensive repertoire. Could he truly be confused between guanyin and Buddha? Furthermore, with his keen eyesight, he should have been able to discern that this reclining Buddha statue was merely a worthless modern craft. Additionally, Buddhism had only been introduced and developed during Han Dynasty, and at that time, it was referred to as the Fudu religion. This vendor was clearly attempting to deceive him. However, Jiang Cheng chose to remain discreet. His intent was not to acquire this reclining Buddha statue. He cleared his throat nonchalantly and said, "Boss, just tell me the price." The vendor raised an eyebrow, holding up a finger. "A flat price of 100,000. At that moment, a middle-aged man from a nearby stall burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lao Yu, do you dare claim that statue is from the Western Zhou? I reckon it's from last week." Yu Tingshan's face turned crimson with rage. "Lu Lao Air, do you understand the rules? In the antique trade, it is strictly taboo for peers to make unwarranted judgments about one another's wares. To interrupt the bargaining process is to undermine someone's reputation." Lu Lao Air merely shrank his neck and chuckled, choosing to remain silent. Yu Tingshan quickly donned a congenial smile and turned to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Young brother, do not pay heed to his nonsense. While this piece may not be from the Western Zhou, it is undoubtedly an antique. Just look at the patina and craftsmanship. 300. What? Dear brother, take a look at this craftsmanship and the verdigris. It's worth no more than 300, not even covering the labor costs." Jiang Cheng chuckled, feigning to rise and depart. "Just 300. If not, so be it." Yu Tingshan bit his lip, furrowed his brow tightly, and sighed deeply, as if he had made a significant decision, bearing a pained expression. "Oh, please don't go, young man. 300 it is. I sense a certain affinity between you and this guanyin statue, so I shall sell it to you at a loss." The bronze statues at this stall were merely modern replicas made to look antique, with a wholesale cost of merely a few dozen. Selling it for 300 would still yield a profit. Yet, he harbored a bitter resentment toward the neighboring Lu Laosan. Had it not been for Lu Lair's loose tongue disrupting the rules, a novice like Jiang Cheng could have been handsomely taken advantage of. Jiang Cheng scrutinized Yu Tingshan with a peculiar expression. Boss, I can't help but feel it's not worth 300. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me. Would you? Is there a possibility of a refund? Yu Tingshan replied with a grin. Ah, young man, the antique world has its own rules. The seller sets a sky-high price, and the buyer counters with a low offer. One must inspect carefully before negotiating. If the seller agrees to the counteroffer, the buyer must not back out. To do so would tarnish the reputation. Jiang Cheng then displayed a look of sudden realization and quietly scanned to pay. Everything unfolded naturally, as if he were an utterly naive novice. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng picked up a blue and white plum vase, examining it closely. Boss, what about this one? Young man, your discerning eye is remarkable. This is authentic yuan blue and white. Truly a treasured heirloom. The boss rambled on with his flattery, initially feigning interest. Jiang Cheng soon grew impatient. All right, just tell me the price. Young man, we are fated. How does 1 million sound? Jiang Cheng's lips twitched. This fellow had some audacity. Jiang Cheng coldly extended a finger. 1,000. You, young man, while it is customary to inflate prices and negotiate down, there are limits. This is yuan blue and white. Jiang Cheng smiled. Do you truly believe that yuan blue and white would be found at a street stall? Yu Tingshan sighed inwardly. Jiang Cheng was indeed a novice, but not a fool. He had already mentally greeted the ancestors of Lu Lair multiple times. Had Lu Lair not disrupted the rules with his chatter, Jiang Cheng would not have been so vigilant. He could have sold at a better price. Nevertheless, 1,000 was not a loss. The cost price was merely over 100, so it would still be a profit. Fine, let's be friends. 1,000 it is. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Were it not for Lu Lair's prattling, he would have had to maintain his act longer. It was unlikely he would have managed to secure such a low price so easily. After lingering at the stall for a while longer, Jiang Cheng finally picked up the coveted sky blue glazed three-legged wash basin. Chapter 72. Encountering Qian Duo again. The noblewoman truly is unrestrained. Finding a great bargain, especially in a public setting, requires a delicate balance of concealment and revelation, making one's true intentions obscure to others. This is precisely why Jiang Cheng made the unnecessary purchase of 2 additional items. Jiang Cheng picked up the exquisite Celadon three-legged brush washer and smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the shopkeeper, Yu Tingshan, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Regardless of whether this item was genuine or not, using a brush washer to hold fish soup was utterly absurd. Even the most foolish of children would not commit such an act. He felt that engaging in business with Jiang Cheng was an insult to his intelligence. However, considering that Jiang Cheng was merely a novice, he found it understandable. He had no intention of swindling him. Breaking even was sufficient. This is an authentic Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon brush washer. Jiang Cheng interjected, his tone flat. Boss, please refrain from exaggerating. There are only 79 pieces of Ru ware in existence, and each one is worth over 100 million. Don't try to deceive me. Yu Tingshan had initially hoped to haggle for a higher price, but Jiang Cheng's knowledge of Ru ware left him blushing with embarrassment. After all, it was one of the 5 great kills of the Northern Song Dynasty, and it would indeed be strange for anyone to be unaware of its fame. It seemed this piece would not be easy to sell. Yu Tingshan gritted his teeth. 2,000, that's my final offer. 200. Jiang Cheng replied with a faint smile. Yu Tingshan nearly spat blood in frustration. Young man, how can you bargain like this? 800 is my lowest price. Otherwise, I will suffer a loss. In truth, he had acquired this piece for a mere 150 from a rural source, used by an elderly gentleman to hold water for his pigeons. He certainly did not believe it was a genuine Ru ware, as the true value of such pieces was far too high to be used as a feeding bowl. Buying it for 150 and selling it for 800 was not a loss at all. Of course, Jiang Cheng did not believe it to be authentic either. However, his keen eye suggested that this Celadon three-legged brush washer could be worth 630,000. This piqued Jiang Cheng's curiosity. Logically, if it were indeed a genuine Ru ware, its value would soar into the hundreds of millions. Yet if it were a counterfeit, it would not command such a price. There was only one possibility. It was an ancient imitation of Ru ware. Only items with historical significance could be valued so highly. Wait, I will offer 2,000 for this brush washer, Jiang Cheng cheerfully declared, preparing to make the payment, when suddenly a sultry voice broke through the air. Both Jiang Cheng and Yu Tingshan turned to see a stunning beauty standing a short distance away. her gaze curiously fixed upon them. Duoya? What are you doing here? Jiang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. The enchanting woman was none other than Qian Duo, the thief he had encountered at the Tianhao Entertainment Club. Qian Duo flashed a captivating smile and sauntered over, her hips swaying gracefully. With casual confidence, she playfully slapped Jiang Cheng on the behind, followed by a firm pinch. Licking her lips, she remarked, "TSK, TSK. Quite a pleasant texture, my dear brother." Without paying Jiang Cheng any mind, she turned to the shopkeeper, Yu Tingshan, and said with a smile, "Boss, I'll offer 2,000. How about you sell me this brush washer?" Jiang Cheng stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the grinning Qian Duo. In an instant, he felt his face flush crimson, retreating a couple of steps involuntarily. This Qian Duo was far too daring. She was indeed a mischievous little enchantress. Observing Jiang Cheng's bashful demeanor, Qian Duo couldn't help but burst into laughter, her joy radiating like blossoms in spring. Yu Tingshan glanced at the enchanting Qian Duo and then at the blushing Jiang Cheng, shaking his head with a smile. "I apologize, fair maiden," he said. "The realm of antiques has its own set of rules. One cannot simply intervene during ongoing transactions, as long as both parties possess the intent to trade. Only upon the completion of the deal may another buyer step in. In other words, Qian Duo may purchase from Jiang Cheng after the transaction concludes, but she cannot usurp the deal while it is still in progress. Such is the custom. Of course, there are many such regulations. For instance, the principle of no passing of hands implies that items should not be transferred from one person to another, primarily to prevent accidental breakage or deliberate sabotage by unscrupulous individuals. Furthermore, within the antique community, the notion of counterfeit goods does not exist. Once a deal is finalized, there are no returns or exchanges. This means that whether one is fortunate or unfortunate, it is solely a matter of skill and perception. Even if one makes a mistake, it is merely a reflection of their lack of discernment. Losses are simply considered tuition fees for one's education. There are numerous such rules, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Qian Duo pouted in frustration, her expression one of irritation. Truly unfortunate. Jiang Cheng silently broke out in a sweat, realizing that Qian Duo was clearly teasing him. He cast a disapproving glance her way, paid the shopkeeper 800 yuan, requested assistance in packaging, and handed over the initial 2 pieces of craftsmanship to Lin Zhou. He retained the exquisite Celadon 3-legged wash basin for himself. Lin Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and said nothing further, proceeding directly towards the parking area with the 2 items. Just as Qian Duo was about to speak, her brow suddenly furrowed, and her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Crouching slightly, she focused intently on a particular direction and whispered to Jiang Cheng, "You rascal brother. I have matters to attend to. I shall seek you out later." With that, she vanished into the throng of people. Jiang Cheng followed her gaze but saw nothing but a sea of faces, utterly unaware of whom Qian Duo had been observing. With a resigned shake of his head, he made his way towards Furui Xian. Furui Xian is renowned along the antique street, and as fate would have it, Jiang Cheng knew the proprietor, Lu Weiming, affectionately known as Lu Yishou. Before long, Jiang Cheng paused before a quaint and charming storefront. Lifting his gaze to the flamboyant characters of Furui Xian emblazoned on the signboard, he stepped inside. Upon entering Furui Xian, a delicate scent of sandalwood enveloped Jiang Cheng's senses, instantly relaxing him. He had visited this establishment before. Each piece of porcelain, artwork, and antique treasure within was of considerable worth. Most importantly, Furui Xian has a singular principle. It does not deal in counterfeit goods. Even if one inadvertently acquires a fake, should they discover the discrepancy at any time, as long as they possess the invoice issued by Furui Xian, they are entitled to a full refund. By this standard alone, Furui Xian stands as one of the most reputable establishments in the entire Qingzhou antique community. After all, the owner, Lu Weiming, serves as the vice president of the Qingzhou Cultural and Antique Association. He certainly would not tarnish his own reputation by selling fakes. At this moment, only a few scattered customers occupied the store, while several attendants patiently introduced their offerings. Jiang Cheng entered unceremoniously, and finding no one paying him any mind, he settled into a nearby chair. He quietly observed the antiques displayed within. Suddenly, a painting hanging on the wall piqued his interest. To his astonishment, he discovered that the artwork was valued at merely 3,500. Curiosity stirred within him. A painting priced over 3,000 could only be deemed a piece of art. Certainly not an antique. Logically, it seemed implausible that Furui Xian would display such a piece. Surely, Lu Weiming could not have overlooked its significance. Rising from his seat, he approached the painting, scrutinizing it closely. To his amazement, it was a depiction of galloping horses by the renowned master Su Beihong. The more he examined the painting, the more perplexed he became. The brush strokes and ink tones subtly reflected the style of a true master. Hastily, he opened Baidu to search for Su Beihong's work. And indeed, he found a corresponding piece. Upon careful comparison, he was astonished to discover an extraordinary resemblance. Could this possibly be an authentic masterpiece? But he quickly dismissed that notion. It was inconceivable that a genuine piece could be valued at such a modest price. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, I see you have taken a liking to this painting. However, I must inform you that it is not for sale in our store." Jiang Cheng turned to find a female attendant dressed in professional attire, her large eyes and neat bangs framing a pleasing visage, tied back in a ponytail. "Not for sale?" She smiled. "Indeed, sir. This painting is a work copied by Master Lu." A wave of astonishment washed over Jiang Cheng. Lu Weiming possessed such remarkable skills in replication. Chapter 73. The Mysterious Character of Cheng. He had not anticipated Lu's artistic prowess to be so refined. While he had heard of Lu's reputation, he had no inkling of the high caliber of his painting technique, which could mimic Su Beihong's galloping horses so convincingly. Were it not for his discerning eye, he might have genuinely believed this to be an original work by the master. At that moment, a voice, slightly aged, resonated through the air. Jiang Cheng turned to see none other than Lu Weiming himself. Clad in a black tang suit, his white hair contrasted with a youthful demeanor, and he appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. "Master Lu." Jiang Cheng quickly inclined his head in greeting. Lu Weiming smiled. "Young friend Jiang, are you here to admire antiques today?" Jiang Cheng nodded, then shook his head. "Admiring antiques is secondary. I primarily wish to consult you regarding an item I possess." "Oh." Lu Weiming's attention was soon drawn to the box Jiang Cheng held in his arms. He gestured to the female attendant. "Xiao Zhou, prepare tea in the backyard. I would like to have a thorough discussion with young friend Jiang." "Yes," replied the attendant, nodding as she made her way to the rear courtyard. "Please, young friend." Following Lu Weiming into the backyard, Jiang Cheng was greeted by the sight of a quaint courtyard, measuring over 60 square meters and exuding an antique charm. The courtyard was simply adorned, with a stone path leading to a stone table and 3 stone stools. A flower bed burst with vibrant blossoms, while a grove of green bamboo stood lush and inviting. The entire courtyard was immaculate and tidy, and Jiang Cheng instantly felt a sense of tranquility amidst the bustling city. His body and mind were considerably at ease. The two took their seats in succession, and Jiang Cheng gently placed the box he held on the stone table, refraining from any unnecessary gestures. Shortly thereafter, a female attendant approached, gracefully carrying the tea set and pouring a cup for both Jiang Cheng and Lu Weiming. "Wui de Hong Pao, my young friend, do give a try." Jiang Cheng, unfamiliar with tea, nodded and pretended to sip from the cup delicately. He truly could not discern its quality. "How is it?" Jiang Cheng chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, Lu Laosher, to be honest, I still find cola more enjoyable." He was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of tea. In his eyes, the finest tea priced at several tens of thousands per pound bore no distinction from the cheap tea leaves sold at corner shops. Lu Weiming burst into hearty laughter at Jiang Cheng's words. "Ha ha ha! Young Jiang, you are indeed candid and carefree." Given Lu Weiming's esteemed position in the antiquities circle of Qingzhou, one would expect him to shower compliments upon tasting his tea, yet Jiang Cheng spoke his mind without hesitation, setting himself apart. Jiang Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. "Lu Laosher, my apologies. I am rather uncouth." Lu Weiming took a sip of tea, waved his hand dismissively, and smiled. "No matter. What object would you like me to examine?" Jiang Cheng wasted no time and directly opened the box. In an instant, Lu Weiming's gaze was momentarily captivated. "Is this Ru porcelain?" He gently extracted the sky blue, 3-legged brush wash from the box and placed it carefully on the stone table for closer inspection. After a long while, a faint smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Then he poured some clear water into the brush wash and gently swirled it. A miraculous scene unfolded before them. "Lu Laosher, this." Jiang Cheng was left speechless, astonishment flooding his expression. He observed, to his utter disbelief, that the exquisite fish scale-like cracks inside the brush wash astonishingly vanished the moment they encountered water, as if the cracks had healed. Witnessing Jiang Cheng's astonished demeanor, Lu Weiming revealed a knowing smile. "This is what we call melting ice upon contact with water." Melting ice upon contact with water? Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with realization. and he couldn't help but exclaim how vividly descriptive that was. He had not anticipated that Rue porcelain could be so fascinating, and his interest was piqued. It seemed his assumption was correct. This piece of Rue porcelain was indeed a replica from a dynasty after the song. Yet, even as a replica, it held considerable value. After all, its historical significance was undeniable. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a find. Jiang Cheng hastily inquired, then Lu Laoshi, "How much do you think this piece is worth?" Lu Weiming regarded Jiang Cheng without a word, merely smiling. After a lengthy pause, he took another sip of tea and changed the subject. "May I ask how much you know about Rue Kiln?" Jiang Cheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Lu Laoshi, to be honest, I've only seen it a few times on television. I know it's one of the 5 great kills of the Song dynasty. I was quite impressed back then, and upon seeing it today, I liked it so much that I couldn't resist buying it. Do you know what type of glaze this is?" "I am indeed aware that it pertains to the stunning sky blue glaze, does it not? The line from Zhou Tianwang's blue and white porcelain, which speaks of the sky blue hue amidst the misty rain, refers precisely to the Rue Kiln's sky blue glaze. How amusing. My young friend seems to possess considerable knowledge. In truth, sky blue has always been the most precious glaze color of Rue porcelain, as well as the most challenging to produce. The sky blue hue is a type of celadon, renowned for its ethereal and dreamlike quality, reminiscent of the serene clarity following a rain shower, earning it the esteemed title of the sky breaking after the rain. However, the glory of the Rue Kiln was tragically brief, lasting a mere 2 decades. Yet, within this fleeting span, especially this enigmatic sky blue tint, it can be deemed the pinnacle of porcelain craftsmanship in the Dragon Kingdom. The process of crafting Rue porcelain is intricate, involving meticulous steps such as the washing of clay, the formulation of glazes, and the precise control of kiln temperatures. Any slight deviation would render the replication of the sky blue hue impossible. Following the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, the art of producing the sky blue glaze was lost to time. During the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, stringent orders were issued to porcelain artisans to recreate the legendary porcelain, described as blue like the heavens, with a surface as exquisite as jade, adorned with cicada wing patterns and the rarity of morning stars. Yet all such attempts ended in failure. Fortunately, after more than 800 years of this sky blue glaze being lost, in 1987, Master Zhu Winli of our country dedicated 13 years to experimenting with 328 formulas and conducting over 500 test firings, ultimately succeeding in reviving the sky blue Rue porcelain for the world to behold. In 1988, the successful trials of Rue porcelain in moonwhite and sky blue glazes sent ripples through the entire ancient ceramics community. In 2010, the craftsmanship of Rue porcelain was inscribed in the National Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection List. Jiang Cheng listened quietly, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated the tumultuous journey of the Rue Kiln's sky blue glaze. However, a sudden realization struck him, filling his mind with questions. This cannot be. According to Lu Lao, this sky blue, 3-legged brush washer could not possibly be a replica crafted by ancient artisans, as the sky blue Rue Kiln technique was not revived until 1987. This implied that the Rue porcelain he held was likely a modern imitation. Lu Weiming observed the bewildered expression on Jiang Cheng's face and chuckled softly. "My young friend, authentic Song dynasty Rue Kiln sky blue porcelain is predominantly housed in museums worldwide or in the hands of esteemed collectors, each piece being a priceless treasure of immense value." Jiang Cheng nodded, somewhat disheartened. He understood Lu Weiming's implication, that this Rue Kiln sky blue, 3-legged brush washer was indeed a product of modern craftsmanship. Thus, Lu Lao's words were quite clear. It may be Rue porcelain, yet it is merely of a level akin to what one might find on a marketplace. He had thought he had stumbled upon a rare find, only to discover it was a futile delight. Yet, a peculiar point lingered. If it were a modern imitation, how could it possibly be valued at over 600,000? Was this not a contradiction? Could it be that his judgment had faltered? This seemed implausible. Jiang Cheng found himself utterly confounded, unable to discern where the flaw lay. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, he noticed a faint blush within a small crack of the ice-like fissures. It was a minute difference, so subtle that had it not been for Jiang Cheng's keen eyesight, he would have overlooked it entirely. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. As I focused my gaze, the sky blue glaze at the fissure slowly faded, gradually revealing a hint of crimson. This is astonishing. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback as he discovered that the crimson was, in fact, a small character concealed beneath the sky blue glaze. It was unmistakably the character, Cheng. Strikingly, this crimson hue bore an uncanny resemblance to the 16 faint red symbols engraved on the black stone that Wen Yao had given him. Initially, Jiang Cheng believed he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. Yet, he was soon informed by old Lu that the Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze, three-legged brush washer he had purchased was merely a modern craft. For a moment, Jiang Cheng thought his keen eyesight had failed him. However, amidst this unexpected revelation, he discovered a hidden crimson character beneath the icy cracks of the Ru porcelain. He was left in a daze for quite some time, unable to regain his composure, his heart tumultuous with intrigue. This was extraordinarily peculiar, especially that shade of crimson. Jiang Cheng sensed that it might be linked to the strange paint used to depict the 16 enigmatic symbols. The technique of writing was strikingly similar, as both were so minuscule. Much like those 16 symbols, they were so diminutive that even placed before an ordinary person, the faint red could easily go unnoticed, let alone be recognized as a character. Had it not been for Jiang Cheng's exceptional eyesight, he would never have discerned that a character lay hidden beneath the sky blue glaze, nor would he have identified it as. What could this mysterious pigment be? Whose hand left this character? Whose artistry gave birth to this sky blue glaze brush washer? A deluge of questions surged forth, leaving Jiang Cheng in utter confusion. Suddenly, he recalled the middle-aged Taoist who had taken the black stone. He seemed far from ordinary. Perhaps he could shed light on the origin of that pigment. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng solemnly inquired of Lu Weiming. Old Lu, can you discern the creator of this Ru Kiln piece? Lu Weiming sighed and shook his head. In contemporary times, many artisans can produce this sky blue glaze. It is virtually impossible to ascertain its provenance. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Cheng nodded. In today's society, there are countless kilns capable of crafting sky blue hues. Approaching this from the creator's perspective seemed futile. However, examining it through the lens of the character appeared promising. Nevertheless, there was no urgency, as this matter held no direct significance for him. It was merely a matter of curiosity. He could explore it further when the opportunity arose. At that moment, Lu Weiming took a small sip of tea, his expression suddenly tinged with melancholy. Young friend Jiang, regarding the matter of the imperial green, I owe you an apology. As one who has watched the young mountain grow, I too feel a sense of sorrow over such actions. To be frank, for an ordinary individual to face over 500 million in imperial green, one might not fare much better than the Morone family. Human greed is insatiable. Even after earning 500 million, one still yearns for another 500 million. However, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. What belongs to you cannot be taken away, and what does not belong to you cannot be obtained. Earning a living through honest and principled means is the true path. It was merely Lu Weiming, the esteemed elder, who personally offered an apology to his junior, leaving Jiang Cheng utterly astounded. He soon managed to smile, replying, Elder Lu, that matter is long past. My ties with the Morone family have been severed. Besides, you are you, and the Morone family is the Morone family. How can I possibly conflate the two? Lu Weiming stroked his beard, revealing a look of contentment. Ah, young Jiang, your magnanimity is as vast as the sea. Jiang Cheng felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment and quickly shifted the conversation to the painting. Elder Lu, I heard from the shop assistant that the galloping horses in Furuixuan is your masterpiece. I had thought it was an authentic work by Master Su. With a beaming smile, Lu Weiming responded, that. It was just a hasty imitation from my youth, which I felt had some merit, so I kept it. After founding Furuixuan, I simply hung it there. What of it? Are you interested in ink wash painting, young friend? Jiang Cheng's face reddened as he replied. To say I am interested would be inaccurate. As a child, I dreamed of becoming a painter. Unfortunately, I possessed no talent for art and could only manage stick figures. Jiang Cheng spoke the truth. As a child, he had been awestruck by Qi Baishi's renowned shrimp paintings in his textbooks, pestering his parents to buy him a plethora of ink wash supplies. However, after confidently embarking on his artistic endeavor, he was met with the disheartening reality of his creations resembling dark, shapeless blobs. Thus, he abandoned his aspirations, yet still harbored a dream of being an artist. Stick figures? Lu Weiming appeared perplexed, likely unfamiliar with the term, chuckling heartily. I did not expect young Jiang to share a passion for the arts. Your description has piqued my curiosity even more. Come, let us exchange ideas. Is the stick figure technique a newly emerging style? With that, Lu Weiming enthusiastically seized Jiang Cheng's arm and led him toward the doorway, eager to see what this stick figure art was all about. Jiang Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment, but, unable to refuse due to Lu Weiming's firm grip, followed along. He silently chuckled to himself, imagining how Lu would react upon learning what a stick figure truly was. Before long, they entered a quaint room steeped in antiquity. Upon stepping inside, a solid wooden writing desk came into view. Jiang Cheng curiously surveyed the space, which seemed to serve as a study. 2 rows of redwood display shelves lined the walls, adorned with a diverse array of valuable antiquities. Jiang Cheng was instantly struck by the sensation of being transported to a bygone era. He quickly scanned the room, noting that each item was of considerable value, far surpassing the quality of what was available for sale at Furuichuan. However, this was to be expected. Truly exquisite pieces are typically preserved and seldom displayed as mere commodities. Such a notion would be rather vulgar. Gome, young friend, please draw something for me to understand what a stick figure truly is. At this moment, Lu Weiming had already laid out the xian paper and prepared the ink, cheerfully handing a brush to Jiang Cheng. Shaking his head vigorously like a rattle, Jiang Cheng awkwardly chuckled. No. Elder Lu, I am utterly ignorant of traditional Chinese painting and lack even the basics. I would rather not embarrass myself. Do not be too modest, my young friend, for there are no outsiders here. Feel free to draw. Lu Lao, are you truly certain you wish to see stick figures? You are young yet, do not dawdle. Hurry and draw. Lu Weiming feigned anger, his expression stern. Ahem. Very well, Lu Lao. May I inquire if your heart is in good condition? For safety's sake. Jiang Cheng felt compelled to ask. Let him draw what he finds interesting. Self-entertainment is of no concern. However, he certainly did not wish for Lu Weiming to faint upon witnessing his stick figure masterpiece. Lu Weiming. Jiang Cheng grasped the brush and pondered for a moment, contemplating how to encapsulate the essence of drawing stick figures. Suddenly, inspiration struck. An image from Stephen Chow's film Flirting Scholar, specifically Zhu Zhishan's painting Phoenix Proud, vividly emerged in his mind. A smirk appeared on his lips. 1 minute later, Lu Lao gazed at Jiang Cheng's chick eating rice with a buzzing head. What on earth is this bizarre little chick? With a headband, no less. The art style is simply, ahem. Young friend, this chick eating rice has its merits, but is this truly the method of drawing stick figures? Lu Weiming racked his brain for a compliment. Jiang Cheng's face flushed. Lu Lao, this is a phoenix. What? Suddenly, the air fell silent. Lu Weiming's mind raced with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 75, The Artistic Prodigy. Observing Lu Weiming's bewildered expression, Jiang Cheng felt a deep sense of embarrassment. After all this, was this what stick figures referred to? Yet, as a senior, he could not crush a junior's enthusiasm. After a prolonged silence, he finally recalled a redeeming quality. Forcing a wry smile, he remarked, Never mind, young friend, at least your grip on the brush is correct. Your foundation might be lacking, yet do not be disheartened. Artistic talent is one aspect, but diligent effort is crucial. However, should anyone compare this artwork with the images from the film, they would find Jiang Cheng's drawing remarkably similar to the one in the movie, even to the minutest detail in line thickness. Yet, no one was aware of this, not even Jiang Cheng himself. Listening to Lu Weiming's encouraging words, Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened as he seemed to wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment, blinking. So, Lu Lao, is there hope for me? Give it a try, Lu Weiming said gravely. With that, he took Jiang Cheng's brush, laid a fresh sheet of rice paper, and began to draw with utmost seriousness. Jiang Cheng observed quietly. To his astonishment, Lu Weiming was drawing a sparrow. The lines were distinct, and the likeness was uncanny. Jiang Cheng focused intently, scrutinizing Lu Weiming's strokes, his techniques. He even employed perspective to observe the pressure exerted by Lu Weiming's wrist. Time passed slowly. Jiang Cheng continued to watch in silence. As time went on, his astonishment deepened. What amazed him was not Lu Weiming's exceptional skill, but rather his own seemingly extraordinary memory. It could almost be described as photographic recall. Every movement, every stroke, the sequence and pressure of each line drawn by Lu Weiming was vividly etched in his mind. As if he were painting himself, Jiang Cheng was filled with astonishment. Could this possibly be his newfound ability? His curiosity deepened, pondering the true nature of the six-flavor Romania pill the woman in red had given him. He absent-mindedly accepted the brush, his mind still processing Lu Weiming's painting techniques and the sequence of his strokes. Without fully comprehending, he began to paint on the rice paper. The entire process flowed effortlessly like a stream of water, and he didn't even glance at the sparrow Lu Weiming was painting nearby. He followed the impressions in his mind with each stroke. At that moment, Jiang Cheng felt an ethereal transformation within himself. Only when he completed the final line did he awaken from his reverie. Lu Weiming, who had been watching in stunned silence, felt as if a grenade had exploded in his mind, leaving him dazed. This, young friend, have you studied traditional Chinese painting? Jiang Cheng awkwardly shook his head. Lu Weiming's lips twitched. Is this what you call not having studied? Your work is nearly identical to mine. It was worth noting that he had been learning to paint since he was 13, and now at 65, he had devoted a full 52 years to the craft. He had never encountered such astonishing talent in painting before. In his first 5 years of study, he had merely focused on copying sparrows, yet despite his efforts, he had never reached Jiang Cheng's remarkable level. This was truly extraordinary. Had he not witnessed Jiang Cheng's painting with his own eyes, he might have thought someone had simply photocopied his artwork. Jiang Cheng was undoubtedly a genius, a prodigy in painting. Overcome with excitement, Lu Weiming grasped Jiang Cheng's hand tightly, trembling with enthusiasm. Young friend, would you be willing to learn traditional Chinese painting from an old man like me? Huh? Jiang Cheng was taken aback, but soon exhilaration surged within him. Of course, I would love to. He had harbored a dream of becoming a painter since childhood, and now, with Lu Weiming's willingness to teach him, it felt like a divine opportunity. Previously, he had considered himself utterly talentless in art, but now, with his newfound ability to see, the dream of painting seemed within reach. Filled with excitement at this thought, Jiang Cheng deeply bowed to Lu Weiming. Lu Weiming could hardly contain his joy. Having entered the world of painting initially, but later transitioning to the appraisal of antiques and jade for survival. Nevertheless, he had always maintained a fervent passion for painting. Having lived his life without children or apprentices, he never anticipated that in his later years he would take on a disciple with such extraordinary artistic talent. His only desire was to pass on the painting skills he had inherited from his master, a fulfillment that would bring him peace. The entire afternoon, Jiang Cheng remained in the back hall of Relics, studying painting techniques with Lu Weiming. It was only when twilight approached that he remembered Lin Zhou was still waiting for him in the car. He slapped his forehead in embarrassment and quickly bid farewell to his master before exiting Relics. Sorry, Zhou, I got caught up with something. Lin Zhou replied calmly. It's fine. As Jiang Cheng contemplated where to have dinner, his phone rang. It was a call from Qian Duo. Frowning slightly, he answered, Hello. Sister Duo, is there something you need? Dear little brother, allow me to treat you to a meal. There's a matter on which I require your assistance. Jiang Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Sister Duo, did we not agree? Ever since that night, let us act as if we have never met. However, upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized they could be construed ambiguously, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. You ungrateful little brother, a heartless scoundrel, feasting on my affections and then denying all responsibility? Jiang Cheng's face instantly darkened. No. Sister Duo, please do not speak nonsense. When did I? Ha. Dear little brother, if you are in need, would I dare to oppose? Rest assured, I shall not cause you any pain. The bluntness of her words, coupled with Qian Duo's alluring voice, made Jiang Cheng's face flush with embarrassment, rendering him speechless for an extended moment. Enough. I shan't jest any longer. I shall send you my location via your phone. You must arrive within half an hour. Otherwise, I shall reveal our dealings to Cheng Dong. Jiang Cheng's expression turned somber. Fear not. It is merely a small favor I seek from you. What else could I possibly want? Would I consume you? With that, Qian Duo hung up the phone. Gazing at her phone screen, she revealed a triumphant smirk, murmuring, Dear little brother, I have finally discerned your Achilles heel, having boarded my ship of mischief. Do you think you can escape? Chapter 76, Bureau 404. In the study of Lu Weiming at the Furuixuan in the ancient streets of Nanjing. Xiaozhou, you have worked hard today. Please tidy up these papers, and you may leave for the day. Lu Weiming gestured towards the Xian paper on the desk that had been used for Jiang Cheng's practice and exited the study with a smile. Zhou nodded politely, proceeding to clear away the discarded Xian paper that had been used by the elderly Lu. She had initially been curious about what significant matters Lu and Jiang Cheng had discussed all afternoon. However, upon observing the sheets filled with sparrows, the realization dawned upon her. They were merely practicing traditional Chinese painting. Zhou found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Cheng's pursuits. In this modern era, traditional Chinese painting had fallen into decline. Even professional art students primarily focused on oil painting, realism, or at the very least comic art, who would still learn a seemingly obsolete art form with no promising future. Contemporary traditional Chinese painting was not akin to the ancient artifacts. It held little monetary value. What was the point of creating exquisite works if they could not be sold, leaving one unable to even afford a meal? It would be far more practical to learn comic art, serialize on comic platforms, and at least secure a modest living. Who knows? With a stroke of luck, one might achieve fame and fortune through a single comic, attaining financial freedom. Nevertheless, Zhou Ying, despite her skepticism towards traditional Chinese painting, could not deny Jiang Cheng's skill. His sparrow paintings were remarkably lifelike. Suddenly, an unconventional piece of art caught Zhou Ying's eye, causing her to pause before bursting into laughter. My goodness, is this the proud phoenix? Gazing at the chick-like phoenix, she was instantly transported to her childhood memories of watching Stephen Chow's films. This is exceptionally talented. Zhou Ying found it amusing and could not resist pulling out her phone to take a picture, posting a short video with the caption, "The long-lost proud phoenix." Finally, a living example, accompanied by several laughing emojis. Little did she know that this whimsical recording of a brief video would subsequently ignite a tremendous uproar across the internet. The fervor escalated dramatically, with a plethora of videos emerging, showcasing individuals donned in traditional attire mimicking the act of a chick pecking at rice. Coupled with the film's captivating voiceovers and the exaggerated, comedic expressions of the impersonators, the phenomenon swiftly captivated the online sphere. Various iterations, such as Zhu Zhishan from the northwest and Zhu Zhishan from the northeast, alongside Chow County's renditions, proliferated like mushrooms after spring rain. Even the beloved Stephen Chow and actor Chan Baixiang, who portrayed Zhu Zhishan, experienced a resurgence in popularity, garnering an impressive wave of attention. Trending topics on social media remained dominated by an array of hashtags, all centered around Phoenix Proud Intent, Chick Pecking Rice, Tang Bohu's Autumn Scent, and Zhu Zhishan by Chan Baixiang. However, that was merely a precursor to what was to unfold. Meanwhile, the architect of this commotion, Jiang Cheng, found himself at the entrance of a hot pot restaurant. After glancing at the GPS on his phone and then at the restaurant sign, he let out a deep sigh and proceeded inside. Guided by a waiter, Jiang Cheng soon located Qian Duo, who was relishing her meal in a private booth. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, Qian Duo flashed a mischievous grin and beckoned to the waitress. "Miss, could we please have 2 more plates of kidney?" The waitress stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with understanding, and nodded before leaving the booth. Observing Qian Duo's carefree and cheerful demeanor, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened considerably. "Sister Duo, could you perhaps tone down that rather lascivious expression? If someone misconstrues it, it could tarnish your reputation." Jiang Cheng grumbled as he plopped down across from her. "What is the matter, little brother? Are you feeling shy? What has got you so anxious? Do you perhaps prefer to be reserved?" Jiang Cheng was rendered speechless. He realized that in the presence of the enchanting Qian Duo, he felt as innocent as an unspoiled maiden. He picked up his chopsticks and began to devour a generous piece of tripe, attempting to divert the conversation. "So, what brings you to seek my assistance?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Quite simple, really. Just help me win some money." Qian Duo replied with a cheeky smile, revealing her pearly whites, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons, utterly captivating. Jiang Cheng shook his head vigorously. "What? You want to gamble again?" "Absolutely not. I want to go. Not even if you threaten me." "Sister Duo, are you not aware that gambling is illegal?" With a nonchalant smile, Qian Duo asserted, "I say it's not illegal." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. "Whether it's legal or not is beyond my knowledge, but don't try to deceive me. I am a legitimate businessman and never dabble in gambling." "Oh, a legitimate person? A legitimate person who plays with a remote? The last time you called to manipulate the game for your sister's winnings was quite exhilarating." Qian Duo teased, her voice growing more flirtatious. "Can you not speak appropriately?" Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson, utterly exasperated by Qian Duo's antics. Seeing Jiang Cheng's face redden like a ripe apple, Qian Duo burst into laughter, her glee causing her to tremble with delight. "Hee, little brother, your composure is rather lacking. If you ever find yourself in the 404 Bureau on a mission, you'll be in trouble." 404 Bureau? What on earth is that? Jiang Cheng inquired, slightly taken aback. He instinctively shrank his neck, questioning, could it possibly be a cult? You wouldn't. In his mind, Qian Duo was far from a virtuous individual. She was entangled in gambling and theft, her words often laced with flirtation, frequently resorting to physicality. "Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes?" Qian Duo rolled her eyes dramatically, gesturing upwards. "Rest assured, 404 is affiliated with those above." Jiang Cheng quickly lifted his gaze to the ceiling, feigning indignation as he bellowed, "Above? Who is up there? I see you, come out." Observing Jiang Cheng's bewildered expression, Qian Duo couldn't help but burst into laughter, mockingly imitating a pig's grunt. "All right, enough with the act, you silly brother. You're quite the joker." Jiang Cheng promptly popped a slice of lotus root into his mouth. "You were the one who mentioned it was a joke. If I'm not mistaken, you're a thief, aren't you? You claim to work for those above? Do you take me for a fool?" Qian Duo remained unperturbed, chuckling. "What's wrong? Only virtuous individuals can serve the nation. If everyone serving the country were virtuous, who would handle the unsavory tasks?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, the question rendering him speechless. "Let us be frank. I have my eye on you. I wish to recruit you, bring you into the 404 Bureau. Not interested. Don't you wish to serve the nation?" Jiang Cheng retorted, "I work diligently, run a business, and pay taxes. Am I not serving the country? You're as stubborn as a stone in a cesspool, both foul and unyielding." Qian Duo pouted, momentarily displeased, but her smile quickly returned. "However, I do admire your tenacity." She then pulled out her phone, waving it in front of Jiang Cheng. "Silly brother, I still have the voice message you sent me. If you refuse to comply, I might just sell our little secret to Cheng Dong of the Foeman. You're shameless. Fear not. Joining 404 comes with numerous privileges that ordinary folks wouldn't dare to imagine." "What privileges?" "Oh, many. For instance, driving without a license, crossing streets without queuing. And if you sacrifice yourself, the state will handle your funeral." "Is that all?" Jiang Cheng grimaced, realizing he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 77. The Theft of the Yuan Dynasty Tomb. Jiang Cheng shook his head vigorously. He would never join the 404 Bureau, not for anything. Just the name itself seemed untrustworthy. He had read enough sensational online novels, and they all ended up with the 404. He harbored an innate dread of that number. Unless there were monumental benefits, he wouldn't even entertain the idea. The so-called privileges sounded utterly dubious. Jiang Cheng pouted. "Forget about joining. You wanted my help, right? Speak up, how can I assist? You truly want to consider joining?" "Joining the organization comes with a designated partner. The partner you mentioned wouldn't be you, would it?" Jiang Cheng tilted his head curiously. "What, am I not beautiful enough?" To flaunt her enviable curves, Qian Duo deliberately tightened her white t-shirt, presenting her perfect silhouette to Jiang Cheng without reservation. Jiang Cheng glanced at Qian Duo's alluring figure, particularly her delicate waist and voluptuous curves, and couldn't help but smirk with a hint of bitterness. "Ah, beauty is indeed captivating, but I fear I may not live long enough to enjoy it. Engaging with this enchanting creature might just drain the life out of me. Being merely a casual acquaintance is one thing, but being in a relationship could shorten my lifespan. I wish to live a few more years." Qian Duo, with an enigmatic gaze, surveyed Jiang Cheng's impressive stature and flashed a mischievous smile. At such a tender age in your 20s, you're already preoccupied with health preservation? Are you up for a challenge, my delicate pup? Why not give it a try?" Feeling belittled by a woman's taunt, Jiang Cheng's temper flared. "I will try, delicate pup." Qian Duo chuckled even more heartily. At that moment, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. 3 or 4 police officers clad in uniforms burst in. "Which one of you is Jiang Cheng?" Jiang Cheng, taken aback, hurriedly stood. I am. Officers, what seems to be the matter?" He shot a resentful glance at the composed Qian Duo beside him. "Gambling? You must be mistaken." His brows furrowed even tighter. Qian Duo, unfazed, casually retrieved a red identification card bearing the national emblem from her pocket and presented it to the officers. "Indeed, officers, are you sure you have the right person?" Upon seeing the red document, the officers froze momentarily. They exchanged glances and then quickly donned smiles as warm as spring. My apologies. We seem to have made an error." The lead officer waved his hand dismissively, and soon after, the officers exited the room, closing the door behind them with courteous gestures. Jiang Cheng was left in a state of bewilderment, witnessing their abrupt shift in demeanor. The room fell silent, the air thick enough to hear a pin drop. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and fixed a knowing gaze on Qian Duo. "Comrade, was this your doing?" Qian Duo smirked, proudly accentuating her curves. "So, are you interested in joining the 404 Bureau now?" Unfamiliar with the workings of the 404 Bureau, Jiang Cheng hesitated to agree readily. Qian Duo seemed to anticipate his reaction, maintaining her calm demeanor. "That's acceptable. However, you must assist me tonight." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Cheng nodded. How could he refuse? The police would certainly heed the 404 Bureau. He, an ordinary individual, stood no chance against that. Fine, but you must guarantee my safety and ensure that my involvement in tonight's affairs does not endanger my family or friends. This was Jiang Cheng's final stipulation. Qian Duo flashed a radiant smile, resembling a blooming flower, and assured him, "Of course. Would I ever lead you astray? All right, what exactly do you want me to do? Later, we will visit an underground casino, and I need you to win money from a specific individual." Jiang Cheng frowned. "Why is it always gambling? Don't you have anything else to do?" Qian Duo, undeterred, continued to smile. "Have you heard about the newly discovered Yuan dynasty tomb in Qingzhou?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, for not only had he heard of it, but he had also contemplated investigating the matter further. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I believe I heard about it on the news. It seems to be in the outskirts of Dongxing District, Qingzhou City." Qian Duo nodded in acknowledgement. "The Yuan dynasty tomb has been plundered." What? Jiang Cheng felt a tumultuous upheaval within. His suspicions had turned out to be true. The Yuan dynasty tomb had indeed been violated. However, he was uncertain whether the perpetrator was Huang Kun. If it truly was Huang Kun, then his fortunate days were numbered. Yet, if it was not Huang Kun but rather someone else, then dealing with Huang Kun would require a more strategic approach. "Why hasn't this been reported on television?" Jiang Cheng inquired, puzzled. "The higher-ups have ordered a news blackout." Qian Duo elucidated. "They suspect that this is the work of a specialized tomb raiding gang, and the number of artifacts involved could be substantial. Therefore, they decided to keep the information under wraps, to lull the culprits into complacency, allowing our Bureau 404 to investigate discreetly, following the clues to apprehend the entire gang in one fell swoop." Jiang Cheng suddenly grasped the rationale, which clarified why the media had not reported the theft and why Song, Yi, and Wu Liangkai were oblivious to the situation. Jiang Cheng's mind raced. "What stage are you at now?" Qian Duo produced a photograph from her bag, depicting a lean man in his early 30s. "This man is Hu Yan, nicknamed Little Ear, associated with the Fengmen." "Fengmen? The one connected to the Cheng family? Is this the reason you appeared at the Fengmen casino last time?" "Precisely. A week ago, this Hu Yan sold a piece of jade on Antique Street, which coincidentally pairs with another piece found in the Yuan dynasty tomb." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. "Wait. You aren't certain that Hu Yan is one of the tomb raiders, are you?" Jiang Cheng immediately detected the flaw in Qian Duo's words. "Of course. If someone hadn't unexpectedly discovered that piece of jade, we would have never known that the Yuan dynasty tomb had been looted prior to its excavation." Jiang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Had it not been for Hu Yan, this tomb raiding case would likely have remained forever unknown. How dramatic. "So, you have no evidence linking Hu Yan directly to the tomb raiding?" "Indeed, that is the very reason I am asking for your assistance. Based on my observations over the past few days, Hu Yan is a compulsive gambler with exceedingly poor luck." Jiang Cheng pondered this revelation, suddenly enlightened. "You mean to say that if Hu Yan becomes desperate due to his losses, he might resort to selling other artifacts?" "Clever. If Hu Yan comes into possession of a second or even a third artifact, he could very well become our point of leverage. Can't you just follow Hu Yan? Why resort to this method? Do you think I haven't been tracking him?" However, Hu Yan only travels between his home and the underground casino, making it nearly impossible to extract any information. Enough of that. Your task is to ensure Hu Yan loses, and loses to the point of financial ruin. Chapter 78, The Human Skin Mask. Jiang Cheng was now almost certain that the artifacts in Huang Kun's possession were indeed those plundered from the Yuan dynasty tomb. To be frank, Jiang Cheng was quite eager to bring up the matter of Huang Kun's collusion with Fengmen in smuggling artifacts. Since the 404 Bureau is investigating the tomb robbery case, entrusting this smuggling case to them seems a prudent choice. However, he harbors reservations about the 404 Bureau. If he were to disclose information to them, who could guarantee that everyone within the 404 is trustworthy? It could very well provoke a reaction, and if Huang Kun were cornered, he might destroy evidence, allowing him to evade justice. Furthermore, there exists the risk of exposing himself until the critical moment arrives. Jiang Cheng would not readily place Huang Kun's matters in the public eye. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng posed a question. "Sister Duoer, may I inquire about the extent of the 404 Bureau's authority? Surely, they cannot merely dispatch a few police officers." This was the question Jiang Cheng was most eager to know, as it would determine his trust in the 404 Bureau. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Qian Duo's eyes as she smiled radiantly. "Oh, are you interested in our 404 Bureau? How about this? If you join us, I will divulge everything. If you choose not to, we adhere to our protocols and cannot disclose anything." Jiang Cheng shot her an exasperated glance. The implication of Qian Duo's words was unmistakable. Jiang Cheng's distrust of the 404 Bureau was reciprocated. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, the two hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to the Sifong Street night bar. During the ride, Qian Duo provided an overview of the upcoming venue. Much like Tianhao Entertainment, it appeared to be a legitimate business on the surface, yet concealed beneath was an illicit gambling establishment. Unlike Tianhao Entertainment, this casino operated with far more discretion, lacking the formidable backing of forces like Fengmen. The security was exceedingly tight. Entry was predominantly reserved for regular patrons who had to present their identification. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, inquired how they would gain entry. Qian Duo merely smiled, assuring him that there was no need for concern, as she had already procured 2 sets of identification. It then dawned on Jiang Cheng that Qian Duo was a skilled thief. Acquiring 2 identification documents was hardly a challenge for her. Shortly thereafter, he observed Qian Duo produce 2 circular plastic tokens from her pocket, handing one to him. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were indeed chips used in the casino. Bewildered, he remarked, "Is this our entry proof? What could serve as a better proof than this?" Qian Duo replied. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, understanding that possessing casino chips indicated either a habitual gambler or someone introduced by a familiar face. Utilizing chips as proof certainly enhanced security for the casino. 30 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of an entertainment street in the Southern District. This street was named Sifong Street, an old thoroughfare in the Southern District. The two disembarked and stood at the street corner, gazing into the vibrant entertainment district. The atmosphere was lively, filled with flashing neon lights and the sound of revelry. Bars, karaoke lounges, spas, saunas, foot massage parlors, and various entertainment venues occupied the entire street, with pulsating music spilling forth intermittently from different establishments, creating a cacophony of noise. The street was teeming with women clad in revealing attire. Some, having overindulged, lay sprawled on the ground like discarded figures, only to be swiftly collected by a group of raucous youths. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, feeling a strong aversion to such a decadent nightlife. At that moment, Qian Duo retrieved her phone and made a call. Subsequently, they made their way toward a foot massage parlor. Upon entering, the proprietor greeted Jiang Cheng and Qian Duo with warmth, insisting on introducing them to the most skilled therapists. Qian Duo, however, interrupted, promptly naming therapist No. 12 and headed straight into room number 5. Not long after they entered, a striking young woman clad in a form-fitting black dress entered, toolbox in hand. Upon noticing Qian Duo, she nodded and curiously scrutinized Jiang Cheng. "Qian Duo, who is this?" she inquired, her interest piqued. Qian Duo smiled, a newcomer. Instantly, the young woman lit up. "Oh, Qian Duo, you're still recruiting? This gentleman is quite handsome. A pleasure to behold." "Hello, im jiao gui, Jiang Cheng," he responded, awkwardly smiling as he introduced himself. "Enough chit-chat. Where's the equipment?" Xiao Kuei's demeanor shifted, her smile vanishing as she handed the toolbox to Qian Duo. Opening it revealed 2 pigskin-like objects before them. Qian Duo nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "All right, await my message, and be prepared." With that, Xiao Kuei exited, closing the door behind her. Jiang Cheng leaned closer, examining the peculiar items in the box, and curiously asked, "What is this?" "Human skin masks." "What?" Jiang Cheng blinked in disbelief, utterly astonished. Could this truly be the legendary human skin mask from martial arts novels? He never imagined such a thing existed. Although Xiao Kuei's craftsmanship was not flawless, it was certainly adequate. Suddenly, Qian Duo seemed to recall something, a playful smile appearing, made of silicone toys. "Goodness," Jiang Cheng gasped, his mind racing to images of the silicone gadgets from certain films. A wave of nausea washed over him. Noticing his distaste, Qian Duo burst into laughter. "Oh, don't worry. It's unused." She then nonchalantly applied a female human skin mask to her face, preening in front of the mirror. Jiang Cheng, intrigued, watched closely, his astonishment growing. This creation was indeed impressive. Once applied, Qian Duo was unrecognizable, transformed into a nondescript middle-aged woman, the kind one would overlook in a crowd. Despite her ordinary face, her devilish figure created an odd juxtaposition. His curiosity regarding the craftsmanship of the mask deepened. Seeing Jiang Cheng stare at her, Qian Duo furrowed her brows, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and put yours on." With a strong effort to suppress his discomfort, Jiang Cheng donned the mask. After adjusting it, he gazed into the mirror, where a dark-skinned man in his 30s stared back at him. Remarkably, the effect was quite convincing. Even his sister, Jiang Ling, would likely fail to recognize him. "I'll go in first," he said, Once you receive my message, you can follow. Jiang Cheng chuckled, not bad. Quite a professional setup. Qian Duo rolled her eyes dramatically, responding, what did you expect? We in room 404 are all elite. Just don't get nervous and make sure you don't mess things up. Having uttered her warning, Qian Duo cast a significant glance at Jiang Cheng before departing the private room. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing to see Qian Duo assume such a serious demeanor. In Chapter 79, titled The Wealthy Benefactor, Jiang Cheng stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting his mask, and exhaled deeply. An unexpected query arose in his mind. Could it be that the 404 Bureau operated in an espionage capacity, with the presence of human masks and thieves? It was no wonder Jiang Cheng entertained such a notion. However, he quickly shook his head, pondering whether a tomb robbery case truly necessitated the involvement of spies. Was that not an overextension of resources? His curiosity about the 404 Bureau intensified. Could it be that the tomb robbery was not as straightforward as it appeared? At that moment, a text message arrived on his phone from Qian Duo, urging him to take action. Jiang Cheng bit his lip, inhaling deeply. Feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him, he experienced a sudden sensation akin to that of a spy on a mission, particularly since he was currently wearing a different visage. It was undeniably thrilling. Yet, being his first endeavor, he felt apprehensive, fearing that unforeseen complications might arise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng pushed open the door and exited the foot massage parlor. 10 minutes later, a man in his 30s, with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, entered the nightclub. This was Jiang Cheng, now disguised. He scanned a room filled with men and women dancing wildly, but did not linger. Heading directly towards the stairway, marked for safety. At the stairway stood two burly men, their physiques reminiscent of bouncers, having just inspected a gambler's chips. One of the tattooed giants furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Jiang Cheng's unfamiliar face and coldly ordered, "Dancing is done via the elevator." Unperturbed, Jiang Cheng produced a round chip, deliberately displaying its letters towards the bouncer. It bore the initials of the establishment, not representing the bar itself, but rather the underground casino associated with it. The bouncer's demeanor softened somewhat as he regarded the chip, yet he still did not grant immediate passage. "Who referred you?" "Old M.O., the fishmonger," Jiang Cheng replied. Old M.O. was the individual through whom Qian Duo had procured the chips, a regular patron of the Nightshade Casino. The bouncer nodded, exchanging a glance with his bald companion, who promptly cleared a path for Jiang Cheng, just as he felt a wave of relief and prepared to ascend the stairs. The bald man interjected with a sudden question. "Hey, I heard Old Mo's wife just had a baby. Was it a boy or a girl?" Although the inquiry seemed casual, Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, internally cursing the situation. This was clearly a test. Nevertheless, he forced a foolish grin and replied, "Come on, brother. Old M.O. is a confirmed bachelor. Where would he find a wife?" "Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha, my apologies. I must have been mistaken. Please go right ahead." The bald man scratched his head, hastily gesturing for Jiang Cheng to enter. As he turned away, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a trickle of cold sweat. How astute was this doorman? He silently thanked Qian Duo for providing him with detailed information about Old M.O. beforehand. Otherwise, he might not have even made it through the door of the casino and could have faced dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng slowly descended the stairs to the second underground level. He noticed that every corner of the staircase was equipped with a surveillance camera, making it evident that his every move was under scrutiny. Fortunately, Qian Duo had been sufficiently professional to prepare a human skin mask in advance. Otherwise, he would have surely exposed his identity. One must admit, despite her usual frivolity, Qian Duo was quite reliable when it came to getting things done. Before long, Jiang Cheng reached the second underground floor. As with the upper level, two bodyguards were stationed at the stairway exit. However, this time the scrutiny was less stringent. After a mere glance at his chips, they allowed him entry. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming and foul odor. Jiang Cheng nearly retched. The stench was a nauseating lang of smoke, sweaty feet, and something akin to hydrogen sulfide. The aroma was truly remarkable. This was a hall, not particularly spacious, and rather cramped. In a mere 70 to 80 square meters, 7 or 8 tables were crammed together. Thankfully, they were round tables. Had they been professional gambling tables, there would scarcely have been room to stand. On the opposite side of the hall, he could see an exit leading to a corridor, flanked on either side by a dozen or so private rooms. Jiang Cheng utilized his perceptive abilities to observe that these rooms were dedicated gambling areas, likely reserved for high-profile clients. However, he did not linger on this observation. Every table in the hall was surrounded by eager patrons. The cacophony of shouts and cheers rose and fell with fervor. Many participants were already caught in the throes of their addiction, their complexions pale and waxen, devoid of life. With dark circles under their eyes resembling those of pandas, their hair matted and unkempt, they appeared utterly defeated, no longer resembling normal individuals. It was evident they had been awake for several nights. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but worry that some of these individuals might suffer a fatal collapse. Observing these nearly morbid gamblers, Jiang Cheng began to reflect. Was he not also in a similar state when it came to his own gambling ventures? Now that financial stability was no longer a concern, should he not engage in more meaningful pursuits? Perhaps he could earnestly study painting, or rectify past regrets by enhancing his education and experiencing university life, or pursue other worthwhile endeavors. Nevertheless, even if the universe were to bring about his demise, humanity itself remains infinitely more noble than the forces that threaten to extinguish it, for he was acutely aware of his mortality and the universe's indifference towards him. In any case, Jiang Cheng felt that his life ought not to be confined merely to the pursuit of wealth. He should aspire to loftier goals. But that was a matter for another time. Before long, Jiang Cheng spotted Qian Duo, engrossed in a game of jade at one of the tables. As Jiang Cheng approached, it appeared she had just suffered a loss, her chips reduced by a third. A frown of dismay crossed Jiang Cheng's face as he hurriedly pulled her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Gambling?" Qian Duo chuckled sheepishly, sporting an embarrassed expression. I just got a bit carried away. With a long sigh, Jiang Cheng displayed an expression of exasperation. "What nonsense is this? Have you arrived or not?" Qian Duo pointed to a slender man at a blackjack table. He had already begun playing, and inexplicably his luck today was exceptionally good, having won nearly 70 to 80,000 in a short span. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows. Surely, he wouldn't run off with his winnings, would he? Rest assured, you fail to understand the gambler's psyche. Should he lose, he might just walk away, but if he wins, his mind will be consumed with the desire to win even more. Qian Duo offered Jiang Cheng a reassuring glance. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized a crucial issue. Wait a minute. With so many tables, how could he entice Hu Yin to gamble with him? If he were to deliberately seek a game with Hu Yin, the latter would undoubtedly be suspicious. There was a risk he might refuse to play. It would be best if Hu Yin approached him for a game. Qian Duo smirked mischievously. Isn't that simple? What if he discovers you to be an utterly foolish and naive person, one with plenty of money? Damn it, you are the fool. Your entire family is a bunch of fools. Jiang Cheng exploded in anger. All right. Enough with the chatter. The task is complete, and you may handle it as you wish. Let us go exchange for chips. Jiang Cheng felt a bit conflicted. To play the fool, wouldn't he have to lose constantly? Who would bear the cost of the losses? You all must reimburse me, Jiang Cheng stated earnestly. Is it just a matter of reimbursement? What's the big deal? Observing the mysterious smile that appeared on Qian Duo's lips, Jiang Cheng felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something amiss. Under the coercion and temptation of Qian Duo, Jiang Cheng exchanged a staggering 1 million in chips, his heart bleeding at the thought. If they didn't reimburse him, he would make sure to take his revenge on Qian Duo. He absolutely could not suffer a loss. Chapter 80, Baiting the Hook. With 1 million in chips, Qian Duo took half without hesitation and dashed into a game of jade, wreaking havoc. In no time, she was left in utter disarray, her nose and eyes in turmoil. With a gloomy expression, she stared fixedly at Jiang Cheng, her lips pouting as if she had suffered a tremendous grievance. Jiang Cheng could hardly contain his irritation. This prodigal woman, lacking in skill, yet insatiable in her cravings. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Who exactly was executing the mission here? The more he pondered, the more he found the 404 Bureau to be unreliable. What sort of individuals were they recruiting? Ignoring Qian Duo's resentful gaze, Jiang Cheng discreetly observed Hu Yin from the side of a nearby dice table. At that moment, Hu Yin was engaged in a fierce battle at a blackjack table not far away. Blackjack, also known as 21, is a game that has been passed down from the land of the Franks, boasting a rich history. It can be played by 2 to 6 individuals using a standard deck of 52 cards, excluding the jokers. The objective for players is to achieve a hand value not exceeding 21 while aiming for the highest possible total. Face cards count as 10 points. While number cards retain their face value, the ace can be counted as either 1 or 11, depending on the situation. Blackjack consists of a dealer and players. At the start, both the dealer and players are dealt 2 cards. However, players receive 2 face-up cards while the dealer has 1 face-up and 1 face-down card. Based on their hand, players can decide whether to take additional cards, ultimately comparing their totals. If a player achieves exactly 21 points, it is termed a blackjack, signifying victory. If the points are lower than the opponent's, or if one exceeds 21 points due to an excess of drawn cards, it is deemed a bust, resulting in a loss. At first, Huyen experienced a winning streak, amassing over 100,000, yet subsequently, after 2 or 3 consecutive busts, he found himself with merely over 20,000 in chips. His face darkened, resembling a piece of charcoal. He ceased his betting, merely observing from the sidelines. Hesitant to re-enter the fray, Jiang Cheng keenly scrutinized Huyen, gaining insight into his character. He was a quintessential example of someone who becomes intoxicated by winning and frantic when losing. If luck favored him continuously, he would wager without restraint. Conversely, a few losses would see him abandon the game altogether. Yet his lingering presence indicated a significant gambling addiction. A faint smile tugged at Jiang Cheng's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. Striding confidently towards the blackjack table, his pockets brimming with chips, Jiang Cheng approached Huyen. Leaning slightly, he deliberately bumped into him, causing a cascade of 5 or 6 chips to clatter to the ground. Engrossed in the game, Huyen was taken aback by the unexpected shove, his temper flaring instantly. Damn, who the hell dares to bump into me? He cursed, as chips rolled in every direction. With keen eyesight, he quickly recognized the denomination of the scattered chips, each marked at a value of 10,000. Initially taken aback, he then noticed the bulging pockets of Jiang Cheng and his eyes sparkled with greed. As Jiang Cheng collected the chips, he profusely apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just so crowded, I lost my footing. Not a problem. I'll help you pick them up. Huyen eagerly bent down to assist Jiang Cheng, returning the gathered chips with enthusiasm, though he surreptitiously pocketed 2 in the process. Jiang Cheng observed this small act of thievery with clarity, but chose not to expose him. Feigning ignorance, his intention was solely to project an image of affluence, hoping to capture Huyen's attention. Little did he anticipate that Huyen would display such unscrupulous behavior driven by greed. Jiang Cheng chuckled inwardly at Huyen's pilfering. The bait had been set. After all, one cannot expect a fish to bite if they are unwilling to cast out any bait. Those 2 chips had conveniently saved him considerable effort. Thank you, Jiang Cheng said with a smile as he accepted the chips, then nonchalantly moved to the edge of the blackjack table, observing intently like an ordinary gambler. Initially, Huyen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Jiang Cheng might notice the missing chips and realize he had stolen them. However, he reassured himself that should he be caught, he could simply toss the chips to the ground and escape unscathed. Remaining silent, he positioned himself off to the side, choosing to observe Jiang Cheng discreetly without participating in the game. After several more minutes, a smirk crept across Huyen's face as he realized that Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to the 2 missing chips. Moreover, Huyen discovered that Jiang Cheng was not only oblivious, but also possessed an insatiable appetite for gambling, a fool with an abundance of money. He was so ignorant of the game's rules that he blindly followed suit with his eyes closed. Several rounds had already surpassed 17 points, yet he still foolishly requested more cards, resulting in numerous busts. Despite suffering consecutive losses, Huyen noted that Jiang Cheng didn't even flinch. What a simpleton. An absolute buffoon. How could he possibly let such a naive and wealthy lamb slip through his fingers? He recognized that others could also discern Jiang Cheng's foolishness, and he couldn't allow anyone else to claim this easy prey. Hurriedly, he approached Jiang Cheng and gently tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Cheng had already lost a considerable sum, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Huyen stood by watching, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. Had he caught on, or was he still oblivious to his own folly? That shouldn't be the case. His acting skills were commendable. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that today, as 100,000 would be in vain. He silently vowed never to fall for such tricks again. Just then, Jiang Cheng felt a tug on his clothing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although his feelings were mixed, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Oh, it's you, big brother? What is up? Huyen responded with a smile, pulling Jiang Cheng aside and whispering, Brother, I've been watching you for a while. You haven't gambled much, have you? You're unaware of the rules, and you're bound to suffer losses. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Indeed, I haven't gambled much. I'm just here to learn. Huyen sighed dramatically, wearing an expression of exasperation. Brother, you can't be like this. I can't bear to see a novice like you being taken advantage of. It's far too noisy here to talk. Let us find a private room, and I'll thoroughly explain the game rules to you. With that, Hu Yin urged Jiang Cheng toward a secluded room. Jiang Cheng smirked inwardly, thinking, finally I've got him hooked. Really? Thank you, big brother. I feel like I'm losing everything. He quickly feigned agreement, clutching his chips as he followed Hu Yin. Hu Yin arranged for a mid-tier private room with a middle-aged man overseeing the gaming area. Guided by a dealer, the two entered the room one after the other. Upon entering, Hu Yin plopped down beside the gaming table and smiled at Jiang Cheng. Brother, which game do you want to play? Let me explain the rules. Let us go with blackjack. Jiang Cheng replied eagerly. Hu Yin chuckled, instructing the dealer to fetch a few decks of cards. He then began to feign seriousness as he explained the rules and strategies of blackjack. Jiang Cheng appeared to be an attentive student, nodding and understanding, expressing surprise, and suddenly grasping concepts. Everything flowed naturally. Hu Yin smirked slightly, thinking, go ahead, play along. Yet, inwardly, he sneered, contemplating how to take advantage of Jiang Cheng. Just then, the door to the room opened, and a dealer entered, accompanied by two individuals, a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, adorned with a large gold chain and a flashy watch, resembled a newly wealthy tycoon. A woman in her 30s, possessing an ordinary appearance, verging on unattractive, with a round face and small eyes, boasted a curvaceous figure. Yet, her visage was so unappealing that it overshadowed her otherwise splendid physique. Hu Yin was immediately disinterested. The woman was heavily made up, adorned in designer clothing, and carried a Chanel handbag, suggesting a certain affluence. However, the ensemble appeared incongruous on her. The attendant smiled and said, Sir, I apologize, but all the private rooms are occupied. Would you mind sharing with these two guests? Certainly. However, I only play blackjack. Hu Yin was inclined to decline, but just then a familiar male voice echoed from outside. It was Jiang Cheng. Chapter 81. A Game Within a Game. The sudden addition of two participants made Hu Yin hesitant. He felt confident of victory if it were just he and Jiang Cheng. However, with two more players, the outcome became uncertain. If luck were not on his side, he could very well lose. This was akin to playing in the main hall, rendering his coaxing of Jiang Cheng pointless. With a flicker of inspiration, Hu Yin's eyes brightened. All right, it's rather dull with just two players. Having more will certainly enhance the enjoyment. The middle-aged man, having realized he could only play blackjack, lost interest and left. The woman nodded nonchalantly and proceeded into the private room. I need to exchange some chips, Hu Yin remarked as he stood and made his way towards the exit. As he passed by Jiang Cheng, he discreetly signaled him. Jiang Cheng, noticing Hu Yin's subtle gesture, understood the cue and smiled. Indeed, my chips are running low as well. I shall also go and exchange some. After walking along the corridor for a while, Hu Yin led Jiang Cheng to a secluded corner. With an air of secrecy, he asked, Brother, do you wish to win some money? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded eagerly. Of course, but how do we win? Am I level? I'm likely to lose again. Hu Yin narrowed his eyes and grinned. Did you see that woman from earlier? Quite wealthy. How about we collaborate to outsmart her? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, are you suggesting we conspire together? Astute. But if we only win against her, won't she become suspicious? What if she tells the casino we are in cahoots? They would not spare us. Hu Yin smiled nonchalantly. That is why, in a bit, you will deliberately lose to me, and both of you will lose to me together. No one will suspect our collusion. Once we leave the casino, we simply split the winnings. Easy as pie. That. Jiang Cheng hesitated. Hu Yin, frowning in frustration, urged him. Make up your mind. Either agree or I'll play alone. Your fortune is yours to decide. Jiang Cheng bit his lip. Fine. Brother, I'm in. A triumphant smile crept onto Hu Yin's face, and internally he scoffed. Collaboration? Nonsense. My aim is to defeat you. And as for that woman, her fate is of little concern. Once we exit the casino, I'll have no need to share with you. I initially intended to con you alone, but now, fortune smiles upon me with this unexpected opportunity. The two individuals promptly established a secret code, designating specific gestures for requesting a card and for surrendering. Once their agreement was reached, Hu Yin stepped in the private room first. The woman, with a hint of indifference, inquired, Very well. Shall we commence? Who among you will act as the dealer? Hu Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Cheng, who immediately understood and responded, I'm not particularly skilled. I shall not take on the role of the dealer. Hu Yin chuckled softly and nodded at the dealer. Then I shall take the position of the dealer. Please deal the cards. The dealer proceeded to shuffle the cards in the usual manner before distributing two face-up cards to Jiang Cheng and the woman. Hu Yin received one face-up card and one face-down card. Jiang Cheng's cards totaled precisely 20 points, while the woman's amounted to 12, with cards showing 3 and 9. Hu Yan's face-up card was complemented by a hidden card valued at 8, bringing his total to 18 points. However, the other participants could not perceive the hidden card. Since the dealer's face-up card was not a blackjack, according to the rules, the players could choose to surrender or request additional cards. If the player chose to surrender, they would forfeit only half of their wager. Should they opt for another card and exceed 21 points, they would lose outright, regardless of the dealer's subsequent cards. The first to exceed 21 points would be the loser. If the player ultimately decided to stop requesting cards without exceeding 21, the dealer would reveal their hidden card, determining whether to continue drawing cards based on the total points. Should the dealer possess a blackjack, victory would be theirs. Conversely, if the dealer exceeded 21 points or concluded with fewer points than the player would receive a payout at the corresponding odds. In the event of tie, neither party would win or lose. Truthfully, Jiang Cheng's total of 20 points placed him in a favorable position, significantly increasing the likelihood of the dealer's loss unless they held a blackjack. Yet, Jiang Cheng chose to surrender. The woman was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she demanded, "With your points, you could easily force the dealer to bust. Why would you surrender with such a strong hand?" Jiang Cheng shrugged. "He has one face-up card, and I fear that the hidden card could be a blackjack. Isn't the penalty for surrendering only half the wager?" The woman furrowed her brow, exasperated. "Do you even know how to play? If his hidden card is a blackjack, he wins outright, and you wouldn't have the opportunity to surrender." Jiang Cheng retorted, "Why can't I test the rules?" The woman, momentarily a loss for words, turned crimson with frustration. Hu Yan quickly intervened, playing the peacemaker. "It's quite all right. Experience will come with time. Our dear brother here has taken his losses in stride. Why the uproar?" The woman's face darkened with rage, taking a moment to regain her composure. Coldly, she declared, "I want another card. I will double my bet." As she spoke, she tossed in another 10,000 in chips. Coupled with her original wager, her total stake had reached 20,000. The female dealer then dealt her another card, which fortuitously resulted in a bust. "Damn it," she exclaimed, spitting out a curse and glaring fiercely at Jiang Cheng. Hu Yan smiled slightly. "My apologies, but it appears I have one." He revealed his hidden card, an 8, totaling 18 points. Had Jiang Cheng not surrendered, Hu Yan would have undoubtedly continued requesting cards, likely leading to his own bust. The naivety of the novice is indeed alarming. The woman glared at Jiang Cheng with such intensity that one might think she wished to devour him whole. Engaging with a novice like this is truly perplexing. Had Jiang Cheng chosen not to surrender, and the dealer, in a bid to avoid losses, continued to draw cards, the likelihood of reaching a bust would have been considerable. Should the dealer bust, there would be no loss incurred. Such a foolish ally, the woman muttered under her breath. Hu Yan chuckled softly. "All right, my dear lady, this gentleman has only 12 points. Do you not realize that drawing another card is inevitable? Will it make any difference if you continue to bust or simply concede? Are you suggesting that should this gentleman choose not to surrender, you would refrain from drawing?" The woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Hu Yan spoke the truth, her frustration simmered. Those who lose money often fail to think logically, fixating only on scenarios that favor them. They consistently persuade themselves that fortune favors them, unwilling to face reality. For the next hour or so, Hu Yan consistently emerged victorious. The woman managed to win a few rounds here and there, while Jiang Cheng faced an unrelenting string of losses, swiftly eliminated from the game. The woman still possessed over 200,000 in chips, while Hu Yan had amassed over 500,000. At that moment, Hu Yan radiated satisfaction, his demeanor brimming with confidence. With Jiang Cheng's assistance, Hu Yan had already reaped substantial rewards. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. All he needed to do was defeat this woman, and he would withdraw. However, after playing a few more rounds with the woman, Hu Yan's initial confidence began to wane. Without Jiang Cheng, he discovered that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, the woman's fortune seemed to flourish. Take, for instance, the most recent hand. He held 20 points, while the woman had 13 points. Unless she drew an 8, he was virtually guaranteed victory. Yet, in an unexpected twist, the woman drew an 8. His frustration contorted his expression. He lost 15,000 in that hand, and his anger simmered. He refused to believe that this woman could be so fortunate. Today, he was determined to ensure her complete defeat. "Deal the cards." Without hesitation, Hu Yan instructed the dealer to continue. In this round, he again held 20 points, while the woman had a 9 and an 8, totaling 19 points. Should she draw another card, the chances of her busting were exceedingly high. Given that she could not see his hidden card, he doubted her courage to draw again. Should she refrain from drawing, her total would still be lower than his, ensuring her loss. "Madam, will you draw another card?" the female dealer inquired. The woman instinctively glanced at Jiang Cheng, who subtly touched his nose, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. She replied calmly, "Yes." Hu Yan's expression twisted with disbelief as he pushed all his chips into the betting area. If the card she drew resulted in a tie, he would incur no losses. However, should it exceed 2 points, she would bust, and all her funds would fall into his possession. The only outcome that could lead to his loss was if she drew a 2. He could not fathom that, out of a deck of 52 cards, she would select a 2. The odds were simply too slim. "I admire your audacity. However, I must apologize, for my secret card is precisely 20. Hu Yan, unable to contain himself, revealed his card without hesitation. The woman smiled slightly. "Are you so certain that my card is not a 2? Well, I'm afraid you are destined for disappointment." As she spoke, the woman slowly gestured to the dealer, who gently slid a card before her and turned it over. It was, astonishingly, a club 2. Hu Yan was immediately struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. "Impossible. How could this be? You must be cheating. You are undoubtedly cheating." Chapter 82. I've always believed in winning hearts with virtue. Having lost everything in an instant, Hu Yan found it unbearable to accept. His eyes, now bloodshot, were fixed intently on the woman, as if he sought to see through her entirely. "Cheating?" Upon hearing Hu Yan's accusation, the woman erupted in laughter. Glancing sideways at the dealer, "Miss Dealer, he claims I cheated. What do you think?" The female dealer furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. Throughout the entire game, she had been the one revealing the cards. The woman had merely decided whether to draw more cards and had never touched them. How could she be accused of cheating? Even if the woman were a professional cheat, one must first handle the cards to swap or steal them, right? Moreover, these cards were legitimate. They were not some magical deck, and there was no possibility that anyone could have foreseen the outcomes. She could not fathom how the woman could cheat unless she possessed some form of X-ray vision. But surely, such a thing could not exist. That would be sheer nonsense. Conversely, since she had dealt and revealed all the cards, if anyone were to be suspected of cheating, it would be her, the dealer. The implication in Hu Yan's words clearly pointed to her as the cheat. Fury ignited within her. She coldly addressed Hu Yan, "Sir, this lady has not even touched the cards. Are you implying that I am the one cheating? If you have evidence, please present it. If not, how dare you slander our Nightshade Casino without basis? I would not hesitate to report this to my superior and teach you a lesson." Hu Yan found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushed with anger. How could he dare question the integrity of the casino? That would be suicidal. The key was that he had no evidence to substantiate his claims of cheating. The woman smirked disdainfully. "What? When you were winning over 500,000, you didn't accuse me of cheating? Now, that luck is on my side, and I've won a few hands, you begin to lash out? If you cannot afford to lose, perhaps you should refrain from gambling. You ought to act like a man instead of a coward." She then pointed at Jiang Cheng. "This brother lost all his money to you. Should I assume he is also cheating?" Hu Yan gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring, and scoffed. "Am I incapable of losing? What a joke. You lucky woman. Dare you return to gamble tomorrow night?" The woman raised an eyebrow with a contemptuous smile. "Huh, do you think I fear you? I only fear those who, neither man nor woman, lash out when they lose." Hu Yan could not miss the woman's scornful jibe. His face turned a deep shade of crimson. He wanted to retaliate with a harsh retort, but found himself at a loss for words. To utter harsh words after a loss is the epitome of disgrace. Casting a withering glance at the woman, Hu Yan begrudgingly exited the private room. Jiang Cheng, with an enigmatic smile directed at the woman, followed suit. The woman, gazing at the mountain of chips before her, wore a grin that reached her ears. With a flourish, she took a chip worth 5,000, cheerfully placing it into the delicate hands of the female dealer. "Here's your tip," she exclaimed, while her other hand unabashedly pinched the dealer's ample figure. The dealer instantly stiffened, retreating several steps with a wary glare aimed at the woman. "You." The woman's awkward laughter accompanied a sheepish scratch of her head in response to the dealer's exaggerated reaction. "My apologies, just a little occupational hazard." With that, she hastily gathered her chips, exchanged them for Dragon Kingdom currency at the counter, and exited the Nightshade Casino, heading straight into a foot massage parlor across from bar. Ascending to the second floor, she entered room 5. Upon stepping inside, she spotted a female technician seated elegantly on the sofa. "Ready?" the technician inquired. The woman's lips curled into a slight smile as she remained silent, swiftly locking the door behind her. With a gentle swipe across her cheek, she removed a silicone mask, revealing an exquisite visage, Chien Duo. She walked directly to the window, peering out at the two figures by the entrance of the Nightshade Bar. Xiao Kuei, has the bait been set? Are the arrangements in place? Rest assured, sister duo, 200 apiece, each a spirited young man, they will certainly hold the scene. Qian Duo nodded, her smile brightening. Let those individuals commence their tasks. And after this, have old Mo keep a close watch on Huyen. I refuse to believe he can resist. Meanwhile, Huyen emerged from the Nightshade Bar, his expression darkened, striding ahead while Jiang Cheng trailed behind. Upon reaching a secluded area, Jiang Cheng seized Huyen's arm, his demeanor shifting to one of icy determination. Brother, let us settle our accounts now. Huyen wrenched free from Jiang Cheng's grasp, raising an eyebrow. Accounts? What accounts? Brother, we agreed that I would deliberately lose to you, and we would split the winnings. Huyen narrowed his eyes. Kid, are you blind? Did you not see that I lost everything? How can I give you money? Scram. If you don't leave, I swear I'll make you regret it. Frustrated by his utter loss, he was incensed that Jiang Cheng dared to approach him for an accounting. Jiang Cheng regarded Huyen with a cold stare, choosing silence as he moved to the roadside, retrieving a brick from the flower bed, and approaching Huyen directly. Clearing his ears, he grinned. Brother, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Huyen, no fool, recognized the threat in Jiang Cheng's demeanor. Yet, he was no delicate flower, having navigated the world for years and not easily intimidated by such petty displays. Casting a scornful glance at the brick in Jiang Cheng's hand, he scoffed, enunciating each word slowly. Brother, I've said it. The money is gone. Want money? There's none. Want a life? Take it. As he spoke, he deliberately thrust his head in front of Jiang Cheng. Here I am, right in front of you. If you want to strike, go ahead. I'll just grunt, and it one team matter. However, I must warn you, if you dare to hit me, I will ensure you are left destitute. Jiang Cheng touched his nose and smiled with amusement. Without further ado, he struck the back of Huyen's head with a brick. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon splitting open, followed by a blood-curdling wail. Damn it! Huyen clutched his head, his face contorted in agony, as if his very teeth were about to shatter from the pain. He never anticipated that Jiang Cheng would genuinely resort to such brutality. Observing the alarming amount of blood seeping from his injury, a murderous intent ignited in Huyen's eyes as he glared fiercely at Jiang Cheng. You think this is over? Kid, if you want to settle this, just wait. I'll call my brother to deal with you. If I don't break both your arms and legs today, I swear I'll change my surname. With that, he reached for his phone to summon reinforcements. Just then, a group of menacing youths wielding baseball bats and golf clubs emerged from the street corner, encircling both Huyen and Jiang Cheng. Each one glared at Huyen with deadly intent. Jiang Cheng smiled calmly. Your phone is smashed. As for him, just break one hand and leave him breathing. With that, he turned to leave. Jiang Cheng's demeanor, reminiscent of a formidable leader, left Huyen utterly bewildered. He had initially thought Jiang Cheng to be a simpleton, yet here he was, an imposing figure. How dare he act tough in front of someone like that? The situation suggested that Jiang Cheng might incapacitate him entirely. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Huyen quickly backed down. Wait. Big brother, no, I was wrong. I'll pay you back. Can't we settle this? Now we're talking. I have always preferred to resolve matters amicably. Why resort to violence when we can negotiate? Jiang Cheng replied. Yes. Huyen, filled with terror, nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 83. Join 404 immediately. Knock. Across from a bar on Sifang Street in the Southern District, someone pounded on the door of a foot massage parlor's room 5. Qian Duo approached the door, opened it, and was greeted by a dark face, causing her lips to curve in a smirk. Peeking out, she scanned the empty corridor, getting quickly, having discovered the hallway deserted. She pulled Jiang Cheng inside without hesitation and promptly locked the door. Jiang Cheng collapsed onto the sofa, yanked off his disguise, and downed a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai in one go. After finishing, he remained silent, gasping for breath. He. How was it, little brother? Was it thrilling? When I carried out my first mission, my body was trembling with nerves. Qian Duo grinned, revealing a pair of crescent-shaped dimples. Thrilling? Let's not talk about that. First, return my money. Jiang Cheng shouted hoarsely. As the liquor coursed down his throat, a fiery sensation surged from his stomach, racing up his esophagus. Inebriated, Jiang Cheng felt the world spin around him, his head throbbing with intensity, his speech slightly slurred. Qian Duo deliberately averted her gaze, pouting as she asked, Money? What money? Jiang Cheng's brows furrowed instantly. Irritated, he retorted, Qian Duo, what do you mean? Are you trying to default? Observing Qian Duo's bureaucratic demeanor, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened. He exclaimed indignantly, "Reimbursement? Huh, I wouldn't trust you for a second. Sister Duo, don't play the bureaucratic game with me. Are you implying that as long as this case remains unresolved, I want to receive my 1 million? Can you be any more unreliable for 104? Ah, dear brother, I can't help it. We must follow procedures, after all. Your urgency is futile. Unless what?" Jiang Cheng's patience had worn thin, his face ablaze with heat. Qian Duo flashed a knowing smile. "Unless you are part of the 404 Bureau, then you would have certain privileges. Ah, so that's it. I thought as much. After helping you earn over 2 million that night, you're now asking me for money? You set this trap for me." Qian Duo remained unperturbed, sauntering over to Jiang Cheng, her hips swaying gracefully as she perched herself on his lap, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck. Her enchanting, dreamy eyes gazed deeply into his, her exquisite face inching closer to his. With a gentle bite of her crimson lip, she breathed softly. "What can I do? Who told my sister to have a fondness for you, my dear brother? So what do you say, brother? Will you step into the trap I've laid?" Coupled with her alluring voice, it was utterly beguiling. Qian Duo's sudden advance startled Jiang Cheng, leaving him momentarily flustered. He instinctively recoiled, only to find the sofa's backrest behind him, leaving him with no escape. Facing Qian Duo's assertive stance and inhaling her intoxicating scent, his heart raced uncontrollably. He felt parched, his throat inexplicably constricting. This woman was utterly enchanting. Qian Duo leaned closer to Jiang Cheng's ear, softly exhaling. "What do you think? Dear brother, would you like to join 404? Your 1 million would be swiftly transferred." Damn it, this was blatant seduction. This enchantress was going to any lengths to entice him into 404. After enduring for 22 years, how could Jiang Cheng resist such temptation? Under the influence of alcohol, his body was no longer under his control, engulfed in an overwhelming heat. He disregarded everything else. "Damn it, you seduced me first, so don't blame me." Without a second thought, Jiang Cheng wrapped his arms around Qian Duo's waist and fiercely kissed her fiery red lips. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Qian Duo was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with shock, her mind blank. "Wow, what? How dare he?" Feeling the strong scent of alcohol and Jiang Cheng's heavy breathing, Qian Duo's heart was thrown into disarray, her pulse spiking to 180. She yearned to struggle, but found herself bereft of strength. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng gazed at the crimson stain on the sofa, rendered speechless. Qian Duo looked at him with a complex expression, silent, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. How could she have so recklessly given away her first time? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Cheng finally broke the stillness. Qian Duo let out a cold laugh, feigning indifference. After all, they were adults. It was merely a fleeting encounter. She could not bring herself to demand that Jiang Cheng take responsibility. "If you dare not join 404, I swear I'll make you pay." With that harsh remark, she dressed herself, pulled out 500 yuan from her wallet, tossed it beside Jiang Cheng, and turned to leave. As the heavy wooden door slammed shut, the entire private room was plunged into a profound silence. Jiang Cheng stood dazed, staring at the brown wooden door, lost in thought for a long while. His gaze fell upon the 5 bright red bills on the sofa, and he felt a surge of frustration. "Hey, what does that mean, you foul woman? What is the meaning of the 500? Jiang Cheng felt an unsettling sensation of having sold his integrity, recalling the warmth and tenderness of the moments they shared. Along with Qian Duo's peculiar limping gait as she exited, he instinctively rubbed his sore lower back and licked his lips. Under the dim streetlights, Qian Duo limped along the sidewalk, wandering aimlessly. At that moment, a red Jeep Wrangler came to a slow stop beside her. The window rolled down, revealing a cherubic face that instantly brightened Qian Duo's vision. "Qian Duo, hop in," little Kuei said with a mischievous grin. Qian Duo shot her a glare, opened the passenger door, and climbed in. He. "Qian Duo, I notice your walking looks a bit odd. Are you injured? No blood, right? Let me see. You." Qian Duo playfully flicked little Kuei on the forehead, adopting a stern expression. "You cheeky girl, if you tease me again, just wait and see how I deal with you." "Ouch." Little Kuei rubbed the back of her head and chuckled. "Qian Duo, how do you feel? Is it manageable? Just SOSO. Just SOSO. I could have sworn I heard someone screaming like a pig earlier. I almost called the police." Little Kuei covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Qian Duo, you only know how to bully me. Go pick on Jiang Cheng instead." Little Kuei pouted, looking quite aggrieved. "Who have I provoked?" Little Kuei felt as if the entire world was filled with malice. Chapter 84. The Awkward Qian Duo. "Little Kuei, keep a close watch on him, He is the key to this case. Notify me immediately of any developments. Don't worry, Qianduo. Mo's tracking skills are so impeccable that even the boss wouldn't notice. Better safe than sorry. We must exercise caution. This case might have far-reaching implications. The higher-ups have instructed us to involve 404, and you know what that entails. Little Kuei nodded solemnly, her expression serious to the utmost degree. The 404 Bureau is a unique entity under the National Security Agency. Any case that involves 404 is invariably tied to national interests. Thus, this case is certainly far more complex than a mere tomb robbery. However, the extent of the involvement remains beyond the grasp of someone as novice as her. Stop right there, Qianduo remarked, her fingers grazing her nose as she caught sight of a 24-hour pharmacy not far off. Without hesitation, she alighted from the vehicle and proceeded towards a nearby convenience store. Xiao Kuei gazed at Qianduo's retreating figure, utterly perplexed, yet chose not to voice her confusion as she pressed the accelerator and drove away. It was only after the Wrangler had vanished from sight that Qianduo slowly emerged from the convenience store, exhaling a long sigh while her eyes followed the direction of the departing vehicle. After tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, she lowered her head and stealthily entered the 24-hour pharmacy nearby. Approaching the counter, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Hello, do you have that?" The young clerk regarded Qianduo with a look of bewilderment. That? Which one? Embarrassed, Qianduo pointed towards a small box on the shelf. That one. The domestic product. Meanwhile, Huyen, his head wrapped like a zongzi, exited the hospital, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Tianhao Entertainment. Having been part of the hive for so long, he was accustomed to bullying others. It was rare for anyone to bully him. After being struck on the head with a brick and having his freshly purchased fruit smashed, how could he possibly swallow this grievance? Upon arriving at Tianhao Entertainment, Huyen took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. Reaching the door of Cheng Dong's office, he was about to knock when he realized the door was ajar. Peering through the crack, Huyen's eyes widened in disbelief. They were playing cards inside. Cursing his luck under his breath, he found a corner to crouch in, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and waited impatiently. After 2 minutes of silence from within, Huyen deliberately waited an additional 2 minutes before flicking the cigarette but to the ground, spitting angrily, and knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Cheng Dong's voice, tinged with impatience, called from inside. "It's me, Xiao Erdwa." Cheng Dong took a puff of a cigarette and gestured to Su Fei, whispering, "Wrap up the game and leave quickly." A minute later, Su Fei, swaying her hips with an air of nonchalance, pushed the door open without sparing a glance at the zongzi-like Huyen, striding directly towards the elevator. Watching her haughty demeanor, Huyen clenched his teeth in frustration, muttering resentfully, "Umph, that wretched woman, I will have my day." As soon as he entered, Cheng Dong noticed the medical bandage wrapped around Huyen's forehead and was taken aback. "Xiao Erdwa, what happened to you?" With a mournful expression, Huyen replied indignantly, "Brother Dong, you must stand up for us in the hive. I was struck on the head with a brick." He exaggerated his tale, portraying Jiang Cheng as a disdainful socialite who showed no respect even to Cheng Dong, his own brother. "Brother Dong, you wouldn't believe it. I mentioned our hive and your name, yet that bastard persisted, claiming the hive means nothing and that he was targeting Cheng Dong's men." Cheng Dong squinted, scrutinizing Huyen's expression, remaining silent. He was fully aware of Huyen's character, a notorious gambler, and knew full well that such a person's words were not to be trusted. If it weren't for the sake of his brother Huyen would have been expelled from the hive long ago. Cheng Dong coldly retorted, "How dare you even speak? I demand to know why you ventured outside when I instructed you to remain at home. Do you have any idea of the trouble your clandestine sale of that antiquity has caused me? If it weren't for Huang Kun mentioning that there were no reports from the Yuan dynasty tomb, he could have dealt with Huyen directly. This gambling wastrel, more of a hindrance than a help, is fortunate to still have his life as a courtesy to his brother. This scoundrel continually claims that selling that antiquity has brought him trouble, yet after all this time, nothing has transpired." Cheng Dong, clearly displeased, sought any excuse to berate him. Cheng Dong furiously shouted, "Get lost. If you dare to cause any more trouble, not even your brother can save you." First, he lost all his savings to that woman, and then he was struck by Jiang Cheng, resulting in a mild concussion. Who would have thought that Cheng Dong would remain indifferent? At this moment, his anger had reached its zenith. Damn the Feng men. If it weren't for his brother Hu Yang serving Cheng Dong, would Cheng Dong have been able to ascend to the pinnacle of the Qingzhou Feng men? Why should Cheng Dong thrive in his ventures, running a nightclub and casino, while his elder brother is merely a warehouse guard? Had it not been for his brother Hu Yang saving Cheng Dong's life back then, Cheng Dong's grave would likely be overgrown, and yet Here he is, attempting to lecture others? Despite the resentment boiling within Hu Yan, he chose to remain silent and exited the office. After descending the stairs, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Wulyo Village. Unbeknownst to Hu Yan, shortly after his departure, a black Volkswagen followed closely behind. Chapter 85. The Ironclad Straight Man. In an instant, he was taken aback. Raising his gaze to the living room, he saw Lin Zhou seated at the dining table, while not far away on the sofa lay a sweet-faced young girl, draped in a blanket, seemingly asleep. It was none other than his sister, Jiang Ling. What on earth? Lin Zhou, what happened to my sister? Jiang Cheng hurried over to check on Jiang Ling's condition. What? Jiang Cheng was perplexed, utterly exasperated with Lin Zhou. Could you not provide an explanation? I did, but she wouldn't listen. Lin Zhou replied, somewhat helplessly. Jiang Cheng was at a loss for words. If a stranger suddenly intruded into anyone's home, who would heed an explanation? Yet, it was hard to fault Lin Zhou. But you needn't have been so harsh on a girl. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. Next time, I'll be gentler. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched in exasperation. You, forget it. If she is asleep, let her be. He regretted not informing his sister about the holiday in advance. However, he was deeply dissatisfied with Lin Zhou's blunt approach. Observing Jiang Ling's pale, haggard face due to lack of sleep, he felt a surge of compassion. The college entrance examination, a treacherous passage that countless souls must navigate, serves as a defining battle in one's life, burying the youth of many. The impoverished yearn for a chance to overturn their fortunes through this pivotal struggle, shedding the shackles of poverty, for the examination could be their sole opportunity for redemption. Conversely, for those at the pinnacle of society, the college entrance examination is merely an additional choice for their children, optional and inconsequential. Even without the rigorous demands of university entrance examinations, they have long since paved numerous paths for their children. The reluctance to overtly abandon the examination route merely stems from a desire not to appear too discordant among the ordinary people surrounding them. Observing his sister blissfully asleep, Jiang Cheng felt a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the circumstances, he would exert every effort to ensure his sister's life was replete with choices. She deserved a life of unrestrained freedom, unfettered by the trivialities of daily sustenance. Stepping out of his sister's room, Jiang Cheng gently closed the door. Lin Zhou, gazing at Jiang Cheng, expressed his remorse. Boss, I apologize. When your sister awakens, I will personally offer my apologies. It's all right, Lin Zhou. Accompany me to Wulyo Village shortly. Wulyo Village? Lin Zhou's brow furrowed instantly. If you are unwilling, I will not compel you. No, boss, I shall go. My duty is to ensure your safety, Lin Zhou replied earnestly. Jiang Cheng felt moved by Lin Zhou's words. He understood Lin Zhou's concerns regarding the scarred man. He himself harbored similar apprehensions. Moreover, the scarred man possessed formidable counter-surveillance skills. During daylight, Jiang Cheng would never dare to court danger, yet the night was his greatest ally. His vision had reached a level where he could discern objects in the dark as if it were broad daylight. With the cover of night, Jiang Cheng was confident he would not attract the scarred man's attention. Additionally, with his farsight and X-ray vision, he could ascertain whether Wulyo Village concealed a warehouse of hidden artifacts belonging to the foeman. Although Qian Duo had already set her sights on Hu Yan, given Hu Yan's temperament, it was uncertain whether anything could be extracted from him. Based on Jiang Cheng's estimation of Hu Yan's character, it was likely that he would not venture outside for several days. Attempting to break the deadlock through Hu Yan's lead seemed exceedingly improbable. The immediate priority was to locate the warehouse where Huang Kuan concealed his artifacts. As for Huang Kuan and the foemen, unless they were caught red-handed, Jiang Cheng did not believe that relying solely on these artifacts would suffice to bring them down. Even if a scandal erupted, they had numerous lackeys ready to take the fall for them, allowing them to remain unscathed. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng retrieved a box from the table. Extracting a dozen silicone toys he had just purchased from an adult shop, he then proceeded to the kitchen. Lin Zhou's expression turned bizarre as he regarded the sizable silicone toys. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng presented a silicone mask to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou accepted the lifelike mask, scrutinizing it with wide-eyed astonishment. Boss, this must be called a human skin mask. It's my first attempt, so I'm not particularly adept, but it should suffice. Jiang Cheng chuckled. This mask was a skill he had acquired from Xiao Kuei. The scarred man was familiar with Lin Zhou, and Jiang Cheng wished to keep his identity concealed. As a precaution, some form of disguise was essential. In sensitive locations like warehouses, hidden cameras could very well be present. With the human skin mask, even if he were inadvertently captured on film, it would not matter. He mused that he should seek an opportunity to discuss techniques with Xiao Kuei in the future. Jiang Cheng then made some modifications to his previously used mask, finally nodding in satisfaction. Lin Zhou examined his face closely in the mirror. At this moment, he had transformed from a dashing young man into a dark-skinned, middle-aged, disheveled fellow. Lin Zhou could not help but marvel at this astonishing human skin mask. It was likely that Wang Hao would not even recognize him now. One could only exclaim in wonder that the boss possessed such remarkable skills. Just as he opened the door to leave, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled something. "Brother Zhou, take that pot with you. Toss it downstairs later." Lin Zhou nodded, a wry smile escaping him. He mused silently that the boss was truly carefree. Using a cooking pot to boil silicone toys, what a peculiar pastime. In Wulio village, an abandoned kiln site, Hu Yang emerged from the cave, calling out, "Weren't you supposed to stay at home? Who told you to come out?" As soon as he spoke, a lean man with a bandaged head playfully stepped out from behind an old locust tree. "Brother, how did you know it was me?" "Hu Yang snorted dis mi si flee. If I can't recognize your footsteps, then all my training has been in vain. Hey, what happened to your head? Who hit you?" Upon seeing the bandage on his younger brother's head, Hu Yang's expression turned serious. Hu Yan recounted his ordeal to his elder brother in detail. He called himself Huang Qingya. "That little brat was merciless, smashing my head with a brick. Brother, you must avenge me." Hu Yan's face was a portrait of grievance. "Is he from the Qingzhou Huang family?" Hu Yang es bro furoet dieper. Hu Yan was unaware of the connection between the Fengmin and the Huang family. But Hu Yang was acutely aware. The protector of Fengmin was Huang Kuan, who happened to be the second brother of the head of the Qingzhou Huang family. One could say that he was also serving the Huang family. Yet, something felt amiss. He knew Huang Qingya well enough, though he was a wastrel. He wouldn't stoop so low as to assault a member of Fengmin. "Little brother, how old is the Huang Qingya you mentioned? What does he look like?" He said he was in his 20s, but he looked at least 40, older than me. Quite wealthy, too. He didn't even flinch when he lost money. Hu Yang smirked disdainfully. "Little brother, you've been deceived. The Huang Qingya from the Huang family is a suave young gentleman, not some middle-aged man in his 40s. Hu Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, are you saying he was impersonating Huang Qingya? But he never claimed to be from the Qingzhou Huang family. It's not uncommon to have the same name, right?" "I'm not sure. He could very well be a business rival deliberately stirring up animosity against the Huang family